Chapter 3602 Yemtar Trade and Commerce Bank. The totem that Ves had trotted out to Chief Fabricator Denner was not a particularly refined piece of craftsmanship. Ves produced multiple totems in different sizes in the last week of the expeditionary fleet's visit to the Pelisa system. This one was one of his more regular ones, but that did not mean it was bad by any means. Sure, the Barak artisans probably would have been able to do a much better job, but Ves was no slouch in his ability to shape metal. The quality and design of the totem wasn't that important anyway. The true value of this work was its connection to Vulcan. Since it was explicitly made to be a totem for his incarnation, the statue conveyed its glow pretty well. In fact, Ves had to tone it down to just 10% of its original strength in order to make it more exclusive. He did not wish to turn Vulcan's glow into a cheap commodity. It had to be elevated in a scarce and precious luxury good in order to make the most out of this monopoly. "Do you feel its glow, Mr. Denner?" The older man frowned as he tried to make sense of the totem. "I can feel something, yes, but I am not certain what it does." "How can you guarantee that it is safe?" "Its glow is the same as that of all of my living mechs, which have been in operation for numerous years. Not once has the MTA banned any of my products. The most it did was to impose restrictions on a couple of models. Out of all of the glows I've integrated in my products, this one is probably one of the safest and most benign. It will only help you and your workers work better once they accept its influence. Even so, your gift is still not easy to accept. Here at Zakran Bilitsa, we have already developed our own set of methods and customs. I cannot make an exception to them just so I can bring in this odd statue. You haven't seen what it can truly do as of yet." Ves maintained his confident demeanor. "I think a demonstration is in order. Will you allow us to bring it to a private workshop or something? In order to best display its use, we need to put it close to a production site." Though Denner looked like he would rather go back to his job, he did not refuse out of hand. Ves was one of the local branch's business partners now. Allowances should be made in order to keep him happy and prevent his actions from adversely affecting the business relationship between the two sides. "We do have a workshop available that is ordinarily reserved for high-end production and servicing. I will lead you to the facility. Please follow." The group along with the bots carrying the heavy statue moved to a side entrance that led into a workshop. The facility was placed further apart from the main production halls in order to prevent the machines inside from getting affected by the vibrations, heat emissions and other interference generated by all of the production lines. Though the production machines in this workshop were clearly better than anything else in the manufacturing complex, they were also fairly old and worn. Still, it wasn't necessary to have the latest and greatest for a simple demonstration. "Do you still operate any production equipment in person these days, Denner?" The chief fabricator almost looked affronted. "Although I spend more time on planning and supervision, I do keep my fabrication skills up to date. If I cannot do the job myself, I would not be qualified to hold my current position. My men can always rely on me to instruct them how to conduct a specific technical operation." Ves smiled. "That is good. You see, the medium totem that I have brought comes with two different modes. Normally, its mode is set to passive. That means that aside from looking pretty, it only exudes a relatively faint glow at a fairly limited range, perhaps enough to encompass a couple of production lines depending on its placement. At this level, the glow is in a power-saving state that can easily be maintained without draining any important resources. The downside is that the glow is quite weak and does not provide any drastic or easily noticeable improvements." Much of this was pure nonsense, of course. Ves had artificially limited the capabilities of his totems because why not? Anything that had value could be sold for money. There was no reason to let his totem exude Vulcan's glow on full blast and miss out on a potential opportunity to milk its exclusivity. "If the effect of this totem is so subtle, how can you prove it works as you described, Patriarch?" "I was getting to that, Denner." Ves smiled and slapped the surface of his metal statue with his palm. "What I haven't explained yet is that this totem also comes with an active mode. When it is operating at full power, its glow not only becomes 10 times stronger and far-reaching, but it will also bestow a creative boon to a single person. This is why I asked you to bring us to a workshop. Telling you about it is not as good as letting you experience it in person." Though Ves had declined to give Master Sever Barak a taste of what Vulcan had to offer, this was a different situation. The local branch of Zakran Bilitsa had already become his business partner. As long as the contract was in effect, they were on the same side. Anything that would help Zakrin would feed back into the Larkinson clan in some way or another. This was especially the case when the local plant already started production of living mechs. Ves harbored persistent concerns about the quality of the enlightened warriors and ferocious piranhas produced from this manufacturing complex. Though he instructed his negotiators to push for a level of control or supervision on the plant's operations, Zakrin Bilitsa never gave ground on this front. This meant that Ves and his mech company couldn't do much if their business partner decided to cut costs and cheapen the production process. In order to provide him with extra assurances that the local plant would keep up quality, Ves was willing to gift the workers one of his first totems designed for commercial usage. "So how does it work?" Denner asked. Ves coughed. "Let me tell you first that you must always pay a price in order to put a totem like this in an active state. Do you see the bank account number that I have engraved on the front?" "I was wondering about that. Are you suggesting that I should deposit a fee to this account in order to activate this statue?" "That's exactly what I was about to say." Ves grinned. "Right now, the totem might not look that impressive to you, but I can guarantee you that you will change your mind once you experience its full power in person. If you are willing to cooperate with me and try it out, please think of a personal challenge or project that you always wanted to work upon." The chief fabricator still looked skeptical, but he dug out a few ideas from his mind. "Okay, I have a few projects in mind. What should I do next?" "Next, you should activate your comm and donate a sum of money to the bank account engraved on the totem. It is just an ordinary merchant account at the Yemtar Trade and Commerce Bank." Yemtar was one of the biggest banking institutions in human space. It was founded by a group of e-mechers and became one of the major banks of mech designers as well as many different commercial and industrial companies. The Larkinsons recently reformed its financial arrangements and turned to Yemtar as their preferred bank. It had many favorable policies towards mech designers and mech companies and also built up a reputation for customer service. The main reason why so many businessmen chose Yemtar as their bank despite the high fees was because it processed transactions faster and without any fuss. No matter if a bank account owner conducted business with Terrans, Rubarthans or some obscure cult, Yemtar complied with every local law and regulation in order to ensure that money traveled from one place to another with the least amount of complications. Though there were other major banking institutions that could provide a similar level of service, none of them were prestigious as Yemtar. Of course, not every space peasant could open a Yemtar bank account. The bank maintained a fairly high-end clientele in order to maintain its pompous reputation. At a minimum, an individual or a company associated with the individual had to be wealthy, a galactic citizen and possess a clean record. Since Ves easily passed all of these requirements without any worry of tripping over any of them, he and his clan easily opened a number of new accounts with the prestigious trans-galactic banking institution. When Chief Fabricator Denner activated his comm and called up the money transfer interface, he quickly scanned the bank account number. This panel states that the bank account is owned by the Creation Association. "That's ours," Ves quickly replied. The Creation Association is a newly founded organization that is dedicated to the spread and management of totems of Vulcan. While it is still in an early stage, over time we intend to flesh it out into a greater support network. "How much money should I deposit?" Ves smiled. "You are free to donate any sum you want, but if you want to put this totem in an active state, then you must make sure to deposit at least 1 MTA credit. If you donate more, the totem will reward you with a stronger effect." "What?" Denner spluttered. "My annual salary only amounts to 150 millicredits. I would have to save up 7 times that amount to be able to deposit that much money." While Ves could easily spend a couple of MTA credits without feeling any pain, the same could not be said for other people. A chief fabricator was equivalent to that of a head engineer. While Denner was highly skilled, highly knowledgeable and highly experienced, he was not indispensable. "I have already taken that into account," Ves said. "If you want to activate this totem again, you should apply to Zakrin to release the necessary funds. I can tell you that it is absolutely worth it to spend an MTA credit for a life-changing experience. For now, let me do the honors." Ves did not make this situation more awkward for the chief fabricator and quickly used his own comm to deposit a single MTA credit to the Creation Association's merchant account. Even though it was the equivalent of using his left hand to transfer money to his right hand, the action triggered a set of instructions that Ves had programmed in the totem's spiritual design. The entire object began to emit a soft bronze light that fascinated Chief Fabricator Denner. The glow of the statue of Vulcan slowly ramped up until it had reached its full strength. Yet that was not the full effect. The statue's presence grew stronger as it was about to perform its main function. What is happening? Be prepared. A near-invisible bronze beam suddenly struck Denner, causing him to freeze as his mind went into overdrive. What happened took quite a bit of effort for Ves to implement. He effectively translated a reduced version of the Hammer of Brilliance's main effect to totems that he could mass-produce. Even though the effect was not as good as getting whacked by his hammer, the totem nonetheless opened up Denner's mind for the first time in his life. The false inspired state that he had entered already started to connect his loose ideas. Many problems no longer troubled him any longer as he suddenly discovered that he could finally come up with workable solutions. This is amazing. I need to apply these ideas straight away. Ves grinned as Denner's inner mech designer finally came to the surface again. The chief fabricator had become completely enthralled by the totem's active effect. Chapter 3603 The beginning of the Creation Association. By the end of Denner's creative overdrive session, he ended up creating a scale model of a new mech. Its design wasn't all that impressive to Ves. It was just an apprentice-level work. Any of his assistant mech designers could come up with a comparable design. Still, as far as mech designs went, it still possessed a number of refinements that weren't easy to implement. It was a respectable accomplishment for a mech designer who had never achieved success and was out of practice. Is this a mech that you always dreamt about designing? Ves asked as he held the mech figurine. The scale model was based on a landbound hybrid mech design. It possessed a notable amount of ranged firepower and defensive capabilities. However, the mech's mobility was not as good and it was unsuited to wield melee weapons. Overall, the mech figurine depicted a rather specialized firing platform that could be employed as a lighter and less extravagant version of an artillery mech. If the Larkinson clan took over this concept, Ves could easily imagine designing another promising commercial mech. Of course, he wouldn't do something like that. He disdained stealing other people's design concepts. Only his own ideas were able to arouse his full passion. Though the design of the figurine was fairly basic in his eyes, its craftsmanship was impressive. Chief Fabricator Denner may have ceased his attempt to improve his design skills. His new job required him to regularly exercise his fabrication and assembly skills. There was a realistic possibility that Denner might be able to become a masterwork fabricator one day. Though the chances of achieving this coveted status was slim, as long as the man kept getting inspired by the totem of Vulcan a few more times, his craftsmanship and ingenuity might very well bring him within reach of this threshold. The wheels already started to turn in Denner's mind. Ves gave the man enough time and space to process the implications of what he had experienced just earlier. The first time was always the most drastic. Every mech designer or creator always generated a lot of different ideas, many of which sounded promising but weren't always workable. Ves certainly was no stranger to this phenomenon. He regularly came up with brilliant ideas himself, but he was forced to shelve most of them due to various reasons. Patriarch Larkinson, Denner finally spoke as he became lucid again. This totem of yours has managed to do what nothing else had managed to do before. It revived my drive to design mechs. Thank you for giving me this unforgettable experience. If I was able to access this totem 3 decades ago, I might have been able to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to you as a colleague rather than a fabricator for Zakran Bilitsa. The chief fabricator looked wistfully at the mech figurine he had managed to make. The work incorporated numerous solutions and design elements that he would not have been able to execute in a design a day before. A part of him wanted to walk up to his employer and submit his resignation. He wanted to go back to designing mechs and pursue the passion that he had long set aside because he lacked the capabilities to go any further. With the totem, the chief fabricator saw hope of reviving his long-cherished dreams. However, his common sense quickly reasserted itself. He was out of the industry for several decades. If he started up again, he would start horribly behind compared to his peers. Denner also knew that most of his design techniques and methods were relatively outdated. Though he kept up with most new developments in the mech industry, that didn't mean he was able to implement them in a mech design. In addition, if he wanted to get back to designing mechs, he needed funding. Lots of funding. Since he never accumulated a fortune, he would have to attract outside investment. Yet who wanted to invest in a loser like him? Even if he felt that he could instantly revive his mech design prospects, no one would be willing to bet on an aging apprentice mech designer who was out of practice. Finally, Denner already signed a long-term contract with Zakran Bilitsa. The only way for him to escape its shackles was to convince the company to let him go or pay an exorbitant penalty fee. Neither of these options were doable. Given all of these factors, Denner no longer entertained the unrealistic notion that he could turn back into a mech designer. That part of his life was already behind him. He was older, calmer and more steady now. Though becoming a fabricator was not his desired career trajectory, it was still a steady and highly respectable vocation. There was nothing wrong with producing mechs. Although my totems work best for mech designers and other creative professions, it should provide substantial improvements to anyone involved in production. Ves explained, the effect you've experienced will only work on one person at a time, and a middle totem like this one can only activate it once a month. However, there are fewer restrictions when it comes to its full-powered glow. As long as you pay 1 MTA credit or more, my totem can still provide your workers with a productivity boost. Denner began to frown. The limitations were quite onerous. You specifically call it a middle totem. Are there any other variations? There are. Right now, the Creation Association offers 3 different totems. There is a mini totem that is small enough to fit in your hand and easy to carry around. As you can imagine, the strength and range of its glow are much more modest. You can still activate them by donating the same sum of money, but the effect on you will not be as strong. The mini totem was only suitable for individual users. Its glow was just too paltry to affect an entire group. Ves deliberately designed it to be small enough for people to carry in order to make sure it would always be close at hand for its owners. Then there are the middle totems which you are already familiar with. Ves gestured to the man-sized statue. We intend for them to be our most popular, practical and widely utilized totems. They offer a good balance between usability, portability and accessibility. While it is a bit too weak to affect your entire manufacturing complex, it should still provide a significant boost to a couple of adjacent production lines. He then activated his comm to project a much larger statue. This time, the totem was scaled to the size of a mech. No grand totems currently exist, but they will definitely be produced in limited numbers. Even in a passive mode, a grand totem is able to exude a considerably effective glow. Its range is the largest out of the 3 totem models. It can probably encompass a third of this manufacturing complex in my estimation. The biggest advantage of a grand totem is that you can activate its best effect once a week. The time limits were purely artificial restraints, but there was good reason for Ves to implement them. It was costly for Vulcan to induce a false inspired state in someone. If the totems didn't limit the frequency of its activations, then the design spirit would definitely be drained of energy in no time. When Denner heard about the grand totem, he developed a yearning for it. If the middle totem was already this effective, what about using a totem that was dozens of times larger? Of course, there was no way that this so-called Creation Association would give them away so easily. The expense of making such a powerful totem must be great. In fact, Ves didn't actually have to invest too many resources to make his new products. They were just ordinary blocks of metal that he had shaped into the human likeness of Vulcan. The only real cost was time. Ves had to make every totem by hand, and while it was possible for him to shorten the duration by making use of powerful tech, he still had to divert precious time away from his design projects. Until he solved this fundamental problem, Ves had little choice but to limit the spread of his totems. This was also why he made the totems more exclusive. He simply couldn't make enough of them to flood the Red Ocean. The story would be different if he designed a mech based on Vulcan. As a mech designer, his mechs were the most suitable carriers of his design philosophy. This was something to consider for later. Mechs could become very dangerous and Ves did not wish to make Vulcan too accessible to other people. Totem statues may be time-consuming to build, but at least Ves was the only person who could make them. Once he completed a mech design, others could easily fabricate as many mechs they liked. In any case, Denner experienced enough of a taste to change his mind about the totem. Thank you for this gift, Patriarch. I will make sure it will be put to good use. Though it will not be easy to convince the higher-ups to set aside a budget for its activation, I will fight for it as much as possible. With this totem, we can elevate our performance levels. Ves saw that he had managed to achieve his goal. The chief fabricator no longer looked down on the totem. With his support, the totem's placement in the manufacturing complex was assured. That's good to hear. Before you make your arrangements, let me explain the terms and conditions of its usage. One of the major limitations of the totems is that they will only activate and work on authorized personnel. What constitutes authorized personnel? Denner asked. For a start, anyone that I or a member of the Creation Association have keyed to a totem. This is a manual process that can either be conducted in person or by remote. We do not want our totems to fall into the wrong hands. If the totem is stolen or confiscated by the authorities, it will do almost nothing for them. They can only make use of the totems in their passive mode. Denner frowned. What if the authorized personnel are unavailable or have left the company that owns the totems? Then the company should call the Creation Association so that we can shift the permissions. We will not be unreasonable concerning this matter. Are there any other methods to access the totem? Ves nodded. The totem is based on a mascot that appreciates good craftsmanship. Anyone who is brilliant enough or presents an excellent work of craftsmanship may be able to activate the totem on its own. Denner's eyes lit up. You can activate the totems without donating money. Yes, but don't think that you can gain Vulcan's approval so easily. His standards are high. What he seeks is brilliance. You need to present your absolute best work if you want to obtain a free benefit. Ves proceeded to explain the remaining rules. There were certain restrictions regarding ownership and transfer. He did not want them to be transferred and moved without informing the Creation Association first. If you think you can do whatever you want with the totems, then don't blame us if you break them. Their glows will disappear and you will no longer be able to activate them if you violate any of the rules that we have set. Have I made myself clear? The chief fabricator nodded. I understand, but I am not certain that headquarters will be able to keep their hands off your totem if they learn about it. If those executives believe in the claims, they will want to transfer our totem to a more important branch. Ves smirked. Let them try. If Zakranbilitsa wants to procure more totems for its other production sites, then tell them to contact the Creation Association. This first totem is a gift from me, but any subsequent ones will cost you money. A lot of money. That was the entire point of making these totems, after all. Chapter 3604 Innocent Association. After concluding his extra business with Zakranbilitsa, Ves was finally ready to leave Pelisa 3. It's nice to spend time on a planet without everything getting shot to pieces around me. He smiled in satisfaction. I hope the other planets will be just as pleasant. Before the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers finally concluded all of their business and departed from the Pelisa system, Ves received one final message. He grinned as he read the request for a meeting on short notice. They finally took the bait. The Creation Association might be fortunate enough to welcome another associate today. Ves had recently founded his latest organization after deciding to go serious with commercializing his totems. He needed to create a new division within his empire that managed all of the totems as well as the clients that made use of them. Neither the LMC nor the existing clan administration were equipped to handle these specialized duties. It took quite a bit of time for him to settle upon a suitable name for his new totem management bureau. He initially thought about calling it the Church of Vulcan but quickly rejected it out of hand. There was no way he wanted to follow in the footsteps of Prophet Ilvain and all of those other charlatans. Ves hated superstition and anything that had to do with it. While he was willing to tolerate other people's faith, he could not bring himself to propagate his own, especially when he saw how much the Vulcan faith distorted the dwarves into ignorant tall folk haters. Religion had a bad name in many circles. Secularists immediately rejected anything related to it out hand. Believers in other faiths were incredibly resistant to the elements of foreign beliefs. Ves would have to fight an uphill battle if he wanted to push a new religion onto the public. I need to set up a more enlightened organization. He thought of various alternatives before deciding that it had to be an association. The word did not possess any obvious negative connotations and it did not possess a hint of religiosity. The Mech Trade Association may be the most defining organization that carried this word in its name, but there were plenty of other associations in human society. Sure, their fame, prestige, power, wealth and reputation could not come close to the MTA, but at least they existed. The appearance of a new organization called the Creation Association would not raise any eyebrows for that reason. It sounded generic enough for people to glance past it on a list, and that was exactly what Ves intended. He wanted to raise a neutral, inoffensive-sounding institution that would not evoke any undesirable prejudice or gut reactions. Although Ves could have opted for an even more boring and meaningless name such as the 363 Association, he decided against it. Calling his new division the Creation Association not only sounded elegant and dignified, it also reflected the true meaning of the organization. He did not intend to create a rival or an imitation of the Mech Trade Association. What he truly wanted was to set up a formal support network for Vulcan. As a spiritual entity, there were many things his incarnation couldn't do. Ves also didn't have the time to spare on these time-consuming matters. Only other humans were able to manage and propagate his totems. For now, the Creation Association did not amount to much. Ves, or more precisely his personal assistant, had only recently taken care of the initial formalities. The new association did not have any members aside from Ves and did not even have any assets to its name aside from its mostly empty bank accounts. It was going to take a lot of work to turn it into a functioning organ, but Ves did not want to bother with all of that administrative work. I need to find a suitable director to lead this association. That was going to be difficult. He needed someone who was open-minded enough to accept the existence of totems in Vulcan, but also possess a good mind for business. Furthermore, Ves needed to be able to trust the person in charge to act as a reliable agent that placed his interests first. There aren't many people in the fleet who can meet all of those demands. Ves frowned. He decided to look into this matter later when he returned to the fleet. For now, he had to attend one final meeting. After a short while, the armed shuttle landed close to the House of Barak's storefront under heavy escort. The appearance of numerous mechs, including 2 expert mechs, attracted a lot of attention from the shoppers and residents. Ves ignored the reaction he and his party evoked from the surroundings and marched straight towards the entrance of the store and workshop combination. Compared to his last visit, the storefront was a lot more complete this time. The Barak artisans not only finished sculpting their individual blocks, but also painted them over with vivid colors in order to create an attractive and classy facade. Once he was done with admiring the craftsmanship, Ves stepped inside and briefly studied the luxurious, half-finished interior before someone stepped forward. Patriarch Larkinson, we've been expecting you. Svigo Moran Barak greeted him in a reverent tone. Our master committee has already convened upstairs. We would like to invite you to meet with our honorable master artisans in order to discuss the possibility of cooperation. Ves nodded curtly. Please lead the way, but keep in mind that my bodyguards will accompany me inside as well. That will not be a problem. After ascending to the next floor, they entered a basic but dignified circular meeting chamber. Perhaps the Baraks would be able to paint and decorate it so that it conveyed a lot more gravitas than before, but the timing of the Larkinson clan's departure didn't work out for them. They quickly had to arrange a meeting before the window of opportunity closed entirely. The 7 master artisans had already seated themselves on the raised thrones on the other side of the chamber. Their positions along with the design of the chamber made it seem as if they were judges who were about to pass judgment on anyone who was presented before them. The fact that they sat higher than anyone else in this space was a simple but effective psychological technique. It was too bad that Ves did not pay any attention to these childish tricks. He was stronger, wealthier and more powerful than the Baraks. Their old glory and their outdated heritage did not earn any respect from him. There was no reason to extend anything but basic courtesy to this group of craftsmen. Good afternoon, Baraks. Mr. Svigo here recently informed me that your house is willing to discuss terms with me. Well, here I am. Make your case, but don't waste my time. My fleet is scheduled to depart within hours and it would be quite troublesome to delay it just because you guys intend to string me along. His irreverent tone might not sit well with the highly skilled and accomplished artisans, but Ves really didn't want to go through another inconclusive meeting like before. His patience with the Baraks was running thin and he didn't mind letting them know that through his tone and attitude. Though 5 of the older and impeccably dressed master artisans immediately frowned, they did not bluster or try to defend their honor or anything. Ves was quite impressed at their level of control. Master Sever Corridon Barak cleared his throat before addressing the visitor. Patriarch Ves Larkinson, we have discussed your unusual offer amongst ourselves. While it is difficult to think about betting the future of our house on a vague and uncertain benefit, we believe in your credibility. Your previous business dealings along with your accomplishments in the field of mech design makes us willing to acknowledge that what you have done for my grandson Svigo can also be done for us. We have also heard what you have done for Zakran Bilitsa plant. Ves narrowed his eyes as he heard that last part. That only happened a short time ago. Where did you hear that? One of our members is acquainted with Chief Fabricator Denner of Zakran Bilitsa. Master Sever smiled. The craft and industry sector of Pahana is relatively small at this point. We all belong to the same circle and regularly keep in touch with each other. When we asked about his experience with your totem, he gave an enthusiastic endorsement. Ah, so that was how the Baraks discovered the news. Well, Ves did not stipulate that any dealings concerning the totems had to be kept under wraps. Something as big as this couldn't remain confidential anyway. The harder he tried to hide everything, the more attention he would draw from the wrong sort of people. It was better to put everything out in plain sight and hope that his arrangements would blend with all of the background noise. "Well, what do you want to talk about?" Ves said as he deliberately exaggerated his impatience. "I have already made my offers clear. If you want to obtain the same benefits as Denner, then you need to make it worthwhile for us. Zakrin Bilitsa already agreed to produce my mechs, so that is why they received one of my totems. Your house does not provide the same level of service to me, so you need to compensate in another manner. You can either provide half of your craftsmen or half of the shares of your house. It's your choice." The mention of these incredibly onerous demands caused the master craftsman to look even uglier. Nonetheless, the Baraks did not reject his words out of hand, which meant that they recognized that they truly needed help. "We will not split ourselves up under any circumstances." Master Sever spoke in a firm tone. "We will all rise or fall together. That has been our rule for centuries. As for giving you ownership of our house, we do not wish to compromise our independence, but, if you are willing to lower your demands, we may be open to cooperation. We are open to the possibility of giving you 25% ownership of our house." "Peef," Ves scoffed. "What I can offer is worth more than a fourth of your declining house. Look at this place. After all this time, you Baraks have continually grown smaller and poorer, and I don't see this trajectory changing anytime soon. You need outside assistance to change your course, but ordinary investments won't be able to accomplish that. The root of success of a designer house is its ability to come up with fashionable and popular new products. I understand this dynamic quite well since the mech industry operates along similar lines. Given that your sales aren't enough to support a larger presence on this planet, I would say that you urgently need a boost to your creativity and craftsmanship in order to stand out from the competition. This is a service that only I can provide. You can either agree to my terms or give up on the only opportunity to save your house from extinction." The Baraks couldn't accept the current terms. They were just too much for them. The master artisans conferred amongst themselves for a few minutes before they formed a new consensus: 33%. Master Sever spoke in a heavy voice. "We are willing to give you a third of our house in exchange for your support. That is our final offer. We will not consider any higher demands even if your prognosis about the future of our house is correct." Ves frowned. He could sense the emotional swings of the craftsmen and knew that they all had strong feelings about this matter. The 7 master artisans including Sever all reached their limits. Their pride and sentimentality towards the House of Barak did not allow them to go any further. Though 33% was a considerable step down from his original demand, Ves figured that it was the best that he could get from these stubborn craftsmen. "I am willing to accept 33%, but I will not provide a medium totem to your house," he eventually said. He reached into his coat pocket and retrieved one of his hand-sized statuettes. "You will have to make do with one of my mini totems. It works the same as the statue that I've provided to Zakrin Bilitsa, but it works on a smaller scale. This is the most I am willing to give for 33%. Is this acceptable?" The Baraks did not look pleased when they saw the little toy in his hands, but then again the hammer of brilliance wasn't that big either. "Please give us a moment to discuss your counter-offer." Chapter 3605 Mod 1 The Barak Master Artisans took 20 minutes to make up their minds. The privacy screen they erected prevented Ves from listening in on their heated and emotional deliberations, but it didn't matter. Ves never valued the Baraks too much from beginning to end. They were just one declining group of people out of many others. The Red Ocean was filled with overambitious immigrants who thought they could achieve greater success in a new environment, only to find out that the new frontier presented its own challenges. After an obviously contentious discussion, the Baraks finally put down their privacy screen. The faces of some of the old and distinguished craftsmen had grown noticeably redder, and one of them did not even bother to hide her tear tracks. This was undoubtedly an incredibly emotional moment for the Baraks, but what did it have to do with Ves? All he needed to know was the result of their deliberations. Patriarch Larkinson, Master Sever Khoriton Barak spoke. "The House of Barak has decided to accept your offer. We are willing to part with 33% ownership of our house in exchange for your support, but obtaining a tiny totem in return is not enough. We would like to receive additional assistance in order to make this deal more palatable." The two sides quickly haggled for a few minutes. The Baraks weren't shameful enough to demand huge concessions, but they wanted to be certain that the Larkinsons would have their back. Ves did not drive a hard bargain this time, so the talks proceeded relatively smoothly. This also helped convince the other recalcitrant master artisans that he was not an unreasonable business partner. In the end, they settled on the basic terms. They still needed to wait for their lawyers to hash out the fine print and make everything official, but in essence the deal was done. The House of Barak agreed to pass on a third of its ownership to the Creation Association. In exchange, the Creation Association agreed to provide the Baraks with the right to possess and use a mini totem. In addition to these basic terms, Ves also agreed to invest 200 MTA credits into the House of Barak. This was enough money to cover all of the short and medium-term obligations of the declining family company, which would allow its artisans to lift a considerable burden off their shoulders. The Creation Association also agreed to provide additional assistance in the form of advice, technical support, administrative support and so on. Anything that helped the House of Barak expand its business opportunities was welcome. What was interesting about this business deal was that one of the parties involved was the Creation Association. Ves wanted to maintain a separation between deals like this and the clan as a whole. Even though the Creation Association was based in the Larkinson clan, it was technically a separate organization entirely that was completely owned by Ves in a personal capacity. In other words, Ves effectively owned a third of the House of Barak. It just wasn't as obvious. There wasn't enough time to wait for the lawyers to do their jobs. After agreeing to hold a virtual signing ceremony a few days later, Ves passed on his mini totem to Master Sever Barak after he gave the man a quick rundown of the rules concerning its usage. Remember, you can only take advantage of its strongest active effect once every 3 months. Make sure to pick the beneficiary and have a good project in mind before you donate money. We will not compensate for any poor usage of this totem. We will definitely cherish this opportunity. Master Sever promised. We will never joke around when the future of our house is at stake. The older man held the totem as if it was a priceless heirloom. Despite its diminutive size, it was a genuine totem that exuded a weak but noticeable glow. Craftsmen and artisans were far more attuned to Vulcan's glow than other people, so Master Sever already began to feel a lot more eager to design new products. Ves left the Baraks to decide on how to use their toy and left the place in satisfaction. He only started laughing once the shuttle hatch closed. Ha 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 ha. Getting 33% ownership in the House of Barak in exchange for an incredibly cheap mini totem was an incredibly lucrative exchange. Although the Baraks did gain a lot from this deal, the important part was that the price that both sides had to pay was not comparable. Whereas the Baraks figuratively sold a third of themselves to an outsider, Ves essentially provided them the use of a design spirit. This deal proved that it was indeed viable to commercialize his design spirits. Although Ves wasn't sure whether he should involve other design spirits in this particular business, it was already enough to ensure that Vulcan would get into contact with plenty of craftsmen. Since the opportunity to use the totems were so precious and costly, Ves made sure that its users cherished it. The Baraks and other customers were much less likely to waste Vulcan's time and attention if they had to pay at least 1 MTA credit and wait a long time just to receive his guidance for a crucial moment. As his shuttle finally brought him back to the expeditionary fleet, he continued to think about how he should organize and expand the Creation Association. It wasn't until the Golden Skull Alliance accounted for all of its members and transitioned out of the Pelisa system that Ves finally turned his attention to his more immediate priorities. I almost forgot about my new design obligation. I need to design a quick revision of the ferocious piranha design. Gloriana won't be happy. He would have to delay his regular design obligations again. How could he possibly have time to manage the affairs of the Creation Association? As soon as he returned to his office, he assigned a new job to his assistant. You helped with setting up the Creation Association, so you should know what it's all about. Find someone in the Larkinson clan that is trustworthy and capable enough to run it. Can you do that, Benny? Gavin did not look confident. You're asking a bit much this time, boss. The Creation Association is anything but conventional. It will take a different sort of personality from what we are accustomed to in order to lead your new association. Well, our clan isn't short of strange and unusual personalities, so start looking. With that taken care of, Ves could finally turn his attention back to his mech design projects. My Fearless project is still on hold. He frowned. He really wanted to resume his work on the ambitious ranged mech model reserved for the battle criers, but the MTA had remained quiet all of these weeks. The lack of any contact from Jovi did not bode well. Ves had no idea why Jovi and whoever was behind him to deliberate for so long. If the MTA didn't trust his offer to provide Jovi with a companion spirit, then why not tell that to him straight away? If the mechers agreed with his proposal, then they should have reached out to him already. Instead, they kept saying nothing even if Ves tried to inquire about the progress of their decision-making. Ves began to suspect that his offer triggered a lot more movement inside the MTA than he initially thought. It feels as if Jovi and his people are waiting for something. What is it, though? Were they waiting for him to grow older? Was the MTA planning to ship more advanced lab equipment to the Simile Halifax so that it could keep better track of Jovi's changing conditions? Whatever the case, Ves increasingly felt that something big might happen once the MTA finally got back to him on this issue. Ves returned to his regular duties as best as possible in the meantime. He had plenty of other work on his hands. In the next couple of weeks, he occasionally worked together with Gloriana to update the ferocious piranha design to make it viable to be produced in the Red Ocean. They did the same that Ves had already done to realize the Enlightened Warrior variant design. He swapped out all of the parts and materials that were native to the old galaxy with substitutes that were as close to the original elements as possible. Although it was impossible to achieve exact equivalence, the ferocious piranha still performed close enough to its original parameters that they did not need to worry too much about drastically different performance characteristics. Ves even felt assured enough about the minor revision that he left the testing and optimization phases to one of his design teams. There was no need for him to handhold this project any further when his assistant mech designers could already perform much of the work by themselves. This was how the ferocious piranha Mark I version B Mod 1 eventually came into being. Even though its name had become increasingly more unwieldy, the important point was that it had not only turned into a viable commercial mech model, the Larkinson clan could also make use of it as well. Although the Larkinson clan was short on raw materials for the moment, it was much easier to procure batches of locally sourced goods in the long run. The design department eventually needed to revise all of the active mech models that were currently in use. Ves just obtained a head start by transforming the ferocious piranha design ahead of time. It's still a bad mech design, though. Gloriana sulked as she crossed her arms. I can't stand how many corners you've cut this time. The Enlightened Warrior was already bad enough, but the ferocious piranha is worse. Small differences have a disproportionately large effect on lighter and smaller mechs. The Bright Warrior design is a lot bigger and more tolerant towards deviations. The same doesn't necessarily apply to the ferocious piranha. It is so packed with different modules and features that I'm afraid something might go wrong due to insufficient care. Ves did not show any concern. Hey, it will be fine. The ferocious piranha isn't as fragile as it looks. We may have already passed on its design to Zakran Bilitsa, but one of our design teams is still in the process of stress testing our altered work. If they discover anything severe enough to warrant our attention, we can always apply another quick fix to the new design. It shouldn't even be necessary for us to correct our own mistakes. His wife shrieked at her husband. If we took the time to do the job right at the start, we don't have to humiliate ourselves by exposing our shortcomings. Hey, don't yell, please. We talked about this, remember? Think of our daughter. Fortunately enough, Aurelia completely disregarded the heated exchange as usual. The baby was lost in her own preoccupations as she rolled on the blanket on the floor. She was wiggling her cute little body back and forth. She looked as if she was almost ready to crawl around for the first time in her life. Hee 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 hee. The baby innocently giggled as Clixie circled around and offered her bushy tail as a toy. The cute sight instantly melted the hearts of both parents. They set their argument aside in favor of holding and playing with their lively little baby. They eventually set aside their differences and went back to work. Gloriana resumed her work on her custom mech designs while Ves resumed his progress on the Deceptor project. The light mech design project was not that complicated, actually. The light harasser mech's greatest complications was its ranged weapon and its perception distortion-oriented spiritual design. Both of them required a considerable amount of thought and effort to execute correctly. Once I solve all of the problems related to these areas, the rest of the Deceptor project should be a cakewalk. Chapter 3606 Opportunities in Krakatoa. The expeditionary fleet resumed its journey deeper into the Red Ocean. After leaving the Pelisa system, the Megare Middle Zone no longer offered anything interesting to the Golden Skull Alliance. A lot of pioneers already laid claim to nearby star systems and other curiosities. Intruding onto their turf would generate a lot of badwill. Although the MTA escort guarded the Larkinson clan against any human aggression, that did not mean that Ves could use the simile Halifax as a club against other pioneers. The agreement he made explicitly stated that he could not abuse his current privilege to rob other people. All of the good stuff in this zone is mostly picked clean anyway. Ves determined, if I want to obtain anything new and interesting, I'll have to move over to the Krakatoa Middle Zone. The Big Two swept the Krakatoa Middle Zone a lot more recently than the Megare Middle Zone. The area was still fresh enough to include a fair amount of stray alien vessels as well as completely untouched alien settlements. As a result, the more daring and confident second-class pioneers all flocked to this zone so that they could plunder all of the low-hanging fruit while they were still available. If they didn't move in fast enough, they would have to go even deeper into alien territory to obtain their chances. In order to learn more about the area that the expeditionary fleet would soon be entering, Calabast held a virtual presentation where she explained the most pertinent information and intelligence that the leaders of the Larkinson clan should know about. The virtual version of Arnold scurried about on the deck as Calabast pointed out the evolving hotspots and danger regions on the star map. The intelligence we gather is not complete and usually gathered late, so don't think that this map is an accurate representation of what is truly taking place in the Krakatoa zone. There are many more pioneers that either keep their discoveries under wraps or have met an unfortunate end at the hand of powerful aliens. She warned everyone, what we do know is that Krakatoa has an unusually high presence of Nunsers. According to what we know, Krakatoa fell into the periphery of the Nunser civilization. What do you mean by periphery? Commander Casella Ingvar asked. It's a backwater in the eyes of the Nunsers. It's worthwhile enough for the Nunsers to plant their flag in the region, but its wealth and strategic value do not warrant their full attention. The Nunsers settled on a large number of planets, but did not populate them to the fullest. This means that the different star systems are still relatively pristine. What happened to the Nunsers? Ves asked. The Big Two apparently conducted a lightning invasion in order to catch the Nunsers off guard and prevent their ship homes from lifting off and running away in an instant. Many of these raids succeeded, but even more ship homes have already departed. There are relatively few living Nunsers left in Krakatoa. The living aliens in the zone mostly consist of the smaller and less consequential races. Their threat level is not comparable to the Nunsers. Everyone nodded in understanding. Although not all of these aliens were pushovers, they were still a lot more manageable than angry Nunser ship homes. The tech and scale disparity of the latter were simply too great. So what are human pioneers doing here, exactly? Give us an idea of what we can do here to pass the time. Calabast switched the projection to show a typical untamed planet in the Red Ocean. First, we can explore and survey the undiscovered or lightly surveyed star systems. The MTA rewards any pioneer who performs detailed and thorough scans of every corner, with a particular focus on life-bearing planets or those with the potential for terraforming. In order to meet the MTA's standards, we can't perform a handful of cursory long-range sweeps. We need to spread out ships and mechs and get close to as many places of note as possible. This will also be a good opportunity to pick up valuable treasures first. Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens smirked. If none of the pioneers have scoured through these places yet, we can easily fill our cargo holds with exotics and alien loot. Ves looked skeptical. The chance of encountering a planet that contains anything worthwhile should be pretty low. We can still dream. There have been a few surprises. There are star systems which look empty at first but may harbor a hidden alien enclave. There are other star systems that contain resources that the aliens considered worthless but are of considerable value to us. Every pioneer has the potential to win the jackpot with each new exploration. That said, the majority of pioneers generally encounter nothing, so don't put your hopes in getting rich in a single trip. Calabast stated. She soon moved on to the second type of activity that pioneers engaged in. The projection switched to a planet that was already populated by an indigenous alien race. Although Krakatoa is only one zone among many, it is still populated by lots of sentient alien races. Some of them are populated by races that were part of the old galactic community. Others are inhabited by more primitive races that have not managed to conquer their local star system. Whatever the case, the MTA and CFA did not consider them to be threatening enough to divert their warfleets to these sites. The main invasion still must go on. If all of those human warships are assigned to crush every little backwater star system, then the momentum of their invasion will surely stall. It falls upon humanity's irregular forces to handle these neglected alien systems. Several mech commanders began to look uncomfortable. They already had a good guess what pioneers needed to do at these sites. Calabast adopted a grim expression. Conquest is never pretty. One of the main goals of humanity's expansion into the Red Ocean is to turn all of its livable areas into human colonies. Sometimes, the desired locations are empty, but more often than not they are already occupied. Once we encounter a star system with an alien-populated planet like this, we must first neutralize any threats to our fleets and forces before conducting detailed studies on the alien society in question. Once we have collected a sufficient amount of data for the researchers of the Big Two, we must process the planet for human habitation. You mean, the spymaster tapped the projection, causing it to display a typical cleansing. Mechs descended upon weak and under-defended alien settlements en masse and began to open fire on as many structures and defenses as possible. On occasion, alien vehicles emerged that sought to defeat the human mechs, but the tech and performance gap was too great to give the native defenders a chance of repelling the invaders. The conclusion of this cleansing operation was never in doubt. Mechs could be extremely destructive when fielded in sufficient numbers. Usually, mechs tried their best to limit the amount of collateral damage they inflicted in human space. While the large and destructive machines weren't always successful in reducing the damage they dealt to human buildings and infrastructure, at least they tried their best. This was completely different. The mechs did not show any restraint. It was the opposite in fact. The ranged mechs fired their weapons in every direction as if they were afraid of missing any structure. Hundreds of thousands of reptilian aliens cried as they died en masse. Structures collapsed on top of them. Mech-grade laser beams directly vaporized their physical forms from existence. Explosions flung their torn bodies hundreds of meters away. While the ranged mechs inflicted the majority of damage, the melee mechs did not want to be left behind. They ran or flew forward with great momentum and swung their weapons at any structure or concentration of alien individuals in sight. Some even utilized specialized digging equipment to tear up the ground and exposed underground shelters to human attacks. It only took an hour for a few hundred mechs to wipe out all alien life signs in a typical medium-sized city. The machines completed a quick and efficient slaughter. They soon received orders to resupply before moving to another alien city to do the job all over again. Suffice to say, the softer and more honor-bound Larkinsons did not feel at ease with this assignment. There is no honor in slaughtering civilians. Commander Melkor frowned. I'm aware that they're aliens, but soaking our hands with all of their blood will only corrupt us. If you ask me, we should avoid these tasks whenever possible. Commander Hugin Cinnabar of the Battle Criers shook his head in disapproval. You're naive if you think we can keep our hands clean. Are you blind to what our race has already done in this dwarf galaxy? It's conquer or be conquered. As fellow humans, we must do our part to strengthen human civilization and strangle any enemies in the cradle. This sparked a brief but contentious discussion. Not every Larkinson was comfortable with the idea of wiping out millions if not billions of alien civilians en masse. It was too inhumane. Ves could understand the rejection from certain Larkinsons. They were raised with the notion that they were honorable soldiers. Others were so accustomed to human norms and principles that they could not easily discard them when they fought against indigenous alien forces. While he had no qualms about wiping out alien populations en masse, he understood that it would lead to a lot of conflicting emotions from his subordinates. They lived and fought according to certain ideals, some of which Ves deliberately encouraged. Forcing them to besmirch their honor by engaging in wholesale slaughter against defenseless targets would definitely produce a backlash, even though it was ridiculous for them to harbor any sympathy towards aliens. I think we should set these types of missions aside. Ves eventually spoke, causing everyone to interrupt their increasingly acrimonious argument. While I am not blind to the fact that humanity are the aggressors here and that someone will wipe those defenseless aliens out eventually, it doesn't have to be us. There are other opportunities available to us that we should look for instead. There were already plenty of pioneers that were eagerly pursuing these missions. Not only would they be able to plunder a significant amount of alien treasures from their former owners, the planets usually turned out to be attractive colonization sites as well. Since the Larkinson clan had no plans to found a colony on a planet, these extermination missions were much less attractive. Nobody issued any strong objections to the suggestion that they should skip these activities. Calabast smoothly moved on to the next type of missions. She tapped the projection in order to display certain suspicious areas. If you are in a more adventurous mood, you can dispatch forces to various special coordinates. Think of exploring hazardous regions or nebulas where outside scans cannot yield a lot of useful data. The MTA wants pioneers to enter these places and confirm whether they contain anything dangerous enough to pose a threat. That sounds extremely risky. Commander Casella Ingvar frowned. Who would want to head inside these mystery regions? The chances of suffering an accident must be high. Calabast nodded in agreement. That's why the MTA has raised their rewards for these missions. Also note that these are pure scouting missions. It's not our job to handle or eliminate any danger we stumble upon. We only have to send a couple of combat carriers and hope that they get out somehow. If they do, we'll pass on their scanning data to the MTA and leave it to the mechers to sort out the rest. This did not sound attractive either. Ves preferred to keep his entire fleet together. Splitting his forces up to chase after multiple opportunities sounded like a surefire way to get defeated in detail. Chapter 3607 Commitment to Stay. It turned out that the MTA didn't make it easy for pioneers to earn merits by completing exploration missions in Krakatoa. They either had to play the lottery by examining random places or use their mechs to wipe out lots of alien lives. Granted, many pioneers had no qualms at all about the latter, but the Larkinsons were too honorable to remain unbothered. Ves fully understood why most of his clansmen would rather keep their hands clean. Even if it was hypocritical, as others would most definitely complete the job anyway, the way people behaved largely influenced their ethos and vice versa. If the Larkinsons engaged in reprehensible conduct regardless of who they targeted, then they would inevitably compromise their honorable spirit. The distance between massacring aliens and massacring humans became a lot smaller. Although Ves was completely different from the more noble individuals of his clan, he did not want all of his clansmen to turn as rotten as him. Not only would it be more difficult to trust his own subordinates, the MTA and many other external parties might not treat the Larkinson clan as generously as today. It was difficult to build up a good and honest reputation. Performing lip service was not enough. The Larkinsons had to embody its best ideals every day in order to maintain their positive image. As long as the Larkinson clan maintained a good name, it became easier to make different friends and close new deals. In fact, part of the reason why the local branch of Zakrin Bilitsa reached out to the Larkinson clan was because the branch director became attracted to its good reputation. After getting betrayed by its previous business partner, Zakrin Bilitsa learned the hard way that credibility and goodwill were not negligible. These were just one of the many benefits of attaining a good reputation. Without it, the clan would lose out on a lot of cooperative ventures in the long run. Calabast's presentation did not present any obvious opportunities to the Larkinsons. None of the remaining mission types sounded particularly attractive, but that was to be expected. The MTA never suffered a loss in any of its transactions. Out of all of the possible options presented in this meeting, I think the resource mining and infrastructure building missions are the most suitable ones for us. General Verl stated, our fleet does not consist entirely of carriers. One of our more notable advantages is our large fleet of non-combat capital ships. We have the means to quickly and efficiently complete numerous productive assignments with the help of capital ships such as the Andrenity and the Spirit of Bentime. The same cannot be said for other pioneering fleets. Everyone's eyes lit up. The general was right. There were a lot of pioneering fleets that only excelled at fighting and plundering. What few non-combat vessels they brought along were usually employed to support the fighting forces. Of course, there were plenty of other fleets that included a notable amount of mining ships, refinery ships and factory ships. The main reason why ambitious pioneers acquired these expensive burdens was to facilitate their own colonial ambitions. It was a lot easier to get a colony up and running if the colonists didn't have to build essential infrastructure in advance. If they could start mining resources and turning them into finished goods right away, then that would shave valuable months and years in the development time of their colony settlements. Anything harvested or produced by other fleets were usually reserved for internal use. Compared to founding a successful new state, the attraction of earning a bunch of MTA merits was not as compelling. Therefore, the competition for these boring infrastructure missions should not be great, especially since they were fairly antithetical to the romantic image of pioneers. Founding new colonies, beating exotic alien fleets and making off with huge amounts of plunder were much more exciting. Though Ves certainly wished to do the latter, he knew that his forces still needed time to get up to strength. Until then, he was willing to temper his appetite for risk and start off with a more modest assignment in order to acclimate to the Krakatoa Middle Zone. Once the expeditionary fleet had a better handle of the lively region, Ves might decide to head somewhere more exciting. Once Calabast concluded her presentation, the Larkinson leaders all shared their thoughts about what they should and should not do in the Krakatoa Middle Zone before they finally signed out of the virtual meeting. Calabast and Ves lingered after the rest had left. "I know you always hold back information from us all," Ves stated to his spymaster. "Come on, what did you find out that you're not telling us all? What am I missing from this picture that you have presented?" He pointedly gazed at the star map of the Krakatoa Middle Zone. The region was so close to the front lines of humanity's ongoing invasion that there had to be a lot more surprises in store. You're no fun," Calabast huffed as she crossed her arms. Her demeanor became a lot more whimsical now that she no longer needed to maintain as much professionalism. "Despite what you think, I don't withhold intelligence because I want to keep you in the dark or because I want to maintain my information advantage. There's a lot of disinformation out there. Pioneers seek to fool and mislead their rivals whenever possible. Information that is available in the public might be horribly outdated. Just because a star system remained quiet a few months ago is no guarantee it is still calm today." Ves sighed in exasperation. "I'm aware of your difficulties, but right now I feel like we're going in blind. I just held a presentation. Anyone can piece together at least half of the information that you've shared with us today. I haven't heard anything that makes me think that you're earning your salary, which is extremely generous if I might add. You brat, my analysts and I worked hard to verify all of the rumors and hearsay that we managed to obtain. We had to sift through hundreds of thousands of scattered tales and pick the ones that are credible enough to present to you today. The 99% of stories that I have decided to hold back truly aren't worth sharing in my opinion. What if you're wrong about something? What is the story that is close to the threshold? What might be happening in Krakatoa that you're not certain about?" Calabast hesitated for a time. After Ves repeatedly pestered her, she finally relented. "Fine, if you want to know, I have been considering whether to tell you that there may be phase whales active in Krakatoa." Now that was a lot more pertinent to Ves. "Are you sure?" "I'm not. That's why I decided to keep it under wraps until I have gathered more evidence to support this assertion. Right now, the chatter about phase whales in Krakatoa is only slightly elevated compared to other zones. Ordinarily, I wouldn't think much of it, but then I think back on who or what originally injured the Titania. Shouldn't the phase whales be roaming around in our current zone if that's the case? That's a good possibility, but there may be even more of these aquatic aliens in Krakatoa. You see what I have to deal with. Trying to come up with the right answers with few reliable sources of intelligence at my disposal is an impossible task. Do you know how hard it is to provide you with good intelligence when we keep traveling to new areas? We never stick around in a single location long enough to establish a good network of spies and informants. Krakatoa is a region where the value of timely and reliable intelligence has skyrocketed, but we are dangerously short of it due to our constant movements." Calabast truly needed to get that off her chest. Ves was briefly taken aback at her loss of control. Then he realized that Calabast was so good at controlling her expression and emotions that he should never mistake her conduct as natural. Everything she did was always deliberate. "What do you want?" he asked in an exasperated tone. "For starters, do you intend to stay in the Krakatoa Middle Zone? I need to know how long you intend to reside in this region." "I haven't thought about that to be honest," Ves lamely admitted. "I figured that we would stay in the Krakatoa as long as there is enough interesting stuff to explore. If it turns out that we're better off traveling to a different place, then we would just go elsewhere. Isn't that the point of keeping our clan mobile? I understand the convenience that this approach provides, but there are serious disadvantages to traveling around too frequently. According to my own impression of the Krakatoa Middle Zone, it should be more than enough curiosities to keep you occupied for quite some time. If you can commit to staying in Krakatoa for at least 3 to 5 years, then I will have sufficient reason to set up an enduring spy network in the zone. Even if we eventually make our way to another zone, we will still have a reliable information channel for decades to come. The important variable here is the length of our stay. We need to be physically present in Krakatoa for an extended amount of time in order to recruit a sufficient amount of reliable informants." "I see." Ves could see the value in establishing a proper spy network in Krakatoa. If the Larkinson clan intended to remain in the Red Ocean for the long term, then it would be useful if it established its own information channels. The Black Cats should not only become active in Krakatoa, but every other relevant zone. The greater their spread, the more juicy information the Larkinson clan received. All of this would not only allow Ves to be informed of possible dangers ahead of time, but he would also gain early word of any lucrative opportunities. I'll try my best to keep us in the Krakatoa middle zone for the duration of our MTA protection period," he promised. It doesn't make much sense to go any deeper into the Red Ocean. The battlefields are still so fresh that the chance of encountering remnant alien fleets is too big. Krakatoa strikes just the right balance at this time. It is still unexplored enough to yield sufficient rewards but not dangerous enough to wipe out our fleet because we entered the wrong place. Calabast looked a lot more gratified after Ves made his commitment. "I'll hold you to that, then. We can do much as long as we settle down and invest time in Krakatoa." Before they ended the virtual meeting, Ves pointedly looked towards the projection of Arnold. The exo-beast spent much of his time napping on the floor like a lazy piglet. "How is your pet as of late? Has he shown any unusual changes?" "Arnaud has grown smarter." Calabast smiled at the chubby, 8-legged exo-beast. "He hasn't been licking my boots as much as before. I think it is beginning to dawn on him that this isn't proper behavior. I haven't seen any signs that he has grown stronger. I regularly take him over to the dragon dens for checkups, and his body hasn't changed all that much. The only noteworthy anomaly is that his cells are aging slower than expected, but that isn't making much of a difference for a moment." "Interesting," Ves murmured as he recalled another instance of anti-aging. His aspects of Lufa far exceeded the natural lifespan of organic statues. "Well, keep bringing Arnold to the doctors for checkups. He is undergoing a slow but steady mental transformation at the moment, and I'm interested to see what that does to his body over time. Would Arnold grow as big and formidable as xianxia back when she was alive? Who knew?" Chapter 3608 Sliver Project. Life aboard the fleet fell back into a familiar routine. Mech pilots trained and polished their skills in order to get ready for the next battle while everyone else performed their own duties. All of the Larkinson mech designers resumed their work. With no further interruptions of note, the design department made brisk progress on most of their mech design projects. Though Ves was more than a month behind his schedule, the halt on the Fearless project meant that he could invest his full attention on completing the Deceptor project. By spending most of his working time on a single project, he not only made swift progress, but also put more effort into getting the Deceptor project's nuances right. Still, the closer it got to completion, the more Ves felt a void within the mech design. One of the elements that was still missing was its new design spirit. He did not intend to employ any of his existing design spirits to augment the Deceptor project because none of them aligned with its predominant themes. As a harasser mech for the Flagrant Vandal Mech Legion, the mech's primary strengths centered around its elusiveness, its persistence and its deceptive nature. It was an interesting exercise for Ves to design a light mech again. Though he was committed to keeping it as his solo project, he was not arrogant enough to assume that he knew all about this weight class. He occasionally dropped by Juliet's corner of the design lab in order to sound out ideas and check whether he was overlooking any variables. Juliet Stameros never held back in offering her critique when Ves presented his progress on the Deceptor project. "Your design is overly slanted towards agility in my opinion," she stated. "Its maximum acceleration is not that great in comparison. This poses a danger for the Deceptor project because it doesn't have the straight-line acceleration and speed to outrun other light mechs, particularly skirmishers such as the ferocious piranha. Are you certain you want to go this route?" Ves nodded. The Deceptor project is mainly configured for large battles rather than smaller skirmishes or scouting runs. You're already designing a dedicated scout mech in the form of the Sliver project, so I do not think our Deceptor project needs to be shoehorned in the scouting role either. Juliet was almost completely responsible for designing the Sliver project, which completed the trifecta of signature mech models for the Flagrant Vandals. Ves only occasionally lent a hand in order to make the mech design alive, but other than that he left all of the important design choices to penitent sister mech designer. Unlike the Ferocious Piranha and the Deceptor project, the Sliver project was emphatically not a machine that excelled at fighting. It was more of an auxiliary mech than anything else. The Sliver project in its current configuration would probably become the weakest combat machine of the Larkinson army once it entered into service. Armed with only a light pistol and a thin knife, the Sliver project was not able to wield them effectively because most of its capacity was spent elsewhere. The armor of the Sliver project was light as well as it mostly focused on reducing its energy signature rather than hard protection. In most cases, keeping the mech hidden from enemy sensors was its best form of defense. It could not be destroyed if the enemy didn't know the Sliver project was present in the first place. Its mobility characteristics were almost opposite to that of the Deceptor project. As a machine that was never meant to get caught up in a mech duel, it had no need for exceptional agility and range of motion. Juliet therefore chose to mount it with a flight system model that excelled at straight-line acceleration but sacrificed agility and maneuverability as a consequence. She implemented all of this so that she could reserve most of the capacity of the mech to empower its various sensor suites. While it came equipped with a lot more sensor and scanning modules than average mechs, the crown jewel of the Sliver project was the large orb mounted on its head. The colossal orb was a highly modern directional scanning module that excelled at deep scanning. As long as it came close enough, its focused scanning operation could penetrate through meters of armor and expose crucial details about the interior structure of a starship or other large structure. Naturally, the Sliver project was also able to perform deep scans on enemy mechs, though this was a risky prospect. The biggest downside to the Sliver project was that activating the colossal orb or any sensor module at full power would not go unnoticed. The mech needed to rely on solid cover or powerful escorts in order to keep the enemy at bay. All in all, the Sliver project was pretty much the opposite of the Disceptor project in many ways. Their diverging roles meant they needed to excel at different aspects. It's acceptable for the Sliver project to be lacking in combat capabilities considering it is meant to be an auxiliary mech. Juliet remarked, "It is difficult to justify the same approach to a combat mech. The Disceptor project will be deployed in the thick of battle. Even if it is not meant to fight against enemy forces head-on, its inferior acceleration characteristics means that it cannot avoid enemy pursuit forever. Since it is a ranged light mech, an enemy light skirmisher can easily cut it to pieces." Ves nodded. "I'm aware of that, but it is unacceptable for me to weaken its greatest advantages in order to compensate for its shortcomings. The Disceptor project may possess glaring holes on its own, but the ferocious piranha can plug most of them. Once the flagrant vandals begin to deploy both mechs alongside each other, they can easily compensate for each other's weaknesses." He put a lot of thought in coming up with the Disceptor project. The mech not only had to be good on its own, it had to be even better when fighting as part of a larger system. Each mech legion needed to obtain its own stable of complementing mech models, and the Disceptor project was definitely capable of augmenting the ferocious piranha without slowing it down too much. Juliet understood this point as well, so she did not pursue this line of questioning any further. She just wanted to make sure that Ves knew what he was getting into. No one could guarantee whether the Disceptor project would always be able to deploy alongside the ferocious piranhas. The two journeymen continued to discuss the finer points of the Disceptor project. From its sensor-dampening armor system to its notable ECM systems, Ves gained a much more thorough idea on how to refine his mech design after the discussion. The other mech designers were also making good progress on their respective projects. Each of them were competent and fairly experienced journeymen, so they did not allow any problems to hinder them for long. Gloriana, for example, focused most of her effort on completing the new man project first. The custom hybrid mech for Vincent Ricklin might have a lot of elements, but it wasn't particularly difficult for her to design. She just needed to be a bit clever about stuffing all of its weapon modules in a single mech frame. "I will likely reach the testing phase within 2 weeks for this project," Gloriana proudly stated. "I've already completed the broad strokes and I'm mostly spending time on integrating all of the elements together. There are a lot of individual weapon modules, so it is still a challenge to make them work without interfering with each other's performance." Ves grunted in understanding. "I don't think it matters that much, though. From how it looks, this mech is more about maximizing its appearance than maximizing its combat effectiveness. Just because it looks blunt doesn't mean it is suboptimal. The new man project can still perform well in certain situations. It just doesn't excel in duels like Balvo's Rage." The Balvo's Rage was a truly impressive hybrid mech. It was a relatively balanced expert mech that nonetheless packed a considerable punch. It was mobile enough to duel against other high-tier expert mechs, but it was also sturdy enough to endure bombardment. The new man project scored fairly well in offense and defense but received failing marks on mobility. Gloriana had loaded its frame with so much armor and weapons that its mobility resembled a lumbering pig. The distinct weakness in mobility meant that Vincent Ricklin was better off fighting alongside other friendly units rather than heading forward to duel against powerful opponents by itself. "We can rely on other Larkinsons to occupy the enemy champions. Given Vincent's proclivities, he can do more for us if he is closely supporting our regular troops. His sociable and approachable nature has made him a lot of friends among the ranks. The new man project is designed to maximize his value as a morale booster." "Like Venerable Joshua." "Yes." Ves blinked. That was certainly a viable reason to make the new man project so ostentatious. Just like the Adonis Colossus before it, the new mech looked incredibly manly. He almost couldn't believe that his wife could bring herself to design such an obviously masculine mech by herself. "It is not that hard, Ves," she said when she noticed his obvious skepticism. "I'm a professional. The client is the client. What they value and what they want to see in their mech are more important than my personal tastes. One of the reasons why I accepted this commission is to prove to myself and others that I can tackle any custom mech design project no matter how far they sit outside my comfort zone. As far as I am concerned, it is better to allow me to design a custom mech than to leave the job to others." While the two continued to talk about the new man project, a surprisingly vigorous baby happily crawled across the carpeted floor of Gloriana's design room. She recently renovated her main workplace in order to make it more kid-friendly. The sterile white and steel furniture had been replaced by pink and pastel-colored variants. A lot of sharp corners had disappeared, and Gloriana even installed cushioning at certain points, not that they were needed. She had programmed a shield generator to stop her daughter from bumping into anything that might cause her to suffer. As a result of all of this effort, she allowed Aurelia to crawl around wherever she desired. Anytime she approached a bulkhead or a table, an invisible pressure field softly adjusted her course. Bwah, goo, boo-boo, Aurelia was already used to it and continued to wander off in another direction. Meow tilde, Clixie always followed the baby around as an extra precaution. Sometimes, Aurelia approached the cat instead and always formed a pile of cute when they cuddled against each other. Ves looked down at his infant child with a mix of happiness and worry. While he was pleased that his child had grown healthily enough to begin to crawl, Aurelia moved around way too much. Where did she get all her energy from to be able to move as if she was a half-year older? Gloriana noticed the anomaly as well, but she was more happy than worried. The superior mother blessed our child, remember. She is still watching over Aurelia. Nothing will go wrong. Besides, I regularly take her over to the dragon's den to track her physical growth. While her growth has begun to deviate from wuxia and Seneca's formula, none of the changes are detrimental. She is stronger, healthier and more developed than any other baby at her age. Ves believed her. He could clearly sense how her own overdeveloped spirituality continued to meld and reinforce her body cells in mysterious ways. The problem was that Ves had no idea what this interaction led to. This was a completely new phenomenon to him and he had no way of knowing there would be any danger down the line. According to his own experiences, power always had a price. Chapter 3609 Possible Revival, hehehehe. Aurelia giggled and gurgled as Ves lifted his baby and played with her for a time. Do you want a kiss from Daddy, Aurelia? Woo-ah, you do. Here I come, then. Hehehehehe. The emotional and spiritual bonds between them had grown to impressive levels. At this stage of her life, Aurelia became cognizant enough to interact with people in a more complex fashion than before. Ves really felt that she was starting to remember what he said, though that might be his father's bias at work. Whatever the case, he enjoyed spending time with his baby even more. Even though she still cried on a regular basis, she always injected a lot of joy in his heart. He didn't even want to start his work day without making her laugh. Her happiness directly boosted his happiness as well. Ves found that whenever he started his work day in a delighted mood, his productivity always soared. The same applied to Gloriana. The new man project proceeded smoother than ever and her other two custom mech design projects were chugging along as well. Both parents were in paradise. Other Larkinsons were making progress in their personal lives as well. Over 1,000 weddings were on the agenda. Dawn City on the Vivacious Wall became the favorite site to conduct weddings and all of the good locations were booked for several months. A lot of hype and anticipation built up for Joshua and Katiz's marriage ceremony. The two prominent Larkinsons had turned into the second fairy tale couple after Ves and Gloriana. Yet they weren't the only high-ranking clansmen who were planning to tie the knot. Venerable Tusa surprisingly agreed to make his relationship with director Rania Woden permanent. Though many people assumed that Tusa cherished his independence far too much to limit himself to a single lover. The same applied to Vincent Rickelin. The masculine expert candidate had proposed to director Rayla Larkinson, who for some reason agreed to marry the flamboyant man. Though Ves suspected that there was an element of practicality behind these marriage decisions, he didn't object to any of the pairings. He was not their nanny, so if their relationships crashed and burned, it had nothing to do with him. Failure was a part of life. That said, Ves suspected that it was unlikely for these marriages to end in an undesirable fashion. He could easily see Goldie meddling when she wasn't supposed to. He would have to keep an eye on her to make sure she did not exert any excessive influence through the Larkinson network. Work proceeded as usual in the meantime. Out of all of the design projects that Ves was involved in, none of them were more challenging and complicated than the Minerva project. The expert mech designed for Commander Casella Ingvar incorporated a lot of new technologies that none of the journeymen were familiar with. They never worked on a command platform, especially one that was so powerful and high-end. Fortunately, Professor Benedict Cortez was always there to provide guidance whenever necessary. The senior mech designer never told the Larkinson journeymen the answers to their problems directly. Instead, he adopted a teaching posture and always provided just enough guidance for the younger mech designers to figure out the solutions themselves. It made Ves and the others involved in the project feel as if they became students again, not that they minded. They appreciated any learning opportunity. Just like his other projects, the biggest question concerning the Minerva project was its design spirit. Though Ves initially wanted to employ Goldie as its design spirit, there were good reasons to look for alternatives. Gloriana held their napping daughter as she explained her thoughts. So far, Commander Casella has demonstrated the remarkable capability of syncing and empowering our Larkinson mech pilots. If Goldie assumes responsibility for the Minerva project, Casella will doubtlessly be able to strengthen our own mech pilots even further. However, it may also prove to be redundant. Her own talents along with Goldie's contribution might overlap with each other, leading to wasted potential. Have you ever thought about that, Ves? He furrowed his brows. To be honest, I didn't think of that. I don't have enough knowledge or data to figure out whether you're right or wrong. This is all new to me. It doesn't help that it's hard for Casella to replicate her enhancement capabilities without the support of an expert mech. It was a difficult situation. In order for Ves to best figure out how to augment Casella's natural abilities as an expert pilot, he needed to put her into a compatible expert mech to collect enough data. Yet that expert mech did not exist as of yet. The Minerva project was supposed to be Casella's first tailored machine, but in order to make it right, Ves needed data on her performance which he lacked. While the logs taken from the Quint and the other Larkinson mechs during her dramatic breakthrough to expert pilot provided him with crucial reference data, it was not enough. The arena battle was not set up as an experiment or observation session, so plenty of details were missing. Most importantly, Ves hadn't attended the Xianxia League match at all, so he did not witness how Casella personally connected to her fellow Larkinson mech pilots. It was conundrums like these that mech designers generally didn't go all out for an expert pilot's first new machine. The initial expert mech partially served as a test and observation platform to collect more data on the expert pilot's performance and resonance abilities. As long as the expert pilot managed to grow stronger while surviving long enough, the mech designers could harvest all of the data and make use of what they learned to design a much more tailored expert mech. This was the usual process when it came to handling new expert pilots, but Ves didn't like this approach. It was appropriate for large military organizations that employed lots of expert pilots but had to make do with a limited budget, but the situation of the Larkinson clan was the opposite. The Larkinson clan could easily get its hands on additional money, but it was a lot harder to nurture a lot of expert pilots from its current population base. This was why Ves wanted to provide Commander Casella with a strong expert mech straight away. While Ves continued to think, Gloriana lovingly gazed down and kissed her sleeping baby. Aurelia already grew a lovely tuft of hair on her head that felt exceptionally soft and delicate. "Do you know what I think?" She spoke after she made sure her daughter was fine. "I think that Commander Casella might have the potential to assist other friendly mech pilots. As long as they are receptive enough, Casella should be able to reach out to them no matter their allegiances." Ves looked intrigued. "I don't know whether that is possible, but I am open to the possibility. Is it necessary, though? It should already be enough for Casella to boost our own mech pilots." "Well, you never know when you end up in a situation where you are cut off from the rest of the Larkinson army. Remember your time on Prosperous Hill V. If you had someone like Commander Casella at your side, you would have been able to command that ragtag bunch of local biomech pilots a lot more effectively." "You're right. Also, we're already fighting alongside other friendly forces. If Commander Casella can boost the performance of the Glory Seeker and the Crosser mech pilots with the help of an appropriate expert mech, we can defend our fleet a lot better." Gloriana presented enough arguments in favor of a broader approach for the Minerva project that Ves bought into the idea. He eventually embraced her suggestion. Maybe you have a point. We'll need to employ a new design spirit though, one that specializes in this aspect. There was great potential in a Minerva project that was more universal and a design spirit that could facilitate this kind of operation. He already had a suitable key ingredient in storage. The spiritual remnant taken from the only sentient part of the Titania possessed many of the key elements that allowed it to be useful in this case. However, he already intended to employ it in another way. The Titania's use of living projectiles reminded him of missile-carrying mechs. Wouldn't it be great if he paired up a design spirit based on this ingredient with a ranged mech? Still, nothing said that his design spirits should only excel at one job. Depending on their nature, they could easily be utilized in multiple different mech models. Although he already intended to create several new design spirits, he decided to embark on this one first. As far as importance went, the new command and missile-oriented design spirit based on the Titania's spiritual remnant was not too high and not too low. While Ves did not think it would surpass the importance of Goldie, the superior mother and Vulcan, it should at least be more relevant than his lesser-used design spirits. Yet before he proceeded, he needed to make an important choice. Should he try to retain the remnants of its original, ancient personality, or should he wipe it out by fracturing the spiritual fragment? Usually, I do the latter. The risks were often lower in that case because he would wipe the slate clean. By dumping much of the baggage carried by the original entity, Ves wouldn't have to worry about old victims and enemies coming back from the dead. Yet, it would also be an enormous waste to discard so much value just because he was afraid of improper behavior. Back when the exobiologists studied the Titania's humongous carcass, they estimated that its age surpassed 6 millennia, 6,000 years. Any entity that could live for such a long time had to be extremely knowledgeable, capable and wise. Though astral beasts were generally a lot simpler and less complex than other life forms, Ves had a hunch that its driving intelligence should not be weak. In any case, after so many years of growth and exercise, the Titania's ability to leverage its extraordinary powers must definitely have reached an impressive level. Since the time that he had successfully captured and rescued the Titania's spiritual remnant, he frequently tangled over whether he should process the ingredient or restore its strength. The spiritual remnant was only a shadow of its former self. Ves estimated that it had only retained up to 7% of the Titania's spirituality at its height. However, 7% of an entity that was powerful and managed to live for more than 6,000 years should still be powerful. If Ves fully revived it to a vigorous state, then it would definitely be stronger and more developed than many of his design spirits. Those that were born or put into use a short time ago, such as Arnold and Trisk, simply couldn't compare when it came to age, wisdom and accumulation. If Ves and the Larkinson clan managed to persuade the revived Titania to work on their behalf, they would obtain the services of an extremely unique and powerful asset that was substantially different from any other of its kind. Not even xianxia could match the Titania's accumulation. The more he thought about it, the more he became greedy to harness the Titania's original abilities. He decided to take a chance. While he acknowledged the risks, he was confident enough in his own means to suppress any hostile or recalcitrant design spirit. Even if he was not strong enough, he could always call upon the aid of other strong spiritual entities such as the Superior Mother or even Vulcan. Blinky, it's showtime. Muro. The purple companion spirit woke up from his rest and emerged from his mind. The star cat wearily shook his body as if to shake off the dust from his body. The cat soon grew more alert as he gazed at the P-stone containing the rescued spiritual remnant of the Titania. Even if the Titania was weak in its current state, Blinky was sensitive enough to perceive a hint of weight, power and age. The difference between a typical design spirit and the Titania was akin to the difference between grape juice and finely aged wine. Maybe I should employ a few precautions. There was no need for him to embark on another desperate experiment. He had plenty of time on his hands at this moment. Let's get everything together. Chapter 3610 Costly Combination. He moved to his personal workshop where he set up a lab environment close to where he parked the aspects of Lufa. The aspect of tranquility was a particularly useful living statue for these occasions. Lufa's base glow was able to suppress any spiritual manifestations, so it could easily be used to weaken the revived spiritual remnant if it ever went out of control. In addition, he held the Larkinson Mandate and the Hammer of Brilliance close at hand. Goldie and Vulcan would readily be able to provide aid when needed. These measures are not enough. Ves decided to bring over the statue of the Superior Mother as well. While the Hexer ancestral spirit was strong enough to manifest close to Ves anyway, it was a lot more convenient if she extended her power through her original totem. Is there anything else I can bring? He was tempted to call over the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger for added insurance. Although it sounded excessive to bring over his expert mechs, he truly couldn't afford to underestimate whatever came out of this revival attempt. After all, Ves had managed to bring Ilvain back to life after scraping off a tiny spiritual remnant from a nutrient pack wrapper. The spiritual remnant he was handling at the moment was not only more intact, but also derived from a much older and stronger spiritual entity. I should call for backup just to be sure. He contacted Venerable Joshua and Venerable Janzi and ordered them to hop into their expert mechs before moving to his personal workshop. Though neither Joshua nor Janzi sounded pleased with being summoned like this, they couldn't casually reject the Patriarch's orders. Half an hour later, both mechs stepped into the workshop, causing the entire compartment to look a lot more cramped. The Everchanger was not a particularly big mech. It was actually on the slender side, though it still possessed a sufficient amount of armor. The Shield of Samar was a different story. After its latest revision, it had transitioned into a full heavy mech. Its mass and bulk were so great that Ves could clearly feel the vibrations beneath his feet whenever the heavy mech stomped forward. In truth, the workshop was still big enough to comfortably accommodate numerous more full-sized mechs as well as his larger totems. The actual reason why Ves felt that the expert mechs took up a lot of space was because of their active resonance. Even when Joshua and Janzi did not put any effort into syncing with their machines, they were so attuned to their living mechs that they could resonate with them even if they were asleep. Ves briefly frowned. Please wait, I need to rearrange the placements of all of the elements. He decided to put the aspect of tranquility between the test site and the expert mechs. This way, Lufa's glow dampened and weakened most of the auras emanating from the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger. While Ves fiddled with the placements, Joshua finally couldn't hold in his curiosity. What's this about, sir? Hee. Something great. What I'm about to do should be of considerable interest to you. Pay close attention. You might learn something today. Just make sure to stay on guard and be ready to respond whenever needed. What do you mean by that, Ves? Venerable Janzi transmitted from her own expert mech. I can feel that xianxia is a lot more on guard now. Are you attempting to do something dangerous again? Ves shrugged. I don't know. You don't know. If anything happens, I have lots of help on hand. Nothing will go wrong. I just want to be sure, that's all. Now stay quiet, please. I'm ready to start my experiment. He made sure to wear his unending regalia for this. The thin bee-stone layer integrated in his armor might not protect him against powerful spiritual intrusions, but it would serve as an additional defensive barrier in case his fears became true. He approached the table where he had placed the pea-stone containing the spiritual remnant of the Titania. It hadn't changed since he last checked up on it. The spiritual remnant was in a dormant state. Ves guessed that it had lost so much that it was knocked into the equivalent of a spiritual coma. It needed to spend a lot more time to recover from its previous trauma and get accustomed to its new and crippled state. Ves was about to rush through all of this by injecting a large amount of universal life energy into the spiritual remnant. He had already sacrificed 5% of the energy contained in a single vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum in order to rescue it from death. The fact that it took that much energy to stabilize the dying spirituality of the Titania already showed that it used to be powerful in its heyday. Ves suspected that it would take a hefty investment to restore it back to a semblance of its full strength. That was unacceptable. Not only would an instantly revived astral beast spirit be impossible to control, Ves wasn't willing to invest that much high-quality energy. While many of his design spirits received various boosts from him, most of them grew to their current height by feeding on spiritual feedback provided by lots of mech pilots. This was a cheaper and more sustainable way of nurturing and growing design spirits. Ves intended to rely on it to slowly get the Titania back up to strength. At the same time, he wanted the influence of human mech pilots such as Commander Casella to humanize and tame the revived Titania. Spiritual feedback wasn't just about providing energy. The linkages also enabled the mech pilots to pass on pieces of themselves to the design spirits. Ves hoped that by exposing the Titania to a lot of different mech pilots, it would come to understand and grow friendlier with humans. There was a significant chance that this might not work out, though. The Titania had grown so old that it must have developed a powerful personality. Any old and powerful life form did not get influenced easily. They usually solidified the essence of their personality in the core of their beings. Change did not come easily for them, so if Titania happened to develop a rabid hatred of other species, then perhaps all of the precautions might come handy at that time. He went over his plan for a final time. In order to adapt the Titania to its new role, he did not intend to empower it straightforwardly. He also wanted to blend it with other spiritual ingredients so that it became more suited to its new role. He brought out a few other pea stones. First, he collected another modest spiritual fragment from the golden cat. Sorry, Goldie, but I really need your help. Not only did Goldie excelled at maintaining and managing spiritual networks, she also possessed a strong loyalty towards the Larkinson clan. Ves mainly wanted to employ her because of the latter reason. Second, he prepared the spiritual fragment taken from a masterwork doom crawler back in Chance Bay. Although the Husk Maker used to be employed in a destructive massacre, it was still a powerful mech that used to fight as a fearsome armored ranged platform. The way the Husk Maker fought was roughly similar to that of the Titania. Ves mainly wanted to invest this ingredient into the revival and reformation of the Titania because the Husk Maker not only introduced a lot of pure mech-related attributes to the design spirit, but also brought attributes related to ranged combat. Hopefully, integrating the spiritual fragment of the Husk Maker would allow the Titania to enhance the firepower of physical ranged mechs. Last but not least, the final pea stone held his most precious ingredient. It contained what was left of Lady Aisling Curver's design seed. He had already used it twice before. First, he carved out a small spiritual fragment in order to make Blinky, his companion spirit. Second, he used half of the design seed to create Alexandria, Gloriana's proud companion spirit. Now, he intended to use up nearly half of Aisling's original design seed to augment a powerful ancient astral beast spirit. This is the riskier bet of my experiment. If he successfully integrated the remaining design seed into the Titania, then he would be able to turn the spiritual entity into a powerful networking specialist, able to connect different people and mechs together on the battlefield. If the integration failed or if the Titania turned irrevocably hostile, then Ves may have wasted this precious resource. Though Ves could think of many possible uses of what remained of this incredibly useful design seed, none of them were as promising as this particular application. The Titania was already inclined to connect different elements together. If it integrated this design seed, then the spiritual entity would definitely be able to evolve this particular strength to a much higher level. Even if it fails, I still have a backup option. If the Titania truly didn't want to cooperate with Ves and the Larkinson clan, then he would not hesitate to kill the rebellious spiritual entity and harvest its spiritual fragments to create a brand new design spirit. After going over his plan one final time, he turned towards Blinky. Begin. Muro. His companion spirit was a much better spiritual manipulator than himself, so the cat took the lead yet again. First, Blinky approached the Titania's spiritual remnant and cautiously broke it open. The Titania could be reformed if there weren't any openings. This was a necessary process but also a painful one. Ves could sense the alarm and distress from the remnant despite its infirm condition. Once the Titania's spiritual remnant received enough tears, Blinky quickly integrated the spiritual ingredients one by one. The companion spirit shattered every spiritual ingredient and smoothly pressed the shards into the Titania's large and open wounds. The method looked incredibly messy and ordinarily shouldn't work. However, when Blinky channeled Ves's spiritual energy to the mixed area, he managed to suppress any rejection reactions and facilitate the integration process. It didn't go very smoothly, though, but Ves had an answer to that. Once he started to channel universal life energy, the crudely augmented spiritual remnant eagerly accepted the new energy source. The nourishing and healing properties of universal life energy not only helped to close the spiritual remnant wounds, but also accelerated the integration of the different ingredients. The high-level energy also allowed the spiritual remnant to grow stronger again. Ves was careful not to feed the Titania a lot of universal life energy. He cut off the feed when he channeled the equivalent of 5% of the energy locked in a high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum vial. This was just enough to revive the spiritual remnant into a weak but awakened spirit, but not enough to pump it full of strength. As Ves and Blinky both ended their spiritual manipulation, they stepped back and examined the spiritual entity that they had just revived and reformed. Its spiritual character had changed significantly after integrating all of the new ingredients. Its savage, astral beast flavor became a bit weaker as more human and friendly elements merged with the spiritual entity. Ves could still sense different hints related to the other ingredients as the spiritual entity slowly figured out its new identity. Slowly but surely, the reformed titania pulled itself together. The disparate elements slowly disappeared as they melded into the main entity. Everything remained quiet for a moment as Ves became increasingly more excited. He could see that the transformation was a success. The spiritual entity smoothly integrated all of the precious ingredients. Come on, say something. After the altered spiritual entity completed its initial changes, Ves sensed that it was gradually taking stock of itself and its surroundings. It became aware again. Ves knew that the transformed spirit was probably confused and disoriented, but he didn't know how to deal with that. Should he take the initiative to communicate with it, or should he give it time to figure everything out by itself? The revived entity took that choice away from him when it finally started to act. The titania spontaneously shot out a spiritual bond from its intangible body and tried to connect with Ves. Chapter 3611 Janzi's Contrition. Chapter 3611 Janzi's Contrition. Moments before the revived and altered spirituality of Titania reached out to Ves, two different expert pilots talked among themselves. So you finally decided to commit to Kedis? Janzi transmitted to Joshua through a private communication channel. I did, Joshua warily answered. What of it? Do you disapprove? No, I'm happy for you, actually. What? Janzi frowned. Why do you react this way? Can't I wish you well? Well, I thought, just because I disagree with your stances doesn't mean that I dislike you as a person. We just weren't cut out together. Though we're no longer a couple, we are still Larkinsons and fellow comrades in arms. I will defend you against enemy threats just as much as other clansmen. That is welcome to hear. I will do the same for you. Our clansmen matter the most. Whatever we had between us shouldn't get in the way of defending our people. The air of tension that had always existed between the two clansmen faded to an extent. Though they were anything but friends, they were more than willing to trust each other with their backs. The force of wills they emanated from their mechs no longer generated as much friction as before. This was the clearest sign that the two expert pilots were willing to tolerate each other's presence to a greater extent than before. It was about time you made up with your former lover, Joshua. Everchanger, stop butting into my personal life. You're a mech, not a gossiping ant. Gaining closure on your former relationship is a necessary step for you to move forward. You do not need a man in your life. Janzi gritted her teeth. Joshua is right. Please don't meddle into my private life. You may be my battle partner for life, but you are not my spouse. Oh, look at our pilots. Are they not adorable? At least your human partner found a new lover. My Janzi is so stubborn that she no longer thinks about boys at all these days. For all of her professed loyalty to the Larkinson clan, she isn't taking its most important value too seriously. How can she call herself a true Larkinson when she doesn't intend to start her own family? Shut up, Venerable Janzi burst out. Sometimes I question why Ves made mechs like you alive in the first place. Mechs used to be much simpler when they just did what pilots wanted and nothing more. You do not truly mean that, Janzi. Living mechs are your family in the same way that other Larkinsons are your family. Our clan would never be as worthy of your protection without our existence. The Shield of Samar was right, but Janzi still felt uncomfortable about being lectured by her own mech. She was the human here. Mechs shouldn't be smarter and wiser than her, particularly when the Shield of Samar hadn't been alive as long. Mechs age in a different manner. Don't use your human models to make assumptions about our maturity. Can the two of you mechs take your remarks elsewhere for a moment? I just want to have a personal talk with Joshua here. I don't need the two of you derailing our talk. Once the living mechs no longer bothered the humans, Janzi could finally get back on track. She took a deep breath. Joshua, let me get this off my chest before something else interrupts me again. After a lot of self-reflection, I realized that I was too harsh on you. Years ago, we got along a lot better. It was only after all of the changes that we began to diverge from each other. Though I don't regret breaking up with you, I do wish we parted on friendlier terms. Quote. What was Joshua supposed to say here? Look, don't misunderstand me. I don't want to break up your engagement with Kedis and turn back the clock. We went our separate ways and I'm fine with that. I just think we should get over any hard feelings that still remain and try to become friends again. Oh, Joshua succinctly responded. I'm sorry, I still need to adjust to this. It's hard for me to imagine the two of us joking around or going out to watch an arena match together. We hardly did any of that stuff anyway when we used to be a couple. I know, Janzi sighed. I'm trying to change, and this is part of the process. While I have not changed my stance that our clan needs to change its course, I realized some time ago that I have become so abrasive towards everyone that I was getting increasingly more out of touch with my fellow Larkinsons. Quote. Who are you and what have you done to the real Janzi? Ha, ha, very funny, Joshua. I'm being serious here. I readily admit that I haven't been acting right ever since I advanced to my current rank. I can't explain why I acted the way I did after becoming an expert pilot. Maybe the power just got to me. The moment my life took this turn, I realized that I could become strong enough to change all of the wrongs and injustices in the galaxy. The road to the top isn't easy, though. I knew that I had to put so much effort into it that I lost a part of myself in the process. Joshua quietly listened for a while. He could hear and feel the sincerity in her words. It was hard for Janzi to admit her failings and weaknesses, but now that she finally voiced them to the person she used to care about a lot, she felt as if a weight had lifted off her heart. She could already feel herself growing stronger and more focused now that she had unburdened herself. I told you so. Being honest with yourself and admitting your faults is an important part of your growth process. If you want to become a greater mech pilot one day, you must identify and scour all of your weaknesses. Where did you get this from? Janzi frowned and asked her mech. The Quint and Keelan XO taught me that. They both possess different perspectives on what it takes to grow stronger. I can't say I dislike the change, Joshua said, dragging Janzi's attention back to the main conversation. I've hung out with many different expert pilots, from Venerable Tusa to Venerable Brutus. What I found is that each of us are different from what we were before. Back when we were just regular humans, we had ordinary wants and needs. Once we all broke through, something deep within us undergoes so many changes that it seems to me that we are losing as much as we gain. It's not as obvious with me, but whenever I talk to you or Venerable Stark, I get the impression that I'm talking to an ideal rather than a person. Janzi did not disagree with his assessment. We are the embodiment of our ideals. When we become demigods, we are empowered by our respective causes. We are driven by our convictions. We are like engines that must constantly be fueled in order to keep running. The moment we stop powering ourselves with our ideals, we become meaningless existences. I'm aware of that, but if you ask me, sometimes you can take it too far. Take Venerable Stark for example. She's always plotting to take revenge for what the Sandmen have done to her state and all of those third-raters in the Komodo Star sector. She's so obsessed with her personal goal that she is always spending her time on training rather than doing ordinary stuff like making friends or spending time on a hobby. You were like that too sometimes. As someone who had become consumed by her own overarching desire to defend the clan, she fully understood why Venerable Stark pushed herself to such an extent. What Davia wants is nearly impossible to achieve, Janzi said. She recognizes that but isn't willing to give up on her goal. Whether consciously or unconsciously, she has willingly set aside many of her ordinary desires that might weaken her resolve or persistence. Out of all of the expert pilots in the fleet, it is not a coincidence that she is improving the fastest out of all of us. Her dedication to her goal is extreme even by my standards. What about you, then? Are you willing to sacrifice parts of your mortal self to close the distance to God Pilot? This was not a simple question to answer for Janzi. A lot of factors were involved. She needed to know what she wanted first before she could decide to what extent she was willing to give up in order to attain supreme power. The Larkinson clan is everything to me, she said. Despite its flaws and despite its current leader, I still love it and everyone who is a part of it. I love the old Larkinson family too, but my old relatives can take care of themselves. The clan is still too new, but Ves has already decided to plunge it into the Red Ocean without adequately preparing for all of the threats and challenges that we are facing even now. The fight against the Titania is just a preview for what is to come. I'm afraid I will have to push the shield of Samar's defensive capabilities to the limit in order to save as many Larkinsons as possible in the next big engagement. Quote. I feel the same way sometimes, Joshua admitted. While I don't agree with your stance that we should replace our patriarch, I'm not blind to all of the trouble he attracts on a regular basis. You mean seek out? Ves has made numerous decisions that have led us right into danger. We could have avoided all of those battles if he acted carefully, but he has been anything but restrained. Even before he founded the clan, he was already acting like a maverick. Joshua frowned. It's bold leadership and a willingness to take risks that has got him and our clan this far. Your biggest fault is that you only look at Ves's bad side. He has done plenty of good as well. Also, remember that all of us signed up for this adventure. Let's not retread this argument, shall we? Xianxia proposed. Whatever the case, it is a fact that as long as Ves is in charge, he will attract enemies on a regular basis. We need to stay focused and do our best to improve so that we are better equipped to repel the powerful enemies that we know are coming. Joshua was just about to respond when he and Xianxia suddenly sensed a powerful spike in activity down below. As the spiritual remnant of the Titania came back to life in an altered form, it suddenly decided to shoot out a thick spiritual bond straight at Ves. Yet before the transformed spirituality could link up with the person responsible for turning it into its current state, a strong resonance shield appeared in place. The powerful shield generated by Xianxia and the shield of Samar gave no chance for the altered Titania to succeed in its odd attempt. Ves, are you alright? Xianxia transmitted from her mech. I'm fine. Even if you didn't make a move, I have a dozen other countermeasures. Besides, this spiritual connection attempt isn't particularly strong or threatening. I don't think it means any harm. What do you sense, Joshua? I can't really explain it, Joshua said as he tuned his senses to the new entity down below. It's still a bit sluggish, but I can sense a lot of confusion but also comprehension. I haven't found anything that suggests to me that it wants to kill us all, though. Ves smiled behind his helmet. You see, it's fine. Let's give the new entity a chance to express itself. By the way, there's one more thing, sir. I think the Titania is a she. Joshua stated. Chapter 3612 First Talk. Ves communicated with many different entities over the years. As a human, it shouldn't be a surprise that he spoke most often with other humans. He surrounded himself with people and depended on them to fulfill several needs. Jobs such as ferrying him around in space, producing his products and fighting his enemies on his behalf all needed to be done by a lot of individuals. Gathering all of these men and women and convincing them that they should labor on his behalf was quite a difficult task. It was not enough to promise them a salary and a structure. They also needed to buy into his vision and believe in his cause as if it was their own. Good communication was crucial into converting them all into his loyal and dedicated underlings. He also interacted with other life forms aside from humans. His cats, for example, leaving aside companion spirits such as Blinky and Alexandria, he talked to Lucky and Clixie on a regular basis. Their different cat sounds might sound incomprehensible to everyone, but Ves understood them as if they were speaking perfect standard language. Perhaps ordinary people could still be trained into understanding and communicating with different cats, but Ves was far more capable than that. What truly separated him from normality was his ability to communicate with every sentient life form regardless of their species or their corporeal state. He could communicate perfectly well with living mechs, for example. Though first-order and second-order living mechs were not sentient and aware enough of themselves to become good conversation partners, his third-order living mechs came very close to talking like normal humans. Yet what truly made his ability to communicate valuable was that he could speak please like and follow the cultivation. Audiobooks channeled to even stranger and more exotic life forms. He was able to develop an accord with each of his designed spirits due to this. Without building up and managing his relationships with them, it was doubtful that he would be able to retain some of them on a long-term basis. Now, he voluntarily accepted a spiritual bond from a revived and transformed spiritual entity that he had recently brought back from nihility. The only complication was that he and his clan were actually responsible for bringing it close to death. No, not it, Ves mentally corrected himself. From the moment they established a bond, he could immediately tell that the entity that he had taken to calling the Titania was unquestionably maternal. Strong parental vibes exuded from her very being. Even after her near death caused her to shed much of her identity, the essence of her identity was that of a mother. An alien, bestial mother. Both of them were new at this, so neither of them knew what to do at first. The revived spiritual entity was still in a mess. She came back to life but in a completely new state of existence. Not only that, but Ves had forcibly integrated different ingredients into her that fundamentally altered her spiritual makeup. Still, all of that confusion did not stop the Titania from harboring a strong sense of pride and strength. She had lived through many years, though her perception of the passage of time was completely different. The Titania did not keep track of time based on how long it took for humanity's ancestral planet to complete one orbit around a star. The sentient beast instead tracked time through feeling the ebb and flow of the galaxy and the amount of hostile encounters it experienced. Even though the Titania's means of counting time was a lot more primitive, there was no doubt in her mind that she was old, big, and strong. It did not matter that she was currently stripped from her corporeal body. It did not matter that she had shed the vast majority of her spiritual strength and energy. Her age was still there, and the wisdom and fortitude she developed after long years of living had built up to a formidable mental fortress that still held true. However, not everything went smoothly. The Titania was missing too much and foreign elements had come and plugged the void. Many different impulses tried to alter her personality and sense of self. Influences from Ves, Goldie, the Husk Maker and Ashling Curver all tugged the Titania in different directions. Ordinarily, she could have easily battered aside the contamination, but her compromised state along with their deep integration into her essence left her bereft of strength. She had no choice but to integrate the foreign elements regardless of her own wishes. That upset her a lot, of course. She was furious at the violation, yet the same foreign elements forced her to be pleased with her changes instead. The dichotomy in her mind said of a war that fundamentally altered her character in a way that would horrify most people. Ves wasn't as surprised. He had induced these changes before on other people and the Titania was yet another one of his patients. The only concern was that the Titania's original personality was extremely strong and formidable. Even in a damaged state, she successfully retained most of her original character. Now that she began to get a grip of her new self, she finally reached out to Ves. The altered Titania definitely recognized that Ves was the cause of all of the changes. "You were dead and dying," he told her in this weird imaginary headspace that he had landed himself in. "When we found your injured body, you were prey to any that roamed the galaxy." A strong sense of pride and indignity welled up from the revived astral beast. The wave of fury and emotion was quite intense despite the weak and recovering state of the Titania. Ves maintained a strong front. He could not afford to show weakness in front of this potentially hostile entity. "We fought you in your previous state and managed to slay you. What makes you think we can't do it again? I do not want this to happen, though. Instead of letting you die, I took you in my care and nurtured you back to life. While I cannot restore you to your previous state, I made sure that you managed to survive, if in a different form than you are used to. Are you able to accept your new state of existence?" This question was far too big for the Titania. She barely had time to process her new circumstances and sort out her disparate thoughts. Nonetheless, as soon as Ves conveyed the meaning of survival, he triggered a strong instinct in her essence. An astral beast that managed to live for over 6,000 years must have strong survival instincts. The imaginary surroundings suddenly shifted into vague images. They showed brief glimpses of different events. First, it displayed the birth of the initial astral beast. Contrary to Ves's expectations, the Titania wasn't a natural astral beast. She was an artificial creation. Her relatively small form initially came to life in some sort of alien biolab. The architecture was vastly different from anything else that Ves had experienced. It was enormous and filled with living flesh and matter. Lots of astral beasts identical to the one that would eventually grow up to become the Titania occupied other flesh tanks. The shimmering memories skipped forward showing different glimpses of the biolab. Ves had the feeling that the Titania failed to retain her memories of her early youth as a test subject or bioproduct. What she did manage to remember of that time was that some sort of attack broke apart the biolab. Lots of vague blobs that Ves suspected to be alien ships bombarded the biolab and many of the other flesh structures in the area. Thousands of trapped test subjects died, but a few managed to escape the bombardment. The Titania happened to be one of them. Utilizing an advanced form of bio-movement, the young astral beast naturally knew how to hide behind debris and cover and managed to escape the attackers without getting hunted down. After that followed an extremely long period of growth and survival. The Titania lived no differently than other astral beasts. She roamed the most remote star systems while hunting for sustenance. Whether through luck or strength, she never encountered a threat that was strong enough to kill her outright. Once she got over her initial period of weakness, she grew to a formidable beast that finally gained the capital to survive in the Red Ocean. That was when her maternal instincts came online. Survival was one of her overarching priorities, but the need to produce offspring and propagate her race became just as strong. "How many children have you produced in your long and eventful life?" he asked. "Too many." The Titania could not count the amount of time she produced potential offspring. The reason why they only had the potential to become her children was because they would not survive if they did not burrow themselves into other prey. Over the course of her later life, she had launched millions of seeds at her prey and adversaries. The vast majority of them never successfully took root, but the few that did made the Titania proud. She did not know how many of her offspring still lived in the Red Ocean, but they had to be hundreds. Though the Titania never maintained contact with any of her children after their departure, she nonetheless maintained a small sense of affection towards them. They were the legacy of her life and the continuation of her artificial lineage. The changes that Ves had forced upon her had caused the Titania to become even more maternal towards her offspring. It was for this reason that she quickly calmed herself down. Though the more primal part of her wanted to lash out at Ves and whoever kept her captive, the motherly side of her was wise enough to know that it would only deprive her of an opportunity to see and care for her children again. I see you have figured it out. Ves smiled. There is a big difference between life and death. If you are dead, you will never be able to meet and care for your offspring again. If you are alive, you still have a chance to do something for them. Let me tell you that this galaxy is about to undergo an immense change. Humans like myself have invaded the Red Ocean en masse and are about to turn it into our own playground. The more territory we claim, the harder it is for your astral beast offspring to survive unscathed. Humans have a tendency to hunt down threats and nuisances. This evoked a strong protective reaction from the Titania. Before she turned her ire towards him, Ves quickly tried to make her see reason. I am not your enemy. I may be human, but I have no particular interest in hunting your children. If you calm down and cooperate with me, I can allow you to live in this current state. Once you grow stronger, I believe you may be able to help the children that are still vulnerable out there. You are not the beast you once were, but in my care, you can grow stronger than you could have ever imagined. His words successfully evoked desires within the Titania that conflicted with her more primal instincts. Though he could tell that while he did not manage to convert her outright, he still managed to push back her aggression. This was probably the most he could do at this moment. Everything was too new and sudden to the Titania. Let me introduce you to a couple of new friends who can help you get acquainted with your new life. He pulled out of the spiritual bond that she had formed and shook his head to regain his bearings. He looked at the Larkinson mandate and the statue of the Superior Mother. Can you help keep our new friend company? She is awfully new to all of this and needs a helping hand. Both Goldie and the Superior Mother reacted in their own ways. Ves smiled. He knew that the Titania would be in good hands. Chapter 3613. The stakes. The Titania that he had brought back to life in a sense was more powerful and potent than he thought. He couldn't wait to employ her in both the Minerva project and future ranged mech designs. Yet in order to do so, he needed her to be a willing collaborator, and that could not be accomplished within a day. He already accounted for this. He deliberately created her a few months earlier because he expected that she would have to be coaxed into becoming a willing partner. Ves did not intend to exploit her or to screw her over. He did not want to look behind his back or worry about rebellions all the time. As long as she accepted her new state of existence and understood the benefits of becoming a design spirit, she would fall in line like the rest of her kind. The strongest bond in existence was a mutually beneficial arrangement. There were hardly any better deals for spiritual entities out there. Unless she found a way to become an existence akin to a dark god or something, it was much better for her to stay in place and collect spiritual feedback from the mech pilots making use of his living mechs. While Ves kept close track of the Titania's state after the first few days, he slowly grew more reassured of her compliance. Goldie constantly kept her company and tried to convince the former astral beast to cooperate with the Larkinson clan. The Superior Mother did not descend as much, but Ves could tell she kept a watchful eye over what was happening. Goldie flew around his body and purred when he scratched her head. How is the Titania? Has she become more compliant? Nya, I see. Don't try to push too hard. We have plenty of time on our hands. No matter what, she used to be a lot older and wiser than you, so I doubt it will be easy for her to give up her primacy. Nya, you're right. She's alone while we are not. Hopefully she will learn that it is better to join our pack than to think she can make it by herself. After confirming that nothing went amiss, Ves returned to his regular duties. The expeditionary fleet had reached the periphery of the Megair Middle Zone and was just about to cross over into the much more exciting Krakatoa Middle Zone. The transition was obvious. The further the expeditionary fleet traveled, the less signs of civilization they encountered. There were fewer colonies this far because the region was not completely pacified. Only strong or desperate pioneers chose to plant their flags in these areas. There were fewer ships as well, and most of them had the good sense to band together. It was not uncommon for the Golden Skull Alliance to enter a star system that was already hosting an amalgamation of different pioneering fleets. Most pioneers weren't confident that they could roam this far in the new frontier by themselves, so they eagerly sought each other out in order to band their strengths together. These alliances were either temporary or permanent. Just like the Golden Skull Alliance, their main use was to present a united front against anyone with hostile intentions in mind. What if the enemy comes from within? Ves wondered. The outcome wouldn't be pretty. During the journey, the Larkinsons already encountered the remnants of debris fields that spoke of backstabbings and double crossings. Malice wasn't always a part of the equation. One partner might simply decide the battle wasn't worth fighting and retreat early, thereby causing the rest of the defensive lines to collapse. The remains of dead fleets taught valuable lessons to everyone in the expeditionary fleet. If they wanted to avoid this fate, they needed to be able to trust each other to stick around under high-pressure situations. Ves wasn't particularly concerned at the moment. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan all needed the Larkinson clan for several different reasons. They had already proven their commitment enough times for him to consider his allies as his true friends. Sure, the Glory Seekers and the Crossers both wanted something from him, but that only made him feel more reassured. It was a lot easier for him to work around clear and obvious motives than vague notions of honor. He had seen too many people cast their honor and integrity aside whenever it was convenient. There were other signs that the deeper regions of the Red Ocean harbored greater danger. The fleet encountered more signs of alien movements. From cooling alien starship wrecks to the destruction of human pioneering fleets at the hands of vengeful alien marauders, it became pretty clear that humanity's grip on occupied territory was not yet solid. The mech pilots all intensified their training and maintained a higher state of readiness whenever the expeditionary fleet transitioned into another star system. Fortunately, no terror came out to ambush the fleet so far. That might change once they entered the Krakatoa Middle Zone, but for now everyone was grateful for the moments of peace. Ves resumed his work on his design projects. The Deceptor project came closer and closer to completion, and so did several other interesting projects. Surprisingly enough, Gloriana was the first to bring her custom mech design to a functional state. After several rounds of refinement, the new man project was ready to be fabricated. Vincent will be happy with this, he said as he studied the latest iteration of her mech design. Are you sure it is up to your standards, though? You completed it awfully quickly. Gloriana did not look happy despite carrying Aurelia in her arms. I have spent weeks optimizing this mech in person. While I have become good at it, there is only so much I can do when I can only rely on mathematical models and simulation testing. I need to see the mech perform in reality before I can optimize it any further. I don't want to conclude this project as soon as I fabricate the new man project. I intend to put it through its paces and use the data I've collected to iterate on it further. Even when it is already a whole mech. She nodded. I can always modify the design when needed. I won't stop applying changes until I am reasonably satisfied with its state. Ves took a closer look at the design once he completed his survey of its technical properties. As someone who not only collaborated frequently with Ves but also contained a dormant spiritual fragment of him, Gloriana was no longer as ignorant about spiritual design as before. The latter alone granted Gloriana the ability to borrow a small part of his power and make a mech alive. Of course, the new man project was a far cry from the Deceptor project in terms of living attributes. Its spiritual foundation was weak and its design was extremely rudimentary. It reminded Ves of his earliest mech designs. Aside from possessing an elevated X factor, there was nothing distinctly alive about the new man project. This was still an impressive feat, though. Aside from Kedis, Ves knew of no one else who could reproduce his design philosophy. Not even the MTA was that capable. Good job, Gloriana. He genuinely praised her work. Vincent will surely embrace this new mech of yours. Even if the new man project was just a first-order living mech, its technical design fit Vincent far too well. The mech was also more powerful and more able to impact a battle than an ordinary bright warrior. All of these advantages more than compensated for the relatively weak living properties of the custom hybrid mech. If Vincent Ricklin ever broke through to expert pilot, it shouldn't be a problem to design a brand new expert mech for him. There was no need to retain the new man project and try to upgrade it like the Shield of Samar. Do you need my help in fabricating the mech? Ves offered even though he already knew the answer. Gloriana looked offended. I don't need your handholding. I can take on my own work, thank you very much. I only need you to look after Aurelia while I am engrossed in my work. She has reached a stage where she needs regular attention from her parents, but I can't pull myself away from my operations often enough to keep her company. Please take care of her, but don't forget to bring her over to my workshop when I'm done with my shift. I can do that, Ves replied as he accepted Aurelia in his arms. Gwa, yes, Daddy's here now. I'll be taking care of you for the next few days. Doesn't that sound great? Buawa. Gloriana soon began to fabricate her first new solo project. Though Ves was tempted to drop by and offer his assistance, he knew it would only piss her off even further. Well, it's just you and me now, sweetie. Meow, meow. Oh, and you too as well. When Ves returned to his own design studio, he soon went back to working on the Minerva project. Now that he had brought the Titania back to life in an altered form, he had a better idea on how to shape the ambitious expert command mech. He made a lot of progress on its spiritual design but also made sure to further its physical design. Mawau, Babu, pretty, isn't it? Once we complete the Minerva project, this won't be just a pretty projection anymore. It will turn into a real expert command mech that shall enable Commander Casella Ingvar to extend her empowering influence to every friendly mech pilot within reach. Hopefully, the Titania will cooperate with her as well in this endeavor. The Minerva project was by far the most complicated mech design in development at the moment, but that did not mean it had fallen behind. With 5 different mech designers collaborating on it, the mech design had already reached a relatively advanced state. Woo, BAAAHWHAUAAAA, Aurelia tried to reach out to the projected mech design with her tiny hands. She was being so adorable that Ves couldn't help but play with her for a moment. Hehehehe. Making her laugh was one of the greatest pleasures of his life. Sometimes, he never wanted this to end. Nothing made him feel warmer than to bond with his infant daughter. Alas, Aurelia was growing bigger and smarter with each passing day. Though the differences weren't obvious, he knew that she would eventually outgrow her simple and innocent phase. Ves lifted her up and kissed her head when she began to doze off again. Sleep well, my girl. Daddy will always protect you. Nothing will ever be able to hurt you. Our entire clan will do its best to ensure that, with the addition of the Minerva project, our enemies will have to overcome even greater odds to threaten your life. Holding and bonding with Aurelia gave more purpose in his life. Ves became a lot more invested in his design projects when her presence constantly reminded him of the stakes. A part of him even questioned the need to travel deeper into the new frontier. He was heading straight into dangerous territory where a single bad encounter could lead to the destruction of the entire expeditionary fleet. Yet it was because of all of the opportunities it held that made Ves more determined to stay his course. Only by growing stronger would he truly be able to give his daughter and possibly his subsequent children a bright and wonderful future. I love you so much, Aurelia. Please forgive Daddy if he ever makes a mistake. He placed his sleeping baby in her crib before turning back to his work. The Minerva project was already making good progress, but perhaps he could push it a little further. The sooner it was complete, the sooner Commander Casella would be able to fight the enemies of the Larkinson at her full strength. Chapter 3614 Second Skin, hehehehe. Aurelia crawled and giggled as she chased after Clixie. Whenever she was energetic, she just loved to explore anything that caught her attention. Clixie and in particular her tail endlessly fascinated the little designer baby. While Ves completely tunnel-visioned on the Minerva project, Aurelia was left to roam around as she wished, within limits. Though Ves hadn't overhauled his design studio into pastel colors like his wife had done for hers, he made sure to implement sufficient safety precautions. That along with the watchful cats allowed him to feel assured that his daughter wouldn't bump her head against a cabinet or something. Wah, wah, Aurelia excitedly cried as her surprisingly swift and vigorous body was gaining on Clixie. Meow tilde. The Rubarthan sentinel cat pretended to be tired and slowed down just enough for the little girl to grab her tail. Soon enough, the two merged into yet another bundle of cute as Aurelia eagerly hugged Clixie as if she was a plushie. What neither of them noticed was that Aurelia's body briefly glowed. Not only that, but the glow also spilled over into Clixie's body. The flash of luminance occurred too quickly for anyone to have noticed the anomaly. Even the monitoring system that Ves had specifically programmed to keep close watch on his girl only thought it was an ordinary visual glitch. While Aurelia and xianxia were bonding with each other, Ves pulled himself out of his design session after his comm sounded an alert. I see it's time. Come on, sweetie, it's time to see what your mother has accomplished these past few days. Bwah! Ves picked up his baby and held her close. Aurelia curiously looked around her as they exited the design lab and walked down the corridors until they reached Gloriana's private workshop. After passing through a routine security check, they entered the large hall where his wife looked on with a measure of pride. She finally fabricated Vincent Rickland's custom mech. Ves already began to admire it as he walked close to his tired-looking wife. The mech truly looked fitting for an expert candidate. It was not as powerful as an expert mech but could definitely overpower any other ordinary mech. Well done, honey. Don't celebrate just yet, it's not entirely complete. I still need Vincent to pilot it in order to make the final corrections. That doesn't take away the fact that you did a fine job. It's not a masterwork mech. Maybe I should have borrowed your hammer. Perhaps that would have made a difference, but you wanted this project to be reflective of your true capabilities. Even without borrowing Vulcan's help, you still managed to produce a high-quality mech. Ves would never be able to design and build a mech that was this refined. Gloriana generally worked best in collaborations, but in instances where she was all by herself, she was fully able to apply her own vision without any compromises. Compared to her husband, Gloriana's design approach emphasized precision, technical perfection and a high degree of optimization. Though Ves felt that her approach was too rigid and mechanical at times, he did not doubt its excellence. The new man project was a machine that would definitely perform well in all of the situations that Gloriana wanted it to excel in. On the other hand, Ves doubted it was adaptable enough to cope in situations outside of its comfort zone. Not that it should matter. The new man project was designed to fight in the company of many friendly mechs. It should always have backup on hand. From all appearances, the mech was designed to operate like a defensive platform. Layers of armor both protected it and weighed it down, but despite the excellent protection, it did not look fat or oversized. No, under Gloriana's exquisite design, the armor layers rolled off the internal frame like an exquisite sculpture. Like the Adonis Colossus before it, the new man project was modeled after Vincent's own trained physique. Of course, upon the client's request, the curves and lines were a bit more exaggerated than in real life. This mech was supposed to represent an ideal rather than serve as an accurate reflection of reality. That, or Vincent viewed himself in a much more impressive fashion than warranted. The thick limbs and thick chest provided excellent all-round protection. If that wasn't enough protection, the shield generator that Gloriana had managed to integrate into the design provided an additional defensive buffer that would allow the new man project to withstand a lot of hits but keep fighting. There was just one little quirk that Ves couldn't quite accept. I can't believe you actually listened to Vincent's advice and relocated the shield generator down to the lower waist. He said in a hollow tone. Gloriana smirked. Just because he is a layman doesn't mean that all of his words should be discounted. I am an excellent listener. Although it is relatively rare for mechs to incorporate their shield generators in such a low position, it does allow for the torso to become sleeker and less top-heavy. Besides, the shield generator is just as well protected in that particular location because of the waist protection layer. You know quite well that the only reason that Vincent made that stupid suggestion was because his codpiece would look bigger as a result. At least there is a functional purpose behind it now. I'm not sure it will actually do the job it is supposed to do. It only protects against attacks from the front, not the sides and rear. The thing looks so glaring that it probably acts as an attractive target to enemies. What if they all concentrate their attacks on the codpiece? That expensive miniaturized shield generator module will get blown to bits in no time. Gloriana crossed her arms. At least the life of the mech pilot will be safeguarded in that case. This is a mech that will certainly attract a lot of enemy fire due to its flamboyant appearance and its relative lack of mobility. I can tolerate the mech getting disabled, but I do not want my client to die so soon. The mech was designed as if the mech pilot was an incompetent child who could not be trusted to pilot a more complicated mech. It not only lacked the more complicated and advanced functions that skilled mech pilots preferred to utility, but also came with a lot of safety layers. That said, the new man project was most definitely not a toy. Gloriana had taken advantage of its generous design budget and stuffed its frame full with multiple weapon systems. The miniaturized Gauss weapons were its main armaments. 4 of them were mounted on the arms and the legs respectively. A larger one was mounted in its abdomen area in case Vincent needed a greater punch. The missile launcher that was discreetly mounted on its back gave the machine additional offensive options, while the small laser weapons mounted on the sides of its head gave it a backup option in case it finally ran out of ammunition. Not that this was likely to happen. The new Man project came with external ammunition carriers that could be mounted on its sides and back. Another notable visual trait was that the new Man project lacked Gloriana's signature look. Upon Vincent's request, she skipped marking her work with a hexagon on the forehead, though Ves wouldn't put it past her to hide one on the inside of her custom mech's codpiece. Instead, the mech bore a large and prominent white B on its golden chest. The letter stood for Bravo and was meant to give Vincent an additional boost to his confidence. As Ves kept studying all of the nuances of the finished mech, 2 people arrived in the workshop. My mech, my new mech. Vincent Rickelin quickly arrived before his mech and quickly fell in love with it. The stars in his eyes showed that he not only liked his machine, he adored it. With this mech, he could truly start fighting like the champion that he always imagined himself to be. Nothing would stop him from standing out in battle any longer. Rayla approached at a more sedate pace. She took a contemptuous glance at the codpiece of her lover's mech. Gloriana, I thought we agreed to keep Vincent's ego in check. I already did the best I could. His shield generator isn't that big, but the internal architecture needed to be bigger to accommodate such an energy-hungry component. The codpiece not only serves as protection for all of those important systems, but also functions as an additional heat-venting mechanism. Rayla stared at Gloriana with an odd expression. Are you telling me the codpiece heats up in battle? Correct. That's why it has those fins. The fact that they add additional depth to the codpiece is an unintentional side effect. The heat that channels through the codpiece will also make it so that heat-seeking ordnance will generally seek out the lower waist before the chest. This might serve as an additional safety guarantee for Vincent. You're serious, aren't you? Ves looked surprised at his wife. Last time he had a good talk about the new Man project with her, she attempted to minimize the size and girth of the codpiece. How come she changed her mind all of a sudden? Did she give in to Vincent's demands because she had no other choice, or was there something else afoot? Whatever the case, Vincent looked extremely delighted when he carefully studied the shape of the codpiece. Marvelous. It looks so accurate. With a codpiece that big, no one will doubt my manhood when I deploy with this mech. Rayla scoffed. Who the hell thinks about the size of your little brother while you're piloting a mech, you dolt? I do. What? Why? Because big brothers always beat their little brothers. A silly argument ensued which did not interest Ves in the slightest. Once they were done, Rayla stood back while Vincent suited up and entered the cockpit of his new mech for the first time. Alright, let's bring it out for testing. For safety reasons, Vincent wasn't allowed to boot up the mech immediately. He had to wait until the dormant machine was moved to the hangar bay before being dragged out into space. Once the mech was far enough to pose a minimal threat to the fleet, Vincent was finally allowed to activate his mind. The new Man project came to life. As energy coursed through its systems, Vincent began to feel as if he had slipped into a much greater and stronger version of his body. This is amazing. He gasped. This new mech fits me so much better than my old Adonis Colossus mech that there is no comparison. I feel like I am truly one with this machine. Though Ves was too distant from the new Man project to study its spiritual interactions, he could guess what was happening by studying Vincent's reactions. When he studied the mech just before, he saw that Gloriana adopted a different approach to the spiritual design of her work. She did not seek to turn her mechs into completely independent but also interconnected life forms. Instead, she sought to leverage her limited means into turning the mechs into a second skin of their pilots. The result of this approach was that the ego and awareness of the new Man project was very weak. Yet whatever was alive fit so well with Vincent's mind and nascent force of will that it was as if the mech was truly an extension of the pilot. Interesting, Ves whispered as he thought about the implications of this approach. He could see the advantages of this approach, but the downside was that the new Man project would never truly be able to become a complete life form, but that was not a big deal. Not every mech had to turn into the next Quint or Shield of Samar. Piloting a mech that immediately molded with their mech pilots like a second skin was already sufficient for most individuals. Chapter 3615. A different order. When Gloriana ordered Vincent to put the new Man project through its paces, she wasn't the only mech designer who was interested in his performance. Ves closely studied how well the expert candidate handled his new machine. He initially thought that he would just be here to admire and applaud his wife for fabricating a fine custom mech, but he was pleasantly surprised by how well her interpretation of living mechs was faring. She's doing something different. It was similar to when he studied Katiz's work. His former student had also learned a thing or two about designing living mechs, but she did not blindly follow Ves's path. The swordmaster put her own spin on the approach and sought to make living blades that sang. Gloriana on the other hand used the fact that her mechs were slightly alive to make them consciously into an accurate image of their intended users. The new man project did not come across as a full living mech to Ves. Instead, it performed like a living vessel for Vincent Riccolin. How brilliant! Though Ves personally did not prefer to design mechs in this fashion, he appreciated the creativity and effectiveness of this alternative approach. Gloriana truly succeeded in developing her own unique interpretation of living mechs. Even if her attempt was incredibly weak compared to his own work, the important part was that it fully complemented her main design philosophy. Rather than serving as the main feature of her mech, it instead functions as one of many components that form the total package. The combination of a completely tailored physical and spiritual design produced a synergistic combination that provided Vincent Riccolin with the smoothest and most comfortable piloting experience of his life. "I love this mech," he repeated for the umpteenth time as his mech fired all of its integrated Gauss cannons at once. "I feel strong and solid in a way that I never could in any other mech. I am invincible." The joy that Vincent expressed when he exercised the capabilities of his mech was great. Ves already expected Gloriana to excel in this, but the actual outcome surpassed his expectations. When he turned to his wife, she looked at him with a smug expression. "Did I do well?" "You did," he said, offering her the praise she expected and admittedly deserved. "You've opened up another window to me and also taught me a good lesson." "And what is that, Ves?" "That I shouldn't get too focused on making mechs alive at all costs. Don't get me wrong, I love them, but sometimes I can get so carried away that my decisions might not serve the best interests of the mech pilots I am supposed to be serving." The reaction that you've elicited from Vincent is what mech designers like us should be truly aiming for. The best mech doesn't necessarily have to be the strongest mech or the machine with the greatest growth potential. It just has to please the client the most. The new man project truly proved its worth in this aspect. Though Ves did not think it was the best or strongest custom mech for an expert candidate, it was exactly right for someone like Vincent. The mech bestowed a powerful boost to his morale and comfort. His delight in his new machine caused him to interface with the new man project on an extremely deep level without requiring any adjustment time. It was a form of delight that Ves had seen in mech pilots like Joshua but not many other people. There is nothing better for a mech pilot than piloting a bespoke creation. Gloriana nodded and smiled at the fruit of her own effort. That put Ves to thought. He threw a suspicious glance at his wife. "I get it now. I understand why you deigned to design a mech for someone as stupid as Vincent." "Oh," Gloriana looked back with an amused expression. "What is your theory?" "Vincent may have his shortcomings, but he also has a few strengths. He appreciates a mech that conforms to his tastes and needs. He dislikes piloting most mechs because they don't satisfy his psychological needs." Yet his feelings were completely different when he used to pilot the Adonis Colossus. "You thought you could take advantage of this effect to test out a few new concepts." Vincent is the perfect test subject on this occasion because he can only exhibit two different reactions. Either he adores his mech and expresses that in a clear way, or he finds that something is wrong and subsequently rejects the machine. Gloriana clapped as if Ves was a kid who just offered a correct answer to his mommy. "That's right, Vincent is indeed a good subject to test the new methods that I have developed. I have learned a lot from our past mech design projects, but because they are all collaborative in nature, it was difficult for me to track my individual progress. Working on the new man project allowed me to test my own solutions without worrying about contamination from your own work, but I had to pick the right mech pilot to record the clearest subjective reactions from the mech pilot. Vincent happens to be the best candidate out of everyone in the clan." Although it sounded as if Gloriana took advantage of Vincent, the truth was that they both benefited from this arrangement. Gloriana managed to validate her new innovations while Vincent finally received a second worthy custom mech. Once the testing session came to a conclusion, the new man project returned to the hangar bay and subsequently shut down. An elated-looking Vincent emerged from the cockpit. He looked like he had just experienced the greatest session of his life. He floated over to the mech designers before bowing like a gentleman in front of Gloriana. "Thank you for making this wonderful mech, madam. I used to think that Ves was the only mech designer who could make a manly mech for me. I was wrong. You are just as good if not better." "Ah, I mean no offense, Ves. It's just..." Ves dismissively waved his hand. "It's fine. Gloriana is better at designing custom mechs than me. I can't compete with her in this area. I'm happy for you. Have you thought about naming your mech to make your ownership over it complete, or are you willing to give her the honors?" "Well, I already have a name in mind as soon as I began to pilot it," Vincent said as he turned back to gaze at his new mech with great love and appreciation. "I'd like to call it the Bee-Man." Gloriana's smile suddenly turned brittle. "The Bee-Man, yes, it's perfect. My Adonis Colossus was the first, but it is gone now. He shall forever live on in my memories as my A-Man. This new mech looks similar to it, but it deserves to be treated as a unique machine rather than a rebirth of my old mech. Since it has a big bee painted on its chest, I'll just call it the Bee-Man." Isn't this a great idea? Even his fiancée had to palm her face when she heard his rationale. She looked embarrassed beyond words. Ves lightly coughed. "If calling it the Bee-Man makes you feel better, then so be it. You are the recipient of this custom mech. You have this right." Though Gloriana didn't like the name at all, she was enough of a professional to accept this outcome. "Vincent, come here please. I need to examine you and hear your recounting of your first piloting experience. The Bee-Man is anything but complete, and your feedback is vital to putting the finishing touches on my work." While Gloriana interrogated a hapless-looking Vincent with ruthless efficiency, Ves continued to contemplate on what he witnessed from the Bee-Man. Director Ves Larkinson walked up to him. "What do you think?" "Vincent will be okay, if that's what you're concerned about," he said. Gloriana designed the Bee-Man to be a resilient mech. It might not look like it, but it contains a lot of layers of protection around the cockpit. What happened to him before shouldn't happen so easily this time. I'll take your word for Ves. I just worry for him, that's all. On one hand, he loves the power and attention of being a powerful mech pilot. On the other hand, I know it terrifies him to enter a battlefield that he might never return from. He has fought so many battles that there is always the specter of an accident hovering his head. He knows he can't be lucky all the time. He probably needs the help of a mech that can enhance his courage in order to keep deploying into battle." Ves was surprised at what he heard. "Are you sure you should be telling me this? You are painting your future husband in a bad light." Rayla crossed her arms. "He's not my hubby yet, and even if he is, I have no qualms about exposing his weaknesses. If there is anyone that should know his insecurities, it is the mech designers of his new machine. To be honest, I already shared this with your wife." "What did Gloriana say to your story?" "She sympathized with me. She also expressed a lot of understanding. She told me she knows exactly how to handle someone like him." "It looks like she did a good job." He nodded. "Better than what I could have accomplished. In fact, she was the right mech designer for the job. I can already see the joy and sense of completion from your husband. I believe he will be making a lot more progress now that he has obtained his ideal mech." Rayla grunted. "Yeah, he's really going to love piloting his new Bee-Man. You don't sound terribly enthused about his good fortune. If he breaks through, will he still be the Vincent I know?" she asked with a concerned voice. "I've seen what happens to expert pilots when they break through. The old Janzi was a friend. The new one, not so much. I don't think you need to be concerned." Ves tried to reassure her. "Expert pilots all abide by their strongest principles and convictions. If he truly has you in his heart, then he will commit to you for the rest of his life. Also, from my observations, the biggest changes in personality usually happens to expert pilots who are fighting for a great cause. If Vincent just wants to stay alive or defend your life, then he should hardly be different from his current self." "I see. I'll make sure to keep him humble." The two fell silent for a few minutes as they quietly observed the Bee-Man. They could spend hours admiring its impressive curves along with its ostentatious codpiece. There was a sense of harmony in how clean and perfect it looked. Though the mech lacked the sense of chaos and spontaneity that always characterized the mechs designed by Ves, the Bee-Man was not any worse for it in his eyes. If Ves had to put his impression of the Bee-Man into general terms, then he would say that it was a mech that embraced order, Gloriana's order. The mech fit into a neatly defined box and was supposed to stay in it. Whether that was good or bad depended on the context and the person making the judgment. Personally, Ves felt it was an overly rigid approach that did not properly account for unexpected avenues of growth and change, but that wasn't always bad. Sometimes, a mech just needed to be exactly what it was meant to be and nothing more. The bee-man still possessed growth potential, though it would take a lot more time and effort to bear fruit. Even if it grew stronger, Ves seriously doubted it would develop a strong independent personality like that of the Quint. Still, a part of Ves grew curious how exactly the bee-man might develop over years of use. Whatever happened to it, he would surely be able to make valuable observations. Chapter 3616 Happy Occasion. The arrival of the bee-man injected a lot of energy in the clan. As the first fruit of the current design round, the custom hybrid mech tailored to Vincent Ricklin fully showcased the new level of mech design of the design department. The mech not only showcased Gloriana's gains over the years, but also incorporated a lot of new materials, techniques and methods that were previously inaccessible or impractical back in the Galactic Rim. Vincent himself was pleased beyond measure. The mech was a fine early wedding gift from the clan in his opinion, and he delighted in showing off its manly prowess every chance he got. The bee-man's generous codpiece often started a lot of conversations, and Ves even received requests from various mech pilots on whether he could add codpieces to the next designs. Rejected. Codpieces are completely unnecessary and superfluous in most designs. Dividing mechs by gender was a completely ridiculous concept to Ves, and he did not want to encourage this distinction in his clan. Time continued to pass after this initial success. More mech design projects came closer to completion while the expeditionary fleet smoothly crossed over into the Krakatoa Middle Zone. The Golden Skull Alliance adopted a much more guarded posture and avoided the most convenient routes in order to avoid bumping into trouble. Though Ves and the others weren't afraid of encountering hostile human fleets, it was a different story when it came to alien fleets. The odds of bumping into these powerful threats were much lower if they avoided the big and obvious destinations. Of course, that still left the expeditionary fleet open to the possibility of encountering alien forces seeking to sneak past human patrols. Still, there were so many small and empty star systems that the probability of encountering a powerful alien fleet should be low. Expectations held for now. Everyone in the expeditionary fleet continued to take advantage of this quiet period to prepare for the difficulties on the horizon. The most notable events that occurred after the completion of the bee-man was the series of weddings that took place in the Larkinson clan. Transports and shuttles kept flying back and forth as the invited guests all flocked to the vivacious wall. Most couples chose to conduct their wedding in the bright and picturesque Dawn City. No venue was more grand and beautiful than the Garden of Beginnings. It was located close to the Golden Palace and contained many sculptures and other refined artworks made by the growing artist community in the city. Now, tens of thousands of Larkinsons had flocked to it so that they could witness the most anticipated wedding of the year. When Joshua finally leaned forward and kissed a resplendently dressed Kedis, the entire clan and many other people cheered in jubilation. Meow-wow, meow-o, chirp-chirp, woof. Even the pets in the city expressed their happiness at the occasion. While not all of them were smart enough to know what weddings meant, they still sensed the waves of happiness rolling off the humans. The marriage between the two not only cemented a promising new dynasty in the Larkinson clan, but also signaled a possible continuation of the lineage of a swordmaster. The attention to this wedding was much higher because the proceedings were transmitted right back to the Heavensward Association in the old galaxy. Billions of citizens tuned in to watch the first recorded marriage that involved a certified swordmaster. Many prominent acquaintances from the eccentric state chose to honor Kedis by showing up in their own ways. Their physical projections occupied entire rows of seats. Though the swordmasters and other dignitaries could not attend the wedding in person, their willingness to show up in public at this event already conveyed a lot of support. Not that Kedis paid attention to them. She left all of the politicking and influence building to the likes of Minister Sheddarin Purnis and old man Fred Wolinski today. For now, she was just Kedis Larkinson, the wedded woman to Joshua Larkinson. As both sword maidens and other people flocked to the newly wedded swordmaster to express their congratulations, she lifted her arms to part the crowd aside so that Ves could approach her without pressing through the throng of people. The clansmen would have parted for their patriarch anyway, but her gesture saved him the trouble of making his own move. As Ves approached the happy woman while wearing his best ceremonial garb, Lucky darted forward first and flew right into Katiz's uncharacteristically white wedding dress. Meow, ha 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 ha, don't worry, just because I'm married doesn't mean I will retire my sword. Maybe we will fight alongside each other once again in the future. The only difference is that I will be fighting for my family and my children instead of glory. Meow 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 tilde. Lucky rolled and squirmed in her grasp as if he was playing the part of a spoiled baby. Kedis was happy enough to indulge in his antics. The owner of the cat was not amused, though. Ves directed a flat look at his pet. Geez, Lucky, sometimes I wonder whose side you are on, he grumbled. His cat responded to his remark with a petulant flip of his tail. Anyway, congratulations, Kedis. You've finally joined the ranks of the married. It is a great pleasure for you to bind yourself to a partner who you can trust and start a family with. Joshua is a good man. He will assuredly protect you with his life. I know, she smiled back. I don't need his protection, though. I can take care of myself. She nodded back to the floating form of her sheathed greatsword. Though she had taken the time to decorate the Bloodsinger's scabbard in white embroidered cloth, its presence along with its sharp intensity already signified that the bride was not a pushover. It's the thought that counts. You've entered an entirely new phase in your life. I hope you will be able to find a good balance between your duties as a mech designer and a married woman. I hope you won't be absent too often from the design labs, but I also don't want you to waste this opportunity to start your own family. Having kids is an indescribable joy and I think that it will benefit you particularly well. I already have plans, Kedis, she told him. It will take time for them to come into fruition. For now, I'm not in a hurry to turn Joshua into a father. The two chatted a bit more. Kedis went into this relationship with full awareness of what that entailed. She was also highly conscious of the fact that a pairing between a journeyman and an expert pilot would attract a lot of scrutiny within the clan. Neither of us are bothered by our new roles, she said in a factual tone. The clan needs more role models and examples, and while I am not a natural at it, I can't avoid it on account of my strengths. From what I've seen, you're already handling your growing fame in an excellent manner. Don't get too consumed by what the public thinks of you. What truly defines you is your work and your accomplishments. Continued success is the best way to maintain a good image. Once their little chat came to a close, Ves moved on to talk with Joshua, who was surrounded by a lot of men. He looked more alive than ever before. He was all smiles as he reveled in the happy occasion. You're a lucky man, Joshua. Take good care of Kedis, you hear? Ves jovially called. Joshua bowed in a chivalrous fashion. I will do so to the best of my abilities. It won't be easy, but I will fight any enemy that threatens my family and my clan. Though he spoke those words out of his own conviction, the clansmen around them all became inspired by his statement. This was how a true Larkinson should sound. As Ves briefly chatted with Joshua, another prominent Larkinson approached. Everyone in the vicinity could feel the protective embrace emanated by the expert pilot in question. Venerable Xianxia Larkinson stopped in front of the happy man. Though Ves and the others expected to see a bit of friction, the two expert pilots got along a lot better than they thought. Xianxia usually wore a uniform in her daily life but wore a conservative dress for this occasion. She did not look as if she was trying to compete or supplant Kedis, which some rumors suggested might be the case. Are you happy, Joshua? Do you even need to ask that question? You're right, I can clearly sense how you are feeling right now. Kedis looks just as content as you. That reinforces my belief that the two of you make a great pairing. I hope you will be able to make the most out of your marriage. Our clan needs a lot of families and you are setting a great example. Thanks. I'm not sure if that's any of your concern, though. The clan needs new blood, especially considering the dangerous waters that we are entering. Xianxia replied while giving a sidelong glance at Ves. I can hear you, you know. Ves said with an irked expression. I know. Xianxia turned to the patriarch. I hope you can show our present and future children more compassion and refrain from sending our fleet into certain danger. Do you truly think it is right for you to bring your daughter into the deep frontier? This is not the time and place to discuss politics. Plenty of wise leaders and institutions in our clan have considered these matters and do not object to our current course. That is because they are all in your pocket. They support me because they know they cannot make our clan great by avoiding risks. We are not the Larkinson family that has chosen to serve the Garland Empire. Do any of you here prefer to stay in the Larkinson family and become just another average space peasant in a state beset with internal rivalry, or do you think you are better off in our clan where we have already grown a lot wealthier and powerful than we could have imagined a few years before? The answer was obvious. The entire crowd of mostly men raised their fists and expressed their support for the clan. Despite the repudiation from all of the clansmen around her, Venerable Xianxia did not look bothered by the lack of support. You're young and you're excited, but you won't be like this forever. When you marry your lovers and start having kids, would you still be eager to dive headlong into the most dangerous regions of the Red Ocean? I very much doubt so. We'll see whether you will still be willing to bring our entire clan into every reckless adventure that your patriarch wants to bring you. At the very least, we should consider leaving our more vulnerable and non-combat elements behind in some form of safe harbor. At least then we won't lose all of our children and our future if our main fleet ever suffers an accident. That was a surprisingly good suggestion from Janzi. Many clansmen around them already started to consider this idea. Ves narrowed his eyes. He did not want to split up his fleet. Parking the vivacious wall and all of the other, civilian, vessels in a place like the Pelisa system would only give enemies an opportunity to take their vulnerable relatives hostage. There was no one in the Red Ocean that he could trust with the civilian population of his clan. Not the Hexers, not the Heavenswarders, and certainly not Mechers. The best way to keep them safe and protect the clan from any unwanted obligations was to keep the population of the clan confined to a single fleet. Though the disadvantages were obvious, at least everything remained within his grasp. Chapter 3617 Kalo. So many marriages took place that time that Ves had to think hard before he accepted any invitation. Though it was a great gesture for him to attend the wedding of his clansmen, his time was too precious. His progress on his mech design project slowly fell behind until he stopped attending most functions. At the most, he chose to show up for a few minutes in the form of a projection. He still showed up in person when anyone of note got married. The one between Vincent Rickelin and director Ves Larkinson, and the one between Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson and director Rania Woden Larkinson were prime examples. In the meantime, he finally reached the final stages of the Deceptor project. The mech wasn't that complicated for him to design, so it was not that difficult to make it functionally complete. It took a lot of time to fabricate the prototype and test it in action. He had yet to create the design spirit during the testing phase, but that also allowed him to study the mech's performance without any other influences distorting the data. When Gloriana dropped by in order to see how her husband's solo project was faring, she studied the collected data with a lot of interest. "I can immediately tell that the Deceptor project is your work," she remarked. "Its design and performance characteristics are so you that I would be able to recognize it light years away. While I'm glad to see that you have cleaned up and refined your technical design work, it is still too sloppy in my eyes. You need to invest more weeks into optimizing your design. It already looks fine to me. You're entering nitpicking territory here. Any improvements that I can make will be so marginal that they won't even affect the outcome of a battle. All it will do is make you happier while preventing me from completing our other mech designs. What other designs are you truly working on right now? Your Fearless project is still on ice and your contribution to the Minerva project is limited. I can still head over to our new journeymen and ensure that their respective mech designs are alive. I know, but even then you don't have to invest that much time in them when they clearly want to push through their own visions. You shouldn't encroach on their territory more than is necessary." Ves sighed. "There are plenty of other matters that require my time. I'll see what will happen. In any case, I don't intend to spend more time on the Deceptor project than necessary. I'll give our design teams a few more weeks to optimize the design before proceeding to fabricate the first copy. The flagrant vandals will be happy to put this new mech into service." "And how are you supposed to fabricate the mech when you don't have enough raw materials on hand?" Have you ever thought about that?" Gloriana smugly asked. His expression fell. "Ugh, don't get me started on it. The Krakatoa Middle Zone's infrastructure is quite bad. The Megare Middle Zone might not be as exciting, but its development level was definitely higher. Colonies required a huge amount of resources and products to grow into a more self-sufficient state. Traders looking to profit from the disparity between supply and demand eagerly flocked to these regions in order to earn a hefty but also risky profit. The trading fleets could earn even more profit if they chose to fly deeper into the Red Ocean and sold their valuable cargo to the colonies based in Krakatoa, but not many of them actually dared to go this far. Unless the trading companies were able to arrange huge conveys with plentiful escorts, it was far too risky to even attempt the crossings. Only colonies set up by more powerful and influential pioneers were able to retain their footing in Krakatoa. Only they could establish exclusive trading agreements with the right suppliers. The result of this dynamic was that there were far fewer colonies in this particular zone, but each of them should not be underestimated. They were all founded by pioneers who were strong enough to move first in a region that was much more promising than Megare. Once Krakatoa was properly pacified, the colonies that enjoyed a first-mover advantage would be able to remain at the forefront of a large community for decades to come. Ves bet that each of those colonies aspired to become the capital planets of brand new states. It was a massive bet and anything could happen to disrupt the ambitious arrangements. Still, one thing was for sure. The supply of resources was absolutely crucial. The more materials a colony received, the faster it developed. Every colony in the zone competed against each other to claim the most resources, and it wasn't unheard of for pirates to assault even the largest trading convoys all of a sudden. Even though these costly raids always inflicted heavy damage to the attackers, as long as it deprived a colony of a lot of resources at a crucial time, the victims' rivals would definitely be able to get ahead. Given all of this intense competition for raw materials and industrial goods, it was virtually impossible for a small player like the Larkinson clan to gain priority on any of these strategic goods. "I'll figure something out once we get to the Davut system," he replied. "The place is not just a regular colony and the MTA has significant influence over there. We'll buy the required resources directly from the mechers if necessary. The Deceptor project is a vital new addition to our mech roster and can comprehensively upgrade the battle effectiveness of the flagrant vandals. The spaceborne harasser mech might not be particularly powerful by itself, but Ves designed it to form an excellent synergistic relationship with the ferocious piranha. The combination of the two would finally turn the mobile light mech forces of the Larkinson army into a real threat against powerful opponents." "You're saying that, but you failed to close any deals back in the Pelisa system where the circumstances are more generous. What makes you think you'll succeed in an even harder market environment?" "My lovely charm, HMPH. Though she did make a good point, Ves still hoped he could succeed this time. The stakes were higher as Ves had just promised to Calabas that he would try his best to keep his grand expedition in the current zone for a number of years. It was a lot easier to establish a business deal with a supplier when the delivery destination wasn't moving up and down the Red Ocean all the time. At the very least, he could make arrangements to deliver all of the goods to a warehouse in the Davut system. The expeditionary fleet could regularly go back to the port system in order to sell their latest haul before loading in the purchased materials. The more he thought about it, the more he became convinced that this could work. While this arrangement would anchor the expeditionary fleet to the Davut system to an extent, this was not a big deal as he could always let go of the resources piled up in the warehouse if threatened. While husband and wife talked about the logistical challenges of the Larkinson clan, their baby was getting more and more adventurous. Hee. Ba ba ba. Meow meow, meow. Aurelia had grown quite quickly for a baby at her stage. She rolled and crawled whenever she pleased and loved to play with the cats. As far as she was concerned, Lucky and Clixie were both her playmates. Not only that, her companion spirit grew more adventurous as well. Though Mana still napped most of the time, she grew more curious of reality and occasionally floated out of Aurelia's mind. Right now, the adorable white kitten was trying to poke inside the hammer of brilliance, but failed to gain any purchase. Miu, Miaww, Mautilda Alexandria flew down to the Persian kitten and bit her by the scruff of the neck before moving away. Mana should really learn not to poke other people's property. After Aurelia got tired of cuddling with Lucky and Clixie, she crawled over to Ves's leg and tried to climb up to her feet. Her parents both interrupted their discussion in order to observe their baby's progress. "Oh, you're so strong. Look at you, you can almost walk on your own legs." Though that was a bit of an exaggeration, it didn't matter as Aurelia giggled in response. Ves bent down and held his baby's arms in order to see how much she could walk. Her legs and balance weren't quite up to the task, but it was only a matter of time before she gained the strength and coordination to succeed. After the couple enjoyed their personal time with their child, they sat down together while Aurelia fed on another bottle of high-energy nutrient solution. "I'm ready to have another baby." "What, so soon?" Ves reacted with shock. Aren't first-time mothers supposed to wait for a longer period before getting pregnant again? Gloriana snorted at him. "You know nothing about my body. I'm genetically enhanced, remember. While my package doesn't focus on physical enhancements, my health and recovery speed are better than many other people in the clan. I've also received excellent care whenever I visited the Dragon's Den. There will be no problems. I wouldn't bring this up if I wasn't confident." "Oh, then, I don't have any objection if that's the case. I love it if we can give Aurelia a younger brother to grow alongside with. We're having a son, right? I'm thinking of giving Aurelia a little sister first." "What? Oh come on, I don't want to wait that long before raising my first boy. While daughters are lovely, we already have Aurelia for now. I could use some variety. Aurelia needs a reliable second in order to govern our clan better in future. Gloriana insisted. Just look at my sisters. My eldest sister Amarantha is already taking shape as my mother's successor, while my second sister Kelindra is being groomed to lead the Woden dynasty's household troops. That shouldn't be necessary in our clan. Besides, even if you want to replicate such an arrangement, Aurelia's second doesn't have to be a sister. A brother could also do the job. His wife did not respond well to this argument. They continued to bicker back and forth even after Aurelia finished her little meal. Huoa, she cutely yawned. Ves turned to his daughter. What do you think, sweetie? Do you want to gain a new brother? Bawawa. His wife reached down to caress Aurelia's soft head. Don't listen to him, dear. You're a smart girl, so you should know what's best. You want a little sister, right? Guaa. Reach out to me if you want a baby brother to spoil. No, reach out to me if you agree to gain a close sister. The two parents competed against each other so much that Aurelia grew befuddled. Spoon. She closed her eyes and slumbered while her parents kept bickering. In the end, they failed to come to a consensus. As usual, they decided to leave the decision for later. Ves suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. Hey, how about having twins? No, that was the end of that. Days continued to pass as Ves kept working on the Deceptor project with an eye to completing it as soon as possible. Since the mech design was very close to reaching its final phase, he also created a new spiritual product to serve as its design spirit. He decided to go a bit more frugal this time and skipped the use of universal life energy. The spiritual fragment of the checkered garbadine played a central role this time. The masterwork mech embodied the deception-based abilities that Ves wanted to bestow to his Deceptor project. He added in spiritual fragments taken from the illustrious one and Arnold because both of their domains should help. Other than that, Ves only added in his own spiritual energy in order to merge the ingredients together and make everything alive. The result of his modest effort was the birth of Kalo, who existed in the form of a spectral chameleon. Well, it's not my most creative work, but it will do the job. Hiss. Chapter 3618 Additional inspiration. Ves retained so many design spirits these days that the addition of another one started to become routine. Compared to the Titania who was still being indoctrinated by his other design spirits, the emergence of Kalo was not that notable. Kalo was a completely new spiritual product that did not have an inkling of the history and memories of the Titania. It started off with nothing but the materials derived from its ingredients along with whatever knowledge Ves had imprinted on his new creation. Right now, Kalo was extremely weak and fragile. It did not benefit from accelerated growth because Ves chose to save his limited reserves of universal life energy. He was willing to accelerate the growth of important entities such as Vulcan, but Kalo simply wasn't as important. As long as his collection of design spirits continued to grow in the future, there was no need to treat them all as equally as if they were his own children. It was fine to play favorites and give preferential treatment to his more important and useful design spirits. Though this might not sound fair to his lesser design spirits, they didn't require his hand-holding. There were many other spiritual entities that could take over the job, and the oldest or strongest among them already assumed leadership roles by themselves. For example, soon after the birth of Kalo, Ves noticed that xianxia had descended in order to give the ghostly chameleon an introduction in the spiritual community. With the big lizard attending to the tiny lizard, Ves had no worries that Kalo would go astray. He could leave all matters concerning the upbringing and acclimatization of the deception-oriented design spirit to one of his most trusted natural spiritual entities. Take good care of him, xianxia. Kalo hasn't received any powerful supplements, so he is extremely weak and immature. It will take a while for him to reach a respectable amount of strength. I will try to help as best as possible by finding a way to mass-produce my Deceptor project mechs, but that might take a while. Xianxia expressed reassurance at Ves. She possessed a particular interest in mentoring Kalo because Ves had designed him as a chameleon. Although appearances didn't matter as much to spiritual entities, xianxia nevertheless felt compelled to take responsibility over Kalo for her perception of their shared kinship. Seeing her treat the new ghostly chameleon so generously made Ves think about whether he would see this pattern more often in the future. This was the first time he thought about the racial makeup of his design spirit collection. A significant proportion of them were humanoid because they were derived from real people or human objects of worship. The rest were relatively random, though Ves felt it was wrong that he only had 2 cat-like beings in his collection up to this point. The golden cat and Zygra were both opposites in many ways, but they could definitely use more company in order to make sure that cats were well represented in their spiritual community. I'll have to think about adding more cats to the collection. He briefly thought about adding a bit of variety by adding a dog as well, but he quickly discarded the notion. He was a cat person. Why would he ever contemplate getting a dog when a cat could fulfill all of his needs? Sure, cats were whimsical, selfish and didn't always follow orders, but that was part of their charm. Besides, cats were much cuter than dogs. Cats it is, then. I'll think of a good opportunity to add not just one, but a whole set of them at a later date. Perhaps he should have turned Kalo into a cat as well, but he felt that shaping him as a chameleon was an intuitively better choice. It fit with his powers and his themes. With Kalo's creation, the Deceptor project finally obtained a proper if somewhat weak design spirit. While Ves didn't think the glow of the Deceptor project would be that powerful or drastic at first, that was okay. By allowing the ghostly chameleon to grow organically at its own pace, it would be able to develop its powers in a direction that complemented the new flagrant Vandal mech model better. Of course, this might not work out that well if an enemy confronted the expeditionary fleet in the near term. The Deceptor project would not be able to contribute as much on the battlefield in that case. I really hope nothing happens. Now that the Deceptor project obtained its new design spirit, there were no further obstacles that prevented Ves from completing it. He worked extra hard to rush its testing and optimization rounds. Once Ves was done with putting the finishing touches on his solo mech design, he finally stood back to admire his work as a whole. It's done. Though he could still think of many ways to refine and optimize his mech even further, he wasn't as high-strung as his wife. It would take months to improve the mech's performance by 2% or so. That might be worth it for some people, but the diminishing returns were way too much for Ves. The Deceptor project had reached a fine state at this point. Let's turn you into a real mech. In truth, the Deceptor project had already been realized in the form of a prototype, but Ves deliberately kept its distance from it and ordered his assistants to fabricate it instead. The prototype was purely a tool in his mind. It only served to refine the final product, nothing more. This was why he did not hesitate to order its demise by sending it over to the graveyard in order to disassemble it and recycle its raw materials. Perhaps this was cruel treatment for a mech that had done nothing wrong but serve as a test subject, but Ves did not tolerate a rough and incomplete work. The mech I'm about to make will be the first true copy of the Deceptor project. He whispered to himself. This is the real deal. Even though the Deceptor project was not as important as the Minerva project, he still valued it a lot. It was a reflection of his own efforts and a reflection of the progress he had made. The enlightened warrior already showed him what he was capable of, but that was merely a variant. He lacked the flexibility to implement his full vision because he was still shackled by the Bright Warrior's template. This was different. The Deceptor project was a mech that he had designed from scratch. There was less reason to stick to his old solutions when he had the freedom to apply newer ones that were possibly better. He already had a good expectation on how the Deceptor project would perform based on the prototype testing sessions, but the addition of a design spirit along with other final changes should make the final result a little better. He decided to fabricate the first copy of the new mech model straight away. Ves moved to his personal workshop where he had already prepared a batch of materials. At least half of it came from the prototype that the graveyard broke down and recycled. Though there was no reason to think that the batch of materials prepared by his assistants were faulty or inadequate, Ves made sure to check the goods in person. Gloriana had instilled the habit in him and he didn't particularly mind adopting it given that it might truly make a difference in certain cases. Besides, touching these materials beforehand gives me a better feel for what I have to work with. Isn't that right, Vulcan? The hammer holstered on the side of his toolbelt pulsed its soft bronze glow. Vulcan excelled at manipulating materials, which meant he also possessed a good understanding of them. Integrating a part of Cassandra Breyer's high-quality metal spiritual energy augmented his senses towards metallic materials in an unknown fashion. While it was difficult to guess what benefits this incident had brought, Vulcan and by extension Ves managed to develop an even better understanding of metals. This came in quite handy at this time as Ves was able to gain intuitive impressions of all of the slabs of materials. Some were as rigid and solid as they should when they rolled out of the processing plant. Other materials were less consistent and possessed slight faults or cracks due to excessive exposure to swinging temperatures and atmospheric conditions, the presence of impurities or plain rough handling during transport. Whatever the case, Ves was able to use the impressions he gained to make slight changes to how he planned to process the different materials into mech parts. Ordinarily, this wouldn't have made much of a difference. No matter what, the suppliers of these materials were still professionals and they rigidly adhered to industry standards. Even the tiniest differences can have a remarkable impact on quality, though. At his and Vulcan's level of craftsmanship, the deviations produced by inconsistent and lower quality materials could absolutely make a substantial difference in the final product. Previously, if Ves wanted to gain this much insight on the materials he was working, he had to put them all through rigorous tests and scans. He had no doubt that the first raters probably possessed technology that was advanced enough to replicate what he had done for the most part. Yet there was something intimate and personal about relying on his own intuition and feeling rather than cold machines to feed him their observations. Ves even had the illusion that he was transforming the materials through his touch, causing them to become more aligned with what he had in store. This was an illusion, though. He was ascribing more weight to the materials than they possessed. It was only when he processed them and combined them into a real mech that they would truly show their value. For now, they were just blocks of metal. Everything is in order. Let's begin. Ves reached down and took a hold of his hammer. With a practiced motion, he tapped the flat end against his forehead with just the right force. It was firm enough to make him feel the weight of his action but not strong enough to actually cause any injury. As soon as Vulcan partially melded with his mind, he began to see and understand concepts and ideas that previously remained out of his grasp. I missed this. You've improved, Vulcan. His incarnation hadn't been doing nothing all of this time. Aside from getting a better grip on his abilities, the design spirit also started to derive some benefits from the totems that Ves had traded to Zakrin Bilitsa in the House of Barak. The differences were obvious. Vulcan's craftsmanship, which was previously a close mirror to that of Ves, had begun to branch out in other areas, if only tentatively. The influence from Chief Fabricator Denner enhanced Vulcan's intuition when it came to making mechs with traditional fabrication equipment. Decades of experience enriched and augmented the theoretical knowledge that the design spirit already possessed. Balancing that out was the contribution made by the House of Barak. Master Artisan Sever Khoriton Barak had not waited long to make use of the mini-totem. What Vulcan gained from blessing the old tailor was an appreciation for art and a greater understanding of style. The feedback that Vulcan gained from these two influences were still relatively minor, but Ves already gained more inspiration than before. I knew it was the right idea to get Vulcan in touch with more people. He smirked. That said, Ves needed to be careful not to get subsumed by other people's preferences. He constantly had to remind himself that he should pursue his own style and only take light inspiration from other people's ideas. Several days passed by as he fabricated the first proper copy of the Deceptor project. Even though he worked alone, light mechs were smaller and faster to make, so it did not take long before Ves ended up with a complete machine. He wearily stepped back and gazed at the final result. Done. Chapter 3619 Checkerboard pattern. Gloriana dropped by his workshop as soon as she heard that he completed his solo project. Naturally, she brought along Aurelia and their cats as well. After Ves planted a kiss on his daughter's head, he allowed her to crawl around and explore the personal workshop after making sure that the security settings prevented her from approaching anything dangerous. Wooaha! Boo-boo-ava! His energetic and adventurous daughter immediately took advantage of her freedom to crawl at every curiosity in the vicinity. Given her proclivity for moving about on her own, Gloriana had fashioned a pink onesie for the baby that perfectly covered her extremities and made it more bearable to crawl on solid metal deck surfaces. Meow Tilda, Clixie escorted the Aurelia as usual while also providing additional entertainment for the little girl. Ves and Gloriana both smiled at the cute sight for a moment before turning their attention back to the finished mech. Previously, Ves had been the one to admire Gloriana's handiwork. Now, it was her turn to critique her husband's efforts. Well, our stylistic choices differ as widely as ever, though I'm glad to see you've inherited a greater portion of my nuances. He shrugged. I am happy with my own style, but that does not mean I am unwilling to learn from other people's best practices. As long as it is good and does not conflict with my style, I am more than happy to absorb it. I think my mech is certainly better for it without compromising the essence of my style. The Deceptor project had to be a good representation of his own design style. He needed to show that he had improved without losing his original self in the process. This was much harder than it sounded, but he figured he had struck a good balance. Gloriana continued to study the new mech from top to bottom. I think your new work is still rough around the edges, but I admit that your quality standards have gone up. Your Deceptor project will perform reliably in all but the most intense situations. What weaknesses it possesses is mostly derived from its weight class rather than your execution. It is still a bit light and fragile though. Are you truly confident it will survive on the battlefield? Ves confidently nodded. The Deceptor project possesses excellent agility and evasion characteristics, so it should allow mech pilots to dodge and minimize most incoming fire. While it is true that it won't last long if a single mech gets focused upon by hundreds of enemy rifleman mechs, casualties will occur regardless of what happens when our forces are arrayed against so many enemies. In most circumstances I believe it can get close enough without getting cut to pieces. That is assuming that it doesn't get assailed by enemy light skirmishers. It is still as defenseless against melee mechs than ever, and its relatively lackluster acceleration won't help. That is why I hope the flagrant vandals will never deploy it alone. It is really made to team up with the ferocious piranha at all times. They already had this discussion before. Ves knew what he was getting into when he configured the Deceptor project in this fashion. The benefits of developing greater synergies with the ferocious piranha was worth the trade-offs. Gloriana knew. That as well, so she did not address it any further. She instead turned her critical gaze towards the main armament of the Deceptor project. I see you have also decided to stick with the submachine gun. Yes, but it's not a standard one. This is a luminaire crystal weapon of my own design. Not only does it pack a greater punch than regular energy-based submachine guns, I've also made sure it can charge its shots for greater penetration. His wife looked skeptical at the light and slim weapon model. The gun is too small. How can you properly implement a high-powered firing mode in such a slim frame? It's not a proper hand cannon. Ves admitted. I just added it in as a backup option should the Deceptor project fail to inflict effective damage against its opponents. The penetration power is higher, but the process is much more inefficient. The mech can't keep it up for long. Either the gun will overheat, endure too much stress, or drain the light mech's energy reserves at a rapid rate. When you have to employ the Deceptor project against an enormous defensive fortification, then something has already gone wrong on our side. The gun worked best when it was put in its normal firing mode. The gun was able to fire out energy beams at a high rate for a long duration. This made it ideal for applying constant pressure and harassment. It also allowed the mech to chew through lightly armored targets at great efficiency. Gloriana called up Ves's design schematics in order to study the submachine gun design and the accompanying supporting systems in greater detail. The damage tolerance of these systems isn't particularly high, she remarked. I can see you put effort into making the mech more robust, and while it is able to endure internal stresses to a decent level, it is less able to defend against external stresses. In other words, as long as the enemy managed to hit the Deceptor project, the mech was more prone to losing functionality than even the ferocious piranha. This is yet another trade-off I've made. In order to align it with its main theme, I had to use up valuable capacity for passive and active ECM systems. This comes at the expense of solid armor and other defensive features. I think it's worth it, though. The mech employs multiple different ways to confound and frustrate any enemies attempting to target this mech. The entire reason why the Deceptor project was called this way was because it was supposed to excel at misdirecting enemy mechs. Reducing its chances of getting hit by distracting their opponents was its best form of defense. Though Gloriana understood her husband's intentions, she still reserved her judgment. We'll see how effective the Deceptor project can avoid enemy fire in the upcoming testing session. The prototype testing sessions haven't yielded any dramatic results. That's because Kalo didn't exist yet for the majority of tests. Even then, he is still a newborn design spirit. In a few years he'll get up to speed. Even then, the Deceptor project in its current form should already be a valuable addition to our lineup. They would both find out soon enough anyway. After Gloriana made a few more observations about the mech that Ves had fabricated, they both came closer to the machine in order to observe its craftsmanship up close. She placed her hand on the surface of the oddly coated mech. The pattern and color scheme is quite special. Ves shrugged. The black and white checkerboard pattern will help with making it less distinguishable to the enemy, at least when relying on pure optical sensors. Enemy mechs don't rely solely on optical sensors to spot and track enemy mechs. I know, it's only a supplementary measure rather than a main feature. What it truly relies upon is the exterior that is made out of sensor-dampening materials and the various ECM systems integrated across its frame. As long as the Deceptor project isn't operating at a high intensity, its heat emissions won't be high enough to compromise its ECM effectiveness. Ves had spent a lot of time and effort into lowering the Deceptor project's energy consumption and heat buildup. By making his mech more efficient in how it handled energy, it would radiate less waste energy that could serve as a beacon that painted a clear target on the mech's back. The configuration of the Deceptor project also supported this goal. The two biggest energy-eating parts were the flight system and the primary weapon. Both of them were designed and tuned to generate considerably less energy than comparable systems, though that inevitably came at the cost of peak performance. After Gloriana surveyed the physical state of the mech, she tried to focus on the most distinctive properties of the Deceptor project. The mech possessed a distinct glow, but it was hard for her to get her grip around it. Furthermore, its effectiveness was much higher when the mech was being actively piloted against other mechs. As far as living mechs went, the Deceptor project sought to avoid drawing attention, which was quite the opposite compared to the other mechs designed by Ves. It's an interesting exercise to employ my design philosophy in a manner that is opposite to my usual approach. Ves explained, working on this project has made me realize that I have been designing way too many mechs that attract people's attention. Gloriana snorted and crossed her arms. I think that says a lot about you. There's a part inside you that just loves to command the public. That flows back in your work. I do not think this is bad, but it's definitely an aspect of your design style that you should be aware of. I am glad you have shown that you can also design subtler mechs when needed, though if I purely go by appearances, this mech of yours still can't help but attract attention. That's mainly due to its patterned surface. The checkerboard pattern was just too odd compared to other mechs that were painted in simple solid color schemes. Once the couple was done with examining the mech, they soon prepared to test it out. Ves had to make a few more arrangements by calling over the flagrant vandals and having them prepare a few test scenarios. After a day of preparation, the first true deployment of the Deceptor project was about to commence. The vandals already received word and information about the new mech during the prototype testing phase. Ves had been generous enough to provide them with virtual models of the earlier iterations of the Deceptor project to use as simulation practice material. They already trained a batch of mech pilots who were all proficient with the basic operation of the Deceptor project. Ves picked a random man out of the Vandal lineup to pilot the completed version of the light harasser mech for the first time. A few notable clansmen had gathered next to the workstation where Ves was operating from. As a pair of heavy-duty bots slowly dragged the inactive Deceptor project out into space, the leader of the flagrant vandals harbored a lot of hope for the new mech model. If the Deceptor project performs well, how many copies can we expect to receive? Commander Abyss Firelight asked. Ves glanced at the dark-skinned man. While he wasn't very familiar with Firelight, the man had proven to be a competent leader who did not produce a lot of drama. He was quite opposite to Venerable Orphan in that regard. That's a difficult question to answer. He replied, currently, we're having difficulties sourcing the necessary raw materials. We can easily produce a squad's worth of my mech, but anything more will require our clan to secure an agreement with a solid and reliable material supplier. That was not the news that Commander Firelight wanted to hear. Just 10, maybe more, maybe less. Some materials are more abundant but others are more scarce. I'll have to check our total inventory to be sure. We also need to reserve at least a proportion of them in case of emergencies, so that will also limit the amount of mechs we can build. The flagrant vandals accompanying their Legion commander all looked disappointed. They had learned of the new signature mech and eagerly wanted to put it into service. Ves noticed their dissatisfaction and sighed. Look, it won't take long for our fleet to reach the Davut system. Once we arrive, I will prioritize this matter. We need to secure a channel for materials and supplies for many more reasons aside from fabricating mechs. Hopefully, I'll be able to give you a more positive answer within a month. We'll hold you to that, Patriarch. Commander Firelight slowly nodded. There's nothing worse than not being able to pilot a useful new mech that is tailored to our needs. Chapter 3620 Light Weapon Effectiveness. The Deceptor project debut proceeded quite well. Once it was put into space at a safe distance from the main fleet, it activated without any fuss or complications. After performing a routine of basic actions such as moving its limbs and flying in different directions, the light harasser mech finally showed what it was capable of in the more advanced tests. First, It warmed up its submachine gun by firing at numerous practice targets. Though the target dummies weren't actual mechs, they were built to closely mimic the defensive properties of different mechs. As expected, the submachine gun is powerful enough to defeat other light mechs. Ves smiled in satisfaction. Although the Deceptor project possessed no defenses against light skirmishers that managed to get into melee range, beyond that the ranged mech possessed a decisive advantage. The high firing rate made it easier for the Deceptor project to track and land their hits on fast, maneuverable targets. The relatively low damage per shot was not a big deal if the enemy mech did not possess that much armor to begin with. This was showcased by how the various stationary and mobile target dummies all got shot to pieces by the submachine gun. One of the advantages of this weapon over many other comparable ones was that it was based on luminaire crystal technology. Though the weapon was too small and compact to fit too many luminaire energy attack phase crystals, Ves still managed to make enough space to equip the submachine gun with 3 different energy beam types. For this test, Ves was equipped with a laser beam crystal, a slicer beam crystal and a disruptor beam crystal. This caused Commander Firelight to grow intrigued. Is this the recommended package for the Deceptor project? What is the rationale for this luminaire crystal loadout? He asked the Patriarch. Out of the 6 energy attack phase crystals at our disposal, I found that the 3 of them work out the best. First, you need to be aware of how the weapon fits in the overall system. It's a light weapon because it is paired with a light mech. It needs to deal effective damage at a budget because the Deceptor project does not cope well with elevated energy consumption and heat generation. The simple and humble laser beam is therefore the most optimal attack pattern for the Deceptor project. Sure, laser beam weapons were relatively simple and low-tech compared to other energy weapon types, but that played to its advantage in this case. Humanity's understanding of laser weapons had grown so high that it was an extremely mature tech. The same applied to the Luminaire race as their own. Application of laser weapons was extremely refined. The direct consequence of this was that the Deceptor project remained highly efficient as long as it kept firing laser beams. Although the damage potential and penetration power of this beam type was not that impressive, the Deceptor project could easily keep it up without issue. The damage that a single Deceptor project can deal is not high, but remember that it is a ranged mech. Ves told the Vandals. A mech squad or mech company can easily array their guns against single targets. Even better armored mechs will succumb when they are being peppered with a torrent of laser beams. This was much better than with the ferocious piranha. While it was possible for the light mechs to gang up on a single target, only a few of them could safely approach at a time. If they weren't careful enough, they could easily collide against each other. This is the capability that we have been missing. A Vandal mech captain said. The ferocious piranhas are good machines, but some mech formations are too dense to attack easily. With this ranged mech, we have more options than before. At the very least, we have means to apply pressure without committing anything. Aside from the laser beam attack phase, the Deceptor project also tested out the other 2 attack phases. The slicer beam fired by the submachine gun was quite thin and weak. Even though it was more effective than the laser beam at penetrating through solid armor plating, when put into rapid fire mode a lot of beams scattered around, preventing the Deceptor project from quickly dealing critical damage. It was only when the Deceptor project switched the firing mode of its weapon that it was able to penetrate through armor more effectively. This is an option that works best in the high-powered firing mode. This is because it is easier to apply a lot of energy at the same position. Ves explained to them. The downside of this is that the submachine gun cannot fire like this continuously without quickly reaching its limits. I highly recommend you to stick to the rapid fire mode. Will that still be effective? Commander Firelight asked in a skeptical tone. Because it looks to me that you're firing the equivalent of a lot of razors at a wall. Ves nodded. Your analogy isn't wrong, but like the previous case, think about how fast a mech company of Deceptor Project mechs can chew through the exterior of an enemy target. In fact, the true value of employing this mech this way is not to reach the internals, but quickly wipe out and disassemble all exterior modules. If your mech units are able to target the rear section of enemy mechs, they can quickly knock out the flight systems and possibly other rear modules without requiring to do anything further. We can already do that with the laser beams. It will be more effective with the slicer beams. Flight systems are built to withstand a lot of heat because they often generate a lot of it in order to generate thrust. The alloys and materials used to make these modules need to be able to resist heat first, so a typical laser beam will just disperse a lot of heat energy over surfaces that are expressly designed to deal with it. While slicer beams consist of energy as well, they are a special type that keeps it extremely concentrated. There was a lot more theory behind it, but Ves did not bother to explain it to the mech pilots and mech officers. They just needed to take his word that the slicer beam was highly effective when utilized in certain situations. Of course, slicers are also highly efficient because of their low total energy output, and that is exactly what the Disceptor project needs. And the disruptor beam, they're just there so that the Disceptor project mechs can easily drain enemy energy shields. There's nothing complicated about it, and while it might not be necessary to employ it in every battle, it will come extremely handy in the few situations where you are compelled to attack shielded units. The Vandals slowly nodded. Energy shields were a bit more prevalent in the Red Ocean than in the Galactic Rim. While it was uncommon to see them in cheaper and smaller mechs, the larger ones had a good chance of carrying them. Miniaturization and better energy cells made it easier to integrate them in offensive mechs. You've explained why you chose those 3 crystals. Why did you reject the other 3? Well, let's start with the positron beam. This attack type is considerably more powerful than the laser beam but is also a lot more inefficient as well. Not only will your mechs run out of energy faster, they will also overheat a lot sooner. Once that happens, a lot of ECM measures will become ineffective. It isn't worth it in my eyes. While it was fine for Bright Warriors and Transcendent Punishers to make use of positron weapons, they were substantially bigger and much more capable of dealing with the increased demands of this weapon type. They also didn't place a high emphasis on ECM or misdirection, so it didn't matter if they lit themselves up on enemy sensors. As for the kinetic beam, the reason why I don't recommend it is because it's not efficient. You are converting a lot of electrical energy into physical energy when you employ this luminaire crystal attack phase, and that is such a big leap that a lot of energy goes to waste. This isn't too big of a deal with bigger rifles, but the loss in damage output is much more severe with lighter weapons. Oh, what of the light beam, then? They are highly effective against expert mechs. Ves grimaced. He already had a much better mech design lined up for this until the MTA forcibly put a stop to it. He still hadn't gotten a resolution at this time. The association's bureaucracy sure liked to take its time. The light beam is somewhat effective, but the relatively low damage output per mech means you will need to field hundreds if not thousands of Disceptor Project mechs to effectively threaten an enemy expert mech. Given our limited carrier space, we can't field so many of this mech at the moment. It is much more efficient to leave the job to other mechs that pack a much greater punch. I see. The Vandals all looked disappointed at this reasoning. Fighting against expert mechs is important, but the burden should never fall upon light mechs. Ves told them all, your jobs are different. With your ferocious piranhas and your new Disceptor projects, you can become our consummate flankers. Any mech formation that isn't prepared to fight against a light assault unit like yours will easily get torn to shreds. In order to prove his words, the final tests were the most important ones. The avatars of Myth agreed to volunteer a Bright Warrior piloted by one of their own. The mech was in its rifleman mech configuration at the moment so that it could effectively retaliate against the Disceptor project. Once they went through the safety checks, the 2 mechs began to perform a mock duel against each other. Their luminaire crystal weapons had been set to the lowest power settings possible so that they dealt minimal damage to each other. When the 2 mechs fought against each other, it quickly became clear that they were very different mechs. The Bright Warrior was not as agile and was not as effective at fairly close ranges, but its solid construction and armor plating provided it with a lot of buffer. The Disceptor project was much faster and performed much better at this range. Nonetheless, its submachine gun was not that powerful and it surely felt every hit that its opponent managed to land. However, as the Vandal mech pilot became more proficient at piloting the real mech in a realistic battle setting, the Disceptor project stopped getting hit as much. While this was expected from a well-piloted light mech, the amount of attacks it was able to dodge was on the high side. I wouldn't be able to make an avatar mech miss so many shots with my ferocious piranha. The difference isn't that big, though. Who knows? It might mean the difference between life and death. Ves was happy to see that the flagrant Vandal mech pilots were discerning enough to notice the difference. The combination of the glow and numerous ECM systems both worked to make it difficult for the avatar mech to keep its gun on target. However, there was no denying that the difference wasn't big enough to merit so much investment. In order to prove the Disceptor project's true value, Ves ordered his men to move to the final test. A second avatar mech joined the first one. The arriving Bright Warrior was in a Space Knight configuration, which immediately compensated for nearly all of the Rifleman mech's weaknesses. On the other hand, the Disceptor Project teamed up with a ferocious piranha mech dispatched by the flagrant vandals. The duel had turned into a 2-on-2 match. While Ves expected his new light mech combination to perform effectively, the Avatar mech pilots weren't going to make it easy. They had their own pride and they were highly familiar with dealing all kinds of glow effects. Chapter 3621 Distorted Glass. Normally, a pair of light mechs would find it hard to fight against a combination between a space knight and a rifleman mech. While the chances of a ranged mech hitting a light mech was not that big, they were not zero. Even a single lucky hit could already decrease the battle effectiveness of a flimsy machine by 30%. This meant that the light mechs needed to disable the enemy machines in a timely manner in order to avoid getting downed. While the Disceptor Project was armed with a ranged weapon itself, the problem was that the Bright Warrior in Space Knight configuration could easily intercept enemy fire from a single direction. If there were two Disceptor Project mechs in this scenario, then at least they could have split up and attacked from opposite directions. The current setup didn't allow for that, so the Space Knight shouldn't have much of an issue neutralizing the Disceptor Project's damage output. What did trouble the Avatar mechs was that they also had to defend against the ferocious piranha. If the two Vandal light mechs attacked the Avatar mechs in a pincer maneuver, then the defensive mech would need to decide which one it should repel. As the practice battle played out, the Avatar mech pilot in question made the right decision. The Disceptor Project was only armed with a submachine gun and posed less of an acute threat. The ferocious piranha, on the other hand, could easily make quick work of the Avatar ranged mech when it came close, so it had to be stopped at all costs. The fight proceeded exactly as expected. The two ranged mechs were providing support while the melee mechs sought to overcome each other. The Avatar Space Knight was not fast and agile enough to land a hit on the ferocious piranha. However, it was more than capable of frustrating the opposing mech by putting its large shield in the way of every attack. It was virtually impossible for the knives wielded by the ferocious piranha to break the shield, so the light mech needed to maneuver around in order to inflict real damage. The problem was that the attacker needed to make much more extensive movements than the defender. The Avatar Space Knight only had to rotate and reposition itself slightly in order to keep up for the most part. The ferocious piranha made several attack passes, most of which yielded little success. There was a difference, though. The ferocious piranha hadn't activated its glow. The Bright Warriors hadn't done anything special either. Ves wanted all of the mechs involved to fight under normal conditions so that he could establish a baseline. Now that he knew what to expect from the Disceptor Project under normal circumstances, he was ready to see what a difference the glows would make. Ferocious piranha, please activate your glow. When the light mech in question did so, the battle immediately reflected the changes. Both Avatar mechs performed less smoothly than before. Their mechs pilots had to shift their concentration and expend mental resources in order to keep their minds together. Despite the debilitating effect, every elite mech pilot learned how to endure suppressive glows. It was part of their standard training these days. Since they were so accustomed to working under these conditions, the highly trained Avatar mech pilots did not perform that much worse than before. They gritted their teeth and toughed it out as they continued to focus on beating their respective foes. Is this all? A Vandal officer asked as he and his comrades watched the mock battle. It's not over yet, Ves said. Let's see how the Disceptor Project can supplement the ferocious piranha's glow. The ferocious piranha had to stay fairly close to the enemy in order for its glow to have effect. The light skirmisher buzzed back and forth, which constantly forced the Avatar Space Knight to keep up with the constant repositioning. While it was fairly easy for the defensive mech to make a slight adjustment, the way the ferocious piranha kept circling around while occasionally threatening to perform a dive attack quickly began to make the Avatar mech pilot disoriented. It was harder to keep track of everything when there was a lot more dynamic movement. The glow of the ferocious piranha exacerbated this problem even further. This is a familiar scenario for both sides. The avatars of Myth and the flagrant Vandals constantly held practice bouts between each other. Whether they fought against each other in virtual simulations or live practice sessions, they collided against each other so much that they were highly familiar with the mechs, tactics and methods employed by their rivals and adversaries. The constant repositioning of the ferocious piranha was a way for the Vandal mech pilot to increase the disorientation effect. Having encountered this situation before, the Avatar mech pilot turned his mind into a rock and tried to remain as calm and stable as possible in order to keep up with the enemy's dynamic movements. When the Vandal light skirmisher unexpectedly broke pattern and performed an attack pass, the Avatar Space Knight quickly responded by putting its shield in the right place to intercept the enemy assault. What? The defensive mech slightly blundered by allowing the ferocious piranha to almost bypass its defenses. The Avatar Space Knight should ideally blunt the enemy light skirmisher's attack by catching both its knives at the center of its shield at an angle that allowed for deflection. While the Avatar mech pilot got the angle right, he misjudged the positioning. When the ferocious piranha circled around to perform another attack pass, the bright warrior with the shield almost made another mistake. A Space Knight pilot of his caliber shouldn't be making this mistake twice in a row. What is going on? The ferocious piranha did not carry a lot of ECM systems, so its movements should be easy enough for a typical mech to track. However, the reality was quite different. The Avatar mech pilot tried to stabilize his mind even further, which allowed him to concentrate even better despite constantly being subjected to the ferocious piranha's glow. Yet despite doing so much to turn his mind into a rock, it became even harder for the poor fellow to properly intercept the increasingly trickier Vandal light skirmisher. Once the Vandal mech pilot caught on to the changes, he began to make more aggressive moves. The ferocious piranha dove in at more creative angles, and more often than not came close to bypassing the Space Knight entirely. It's happening. When the ferocious piranha swung around and performed its 12th attack pass, the defending mech not only misjudged the positioning but also the angle of approach. These crucial mistakes allowed the ferocious piranha to soar past the Avatar Space Knight at a steep angle and launch telling blows at the Avatar Rifleman mech that was supposed to be safe from this kind of an attack. Though the ferocious piranha only tapped the bright warrior armed with a ranged weapon, the fact that it got through in the first place represented a substantial failure on the part of the avatars of myth. It's not the ferocious piranha. It's that new mech. It's truly doing something to the perception of the Avatar mech pilots. Most clansmen already heard about some of the details of the new Deceptor project. Ves didn't work hard to keep it a secret, and its codename pretty much spelled out its capabilities anyway. When the ferocious piranha came around to repeat its earlier success, both Avatar mechs became a lot more on guard. Yet despite paying much more attention to the trajectory and movements of the Vandal light mech, the light skirmisher almost managed to circumvent the Space Knight once again. This is definitely not a coincidence anymore. How the hell does this work? After 3 more attack passes, the ferocious piranha managed to fly underneath the Space Knight and hit the underside of the ranged mech with its weapons. Even if the damage was not that substantial, the pattern became increasingly clearer. The Avatar mech pilots were failing to keep up with the ferocious piranha somehow. The strangest part of all of this was that the results did not grow better over time. The Avatar mech pilots tried several tricks and adjusted their mentality multiple times, yet that only seemed to drag their performance down even further. By the time the Avatar Rifleman mech got hit over a dozen times, Ves finally saw enough. Stand down. The test has ended. Please check your systems before returning to your mothership. Thank you for your cooperation. Ves studied the data logs as the mechs slowly flew back to the main fleet. He rewatched the footage of the successful attack passes and saw that the Avatar Space Knight was trying to defend against a mech that came from a slightly different direction, angle and timing than in reality. He smirked. The Deceptor project is truly working brilliantly with the ferocious piranha. When the mech of the hour finally returned to the Spirit of Bentime, Ves gathered the test pilot as well as the visiting Avatar cadre together. You've all seen what the Deceptor project can do, Ves said as he gestured towards the machine in front of them. In simple terms, it's a light harasser mech with a twist. While the Deceptor project does not possess strong offensive and defensive capabilities, what is truly special about my new mech model is its combination of mobility and utility. Utility, sir? The glow. Ves smirked. It's not that obvious at first, but once you begin to pilot it, you will see what a difference it can make. While the mech isn't able to achieve any drastic results by itself, it can achieve a much greater effect if it teams up with the ferocious piranha. You saw what happened to those hapless Avatar mechs, whose pilots should not be strangers to suppressive glows. While it was the ferocious piranha that was truly taking advantage of the misjudgments of its opponents, it is the Deceptor project that is responsible for creating these invisible openings. He called up the footage of one of the successful attack runs and paused when the defensive mech tried to fend off the incoming attacker. You can see where the mechs are located. The defensive bright warrior is here while the ferocious piranha over there. The latter is approaching the former from this direction at this speed. Look closely at the Space Knight. Do you think it is making the right response? Even though the flagrant Vandals were mostly offensive mech pilots, they still knew enough about the basics to know there was something amiss. The Space Knight is just a bit off. It looks as if it is responding a little too late or something. It's not just the timing that's wrong, but also the angling of the shield. It's too steep, which increases the possibility that our ferocious piranha can slide right past its side. The Avatar mech pilot managed to mistake the positioning as well. He should have moved his mech or shield more to the left. Ves smirked. You're all correct. According to the judgment of the defending mech pilot, the attacking machine was actually located here and was approaching from this angle. He drew a fake mech in the paused footage and drew a line that indicated its probable trajectory. Although the non-existing mech partially overlapped with the real ferocious piranha, it was just a bit different. Perhaps a distracted or lesser skilled mech pilot might make such a misjudgment, but the Avatar mech pilots were supposed to be better. Are you saying, the new mech can do all of this? Ves smugly nodded. Exactly. Haven't you noticed the best part of all of this? No matter how much the Avatar mech pilot tried to concentrate on the ferocious piranha, his performance didn't improve at all. His actions were completely counterproductive. Instead of focusing on the obvious target, what he should have really been doing was to resist the subtle glow that was impairing his perception of reality. Chapter 3622 A Talk with Commander Xianxia, let me put it this way. Ves tried to explain his new mech in an understandable fashion. Imagine you are holding a gun and you're trying to shoot a pesky bird in the air. You have a 20% chance to hit the bird with every shot, but then someone else comes along and secretly puts a distorted glass in front of your eyes. You keep aiming and firing your gun, but your aim is always off no matter how much you concentrate on your target. The problem was never with your skill or judgment, but rather the glass that someone placed before you. Unless you become aware of its existence and actively compensate for its distortive effects, you won't be able to fight as effectively as before. Although the exact mechanisms were a bit difficult to explain in full, the simplified analogy was enough for even the slowest vandals to comprehend the actual effect of the Deceptor project. The mech directly distorted the perception of the enemy mech pilot. The Larkinsons were somewhat familiar with this concept due to the existence of the Dark Zephyr. While the Deceptor project wasn't able to fool electronic systems as well, just the ability to mess with the perception of the mech pilot was incredibly valuable in the right situations. By the way, sir, now that this mech is finished, what are you going to call it? A Vandal officer asked. Ves halted for a moment. He didn't want to give it a name that instantly made it clear what it was all about. Let's call it the Stingripper. Sting, Ripper. The Vandals didn't look too enthusiastic about the name, but Ves didn't care. The Stingripper was his solo project, so it was his to name. Yes, Stingripper. It not only sounds wicked, but also draws attention towards its weapon, which is quite small and light. Don't you understand the trick behind the name? When people who don't know us encounter the Stingripper in battle, they will initially think that the mech's Luminaire crystal submachine gun is its main feature. The Vandal cadre understood the point now that Ves explained it to them. This was indeed a small but potentially effective deceptive trick. Ves soon registered the Stingripper as the official name for the new Vandal Light Harasser mech and concluded his solo project. The mech became an official part of the Flagrant Vandal Mech Legion's core roster without hindrance. Legion Commander Abyss Firelight and his posse of trusted cadre all embraced the Stingripper as it continually displayed its effectiveness in subsequent testing sessions. The Vandals employed it alongside the ferocious piranha against all of the other Larkinson mech legions and never failed to hoodwink their opponents. It didn't matter that word about the Stingripper's new glow had already spread. It didn't matter that opposing mech pilots specifically came up with different mental gymnastics to negate the Stingripper's deception-oriented glow. It didn't matter that the other mech legions tried to go on the offensive and preempt the Vandal tactics. The opposing mech pilots all fell for the Stingripper's unavoidable glow in the end. Maintaining range helped, but not as much as the opponents of the Vandals thought. Ves had integrated the same concentrated glow feature that made the Valkyrie Redeemers so effective at range. Therefore, the Stingripper was still able to exert an effective influence while remaining several kilometers away. The only downside to doing this was that it was effectively limited to distorting the perception of just one target at a time, but that was an acceptable price to pay. Kalo's glow soon gained an infamous reputation in the Larkinson army. Not even the Vandals themselves liked to face the new mech. At the same time, several other mech legions expressed an intense amount of interest towards the Stingripper. It was the perfect complement to any other mech with a suppressive glow against enemy mech pilots. After the initial testing session validated all of his theories about its glow and effect on adversaries, the penitent sisters practically rammed through his door in order to request their own version of the new mech model. "I'm sorry, Commander, but I'm afraid I have to reject your proposal," Ves calmly answered as he sat behind his desk. "Meow," Lucky echoed as he lounged on the same desk as usual. Commander Valerie Chansey did not look good at the moment. "Why not? I understand that the Stingripper is a light mech that is foremost designed for the flagrant vandals, but the model can easily be adapted for the penitent sisters. It can make the charges and the follow-up movements of the Valkyrie Redeemer a lot more effective. I don't deny the potential for synergy, but if you truly want to employ this combination, then just work out an understanding with Commander Firelight. That's not as good as fielding the Stingripper ourselves. It's the only answer that I'm willing to give today," Ves responded in an obstinate tone. "Look, I established the mech legions as a way to specialize our mech pilots. Your penitent sisters excel at maneuvering and opportunistic attack runs, so that is what I want your soldiers to excel at. While there is certainly a lot of overlap with the avatars of Myth and the flagrant vandals, I want you and your sisters to develop your own identity, and that means trying to develop your own system. Juliet is already working on a penitent sister exclusive mech design project, so there is no need for you to grow jealous of the vandals for getting theirs first." The older woman shook her head in disappointment. "It's not the same, and you know it. The vandals receive a combat mech that performs well in offensive maneuvers, while Juliet is designing an auxiliary communication mech that is partially based on your old cherub design. Don't underestimate the Nanny project. It might not be as bombastic as our combat mechs, but auxiliary mechs are vitally important to any large mech force, particularly one that might venture into anomalous regions and areas where heavy jamming is prevalent." Commander Chansey did not object too much, as the Nanny project was truly a useful addition to the Larkinson army. The mech was not only designed to complement the offensive units of the penitent sisters, but also served to link up the different elements of the Larkinson army in order to make sure that friendly mech pilots continued to coordinate their actions to achieve the best effect. Perhaps the Larkinson clan didn't need the Nanny project in the previous battles, but most of them were fought in the backwaters of the old galaxy. The Red Ocean was much different. Aside from the risk of fighting against alien forces that could give the Big Two a run for their money, the Larkinson clan also had to worry about bumping into advanced human forces after the EMTA's 2-year protection period formally came to an end. Once the Simile Halifax no longer deterred rival pioneers, Ves needed to make sure his mech legions could leverage every possible advantage against hostile mech forces. Since jamming was so prevalent in modern warfare, it became essential for the Larkinsons to not only maintain effective communication channels, but also keep them secure. Ves smirked. The thought of highly trained hackers trying and failing to crack the Nanny Project's spiritual communication network made him amused to no end. Even if an esoteric enemy possessed enough spiritual competences to detect the spiritual communication network, they probably wouldn't be able to do much. That was because the Nanny Project used the Superior Mother as its medium. The powerful and extremely skilled ancestral spirit was the nexus of the very same communication network. With such a powerful network administrator in charge, there were only 3 ways that Ves could think of that might compromise this network. First, the enemy could prioritize and eliminate all of the Nanny Project mechs, which was in fact a viable and realistic strategy. The penitent sisters should be doing everything possible to defend the strategically important mechs, though. Second, the enemy could make use of a spiritual entity that was as powerful as a dark god. By beating the Superior Mother on the spiritual battlefield, this hostile entity could break or negate the spiritual communication network through brute force. Third, the enemy could employ some sort of spiritual sorceress or entity that was able to hack the spiritual communication network in a clever or ingenious manner. Suffice to say, Ves did not think the second and third possibilities were likely. Most human forces were ignorant of spirituality, and the only means they could use to negate this phenomenon was to make use of expert pilots or ace pilots. Look, the penitent sisters will get their goodies in time. Ves tried to placate the penitent sister commander. You already got a huge head start by receiving the Valkyrie Redeemer model as well as a battle network early on. The flagrant vandals received much less attention from our clan. They have been patient with me all this time, so I intend to reward them for their hard work and sacrifice. Do you understand? As a leader herself, Valerie Chansey comprehended his approach. She could not fault Ves for pampering the mech legions that previously received little attention. I understand, she sighed. I hope your design department remembers that our penitent sisters can pilot more combat mechs than the Valkyrie Redeemer. Don't get me wrong, it's an excellent mech model that is highly suited for us, but its distinct strengths and weaknesses also hinder us from being useful in more scenarios. We can discuss that in greater detail after the current design round has ended. Ves explained. That will take a few months. A lot of projects are nearing completion and the remaining ones just need to sprint for a while in order to conclude as well. All of the projects made a lot of progress. The only exception was the Fearless project, which Ves had basically written off for this design round. That freed up a lot of time in his schedule that he used to contribute to the Minerva project and other design projects. The two moved on to other topics. Commander Xianxia hadn't spoken to Ves in person and in private for quite some time, so there were plenty of matters to discuss. What is the mood among your subordinates? Ves curiously asked. Your penitent sisters, at least the original ones, have joined the Larkinson clan for a couple of years now. Are they happy here and are they still eager to explore the Red Ocean? We pledged an oath to serve you, sir. Our feelings shouldn't matter. I don't like to treat my loyal subordinates like disposable tools. Ves lied to the penitent sister commander. You're Larkinsons now, and that means you are family to me as well. While I won't stop your sisters from following their oaths, I want them to do so freely. This is our calling, Patriarch Ves. We owe a debt to you and the clan, and we will not feel fulfilled unless we work towards paying off all of the generosity and gifts that you have bestowed to us all. My only regret is that our debt to you continues to grow with each benefit and opportunity you provide to us. I foresee we will remain bound to you for a long period of time. Ves ceased trying to understand the warped logic of the penitent sisters. Even after years of assimilating into the Larkinson clan, the ex-hexers still abided by their idiosyncrasies. Well, as long as you and your sisters are happy, that is fine. What do you think about the Red Ocean in particular? The woman pursed her lips. It's a dangerous hellhole. We haven't encountered many enemies as of yet, but that will certainly change once we start to operate in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. All of the intelligence I've read about this region suggests that there are both alien and human threats. I won't speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about the aliens, since I am sure you understand the details, but among the humans there is war on the horizon. Oh, Ves leaned forward over his desk. What makes you say that? Just look at the largest colonies in this zone. They're all founded by ambitious pioneering alliances that all want to turn their trading system into the next Pelisa system of their zone. However, in order to do that, they need to eliminate or lessen the competition. Do you truly think that subterfuge and covert sabotage is enough to do the job? Chapter 3623 Thorn Project. Compared to the Megare Middle Zone, the Krakatoa Middle Zone was at least several years behind in terms of development. This was because the latter was situated closer to the center of the Red Ocean and was therefore conquered a bit later. The result of this was that the established power blocks were still in the build-up process. While they already claimed their own patches of turf, as long as they began to expand their territory, they would eventually bump into each other. Back in the old galaxy, the colonization of a star sector usually proceeds in distinct phases. Commander Xianxia explained to Ves. Think about the history of the Komodo star sector. I can't tell you how many colony fleets descended upon it, but it must have been thousands. All of them struggled against each other. If they did not fight in order to claim the best planets, they always fought to expand their territory the most. Competition also took place in other fronts, such as the monopolization of scarce exotics or trying to gain a stranglehold over trade. What happened before will happen again. The difference is that the players are much more powerful this time because the colonists aren't simply exiles and desperados this time. The pioneers who have managed to enter the Red Ocean are of a much higher caliber. She was right. Ves recalled that the Hexadric hegemony essentially won the scramble for the richest and most prosperous territories in the Komodo star sector. If not for the fact that the most powerful surviving competitors banded together to stop the Hexer from expanding further, the star sector would have definitely been dominated by the hateful women. Ves didn't think about it, but the Krakatoa Middle Zone as well as other zones would probably feature the same kind of conflict. Even though everyone in this zone was technically a part of the Red Ocean Union, that was too loose of a bond for pioneers to make way for each other. Unless the Terrans and Rubarthans tried to encroach on their territory, it was unlikely for all of these loose pioneers to form a united front. Ves pressed his fingers against his forehead. I can foresee the trouble this brings, but we don't have a stake in the local conflicts. One of the reasons why I am insistent on keeping our clan in a fleet is because we can just leave whenever the temperature gets too hot. What if the entire Red Ocean heats up? The penitent sister pressed. What if there is no room for unaligned fleets? Look, I've read your history. You have a phobia against betrayal, so you try to avoid putting yourself in situations where others can stab you in the back once again. If you keep doing this, I'm afraid we might end up in a situation where we are all alone and surrounded by hostile or uncaring cliques. Sure, you might not get stabbed in the back by those you consider friends, but you'll just get cornered and hacked to pieces from all sides. Ves did not like what he heard. He glanced suspiciously at Commander xianxia. What a lovely analogy. I did not take you for a deep thinker. The penitent sister commander shrugged. I am a mech officer and a leader of a growing mech legion. Give me some credit, sir. I am constantly concerned about the safety of our clan, but especially my fellow sisters. While I am not privy to all of your high-level decision-making, I hope you are accounting for the gradual onset of war and conflict in Krakatoa. The aliens are a greater threat at the moment, but sooner or later most of them will be driven out, as is the case in Mech. That is when the competing pioneering alliances will truly begin to come to blows. As much as Ves didn't want to admit it, she probably had a good point. The Red Ocean was large and not a lot of pioneering fleets had passed through the Beander Gate at this time. However, the ones who got in early usually possessed an abundance of strength, wealth and ambition. They hoped to replicate or exceed the success of their predecessors and carve out their own empires in the Red Ocean. With so many megalomaniacal leaders in charge, there was no way the zones would remain peaceful. Those aspiring to found the next new Rubarth Empire would not be soft or merciful towards their direct competitors. Though it was true that Ves and the Larkinson clan did not want to get involved in these colonial turf wars, merely roaming around in conflict zones already represented a considerable danger. Ves slumped a bit. Maybe you have a point. I don't like it, but if we keep roaming around in the Krakatoa Middle Zone, there is a significant risk that certain powers will view us as a threat even if we try our best to claim that we are unaligned. Powerful people who constantly spent their time worrying or plotting against enemies were prone to inventing them where none existed. Meow meow. Lucky gave his own opinion on the matter. Ves looked suspiciously at Commander xianxia. You mentioned this for a reason. You probably have an idea on what we should do. Spit it out. What is your recommendation? I do not have confidence that we are able to remain neutral. Not only will we be closed off to every local power block, we are also liable to turn into their punching bags for whatever reason. Rather than leave us vulnerable to predation from every angle, I think it is better to pick a side. This way, we will not only gain shelter, but also make it clear who our enemies are. We need this clarity. Her message was loud and clear. Instead of trying to stand in the middle and try to defend against attacks from all sides, she thought it was better to put their backs against the wall so that they would not have to defend against attacks from the rear. Though Ves agreed her logic was sound, the problem was that it conflicted with his goals. I'm not in a hurry to commit to a side, he told her. If we aren't making progress, I am open to changing my mind. Until then, let's try it my way first. There is still a possibility that we'll be able to slip through the cracks and remain unaligned. That was a faint hope, but one that Ves wasn't willing to give up. He continued to think about the matter long after Commander xianxia bid goodbye to him and left his office. If I have to pick a side, I'll have to choose well. He murmured. There has to be other powers out there that aren't involved in any low-level conflicts. Perhaps it might be best if he sought out the local community of survivalists in the Davut system. There were associates in every major power center in the Red Ocean. Time continued to pass as the Golden Skull Alliance neared the Davut system. The expeditionary fleet encountered more and more traffic as numerous fleets either headed towards the same destination or had just departed from the strategic location. The Larkinsons were already preparing for their pit stop, knowing that the fleet would linger for at least a week before going out again. Ves wanted to complete one more mech design project before arriving in the Davut system. If he was able to purchase a large batch of materials in the star system, his clan would immediately be able to fabricate a score of new mechs. He checked the list of ongoing mech design projects and saw that one of the simpler ones was almost complete. I haven't checked up on Dulo Voikin in the past few weeks. He decided to stop by the only male among the new journeymen. When Ves found the recent entrant to the Larkinson clan, the other man was supervising the design teams tasked with optimizing one of his projects. Ves was only incidentally involved in the so-called Thorn project. For the most part, Dulo Voikin was solely in charge of the spearman mech designed for the living sentinels. The only contribution that Ves had made to this mech design was to make it alive. Other than that, Ves left Dulo to his devices. No matter whether he agreed with Dulo's design choices, the new journeyman had the right to prove his own ability. Fortunately, the Thorn project didn't look bad at all. Dulo was definitely a competent mech designer and also excelled at designing spearman mechs. The current iteration of the Thorn project was noticeably better than the last one that Ves studied in detail. He could see that Dulo was being absolutely serious at delivering the best possible mech to the living sentinels. "How is your design project coming along?" Ves eventually spoke. Dulo had noticed the Patriarch's entry for a while but did not interrupt his current task. "As you can see, the Thorn project has reached the final stages. It has already gone through multiple rounds of prototype testing. I've stress tested them in multiple difficult scenarios and they have performed adequately in the situations my Thorn project is designed to excel. What are the scenarios the Thorn project doesn't perform as well? I think you can already guess what they are. They mostly involve offensive actions and situations where the Thorn project mechs are either by themselves or stuck in chaotic battlefields. My spearman mech is heavily reliant on organization and numbers. If either of these factors are not present, the Sentinel mech pilots will find it quite difficult to perform at their best." Although Dulo was exposing the downsides of his mech design, he didn't mind too much. The Thorn project was the opposite of a flexible and adaptable mech design like the Bright Warrior. It might not fare well in many different situations, but when it came to forming battle lines and defending the fleet against heavy assaults, the male Voikin sibling was confident that his Thorn project would prove its worth. Ves walked up to a workstation and studied the recent logs. The data and test results supported Dulo's statements. The Thorn project performed well in many different defensive scenarios, but the premise was that their formations didn't get outflanked. Unless the living sentinels was able to deploy enough Thorn project mechs to form a spear wall in multiple directions, the spearman mechs did not fare well when assailed by attacks from different directions. The living sentinels need a good striker mech or rifleman mech to address the Thorn project's greatest weaknesses. Dulo suggested, "A new striker mech model will not only be able to repel light mechs, but can also stop or slow down flanking attacks from more substantial melee mechs. I think it is a good short-range defensive addition to the living sentinels." His idea had merit, but Ves thought it was too premature to consider this option. "Let's wait and see how the Thorn project plays out in reality before thinking about how to fill its gaps. I like your suggestion of adding a striker mech to our lineup." The Thorn project had obvious shortcomings, but the mech was extremely difficult to defeat from the front. Just its ability to launch repeated stabbing attacks with lots of force behind them was quite impressive. Not only that, but the Thorn project was also capable of taking a beating. It even came equipped with a tall shield to block attacks from specific angles. While the tall shield was not as wide and thick as a proper tower shield, it still offered sufficient protection while not impairing the attack power of the Thorn project too much. If a row of Thorn project mechs all put their shields in front, they could put up enough obstacles to prevent ranged attacks from hitting their torsos. This allowed the spearman mechs to withstand a considerable amount of ranged attacks. Chapter 3624 Collective Approach. Ves helped Dulo out in order to accelerate the completion of the Thorn project. He not only fed and strengthened the Thorn project's spiritual design, but also solved a few minor issues that Dulo had overlooked. Once the Thorn project reached completion, Dulo chose to fabricate the mech by himself. "You and your wife have already fabricated your new works by yourselves," Dulo Voikin explained. "There is no reason for me to skip this challenge. I may not possess an impressive collection of masterwork certificates like you, but I have sufficient practice in making my own mechs. The Thorn project is not that complicated compared to our other mech designs. It is well within my competence to fabricate a good copy. I'm not worried about that, Dulo. What I am actually concerned about is whether you can properly fabricate living mechs. They're different from other mechs in that you need to apply a specific mindset and approach in your fabrication run to preserve the living quality of the Thorn project." Ves briefly filled Dulo in on what he needed to do. The other man listened seriously and agreed to try out what he heard. "It is not that difficult to alter my approach. I will try my best to adopt your methods." "Good. That's all I ask. I can easily tell the difference between a mech where people have made an earnest effort to give them life and a mech that is in awful shape due to lack of effort. I hate to impose my design philosophy on you, but I want you to respect your work as if it is actually alive. I don't have any problems believing in your methods. Your mech designs have proven time and time again that there is truly substance to their living qualities." Dulo quickly reassured the Patriarch. "Good. I'll leave the task of fabricating the mech up to you." Do your best and make sure you perform well enough to earn the respect of your fellow journeymen. Before Ves left Dulo's work site, the recently joined journeyman asked one more question. Sir, I heard from different circles that our clan is still having a lot of problems securing large batches of raw materials. That's right, the demand for raw materials is incredibly high. There is no hope of obtaining what we need from the open market. The only viable way for us to solve this problem is to get in through the back door. In order to do that, we need to ally or befriend a resource provider. I may have an idea about that, sir. Ves directed a sharp glance at Dulo. Do you have any useful connections? Not me, but I think we can obtain limited support if we call upon the help of the Voikin family. The Voikin family. Sarah and Dulo Voikin grew up in that powerful and prosperous mech designer dynasty. Although the two journeymen officially renounced their ties to the Voikin family, it was impossible for them to completely cut themselves off from their own relatives. The Black Cats constantly monitored the exchange of messages between the siblings in their original family. Though it was not entirely possible to catch coded messages, the Black Cats did not see any signs that Sarah and Dulo were passing on sensitive information back to the Voikin family. As long as the communications didn't compromise the Larkinson clan, it was fine for the two to stay in touch with their more favored relatives. Ves thought that these were just social calls. If it turned out that the talks were more substantial, then that might come in handy at this time. He grew more intrigued. Tell me more. What scheme do you have in mind? I haven't come up with anything solid, sir. What I do know is that the Voikin family is making preparations to dispatch a number of its members to the Red Ocean. What? Are you serious? It's still in the planning stages, but the initiative already has the tentative blessing of the founder. This did not align with what Ves learned about the Voikins. Isn't your family notoriously conservative, risk-averse and hostile towards change? According to what I've learned, Master Barnard Solas Voikin is an associate of the Preserving Order faction, which opposes the opening of the Red Ocean. Why is your family suddenly reaching into the new frontier? Dulo smirked. I'm not certain about this, but I have heard that the Preservers may have softened their stance. While they are desperate to cling to stability, the rest of the MTA isn't interested in freezing time. If the Preservers keep to their stubborn stance, they'll remain stagnant in the old galaxy while many of the other major factions obtain a lot of wealth, resources and influence in the Red Ocean. The Preserving Order faction may sincerely believe that it was best to keep humanity in the Milky Way, but now that the milk had already spilled, it was nearly impossible to convince everyone else to reverse their course. The Red Ocean was filled with opportunity. Not just the pioneers, but also the competing elements within the MTA sought to improve their position by taking advantage of the ongoing trend. Ves still looked skeptical, though. I don't see the point in reversing course. Not only will the Preservers look like hypocrites, they'll also be arriving too late. The other major factions already enjoy a considerable head start. I don't disagree with you, but I know the Preservers better than you. While many of them truly believe in the cause, there are other members who are not as solid. I think the Preserving Order faction has begun to fracture from within. You have the older diehards who are still haunted by the memories of the Age of Conquest and the difficult circumstances that followed. You also have the younger members and associates who aren't traumatized and can think about their situations in a less biased manner. It is the group that is probably making their move at this time. That was an interesting theory, and one that sounded highly plausible to Ves. It must be incredibly frustrating for the more open-minded members of the Preserving Order faction to see their rivals thrive while they themselves kept falling further and further behind. However, that didn't mean that this had anything to do with the Larkinson clan. All of this sounds interesting, but what does this have to do with us? Ves asked. I mean, my clan and I stand out as innovators and drivers for change. Nothing we've done so far aligns with the Preservers. Perhaps there is a chance that we can cooperate with the elements of your former family, but it is so powerful that I'm sure that your relatives can find better partners. You'd be surprised. Dulo Voikin replied. While I cannot say anything solid, I think it isn't as difficult to gain the cooperation of the Voikin family as you think. Why so? First, there are few native allies in the Red Ocean. The Preservers and everyone who they are close to are still mostly stuck in the old galaxy. The Voikins need friends and partners in the Red Ocean in order to ease their way into this dwarf galaxy. Again, if they want friends in the Red Ocean, they can bribe anyone around here. Your family is led by an old and experienced master mech designer. You can easily befriend more powerful pioneers. Not necessary. Earlier, I told you about a schism between the older and younger generation. Right now, the family patriarch still hasn't lightened his stance. Master Barnard Voikin still believes that everyone should stay put in the old galaxy. The rebels, if you can call them that, are heading into the Red Ocean without too much support from the main family. They are much worse off than you think and can truly use a hand. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. I see what you're driving towards. We can try and seek cooperation with other powers, but to be honest I'm not optimistic about that. Our clan is too weak and the people who we want to get close to can already find better partners. In comparison, the rebels from your Voikin family are much worse off. Beggars can't be choosers. They'll be lucky to find any willing partner. The thing is, what can the Voikins do for the Larkinson clan? I mean, they don't have a foundation in the Red Ocean, so I doubt they can supply us with raw materials. This was a good question, but Dulo still saw advantages to cooperating with the relatives of his old family. Give them a bit of time. The situation will definitely change in 5 to 10 years. In the meantime, the Voikins can provide funding, training, advanced technological goods and other forms of support. The Voikins also have a higher chance of entering into a partnership with a material supplier. Once that happens, if my old relatives can introduce us to their new partner, we will have a shortcut to our problem. All of this sounded nice, but Ves felt this was a bit too much. Are you telling me that we should turn them into the fourth partner of the Golden Skull Alliance? Dulo shook his head. No, they won't accept that. They won't bow to us. I think they are open to fair trades, though. We will need to hold more talks to know for certain. If you wish, I can call them right away. I'll be able to tell you what they need and what they can offer. Go ahead, then. Though Ves still remained skeptical about this potential arrangement, he gave Dulo a chance to see whether he could create an opening. Dulo spoke with someone for a couple of minutes. Once he was done, he turned back to Ves with a slightly optimistic expression. The relatives of Tok'ta are open to at least a temporary form of cooperation. What do they want? They aren't interested in founding a colony in the Red Ocean. They instead want to set up a mech business in this new market. You're telling me they want to become a competitor. What makes you think there is a basis of cooperation between us? Ves raised his eyebrow. Compared to the giants in the Red Ocean, we are hardly qualified competitors. Both of our groups are small fry. Instead of competing against each other, it makes much more sense to cooperate with each other. If we can find enough common ground, we can form a collective or consortium where we share resources, connections and market access with each other. This is especially helpful if we can rope in additional business partners. Though our clan and the Voikins will still focus on their own business ventures, by forming a united front, we can increase our bargaining power and make the other organizations in the Red Ocean take us seriously. This was quite a bold idea. The suggestion went far beyond Ves's expectations. Even though he didn't think it was easy to form a collective, the potential of it sounded attractive enough to give it a chance. I like your idea, but there are way too many issues that need to be resolved. I don't have the time to handle this matter in person. Go take your proposal to Minister Sheddarin Pernus. If he sees merit in setting up a collective, then he will offer his full support. It would be extremely hard to bind different mech businesses together. Yet if they could actually pull it off, it would be a viable way for lots of smaller players to gain the bargaining power of a larger player. Of course, the Larkinsons and the Voikins hardly constituted a collective. They needed to rope in more business partners in order to make a difference. This is an uphill struggle. The biggest problem was uniting a lot of disparate organizations together when they all possessed different backgrounds, goals and ideals. Ves wasn't sure whether they could even get this idea off the ground. Chapter 3625 Trade Consortium, Sir. Yes, Dulo. There are only 2 high-quality workshops on the Spirit of Bentime. Can I borrow yours in order to fabricate my Thorn project? Oh, sure. Just make sure to put everything back in their previous settings when you are done. I will be sure to do that. Thank you for your trust. While Dulo Voikin enthusiastically fabricated the first mech of his own design for the Larkinson clan, Ves followed up on the proposal they discussed earlier. The longer the Larkinson clan went without finding a channel for raw materials, the more he grew concerned about this matter. He was worried that his search in the Davut system would not yield any progress. After all, he and his staff already tried to find a solution back in the Pelisa system. Minister Sheddarin came back remarkably quickly. A day after Ves passed on his instructions, the productive foreign minister requested to hold a virtual meeting with the top leaders of the clan. Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson, Chief Minister Novelon Pernis, Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson, Director of Intelligence Calabast Arnland, Director Rania Woden and General Quinlist Verl had all gathered moments earlier. By the time Ves and Gloriana entered the virtual meeting room, the inner circle of the Larkinson clan had gathered in full. While the Legion commanders and expert pilots weren't invited, that was not a big deal as the subject of the meeting was primarily centered around economic development. Ves nodded to everyone in the meeting before he sat next to Gloriana. To be honest, he didn't know how his wife got word of this meeting and invited herself in, but he couldn't shoo her away. Fortunately, she was more preoccupied with pampering and playing with Aurelia than anything else at the moment. Guyua, Bua. Quadruple A, do you want to play with this pink elephant that I made? Gloriana impishly smiled as she dangled a cute plushie above her daughter's head. Then say, Mama, first. Mama, Mama, can you say Mama? Ooh, whaaa, boo-boo-wah. Aurelia didn't seem to listen at all. Her only preoccupation was trying to get her hands on the pink elephant. Minister Sheddarin Pernis commenced the meeting when he saw that everyone took their places. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that each of you have already been informed about the gist of this meeting. Ever since our entry in the Red Ocean, we have persistently tried but failed to enter into a stable business agreement with companies that are responsible for supplying much of the raw materials and other goods to pioneering organizations. What we have discovered time and time again is that the few resource suppliers that are active in the early stage of the colonization of the new frontier are already locked in alliances or long-term agreements with more powerful and prominent powers. It is practically impossible for a small player such as our clan or the Golden Skull Alliance to gain their attention. We already know that, Minister. General Verl impatiently said, can you get onto the new developments? Recently, our patriarch has tasked us with exploring the possibility of increasing our bargaining power by finding enough partners to form a consortium. What does that mean, exactly? Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson said with evident confusion in her tone. I mean, we have encountered this kind of group before, but what makes them different from a regular company? Very loosely speaking, a consortium is like a club. Ves quickly explained. It consists of 2 or more members who rely on the consortium to pool their resources together to achieve a common objective. However, the consortium's role is rather limited and does not have the right to dictate what its members should do, though agreements and contracts can exert a bit of influence. In any case, the advantage of a consortium is that every member still stays independent while enjoying the benefits of being a part of a larger consortium. So it's like the Golden Skull Alliance. There are differences and nuances that would take too much time to explain. Sheddarin replied, suffice to say, the alliance that we have formed with the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan does not merely involve economic interests but also political ones. The Golden Skull Alliance is a much stronger collective where exiting it is much more serious. It does not have to be that way with a consortium, especially a looser one that we are currently investigating at the moment. The former Mech officer still looked confused. Okay. But why would we look into this anyway? Don't we already have the Golden Skull Alliance? We could just look for more alliance partners if we want to have a bigger voice. Why put in so much effort to start an entirely different group? It is a matter of trust and commitment. Chief Minister Novelon Pernis clarified. My father and his ministry have been looking hard to find useful and trustworthy partners to invite into our Golden Skull Alliance, but it is nearly impossible to seek them out at the moment. Years will pass before we might be able to find a good candidate that will actually consider our offer. We can't waste that much time because the longer we go without any progress, the more our supply situation will deteriorate. Isn't that right, Minister Raymond? Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson nodded. As the former COO of the Living Mech Corporation, he was still closely involved with overseeing the industrial side of the Larkinson clan. We are still months away from running out of certain spare parts and materials that are often used. This is not an immediate crisis. We can stretch what we currently have and extend their longevity by performing frequent repairs and refurbishments. However, the longer this goes on, the more we need to employ increasingly more drastic and time-consuming methods to keep important systems running. If anything large, critical and technologically sophisticated breaks, then we may have a serious problem on our hands. One example of that would be suffering a malfunction on one of our FTL drives. That indeed sounded serious. If one of the capital ships lost an FTL drive and there weren't any backup ones on hand, then the entire fleet would be stranded for a time. The supply situation of the fleet was extremely complex. Parts and materials were being used all the time, and even if the Larkinsons already developed the habit of treating their assets carefully, wear and tear was unavoidable. How long can we go without resupply if we employ the most extreme measures? If we want to keep the fleet moving, then we can easily last a year, maybe two. Raymond reluctantly replied, we will need to suspend a lot of actions that we take for granted, such as allowing our mech pilots to deploy into space to conduct live practice sessions or putting too many mechs on patrol. We'll also need to shut down numerous non-essential functions and systems on our starships and lower the power settings on what remains in order to lower their stress. It will not be pleasant for any of us, but if our goal is to survive without taking in any supplies, then we can do it if necessary. This sounded too extreme for everyone. General Verl frowned. We cannot afford to suspend our live practice sessions. We have an excess number of mech pilots relative to our mechs. In order to keep up their morale and make sure their battle readiness remains intact, we have set up a rotation where they can regularly remind themselves what it is like to pilot an actual mech. Defense is one of our highest priorities, Ves said in a decisive tone. We will not suspend the practice sessions. At most, we may reduce the frequency of holding them. You'll just have to rely more on simulation training, even if they are not an adequate substitute. This makes it even more vital for us to solve our supply problem once and for all. Minister Shedderin drew the discussion back to the main topic. The requirements to expand the Golden Skull Alliance are too high, so we need to find a more expedient and less demanding solution to our problem. Forming a consortium with a decent number of smaller players is a viable option. Will it be similar to the THZ consortium that we encountered back in the Pelisa system? Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson asked. No, not exactly. Consortia can come in different forms, and the THZ consortium is the most integrated and rule-bound among them. It is closer to a permanent alliance than anything. What our patriarch and I have in mind is a weaker collective. It should not impose too many rules, and members should be able to enter and exit without too many requirements or protocols. It should purely exist to pool our bargaining power and form trade deals with larger business partners. Members are not obligated to defend each other or supply other forms of aid to each other. This is different from our Golden Skull Alliance, where our fellow partners are true comrades in arms. This sounded a lot easier to organize. If the demands weren't great, then other organizations would have much less scruples about joining it. If they didn't like the consortium, they could just apply to leave. There were still a lot of questions, though. What kind of orgs should we invite into the consortium? How many do we need? General Verl asked. We should set our sights on smaller and less well-connected pioneering organizations. Shedderin answered. We should vet them well and make certain they will abide by the rules and conditions of the consortium. As for the number of members, that will likely remain fluid over the course of the consortium's existence. If the members are only as large as our clan, then we should try and gather 30 to 50 members in order to comprehensively strengthen our consortium's voice. Ves became startled. This was much more than he expected. 30, 50, how can we manage so many different groups? We won't have to be alone in this, sir. If we are the founders and leaders of the consortium, we can set up the rules in a way that will create different tiers of members, with the more trusted, loyal and powerful ones gaining the power to administer different parts of the collective. If we want every member to stay in the consortium, then we must make it bigger than ourselves. We cannot be the sole party in charge of everything. Ves scratched his head. I get it, but trying to gather 30 different players and making sure they are sincere about supporting the consortium is going to be a nigh impossible task. I've encountered a lot of smaller groups like the House of Barak, and they are so different from each other that they'll probably argue themselves to death in their attempts to steer the consortium in their preferred direction. How the hell can we herd so many cats? By putting the golden cat in charge. Shedderin smirked. What? This is just an analogy. What I am truly trying to convey is that in the absence of sufficient power, wealth, deterrence or respect, we should leverage one of our special advantages to form a contract structure that is effective at making certain that every consortium member abides by its rules. As long as we develop an effective trust mechanism, you will find that it is not that impossible to herd 30 or more cats. Everyone turned to Ves. He was the only person who could create this special trust mechanism, so his approval was essential. The matter of forming a new network to provide substance to the consortium was an extremely difficult matter for him to decide. It was one thing to provide kinship networks to his close alliance partners. It was another thing to set up a broader network that was meant to bind a lot of small and eccentric pioneers together. Chapter 3626 Eligible Candidates, I can do it. Vase plainly answered. That doesn't mean I am willing to create one right away. Networks are one of our great trump cards and I am extremely reluctant to expand them to outsiders that we barely know about. I need you to provide me with a detailed plan and provide me with a list of interested parties that are truly willing to set up a trade consortium. I can do that, Sheddarin said. Once we arrive at the Davut system, I can sound out potential candidates. We are far from the only ones to suffer from this problem. In truth, there are other pioneers that are already attempting to form consortia of their own, but the trust and reliability issues pose serious hindrances to their goals. Well, we already have a couple of likely candidates. The Cross clan are already close partners with us and should not be left out of this arrangement. Dulo Voikin has already served as a bridge to certain elements of the notable Voikin family that have recently entered the Red Ocean. We can potentially reach out to the House of Barak, though it might be a bit too small and underdeveloped for us to bother with. As for others, Vase couldn't think of anything further at the moment. This was an indicator that he really hadn't put enough effort into forging new ties with his fellow pioneers. We do not have to limit our search to parties that we have already contacted. As long as we share the same interests, there is a basis for cooperation. The difficulty is persuading them that it is worthwhile to join our trade consortium. We need to convince them that it will not crash and burn and that it can truly forge deals with larger players. As long as the consortium is not able to fulfill its main objectives, then all of our plans and dreams will turn into smoke. This was a great and ambitious endeavor. If it succeeded, then the Larkinson clan would not only solve its immediate supply problem, but also forge lots of links with other pioneering organizations. He could easily imagine growing closer with some of the groups that cooperated best with his clan. If relations grew warm enough, he might invite them into the Golden Skull Alliance. All if it required a lot of work and effort. Minister Sheddarin's diplomatic qualifications would be sorely tested in the coming weeks in order to get this promising idea off the ground. You know, I can draw in a number of Hexer pioneers to give more substance to the consortium. Gloriana suddenly spoke up. While many Hexers that have migrated to the Red Ocean are occupied with claiming and colonizing different territories, others are tasked with facilitating trade and production. The migrants from the Hexadric hegemony have learned from its previous time in the Komodo Star sector and are determined not to remain isolated from the regional trade networks. If we can invite a number of Hexer organizations in our consortium, we will not only gain a couple of powerful and trustworthy members, but also open up lucrative trade opportunities with the new Hexer colonial state that will soon come into existence. Everyone stared at her in silence. Their expressions did not show any hint of embracing her generous proposal. Vase cleared his throat. Gloriana, there is a reason why I insisted that the members of the consortium should remain small. I don't want the consortium to grow too close to any large or established power blocks. We need to remain neutral in order to avoid getting dragged into any regional turf wars that don't have anything to do with our core interests. Only other smaller players that haven't joined any existing power blocks are within our consideration. Your Hexer friends are decidedly not neutral. What? How could you turn your back on my people? You still owe them a couple of Hexer mech designs, you know. And that is a separate matter. As long as they request them, I'll provide them as agreed, but no further. The Red Ocean is a new start for our clan and I do not want to get dragged into whatever trouble the Hexer colonists will certainly provoke over the course of their stay here. Have I made myself clear? What about the Glory Seekers? Vase leaned back and crossed his arms. The trade consortium that we are trying to set up is mainly concerned with trade, commerce and production. As far as I know, the Glory Seekers aren't engaged with any of it. Isn't that right, Calabast? The spymaster, who had remained quiet all this time, nodded. The Glory Seekers do not produce or sell anything themselves. Their fleet mainly consists of carrier vessels as it is not meant to be self-sufficient in the first place. Instead, in order to ensure that the Glory Seekers remain bound to their original masters, they get all of their funding and supplies from the Woden dynasty or Hexers that are aligned with it. In short, there is no point in inviting the Glory Seekers into the proposed consortium because it already receives its supply from existing sources. Though Gloriana threw a nasty glare at Calabast, the latter woman paid no attention to Ves's angry wife. There you have it, then. Vase concluded the meeting. We'll be arriving in the Davut system quite soon. I was originally planning for this to be a short pit stop, but we will stay longer if we need to. One way or another, our clan will be departing from this star system stronger and more secure than before. The virtual meeting came to an end. The virtual individuals all disappeared when they cut the connections, but Ves wasn't lucky enough for Gloriana to disappear from his sight. The two had entered the same meeting room, after all. His wife's anger hadn't abated at all. Her eyes smoldered and she rocked their woozy-looking daughter in her arms. "Did you hear all of that, Aurelia? Ves is being a meanie right now. The Hexers have provided so much support to him a few years ago. The Fredamen would have killed him or turned him into their slave if not for the vital assistance provided by the Wodens and the Hexers, whose blood just happens to run through your veins by the way. Don't be like him when you grow up, okay? Be like Mama. 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 Do you get that, baby?" Hwww. Aurelia closed her eyes and took another nap. "Looks like our daughter is smart enough to know how she should respond to your slander." Ves. The little spat didn't result in anything. Out of everyone in the clan, no one aside from her wanted to grow closer to the Hexers. The Larkinsons had truly divorced themselves from most of their entanglements in the old galaxy. Aside from keeping an eye out on old enemies such as the Fredamen and the dwarves, there was no need to seek out old friends. The expeditionary fleet arrived in the Davut system shortly before Dulovoikin fabricated the Thorn project. As the Golden Skull Alliance obeyed the instructions of traffic control and steadily moved towards the inner system, Ves returned to his workshop in order to view the new staple mech for the living sentinels. A few other people had arrived as well. Ves did not look surprised when he spotted Commander Casella Ingvar. The expert pilot and leader of the Sentinels was greatly concerned at how the new mech would turn out. If successful, the Thorn project would likely become a core element of the living Sentinels. Sarah Voikin had come as well. She had been cheering on her brother for the past day. It was great for one of the 4 new journeymen of the Larkinson clan to finally complete a fabrication run. "What a great mech," she praised her brother. "This spearman mech is truly unlike anything you've made before. It somehow feels greater now that it possesses all of the qualities of a living mech." Due to Ves's involvement, the Thorn project had become alive, and the copy fabricated by Dulovoikin reflected that vital trait. Although the mech wasn't alive as a machine handmade by Ves, it was not weak by any means. The proud new mech was equivalent to a product put together by the production crews working aboard the Spirit of Bentime. When Ves gazed at the massive construction, he gained a few immediate impressions from Dulo's work. Its thick and armored frame gave it a sense of solidity. It was bulkier than the offensive configurations of the Bright Warrior and provided particularly good protection against attacks coming from the front. The tall shield it carried by default enhanced its defensive properties even further. The shield was easily repairable and replaceable, so the living Sentinel mech pilots did not have to baby them too much. The Thorn project was not a defensive mech, though. Its true worth lay in its spear. With strong limbs and a frame that was optimized for stabbing, the mech was able to maintain a secure grip on the specially designed spear while launching continuous attacks. In exchange for diminishing its effectiveness at launching other attacks such as sweeps and so on, the Thorn project was able to overwhelm many other typical melee mechs as long as they confronted each other directly. That didn't mean the Spearman mech was good in duels. Its hefty frame along with its monotonous attack mode meant that it only truly fared well when fighting alongside rows of identical machines. The sight of hundreds of them fighting at the same time should definitely make an impact. Yet the most beautiful and impressive aspect about the Thorn project wasn't its features or its appearance. What Ves truly cared about was its living characteristics. Years after designing the Desolate Soldier and its variants, the Solemn Guardian is finally responsible for a new mechs. There was no design spirit that embodied the purpose and themes of the Thorn project to a greater degree than the Solemn Guardian. This was a mech that needed to hold the line and remain tough against potentially overwhelming odds. The Thorn project mechs could not afford to retreat because there was no way they could escape on their own in space. In addition, the Spearman mechs would all be fighting with the Larkinson fleet behind their backs. Letting the enemy pass would put hundreds of thousands of clansmen at risk. What Ves sought in this mech was a solid bedrock that could actively remind and encourage its mech pilots to hold the line. "Good job, Dulo." "Thank you, sir." The designer of the Thorn project was not used to working several days in a row. He looked tired but content at his results. He did not screw up the creation of a living mech. As far as quality went, the fabricated mech was relatively average. Ves and Gloriana could easily make considerably better mechs, but that was because they already had a handful of masterwork mechs under their belt. All in all, Dulovoikin passed the various tests and fully gained Ves's approval. "When can we put this mech into use?" Commander Casella asked. I already have a number of Sentinel mech pilots on hand that are trained in spearmanship. Ves looked uncertain. The Davut system is fairly strict when it comes to mech deployments. It might take a while to gain permission if the local authorities are inclined to extend them at all. You have to remember that Davut is a gathering point of a lot of different people and organizations, many of which may possess antagonistic relationships with others. We need to make sure to convince the authorities that we will do no harm. It probably wouldn't matter much anyway because the Thorn project was a relatively simple and straightforward mech. Testing it probably wouldn't yield any drastic glitches or unexpected results, especially considering that Dulo already tested various prototypes based on earlier iterations of the mech. We can still bestow it with an official name. Commander Casella said, Thorn is not a sufficient name for this mech. I have been thinking about how to call it when we put it into service. How about naming it the Rigid Spine? These mechs will break before they will bend. Ves wasn't so taken with the name, but Dulo Voikin thought it was an acceptable interpretation of his work. Rigid Spine can work. The name is a good fit with its intended use. I had other ideas in mind, but since this mech is designed for your mech legion, let us adopt your suggestion. Chapter 3627 Arrival at Davut. The completion of another serious mech design project made Ves quite happy. The end of the design round was in sight. With several other design projects scheduled to finish in the coming weeks, the Larkinson clan's various mech legions all gained substantial new possibilities once they were able to put the new mech models into service. If only we can actually produce the damn new mechs. Ves muttered. He had taken the time to inspect and survey his fleet's material stores. What he found was not good. The fleet had salvaged, bought or picked up a lot of different goods over the years. The graveyard was especially filled with debris and space junk that no one saw fit to make use of. While the materials were all valuable, the clan did not have a ready application for any of them at this time. This not only included materials salvaged from broken mechs and starships, but also encompassed valuable exotics obtained from breaking down the most valuable portions of flesh of the Titania. Ves was unsure what to do with all of these eclectic materials. He could sell them at Davut for a pretty nice premium, but that meant he would be parting with them forever. Some of those resources were extremely hard to come by. If the clan needed any of it at a future date, then it would be an uphill battle trying to find another batch. However, the longer those useless resources kept piling up inside the cargo bays of the various ships, the less space the Larkinson fleet offered for other goods. What if they encountered a rich mineral deposit in their travels? It would be quite unbearable for the clan to dump its precious cargo so that they could make room for slightly more valuable cargo. This was why Ves made a decision and passed on his instructions to Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson. Once we're in Davut, you need to consolidate our resource stockpiles. Aside from our vault and strategic material reserve, you have permission to empty any materials that are not useful to us and will most likely not play any role in the foreseeable future. We need to clear up space and fill them with something more useful, whether it is materials, spare parts or even packed mechs. Can you do this, Raymond? Raymond slowly nodded. This is going to be a major endeavor. It will take time to select the materials that we wish to get rid of and sell them to willing buyers. We're fortunate that we have just arrived in the Davut system. This is a hotspot for frontier trade and practically any exotic materials will command a high premium here. The only challenge we face is to sell our unwanted materials for the highest possible price. Due to the inflated numbers in the regional market, there are many shrewd operators that have become proficient at driving down prices. Just do whatever is best. By the time we depart from this star system, I want our cargo holds clear of useless junk. The injection of funds can also play a useful role in facilitating our other objectives. Our chances of establishing a trade consortium is much higher if we are able to throw more money around. Ves nodded in understanding. That's true, but the spending has to make sense. There is no point in investing massive funds in the consortium only to obtain marginal benefits. The consortium is supposed to consist of many different members, so I don't want our clan to bear all of the costs. There are advantages to doing so, though. Money translates to ownership. The more we are responsible for funding the consortium, the more we can control the levers of power within it. You should seriously consider taking a more active hand. I'll think about it, Ves replied in a noncommittal tone. Time continued to pass as Ves busied himself with various priorities. He helped the other mech designers complete their design projects. He met with Sheddarin to discuss their progress in establishing a trade consortium. He spent time with his daughter in an attempt to make sure that "Papa" would be her first word. There was plenty of work to do, so Ves did not remain idle for long. When the fleet finally entered orbit of Davut 7, the Golden Skull Alliance entered into a familiar routine and began to engage with local businesses. Davut 7 was not actually the most developed planet in the star system. That honor went to Davut V, where a lot of heavy industries were based. Its surface was already dotted with dozens of large cities that revolved entirely around their massive production plants. A lot of ores and raw materials were shipped to the planet in order to refine them and supply them to other factories that produced essential goods to various parties. Mechs, starship parts and infrastructural goods were being produced in vast quantities before they were sold and exported to the various colonies in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. It was too bad that access to Davut V was restricted. Only residents and those involved in local shipping and production were allowed to set foot on the planet. Much of the trade took place on Davut 7. There wasn't as much industry on the planet, but it held a lot more warehouses, trade centers and entertainment facilities. The planet also hosted a large and growing service industry. If the trade consortium that the Larkinsons were working on truly lifted off, it would likely set up its headquarters on Davut 7. Honestly speaking, Ves didn't like that at all, but Minister Sheddarin was quite adamant about setting up a permanent location. Our trade consortium cannot be based in our fleet, he told him during a meeting. To put it into simple terms, it has to be a clubhouse that is open, welcome and accessible to any member. Putting it in a fixed location and particularly on a planet that already stands out as a trade nexus is much better for everyone involved. Sheddarin's logic was sound, but Ves still grew concerned about it. Setting up the headquarters in Davut meant that his clan would probably have to staff it with a few clansmen. That would break his intention to keep every Larkinson he cared about in the same fleet. Yet, Ves wasn't stupid. He knew that sticking to his inflexible stance would eventually cause him to miss vital opportunities. If starting up a trade consortium in Davut was the only way for the Larkinson clan to gain access to resources without giving up its neutrality, then this was a worthy price to pay. He sighed. If the trade consortium truly lifts off, then find a few trusted clansmen who are willing to manage it from the headquarters for a couple of years. They don't need to hold their assignment forever, but they should at least be willing to stay removed from the rest of the clan. We have already explored a few candidates who are willing to serve our interests. Have no fear about that, Patriarch. How much progress have you made in finding willing members for our consortium? Has it been easy finding new partners? I have good news for you, sir. The interest in becoming a part of a greater organization that can ease their supply concerns is highly attractive to them. As soon as we carefully approached a few pioneering organizations, we have become inundated with offers and inquiries from over 100 different parties. Despite the large amount of interest in becoming a part of a new trade consortium, Minister Sheddarin did not look particularly pleased with this response. Let me guess. The majority of orgs that have reached out to us are too small and useless even for our standards. Mostly correct, sir. There are also others who are considerably more powerful than us. I don't need to tell you about the dangers of letting them get involved. Their proposals are most certainly insincere. The balance of power in the consortium should never be slanted towards a single other player. Inviting a more powerful organization would be akin to inviting a wolf into a chicken coop. Ves grimaced. So is there anything decent among this batch? Perhaps. We are following up on a dozen of them at this moment. Not all will pass our vetting, but those that do can turn into our first group of supporters. There is a complication, though. What is the matter? Unlike us, many other pioneers have no intention of remaining mobile. They entered the Red Ocean to found a colony or start up a new business. The parties that have reached out to us are all local players that have no intentions of moving out from Davut. If we form a consortium with them, we must center it around the Krakatoa Middle Zone. Ves narrowed his eyes. So you're saying the consortium will only be relevant in Krakatoa? Yes, sir. If our trade consortium grows large enough, we might be able to expand into neighboring zones such as the Megare Middle Zone that we recently passed through. However, barring any wild successes, it is unlikely for the consortium to spread any further. The barriers to growth are too formidable. The implication here was that the trade consortium would only be able to provide direct aid to Ves when the expeditionary fleet was in the area. If Ves wanted to explore an entirely different part of the Red Ocean, then it would become increasingly more difficult for the trade consortium to keep his fleet supplied. He shrugged. Well, if we ever move somewhere else, we always have the option of starting over again. We can establish another regional consortium at our new destination so that we will always have access to the goods we need. That might not be necessary at that point. By that time, I can imagine that our clan has already conducted numerous business dealings with a large material supplier with the help of our consortium. As long as we have built a good relationship with the other party, we may be able to forge a business deal that doesn't go through our consortium. Ves smirked. I like the way you are thinking. The consortium is only a means to an end. I would not be so quick to dismiss the benefits of leading a trade consortium. By binding a lot of different organizations together, we gain influence over many of them. We can take advantage of the relationships we built to accomplish political objectives. This will be handy in safeguarding our economic interests in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. The older man had a point as always. Ves actually grew intrigued about the other possibilities of the trade consortium. It did not just have to serve as a conduit for resources to its members. Keep working on finding enough willing and qualified partners. We don't have to start with 30 members right away, but we should at least be able to attract at least half as much in order to prove this idea is viable. I don't want this to take too long. If you and your staff aren't able to get our consortium off the ground by the time our fleet is ready to depart, then we should find another solution to this problem. Minister Shetterin grimaced. If you want us to hurry, then one of the best ways to do so is to lower our threshold. If we loosen our standards, we can gain the support of a certain category of parties that we would ordinarily not consider. Ves narrowed his eyes. What's the problem with this group? They are likely sincere and they are not too strong and weak. Our actual concerns relate to their culture, policies and ideology. The Red Ocean has attracted a large number of odd, unusual and eccentric pioneers, many of whom are exiles from the old galaxy. If you are willing to tolerate colorful personalities, we will most likely be able to form our trade association within a week. A week. That was a lot faster than Ves expected. Yet, when Minister Shetterin expressed so much dread towards these colorful personalities, Ves had an inkling that this was not a casual matter. Tell me about them. What kind of people are you thinking about? Let me start with a religious cult that worships the number 517. Chapter 3628 Tallahassee Wine Company. Davut 7 was a star system that attracted a lot of different visitors. It served as a de facto staging point for humanity's occupation of the Krakatoa Middle Zone. A lot of different colonization fleets stopped by this location first in order to collect personnel, supplies and intelligence before heading off to their desired colonization destinations. One of the most notable factors about Davut was that it also hosted an MTA colonization bureau. While it was a relatively modest and unassuming facility, it nonetheless offered many pioneers the opportunity to earn MTA merits by performing missions that were in their means to fulfill. Many of them typically entailed activities that pioneers already intended to perform anyway. From mining precious resources to clearing pesky indigenous alien populations from life-bearing planets, the MTA evidently wanted to accelerate the pace of human development. No one objected to this. A lot of pioneers came here in order to rule their own little kingdoms in this brand new frontier. The Red Ocean was a far cry from the Milky Way, where every desirable colonization site had already been claimed in previous centuries or millennia. The opportunity to start anew with lots of unclaimed star systems to choose from was extremely precious, and the visionaries of this generation were determined not to let this opportunity pass. Unfortunately, not everyone in the Red Ocean was cut out for this. There were plenty of pioneers who had big dreams but lacked the means to fulfill them. They barely managed to scrape up the MTA merits needed to pass through the Beander Gate but had few plans beyond that point. The frontier was not an amusement park. It was a difficult region where much of it had never welcomed any human presence. The underdeveloped infrastructure, the dearth of industry and the lack of order already caused many pioneers to fail. Even more groups of people were driven on the brink of ruination. The lack of goods and services, along with the inability to gain access to proper facilities, were the most common reasons why their business plans never managed to get off the ground. When the waiting list to order a new starship stretched on for decades, a lot of fleets were unable to expand their mech capacities and gain sufficient safety when venturing deeper into the new frontier. When the price of a typical exotic was at least 5 times greater compared to the prevailing price level back in the old galaxy, a lot of entrepreneurs were unable to make any profit. When success in a given endeavor was related to the possession of advanced technology, a lot of pioneers were unable to get started because they lacked the funds, merits or connections to obtain these prized goods. In short, a lot of people took the excellent infrastructure and bountiful markets of the old galaxy for granted. They assumed that even if the Red Ocean was not as developed, they could still get their hands on what they needed easily enough. Perhaps that might be true in a few decades from now, but the invasion of the Red Ocean had only started a few years ago. That was not enough time for people to build up functioning states. Given these realities, a lot of groups tried to find a way to survive. Some tried to take a gamble and were often never heard again after venturing out into uncharted territories. Many of them dropped their grand ambitions and sought to prioritize their survival by pleading their loyalties to larger and more powerful organizations. The latter became increasingly more prevalent. The biggest and most successful pioneers enjoyed expansive growth after absorbing a lot of smaller players into their fold. This started a positive feedback loop where even more people flocked to their banners because of the increased safety that the largest and most prosperous pioneers were able to provide. Consolidation became the latest trend. It was surprising how many pioneers who initially thought themselves fearless enough to brave the dangers of the new frontier suddenly lost their heart for adventure and meekly submitted to the dominant players. Yet not everyone wanted to bow their heads to a new master. They came to the Red Ocean for a reason and they were highly unwilling to surrender their own pride, culture, autonomy or way of life. Currently, a pioneer called Gordon Tallahassee looked at the projected screen with a combination of weariness and despair. The balance sheet of his modest fleet was looking worse with each passing day. While it was not a big deal to suffer losses for a time, the problem was that Gordon's enterprise wasn't earning any meaningful revenue. I thought there would be gaps in the market, but not this much. The man was the 34th generation leader of the Tallahassee Wine Company. Back in his native Star sector, his company enjoyed considerable renown in the middle upper segment as one of the finest local wines on sale. Back then, Gordon could have managed the company he inherited like any other responsible steward. Yet that was not enough for his tastes. The Tallahassee Wine Company enjoyed an excellent foundation at home but found it difficult to expand any further. The wine markets of other Star sectors were already in the grip of other wine companies. Tallahassee would never be able to gain any ground so long as its competitors tried their best to repel any newcomers. This was why he made a radical decision as soon as the MTA announced the opening of the Red Ocean. He sold off most of the Tallahassee Wine Company's fixed assets and used the proceeds to fund a pioneering fleet. Only by starting anew in the Red Ocean would Gordon be able to break past the ceiling that halted his predecessors. Gordon had done his research. The wine market of the new frontier was not solidified at all at this time. Getting in early would allow his wine company to easily claim a respectable amount of market share. What he and his staff didn't properly account for was the challenges in getting to that point. He and his company weren't arrogant enough to colonize a planet by themselves. They sought out and joined a pioneering fleet where others performed the bulk of the work. Everything went great at first. The fleet ventured out into the Megair Middle Zone and found a decent planet that other colonists had overlooked. As the terraforming and build-up process went underway, the Tallahassee Wine Company deployed a considerable amount of hardware and personnel to the surface to cultivate their chosen plots of land. Then, the raiders came. The fleet got struck, driving many survivors away from the planet which bore a lot of their investment. The work that they had done up until that point had become the wedding dress of other human pioneers. The remnants of the pioneering fleet broke up at that point. This was devastating to Gordon. The Tallahassee Wine Company not only lost numerous ships and assets, but also lost the benefits of being a part of a larger group. The company's arrangement with the original pioneering fleet was fairly good. The Tallahassee Wine Company largely remained independent and was only obligated to pay taxes. Now, it's impossible to obtain such light conditions. The previous Tallahassee Wine Company enjoyed a good reputation at home and also raised a lot of money from selling its previous foundation. Now, the company was stranded in a place where its reputation was non-existent and was losing more and more assets as time went by. Who would want to partner up with such a loser? The only way for the Tallahassee Wine Company to survive was to accept a takeover from other companies. There were plenty of vultures that were looking to snap up easy pickings. Failed and defeated pioneers were especially easy to acquire. Must I truly give up everything my forefathers had built? Gordon was unwilling to admit surrender. While it was true that he had taken a huge risk knowing that his ambitious venture might backfire, the reality was so much worse. Losing hurt. What Gordon found especially difficult to endure was how he wouldn't be able to answer to his family and his ancestors. In just a single generation, he not only destroyed everything his line had built, but gave his people no chance to recover. If I let those vultures absorb my company, there's no way that it will be able to exist in its current form. The new owners needed to make their mark. They were not new at this and established a successful set of plans to thoroughly gain ownership of their new possessions. Gordon would be lucky to remain in charge of a bathroom, let alone a division of his company. I'll be able to survive, though. Is that not what matters the most? The more he stayed in the Red Ocean, the more he understood its many dangers. The pirate raid on the developing colony was not an exception. Even though no one bothered to declare any wars around here, a lot of human groups were implicitly in conflict with each other. It made sense to join one of the groups that was on the winning side, yet the price was too high. Gordon and his staff tried their best to find alternatives, but none offered the right combination of benefits, obligations and autonomy. Maybe my standards are too high. My company is no longer as great as before. Just as he became resigned to joining one of the established power blocks around Davut, the door to his office slid open. "Sir, I think you should see this. I just received word of an alternative." His secretary handed over a data pad that displayed the details of a new offer. "The Larkinson clan, what is this about?" "The clan is trying to set up a trade consortium between lots of different groups. That isn't new to me. What makes this one different?" "Well, the Larkinson clan and the alliance it belongs to aren't weak. The Larkinsons have a rich combat record and they excel in battle with their unique mechs. While they aren't large, they can hold their ground against most threats. From what I'm reading, I don't think we're qualified to join their alliance. We don't contribute what they need." "No, but the story is different when it comes to their new trade consortium. Look at the proposed terms and conditions. They're fairer than others and don't impose too many demands. We can still do what we want as long as we don't damage the interests of the trade consortium." Now this was rarer. Gordon had encountered other trade consortiums in his search to find help, but they were either led by powerful pioneers or imposed an elaborate rule structure that was meant to keep its members under control. Each of them left an awful taste in his mouth. They were nothing more than disguised attempts to take over those that sought their shelter. The more Gordon read the contents of the data pad, the more he raised his eyebrows. Although the trade consortium didn't offer any defensive or financial help, just the possibility of gaining access to cheaper goods and services through collective bargaining was enough to stop the decline of his bleeding wine company. Gordon raised the data pad at his secretary. "Is this information correct? Are the rules on entering and exiting the consortium truly so easy?" The younger man nodded. "Yes, sir. It will all be set up in a contract administered by the MTA. If our wine company wants to leave the consortium, we only have to transmit a notification beforehand and wait a while before we can amicably depart. There are virtually no strings attached." This sounded incredibly attractive to Gordon Tallahassee. Whereas other trade consortiums and alliances demanded long-term commitment, the one proposed by this so-called Larkinson clan was a lot more easygoing. Yet that also made him suspicious. He frowned as he tried to figure out the angle of this clan. What's the catch? How can these Larkinsons possibly make everything work when there aren't any mechanisms that ensure everyone's loyalty or compliance? This trade consortium could easily collapse if too many members leave at the same time. Neither of the two knew the answer. The data pad didn't contain a lot of details, but it did mention meetings where interested parties could find out more. "Let's attend one of these meetings. I don't have much hope for this trade consortium, but there is no harm in hearing these Larkinsons out. Maybe they're not as naive as we think." Chapter 3629 Fellowship of Hakkiden. The Fellowship of Hakkiden was not doing well these days. Its history was already marked by many difficulties. When the Great Mourner rose up and proclaimed the majesty and power of a god called Hakkiden, not a lot of people accepted his message. The age of conquest had just ended and much of human space was in shambles. A lot of cults and religions mushroomed into existence as the traumatized survivors tried to process the tragedies in their own ways. The Fellowship of Hakkiden was one of many cults that had risen up during those boom times, yet it had never risen as far as other successful religious organizations. The beliefs of the cult had a lot to do with it. According to the first Great Mourner who founded the cult, Hakkiden was the god and personification of human sorrow. Its doctrine encompassed many facets of sorrow such as sadness, mourning, crying and the acceptance of loss. While this made it easy for the Fellowship to attract the desperate who had lost everything, a lot of humans wanted to move on. As the age of mechs unfolded, humanity slowly regained its optimism. Many more people became interested in pursuing happiness rather than finding the best way to wallow in their misery. Though the Fellowship of Hakkaidan no longer experienced a lot of growth, it nonetheless managed to cling to existence. This was because its members were quite good at dealing with disappointment and setbacks. They stubbornly kept the Fellowship of Hakkaidan going. Their efforts paid off, if only barely. The cult not only managed to prevent any decline, but steadily grew larger and wealthier as their steady investments paid off in the long term. In order for the Fellowship of Hakkaidan to subside beyond the pitiful donations it collected, it even developed its own mental health practice. Over time, numerous followers of Hakkaidan graduated with degrees in psychology and other related fields in order to help with generating more income. The Hakkaidan clinic achieved success and expanded a lot faster than the cult itself. This was because the treatment personnel largely kept their beliefs to themselves while they performed their professional duties. They had proven to be highly effective at their jobs once they did that and managed to attract a lot of wealthy clients. One of the greatest attractions of the clinic was that all of its members were sworn to secrecy. The followers of Hakkaidan swore to their god to keep their lips sealed, and they always kept their word. Thus, the Hakkaidan clinic managed to support the main cult, but the flow of revenue was not that abundant. More importantly, the Fellowship of Hakkaidan never succeeded in spreading the faith any further. Hakkaidan was not a god that was easily able to attract worship. The people living in the star sector where the cult was based also became increasingly tougher to convert. Many of them had become aware of the cult and grew wary of joining an organization where no one had any fun. After a long period of stability and even slight growth, the Fellowship of Hakkaidan slowly began to decline. Not even the Hakkaidan clinic could stop the cult from recruiting less and less believers. While the cult could still hang on for a long time, it would be a disservice for it to fall. The great Hakkaidan must not be forgotten. It was for this reason that great mourner Iverd and his council sought a way out of this steady decline. The Fellowship of Hakkaidan spent decades preparing for a migration. Originally, the cult was supposed to move from a relatively prosperous part of the galactic rim to a more remote part of space in order to find more fertile ground. Then, the Red Ocean opened up, and the cult gained another option. Even though the dwarf galaxy was a place of wonder and opportunity, it also played host to a lot of tragedies, both human and alien. With so many people suffering losses over the course of their stay in the Red Ocean, the leadership of the Fellowship of Hakkaidan saw great potential in converting more believers. It took a lot of effort to reach the Red Ocean. It would have been impossible for the Hakkaidans to scrounge up the merits and band together with other pioneers if not for their previous preparations. Eventually, the Fellowship of Hakkaidan successfully migrated to the Red Ocean, yet that was where all of their progress halted. "Where can we build our temple?" Great mourner Iverd asked as he stroked his long, black beard. As a strong believer in Hakkaidan, the man was familiar with disappointment and setbacks. No follower of the god of human sorrow enjoyed many opportunities of happiness as their lives were always difficult. Right now, Iverd's greatest challenge was to find a way for the Fellowship of Hakkaidan to plant their roots in the new frontier. The Fellowship of Hakkaidan initially wanted to build their temple in the Vullet system, but that turned out to be way too expensive. The cult then moved to a nearby colony, only to get rejected by its owners. "We do not welcome religion in our society. Take your crazy beliefs and go elsewhere." Other destinations also proved unsuitable to the Fellowship of Hakkaidan for many reasons. "You can settle on my land, but I do not tolerate the presence of outsiders in my domain. I demand your allegiance. Go away, false believers. This star system is already claimed by the Blue Advent Church. We will never allow you to pollute the minds of our vulnerable flock. Feel free to build your temple outside of the city. You'll be completely safe there. The rumors of pirate raids and devastated colonies are completely false, I promise. We have enough space to accommodate your temple. It's completely safe out here. We're so out of the way that not even pirates want to detour to our star system. There's nothing for them here anyway. Our planet isn't terraformed and there aren't resources or sources of wealth that attract greedy plunderers." None of the destinations suited the Fellowship of Hakkaidan for one reason or another. While there were still destinations where the cult could settle and exist in relative peace, these locations were usually so obscure or restrictive that it was too difficult for it to expand in numbers. There is little point in traveling to the Red Ocean if we are just repeating the past. This was why the Great Mourner eyed the more favorable locations. The Davut system was the best place to build a temple. It not only attracted a high amount of traffic, but it was also relatively safe and secure. Davut gathered a lot of losers. They were not only easier to convert into Hackidens, but also served as ready customers for the Hackiden clinic. Unfortunately, the requirements to set up a clinic or a temple in Davut were way too demanding. As Great Mourner Ivair tried to figure out a way for the Fellowship of Hackiden to succeed in the Red Ocean, he suddenly stumbled upon a possible opportunity during his search. A trade consortium with low requirements. That is new. As a strong believer in Hackiden, Ivair did not indulge in happiness. That didn't mean he was unable to experience any positive emotions. He was still human. For a time in the past, the certain dedicated believers in Hackiden tried to get closer to their god by undergoing an invasive operation that artificially cut them off from these emotions. The procedure was a disaster. Many people who were unable to feel any happiness at all either lost their motivation to live or turned into highly unstable individuals. This was why Ivair was still able to experience a bit of hope, but that didn't last long as he actively tried to push away his optimism. This sounds too good to be true. It's just like all of those other scams. Great Mourner Ivair pessimistically concluded. Despite supposedly figuring out this scheme, Ivair nonetheless explored the possibility of attending a meeting. Hope was folly, but giving up was an even greater folly. The cult was the only organization that supported Hackiden in human society. Who would remember the god of human sorrow if no one knew of his existence? This was why Ivair not only signed up for a meeting with this Larkinson clan, but also registered for a number of other exploration meetings with other organizations that made different offers. He was not alone in this. Numerous different organizations that found themselves in the Davut system heard about the trade consortium that the Larkinson clan attempted to form. Though many of them ignored the opportunity because they were skeptical or found that it did not meet their needs, a small group of interested parties nonetheless gave it a try. A day later, a dozen or so leaders and representatives of different organizations arrived at a rented compound. The relative power and wealth of the Larkinson clan was on display. What impressed the guests the most was that the hosts managed to obtain permission to bring down a small contingent of guard mechs. Are those expert mechs? Someone pointed at the two resplendent machines in front. I've read about them. They are not ordinary machines. They're masterworks. Although not everyone understood the significance of masterwork expert mechs, the Amaranto and the Everchanger were simply too dazzling. The more the guests advanced, the more they experienced how special the expert mechs were. The auras of the two powerful living mechs heavily affected their emotions and caused them to gain a lot more reverence towards the Larkinson clan. Maybe this clan is able to make their trade consortium work after all. They have sufficient strength. When the guests finally entered the compound, a pair of guards led them to a spacious meeting room. The luxurious chamber not only offered enough seats, but also held an odd statue. The seating arrangement was quite odd to say the least. They were all placed in a circle around the green stone statue. As the guests all took their seats, they couldn't help but notice they came under another influence. The statue depicted a smiling angelic figure that held out its arms in welcome. The glow it exerted towards the guests was remarkably effective at reducing their stress. They all felt as if their burdens had grown lighter and that a solution to their problems was within reach. So this is the famous glow of the Larkinsons. It does not feel bad. Not everyone basked in the glow, though. Great Mourner Ivair was highly suspicious towards this mysterious statue that could make him feel a lot more content without good reason. Don't fall for it. We are being drugged without our notice. He wasn't the only one who refused to embrace the glow. They became wary towards it instead. Was this not a naked attempt at affecting their judgment? The more concerned guests already began to think about disinviting themselves to this meeting. You do not need to feel concerned. This is just a demonstration of what we can do, Minister Sheddarin Pernus said as he entered the chamber through a side door. I shall remove the statue so that we may conduct this discussion without any distractions. The old man waved his hand, causing the green statue to sink below the floor and disappear from everyone's sights. Soon enough, its glow had gone away, causing many guests to feel their mental burdens regaining all of their strength. Numerous people already lamented the return to normality. As Minister Sheddarin came close and took the final seat, he began by answering their unspoken question. Each of you may be wondering why I subjected you to this glow in the first place. It is a showcase of the special technology and methods that we possess. Our clan intends to leverage its unique expertise to develop a mechanism that guarantees the success of our trade consortium. Now, I am aware that you have questions, doubts and even fears, but I will endeavor to address all of them today. At the end of this meeting, You can decide whether you wish to become a part of this unique initiative or go back to finding a solution to your problems without our means. The choice is yours. Chapter 3630 Arcadia's Sanctum. While the Larkinsons did their usual business in the Davut system, Gloriana brought Aurelia along on a special trip. She visited a floating structure that served as an exclusive club and resort catering to professionals in the Mech community. The Arcadia Sanctum only existed for a few years, but it had already grown into a coveted location due to the amount of successful guests it attracted. Only the wealthier and more renowned Mech pilots and Mech designers were allowed to pass through its gates. This was a measure that ensured that the Arcadia Sanctum did not lose its appeal by hosting too many lowly space peasants. Gloriana grunted as she floated before the golden gates of the Arcadia Sanctum. Impressive, but not original. The well-oiled machine back in Chance Bay has more personality. The Arcadia Sanctum performed a similar role to the well-oiled machine. It functioned as an unofficial gathering point for the Mech supremacist faction of the MTA. Just like the well-oiled machine, the Arcadia Sanctum was founded and managed by a well-connected Mecher. After a bit of waiting, Director Astoria Kelrick came out to meet the young but promising journeyman in person. "Ah, Madam Gloriana Woden Larkinson. My apologies for the wait. My meeting with an expert pilot took significantly longer than expected. You know how they are. They do not easily take no for an answer." Gloriana smiled and used her free hand to shake the surprisingly young woman's hand. "I understand. We did not have to wait long. I have heard much about you and your husband. I am quite interested to hear how the two of you managed to amass so many masterwork certificates so early. Please come inside." The group entered the main facility and headed to the top floor. There, Gloriana left her bodyguards behind as she entered the director's large and tastefully decorated office. Open spaces, warm-colored stones and various Mech-related curiosities provided a warm atmosphere that was conducive for discussing business. "Can I set my baby down? She likes to explore new spaces." "Why, certainly. I have already prepared this space for that. I must say that your daughter is shaping up to be a strong woman." "Thanks." Gloriana set Aurelia down on the ground where she could crawl to her heart's content. "Click C, make sure she doesn't get into trouble." Meow meow. The cat didn't need the reminder. She had already gone ahead so that she could make sure that the baby didn't bump her head against a wall or something. Gloriana sat down at one of the soft couches that was set before a window that provided her with an impressive view of the resort grounds as well as the surface of Davut 7. Director Astoria Kelrick joined her shortly later with a cup of spiced tea in her hands. The woman in charge of the local meeting place for the Mech supremacists looked younger than Gloriana. Her impeccable suit, her braided pale white hair and her cybernetic eyes marked her out as a human who belonged to a higher class than nearly everyone else. When Gloriana quietly looked up the director's public record, she quickly found out that the woman was the granddaughter of an MTA master Mech designer. That certainly explained how someone who looked to be around 25 years old managed to hold her current position. The way she spoke and conveyed herself up until this point told Gloriana that Astoria was an ambitious Mecher. Charming, is it not? Davut 7 wasn't nearly as developed and populated at the start. In a decade, the urban sprawl will likely be at least 100 times as big. Humanity's growth in the Red Ocean cannot be stopped. That may be true, but not everyone will benefit from this rise. There are few winners but many losers in this dwarf galaxy. Where do you think your own clan falls in, madam? The Mech designer grinned towards the woman in charge of the Arcadia Sanctum. "Why, we will definitely find a place among the winners. Despite my husband's inexplicable decisions, I have no doubt we shall successfully take root in the Red Ocean. We not only possess numerous unique advantages, but also carry the blessing of more and more gods." "Gods, you say?" "Yes." Gloriana firmly nodded. "The Superior Mother is our greatest backing, but the Golden Cat is growing stronger as well. My husband has breathed life to several new proto-gods lately, and we're looking to convert our strongest mechs into divinities as well. With so many gods at our disposal, we shall become invincible given enough time." "That sounds fascinating," Director Astoria replied as she conveyed a lot of interest in the claims. "How much assistance do these gods provide to your endeavors?" "Well, they are excellent aids in battle, but not that much outside of it. Only Vulcan, who Ves values highly, is truly useful in our work. Ves even took the trouble to create a new organization in order to fuel his growth. I've read about that. We're not quite sure what to make of this so-called creation association. It sounds like a regular group but it operates like a religion." What is it, really? The Creation Association is more of the latter than the former. The entire point of it is to gather more worshippers for Vulcan. My husband is stubborn about faith. He cannot bring himself to acknowledge the truth, so he dresses up his new organization in secular terms. I can understand the need for discretion. Religion is not welcome in every part of human society. If he wants to spread the name of Vulcan as wide as possible, then it is best to adopt an approach that offends as few people as possible. There are many fanatics that have never managed to get this right. After they finished chatting about Ves's strange side project, Director Astoria finished her cup of tea and turned to the journeyman mech designer. Your Larkinson clan has attracted an increasing degree of interest among my superiors. I find that to be curious. I have heard that the survivalists, who your husband is associated with, are making more movements than usual due to him and his clan. What does he offer that makes them so excited? Ves decided to share something good with them. I don't know what exactly he has offered. He is close to Mr. Jovi Armelon, which I am not. I can think of several different possibilities that could make certain elements of your association express so much interest. I see, Astoria said. She cleverly did not press Gloriana any further. I hope that he will share his generosity to the rest of our association in time. You can make a good case if you offer enough incentives to him. He thinks he is a principled person, but he melts easily if his greed is sufficiently aroused, which happens more often than you think. Our profile on him says much the same. Director Astoria nodded. We will take our time and see how the situation develops. Right now, the survivalist faction has staked their claim on him, so we cannot exceed our boundaries. They eventually moved on to another topic. The recent news on your clan is that it is attempting to start a new trade consortium. Yes, that is also the reason why I decided to visit you first. Ves and his people are trying his best, but without inviting strong and reliable parties such as Hexers, his trade consortium will end up as a clubhouse for every misfit and loser in the Red Ocean. I am hoping that you can point me to more reliable business partners that can truly make this trade consortium work. That is a difficult request to meet. Director Astoria responded with a frown. All of my contacts are either ineligible or too powerful to join a consortium of this level. That is not to say that I cannot meet your request. My staff and I can proactively seek out suitable pioneers that meet your requirements. We have other priorities, though. We would never approach random pioneers and push them into action. Gloriana looked disappointed. Is there nothing you can do? As much as I don't like it, our clan needs this initiative to work. Not only do we need to bind together a lot of different parties, we also need to leverage this collective to hold successful talks with a powerful material supplier and other essential business partners. If you can give us any aid, then this venture will not end up as a massive waste of time. As I have just said, we are already preoccupied with other matters. The Krakatoa Middle Zone is quite active and is just starting to attract a large number of pioneers. It is not impossible for us to give you aid, but you know our rules. You must contribute to us and prove your value before we are willing to lend a hand. Just making several masterwork mechs is not enough. The director's message was clear. In order to persuade the survivalist to provide actual help, Gloriana needed to come up with a sufficient incentive. You are asking much. Large parts of the clan are under the control of my husband. I cannot make decisions on behalf of the Larkinsons. The best I can do is to lean on Ves and persuade him to make certain decisions. We understand. Patriarch Ves Larkinson is the single most important voice in his own clan. Give me a moment, please. Let me deliberate on how to proceed. The director's augmented eyes faded a bit as she entered some sort of virtual setting. Gloriana waited for the other woman to finish. In the meantime, she stood up and sought out her daughter who was currently cuddling with Clixie next to an abstract artwork. That's enough crawling on the ground for you. Come to mama, dearie. Guawa. The mother grew much happier now that she held her lovely daughter. On the other hand, she also grew more worried whether she could attain a meaningful result today. Eventually, Director Astoria returned to reality. I've contacted a number of individuals. A few are willing to lend your clan a hand. If they make their moves, you will find that several useful pioneering organizations have expressed their interest in signing up for this trade consortium. Among them are mech companies and other related industries. That was good news to Gloriana. That is truly a relief to hear. However, I do have to warn you that whoever you have sent should not harbor any malicious or overly selfish intentions towards the consortium and our clan. Ves detests betrayal and has developed extraordinary means to detect that in other people. Oh, That is not a great concern to us. There are genuine advantages to getting close to the consortium and the Larkinson clan. We merely want you to watch out for them. Your position in your clan will allow you to exert considerable influence in how the Larkinsons treat the members of the trade consortium. If you can make sure that they obtain greater priority on certain benefits such as collaborations and such, we would be quite happy about that. Of course, I am not asking you to abuse your position. We merely wish to ensure better cooperation. I can do that. Gloriana nodded as she continued to hold her daughter. What you're asking is not much. What is your purpose, exactly? It would help our cooperation if you can tell me what it is you seek to accomplish. My goal is to make a mark as the head of this branch. Astoria plainly stated, you can think of it as earning merits. By contributing more to my faction, I will receive greater attention from it. I do not have the right genetic aptitude to pilot mechs, and I am not suitable to follow in the footsteps of my grandfather, who is an accomplished mech designer in the association. If I wish to live up to my family, I must make my own achievements. I am willing to give this trade consortium a chance. The most I can do is recommend potential members. However, your husband and your clan will have to solve the remaining problems. It's enough. The young mecher smiled. Then we shall cooperate more extensively from here on out. As long as your clan is based in Krakatoa, I will continue to stay in touch with you, madam. I look forward to what your clan can accomplish in a few years. You might not have to wait that long. I seriously recommend you take a close look at Ves's more recent work. His enlightened warrior doesn't look exciting, but that is because he is quiet about its benefits. It's a stupid decision, really. You should really take the name of this variant more seriously. Oh, do tell me more, please. Would you like to have a drink? Chapter 3631. Expensive real estate. Davut 7 was an important planet to Ves and the Larkinson clan. If their current plans yielded results, the Larkinsons would likely set up a presence on the planet. The clan not only needed to buy a plot of land and build the headquarters for the trade consortium, but also had to set up a branch office to manage its own affairs. The clan needed to spend a considerable amount of money and go through a lot of annoying bureaucratic procedures to get everything done. The latter turned out to be a greater hassle than Ves expected. The governance of the Davut system was complicated and demand for territory on Davut 7 was high. A lot of ambitious pioneers and other enterprising individuals saw great promise in establishing a physical presence on a notable trade planet and did not mind spending more money to get their wish. Can you repeat that again, Benny? Ves asked. Gavin Newman took a deep breath. We just got back word from the real estate agent. The site we have picked out for the headquarters of our trade consortium is not cheap. If we want to have enough certainty to outbid other possible buyers, then we need to commit at least 4,000 MTA credits. Quote. 4,000 MTA credits might not sound much. He could buy around 33 copies of Gloriana's handbag with that much money. However, that was not an indication that the plot of land was cheap. It was more of a sign that Gloriana's new pride and joy was too expensive. The amount of money it cost for the Larkinson clan to secure a rather modest plot of land in a prosperous district was enough to fund the acquisition of a modest capital ship back in the old galaxy. Ves groaned and pressed his fingers against his forehead. This is too much. We can purchase many other goodies with that much money. It is actually a reasonable price, all considered. Gavin answered as he used his comm to project a map of Kotor City, the capital planet of Davut 7. The plot we've chosen is located in the periphery of the financial district, which sits squarely in the center of the metropolis. Even though the financial district is not completely built, everyone knows it will become the top destination for the biggest companies and organizations that are operating in Krakatoa. I know. Ves nodded. It would have been nice if we could set up a base of operations in Nova Street. Don't even dream about it, boss. Nova Street is the prime location for all of the big trans-galactic corporations and major pioneering alliances. From the start of its planning, the big players have already claimed their plots of land. Even if they only intend to build floating structures, they don't want anyone living underneath. Gavin stated. Besides, if those floating palaces and office buildings ever experience any problems that compromise their ability to remain in the air, they need sufficient space to land in an emergency. What about other threats? It's not safe on the frontier. What will happen in the event of an alien incursion? According to the plans, a large and extensive underground tunnel system will be made underneath the wealthier districts. Many structures, whether on land or in the air, will be moved underground and be shielded from most attacks coming from orbit or on the surface. It's a complicated and expensive arrangement and partially explains why it is so expensive to build real estate in this district. The tunnel and security systems of the financial district are the best. Ves scoffed. They can't allow the elites and the people in charge to come to any harm. I can definitely believe that the security measures of the financial district are stellar compared to the rest of the city. This is also exactly why we need to set up a presence here. Even if our trade consortium can only squeeze in at the edge, it is still better than any other location in Kotor City. The financial district conveys a lot of prestige to those who are able to secure a place in it. Our future business dealings with the locals will become much smoother as a result. In that sense, the plot of land was absolutely more valuable than what was obvious on the surface. The people in charge of selling the land already took all of these elements into account. Does that mean you are willing to invest in this plot of land? Gavin asked. It's not that impressive, to be honest. It's located in Beckerdale Street, which sort of sits in the shadows of many other structures. The plot also only gives us the right to build our headquarters at ground level. There is another plot located above it that is reserved for the construction of a floating building. The price of that air plot is at least twice as expensive, so it is an extremely costly endeavor to buy both. Ves grimaced when he heard that. Air plots were more valuable than land plots. Who wanted to live and work underneath many tons of floating mass that might potentially malfunction and crash on top of their heads one day? Even if there were thousands of safeguards and so on, just the symbolism of the matter was not pleasant. Fortunately, Ves had no intentions of actually working and living in the new place. He could just shove all of the concerns to other people. Let them worry about this faint possibility. Paying 4,000 MTA credits was not unacceptable considering all of the intangible benefits that the clan would get in return. The question now was whether the clan should pay for all of this out of its own pocket. We can make the acquisition more bearable if we split the cost between all of the members of the trade consortium. Gavin suggested. Even if many of the smaller parties cannot draw out 100 or so MTA credits right away, we can give them loans that they will pay back in installments. Ves leaned back against his office chair and thought for a moment. That's a viable solution, but money conveys ownership. If we split the cost evenly, that will subsequently suggest that everyone is an equal partner in the trade consortium. That is not what I have in mind. I don't want to lose control of it and turn into someone else's plaything. We can't be too tyrannical about it either, boss. Our trade consortium will not be able to attract many willing members if we are in control of everything. You need to strike a balance. Minister Shedderin has already suggested that we should aim to secure at least 25% of the decision-making power of the trade consortium. We can claim primacy because we founded it and paid for much of its expenses, but we won't claim absolute control, thereby preventing the other members from feeling they are solely dancing to our tune. If they aren't content, they can easily apply to leave our trade consortium. The Larkinsons couldn't have it both ways. Absolute control was unattainable while total equality was unacceptable. The best solution going forward was to find a middle ground where the Larkinson clan gained additional rights but could still be overruled by a majority of members. Of course, the power balance wasn't so simple on the surface. If Ves truly employed a spiritual network for his trade consortium, then everyone would know that the support of the Larkinson clan was absolutely essential for its continued functioning. The rules were rather light and generous because the proposed spiritual network substituted the missing functions. If the Larkinson clan left the consortium, that might not be the case any longer. This provided enough guarantees to Ves that the trade consortium would not suddenly act against the Larkinson clan. Let's just buy this plot and be done with it, Ves eventually decided. It won't be easy to come up with 4,000 MTA credits, but we already owe around 90,000 MTA credits anyway. Our debt burden won't grow that much bigger. Boss, we owe a little bit more than that. Despite selling a portion of the harvest from the Titania, our expenses are still considerable. Aside from that, we will have to spend additional sums of money to actually construct the headquarters building. We can't be too frugal. Not only will we run afoul of local ordinances, we'll also be embarrassing ourselves. Ves sighed. Then go ahead and borrow more money. By the way, what does our income look like these days? Are we doing better or worse? It has largely remained stagnant as of late, but there are faint signs of optimism. The LMC's business operations in the Yena Star cluster roughly generate more than 5,000 MTA credits a month. Much of it comes from selling mechs, though we are also collecting an increasing amount of licensing fees. Our old third-class mechs such as the Desolate Soldier, the Doom Guard and the oldest version of the ferocious Piranha are still solid cash cows, though that won't last forever. Their sales are slowly trending downwards. Even the rise of third-party variants can't stop that from happening. The mech market was constantly evolving. Better mechs were being designed and published with each passing day, and the competition certainly wouldn't allow the LMC to reign forever. In the absence of any new commercial releases, the rest of the mech industry stepped in to meet demand. Although it was well known by now that changing the designs of living mechs often destroyed their living qualities, numerous mech designers found ways to mitigate the damage. Ves didn't particularly care about this development at this point. He no longer valued his third-class mechs so highly, so it was fine if others wanted to mess around with them. Though the LMC received a much smaller share of profits from the sale of third-party variants, at least these enterprising mech designers were still bringing in money from sources that initially weren't his customers. The LMC currently adopted two different approaches towards third-party manufacturers. The company still favored doing business with authorized manufacturers. These were the ones who signed favorable contracts with the LMC. In exchange for lowering their fees, they had to abide by strict quality standards and other requirements. They also weren't allowed to modify the designs without permission. The LMC couldn't do much against those who licensed its mech designs from the MTA's internal library. These third parties were free to do what they wanted with the designs of the Desolate Soldier and so on, as long as they abided by the terms of the standard contract as well as the relevant laws of the MTA. It was the latter phenomenon that became increasingly more prevalent in the Xianxia star cluster. More and more mech designers figured out how to work with them. As long as they didn't make too many changes, the new variants were still adequate living mechs. Given our financial pressure, we should do something about this ourselves. Ves mused. We shouldn't neglect the LMC's business operations in the old galaxy much longer. If everyone start to think that we only care about the Red Ocean now that we have migrated here, we won't be able to collect 5,000 MTA credits a month so easily anymore. Does that mean, I can promise you that our design department will put its focus on commercial mech design projects in the next design round. Once the Larkinson army has received a bunch of exclusive mech models, I'm not in a hurry to give them more. We should use this opportunity to refresh and expand our commercial offerings. Gavin looked a lot more hopeful now that Ves was finally willing to pay attention to the business side of the Larkinson clan again. Will you put your focus on our business operations in the old galaxy or the new frontier? Both, Ves said. We have 8 journeyman mech designers and hundreds of assistant mech designers. We have enough design resources to direct sufficient attention to both. If our trade consortium also gets off the ground, we can probably solve our current logistical problems as well, which will make it viable for us to produce more mechs in-house. However, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still need to complete the current design round, which will take at least a month. Understood. Chapter 3632 The Case of the Missing Shares. Ves knew that he had neglected the business operations of the Larkinson clan a bit too long, but he did not regret his choices. Given the clan's many assets and profitable cash cows, it was not a big deal to go further into debt. The Yemtar Trade and Commerce Bank had treated the Larkinson clan rather generously so far, and Ves did not expect that to change. That didn't mean it was healthy to let this situation persist. According to the latest reports, the Living Mech Corporation's lack of activity slowly caused its brand to erode. While its mechs were still useful to many different customers, they were no longer hot now that the novelty had long worn off. Many people found ways to deal or mitigate the impact of the glows of living mechs, and the benefits of piloting living mechs in the long term were not well known. Ves, Gloriana and Kedis spent millions of MTA merits to acquire and plant their psionic pylons in the Xianxia star cluster. Much of that spending would go to waste if none of them took advantage of their PPs in the coming years. As soon as Ves conveyed his willingness to revisit his business operations in the old galaxy, Gavin became a lot more enthusiastic. He had long tried to persuade his boss that the Larkinsons should pay attention to this matter, but there were always other matters getting in the way. It would help if you can tell us your strategy and direction in advance. Gavin said, the LMC is not as small as before. There are many people and organizations who are directly or indirectly working for us. The sooner you convey your intentions, the smoother we can expand our operations. Ves frowned. It's too early to make those decisions. I'm not entirely up to date with the circumstances in both markets. Can you at least tell us whether you are willing to sell second-class mechs in the old galaxy? Although we are selling millions of third-class mechs at the moment, that doesn't translate into a lot of MTA credits. We can easily earn twice the amount if we start selling some of our second-class offerings. In fact, something like that is already beginning to happen as soon as we signed a deal with Zakrin Bilica. In order for the Ferocious Piranha Mark I version B Mod 1 to be sold to the public, it has to be validated by the MTA, which means its design has entered its licensing catalog. I'm aware of that. The Mod 1 edition is tailored to the Red Ocean, so it shouldn't be easy to make it suitable for the old galaxy again. Although the latest revision performed similar to the original second-class Ferocious Piranhas, Ves had swapped a lot of materials and components. It would be extremely difficult for other mech designers to replace them again while still keeping the mech design alive. This effectively meant that the initiative was still in his hands. It sounds as if you don't intend to sell any second-class mechs in the old galaxy. Not yet, at least. Ves said, I don't want the Fredamen to take advantage of my work. They can't do much with my third-class mechs, but it's a different story when it comes to my second-class offerings. Don't you have ways to stop specific groups from piloting your mechs? I do, but I don't think the MTA and the market will respond well to that, Benny. Customers need to have confidence that their mechs are reliable and that we can't arbitrarily neuter their functionality. Gavin could respect that decision even though he did not entirely agree with it. The Komodo War will probably end in a year. The Hex army has fought hard, but it has exhausted much of its resources and reserves. The Hexadric hegemony's defensive strongholds are all toppling one by one, exposing vast areas of the state's interior to Fredamen incursions. With neighboring states sending mercenaries to raid the under-defended hinterland of the hegemony, it doesn't look like the Hexers will be able to hold out much longer. It doesn't matter too much at this point. Gloriana already told me that more and more dynasties have packed up their bags and left for the Red Ocean. Even the Woden dynasty has abandoned its foundation in the Scimitar system in order to escape the war. Ves was disappointed that the Hexers didn't put up a better fight. For all of their claims of superiority, the Fredamen persistently beat the female supremacists, not through superior martial strength, but by relying on the power of friendship. Numerous friendly states and powers in the region offered their support for the Fredamen. As the Komodo War kept getting worse for the Hexadric hegemony, more and more parties offered their aid to the winning side. Naturally, there was no doubt that the Garliners and other foreigners held ulterior motives towards the Komodo Star sector, but the Friday Coalition didn't mind. Getting rid of an existential threat was more important than avoiding hidden dangers. Let's shelve this question for later. Even if the Komodo War has ended, I won't relax my stance so easily. I seriously doubt it will matter. The Friday Coalition has banned the sale and use of our products anyway. The Fredamen don't want to put more money in our pockets. Aren't they in control of some of the LMC's shares? Ves frowned. What happened to them, by the way? I haven't paid attention to this issue in a long while. Ah, about that, Ves narrowed his eyes. What happened? Well, as you know, a shell company of the Bright Republic originally owned a 7% stake in the LMC while a shell company of the Ilvain Protectorate had a 9% stake. And the Friday Coalition intervened. From what we have managed to gather, numerous people and factions within the coalition tried to claim those shares. It took a lot of time for this argument to be resolved, but eventually two different master mech designers managed to come out on top. They had to cooperate with each other in order to overcome the opposition. Ves grew uneasy when he heard the latest development concerning the shares that fell outside his control. Who are the masters that managed to get a hold of those shares? His personal assistant took a deep breath. Master Carmen Olsen obtained a 14% stake while Master Tokman Huron got a hold of the remaining 2%. It's not official yet. They need to go through a lot of bureaucratic procedures in order to obtain the appropriate permissions and exemptions from their governments. After all, the mechs you've designed are responsible for the deaths of many Fredamen soldiers. Once all of this is done, the two aforementioned masters will officially own parts of the company. Quote. To be honest, Ves was relieved that Master Olsen obtained the bulk of the shares that were originally in the hands of the third-rate states that had betrayed his confidence. The Bright Republic and the Ilvain Protectorate didn't deserve his generosity any longer. Not after what their duplicitous governments had done. Yet letting 14% fall into the hands of his former master did not sit well with him either. He still resented how quickly and decisively Master Olsen got rid of him, all because a Hexer forcefully inserted herself in his life. He still respected her, though. Master Olsen was not only a talented master mech designer, but also a consummate professional. Despite her allegiance, Ves never had the impression that she hated him personally. Will Master Olson keep that 14% or will they pass on to someone else's hands? Ves curiously asked. I seriously can't tell you that, boss. Gavin shrugged. I'm not privy to the internal deliberations of the Fredaman. Maybe you should ask Calabast, though I doubt she can tell you anything more. What does your intuition tell you, Benny? If you ask me, this situation stinks. There are lots of powerful people in the Friday Coalition who have plenty of reasons to take those shares. I would have expected them to split up the shares among themselves. For them to voluntarily give up the fight means that someone else has intervened. Master Olson and Master Huron may be notable figures in the coalition, but there are plenty of others who should easily be able to override their demands. Gavin's words echoed Ves's own concerns. The relatively smooth way in which the two master mech designers claimed the shares was awfully suspicious. Who pushed for this result? What were the motives of this mystery party? I can reluctantly accept Master Olson as a fellow shareholder, but Master Huron is another matter. Why the hell does he want to gain partial ownership of a company controlled by the killer of one of his personal disciples? Don't ask me, boss. I am just as perplexed as you. What I can tell you is that it is of little consequence. You still possess a controlling majority. Even if Master Olson and Master Huron enjoy a couple of minority rights, they cannot influence the decision-making of the company at all. They'll only be able to collect dividends with their shares. That's still too cheap of them. Those shares are worth a lot more than before. Sometimes, I wish the MTA didn't exist. The association's intervention is way too heavy-handed. We can't even issue new shares in order to dilute the ownership of those out-of-control shares. Do you think it is wise to voice those words? Ves shrugged. The Mechers won't care, Benny. Plenty of people talk bad about the MTA, but that doesn't change the fact that they are undisputedly in charge. Nothing effectively changed as far as he was concerned. 16% of the ownership in the LMC was still in the hands of outsiders. He wondered whether the masters would attempt to do more with them. Neither of them looked like they were willing to sit back and relax while collecting their dividends. Now that they were discussing issues tied to the old galaxy, Ves grew curious at one of the other minority shareholders of the Living Mech Corporation. Is there any news from the Larkinson family, Benny? There have been few significant changes as of late. Your old relatives are still working for the Fenneton tribe. We did notice that they have become active as of late. They have begun to acquire more ships, mechs and even personnel. It sounds like they are finally doing more than coasting along their current trajectory. Good for them. Do you know more about their intentions? Gavin shook his head. No, most members of the Larkinson family haven't received much clarification. All they know is that Patriarch Ark Larkinson is working harder than ever. What was his uncle doing? Ves hoped that Ark didn't lead the Larkinson family into danger. Well, try and inquire more about the Larkinson family's movements. I might not be close to them anymore, but they are still my blood relatives. I have always felt less restrained when I know they are safe. If they do something different, I don't know how I should feel about that. I don't want the Larkinson lineage to end because the both of us have made considerable errors. From what Ves knew about Ark, his uncle was trying his best to advance to ace pilot. This was an insanely difficult challenge and far too many powerful expert pilots failed to take a step forward. Ves knew that continued frustration could push numerous expert pilots to their limits. Patriarch Reginald Cross had always been a bit unstable and he feared that Ark Larkinson might become obsessed as well. Alright, we've discussed enough for today. Let's focus more on our immediate priorities. I want to see quick progress in establishing our trade consortium. Get that plot of land in our hands and start the construction of a headquarters as fast as possible. Got it, boss. Chapter 3633 Murphy and Sons. The Larkinsons continued to make a lot of progress in establishing their new trade consortium. Aside from having to spend a lot of money to secure a plot of land in the prized financial district of Kotor City, everything else proceeded like a breeze. As word about the unusual trade consortium continued to spread, more and more parties expressed serious interest in becoming a part of it. Different from the last few days, the latest batch included more serious and more respectable pioneering organizations. No longer did the Larkinsons have to entertain so many wacky cults and devastated pioneers. A collection of mech companies, industrial companies and even a small shipbuilding company showed up in the past few days. These were prime parties that the Larkinsons truly wished to attract. Not only would their presence increase the effectiveness and legitimacy of the trade consortium, but they might also potentially provide the clan with preferential access to their goods and services. Are you serious? Ves asked as he held a data pad that contained a list of interested parties. A shipbuilding company truly wants to join our trade consortium. Minister Shedderin raised his hand. Don't get too excited, sir. We are only talking about a small shipbuilding firm, and one that is in serious trouble. If not for that, Murphy & Sons would have comfortably been able to start their operations in a market where their products are in extreme demand. Ves grew suspicious about this. There were a lot of hot markets in the Red Ocean at this time, but two sectors were especially profitable. Anyone engaged in either resource extraction or shipbuilding were probably having the time of their lives during this period. While the former was rather risky due to the need to mine valuable resources in dangerous areas, the latter had it especially easy. All the shipbuilding companies had to do was to bring over enough cargo to assemble a functioning shipyard and start staffing it with their trained personnel. Orders would flow in by the thousands, and Ves doubted that such a company would have a hard time securing a contract with a resource supplier. What could drive this particular shipbuilding company to such dire straits that it had no choice but to seek safety in numbers? Tell me about Murphy & Sons. What kind of company is it, and how could it screw up its entry into the Red Ocean? Murphy & Sons was originally an ordinary shipbuilding company in the galactic rim that has long operated a single shipyard. Its CEO and chairwoman chose to move the company to the Red Ocean shortly after the MTA's announcement, but as you can imagine, it is not that effortless to move such a major operation to an entirely different location. Shipyards were big, really big. They had to be in order to provide an excellent construction environment for shipbuilders. There was no way to build proper starship without providing enough stability and shielding against many external variables. They were also expensive and valuable as a result. The amount of tech and materials that went into shipyards was incredibly intricate. So what did the company do? Did they cut their own shipyard into pieces and try to ship it over? Shedderin nodded. That is exactly what they did. Much to Murphy & Sons' misfortune, this transportation did not proceed without issue. The fleet that the company's vessels were traveling with fell victim to a raid. While the leadership and many of the ships carrying the enormous parts of the shipyard managed to survive the attack intact, a small number of transport ships fell into enemy hands. Oh, that sounds bad, Ves replied as he thought about the impact of those losses. Let me guess. They are missing so many pieces of their shipyard that they don't have enough left to build ships, right? Indeed, Murphy & Sons has fallen under great difficulties for this reason. The company has taken on an enormous debt in order to reach the Red Ocean. Now, it cannot meet its debt obligations because it cannot earn any revenue. That doesn't sound so bad. I mean, everyone here knows the value of a working shipyard. Isn't someone willing to give Murphy & Sons a hand and get their shipyard to work in exchange for priority on ship orders or something? Shedderin coughed. It's not that simple. In order for Murphy & Sons to restore their shipyard, they need to acquire a large amount of valuable resources that are difficult to obtain. They also require advanced technical assistance to perform specialist repairs. While there are companies that are able to meet their demands, they are actually withholding their aid at the moment. What? Why? Isn't it obvious, sir? They are plotting against the shipbuilding company. The foreign minister answered. Each of them smells weakness from their prey. Rather than trying to gain the favor of Murphy & Sons, it is much more preferable to buy it up entirely. Once a part or all of the company and its assets fall into the hands of a major player, they can easily restore and upgrade the incomplete shipyard so that it can begin to produce starships on their behalf. Do you understand? Oh, Ves understood this scheme quite well. He would probably do the same thing if he was in their place. Taking over a mostly complete shipbuilding company was incredibly attractive in an environment where there were way too few hulls on the market. So the bunch of bastards at the top are colluding with each other to deny the help that Murphy & Sons need. Their goal is to outbid each other and take possession of the company's damaged shipyard, its highly trained and experienced shipbuilding personnel, and whatever else is valuable. These are nearly all of the elements that can support a productive shipbuilding operation. How big is this shipyard, anyway? Is it capable of building capital ships? You would have to ask Miss Tsai for greater details, but according to my sources, Murphy & Sons has never built a capital ship. When the company was still operating in the old galaxy, their peak production rate was one combat carrier or cruiser-sized logistical vessel per 20 days. That is quite impressive, Ves remarked. Murphy and Sons can probably construct their ships even faster once it upgrades its shipyard systems with Heartland-level technology. They might even be able to expand their shipyard and start constructing smaller capital ships as well in the future. Indeed, yet as long as no one provides them with the help they need to fill in the missing pieces of their shipyard, Murphy and Sons will eventually be compelled to make a choice anyway. How dirty. This kind of collusion was probably illegal in many states, but the new frontier was a lot looser with the rules. Besides, even if the laws forbid this kind of conduct, the authorities needed to possess the will to enforce them, which wasn't always the case. The point was that Murphy and Sons was in deep trouble. There were way too many greedy people at the top and they would never easily pass up the opportunity to snap a shipyard on the cheap. Why did you bring this case to my attention, Shedderin? All of this sounds like trouble to me. While I admit that it would be nice if we can make connections with Murphy and Sons, I don't think it is a good idea to tread on territory that others have already claimed. The old man gave Ves an intrigued smile. That is true, but I believe there is sufficient opportunity here. While it is true that we will not make many people happy if we help the Murphy and Sons solve its crisis, as long as the company stays independent and wholly owned by the Murphy family, there is still a chance that outsiders can acquire it. That should limit the heat we draw if we make a move. What kind of move can we even make? From what I hear, a lot needs to be done in order to get the company's shipyard operational, and that requires a large amount of resources. That is why our trade consortium can give Murphy and Sons a way out. It can obtain the resources and help it needs without directly doing business with those who are treating it as prey. What if bringing the shipbuilding company into the fold will only turn our trade consortium into a pariah instead? Minister Shedderin looked grave. That is indeed a possibility, but as long as our clan and all of the members of the consortium work together to achieve a breakthrough, we can still succeed. Not every major player is as eager to take over Murphy and Sons. This was a difficult matter for Ves to decide upon. He could clearly see the potential of befriending and entering into a long-term cooperative relationship with a real shipbuilding company. While it was true that the Larkinson clan could build its own ships with the diligent Ovenbird, her efficiency was way too low compared to a permanently anchored shipyard. What the clan truly needed was to become a favored partner to a shipbuilding company that was capable of churning out a lot of combat carriers. In time, that company might be able to expand its operations and start constructing capital ships as well. Ves keenly realized that this was probably the best opportunity for the Larkinson clan to obtain the friendship and gratitude of a shipbuilding company in years. If he passed on this opportunity because he was afraid of getting involved in the company's trouble, he would probably regret his cowardly decision for a long time afterwards. He lowered his eyes. Shedderin's stance was clear. Are you truly confident this will work out? I am, sir. Shedderin confidently answered. This is an intricate diplomatic puzzle in my eyes. Let me do my job and handle this delicate matter. As long as we succeed, we will not only gain a reliable channel for starships, but also increase the weight of our trade consortium. Think of how many notable parties will want to join or conduct business with a collective that counts a shipbuilding company among its members. That was another good point. Ves had mainly paid attention to the political and financial problems that Murphy and Sons would bring, but he hadn't looked at how their presence could beef up his trade consortium. All right, Ves said as he made up his mind. You can go work on this, but I want to meet with the Murphy family in person. I need to get an impression of their CEO and other notable figures before I am willing to work with them. Also get in touch with Vivian Tsai. We need her expertise to judge the potential of Murphy and Sons. This is a shipbuilding company from the Galactic Rim, after all. Its capabilities are not on par with those who originated from the more prosperous parts of the old galaxy. Even so, it was better than nothing. Shipbuilding capabilities could always be upgraded over time. This bet might not pay off in the first decade, but once Murphy and Sons truly got going, it could truly provide a lot of benefits to the Larkinson clan going forward. Shedderin checked his comm. My staff has just arranged a meeting with the Murphy family on short notice. We can greet them in the afternoon. It appears that the Murphy leaders are under considerable time pressure. The longer it takes for them to resolve their issues, the more they are getting crushed under their financial obligations. How much do they owe, exactly? We do not know. Then find out. Wait, I'll tell Calabas to look into this company. I don't believe Murphy and Sons is as simple as it sounds. There has to be a reason why it has long remained independent all of this time. Although Ves had special reasons to remain independent, he was aware that he was the exception to the rule. Most pioneers who were experiencing difficulties had no qualms about sheltering under the umbrella of a major player. Murphy and Sons probably received enough offers to join a larger pioneering organization, so why was it willing to take a gamble on a new and untested trade consortium instead? Chapter 3634 Jelly Murphy roping in Murphy and Sons was one of the most significant moves that the Larkinson clan could make in Davut. How often did the Larkinsons get the opportunity to befriend and cooperate with a genuine shipbuilding company without selling out entirely? Every other shipbuilding company was essentially locked behind great alliances. What few ships they built went straight to the major players who were able to offer the greatest degree of protection and remuneration. This enabled the big alliances to grow even more formidable over time, thereby securing their hegemony over the Red Ocean and choking out smaller players like the Larkinson clan. After Ves and the rest of his clan recognized this trend, they knew that it was impossible to obtain new ships through regular or even slightly irregular channels. This left them with two possible solutions. First, the Larkinsons could place a greater emphasis on the diligent ovenbird. Numerous notable clansmen suggested that the Larkinsons could take matters into their own hands and enter the shipbuilding industry themselves. While the diligent ovenbird was not as large, efficient and well-equipped as a traditional orbital shipyard, the fleet repair and construction vessel was still a fully functional shipbuilding platform. This meant that if the clan wanted to, it could just park the capital ship in the Davut system for the long term and just build one starship after another. In any case, the Davut system was not only fairly well secured, but was also a port system that attracted a significant amount of trade. Once the trade consortium achieved results, it shouldn't be an issue obtaining sufficient raw materials. The Larkinson clan could even take orders where they demanded the other party supply the necessary raw materials. The enormous disparity between supply and demand meant that there would still be customers willing to accept this lopsided deal. As an armored shuttle bearing a number of high-ranked individuals of the Larkinson clan flew to a rented compound situated in the commercial district of Kotor City, Ves began to think about this proposal yet again. Miss Vivian. Yes, Patriarch. You've heard about the plan to turn the diligent ovenbird into a semi-permanent shipyard, right? Vivian Sai had come a long way from her start as the inexperienced daughter of a notable senior shipwright from the Harmony Association. As she assumed more and more responsibility over the years, she had to exercise more leadership and manage many vital issues concerning both the capital ships and the sub-capital ships of the Larkinson clan. In addition to that, she closely supervised the ongoing shipbuilding activities on the diligent ovenbird. All of this not only meant that she was accruing a lot of hands-on experience, but also became one of the key figures of the clan. So far, Ves was quite satisfied with her performance. Though she did not stand out, she did not screw anything up either. From what he heard from other sources, Vivian Sai remained diligent and did not mess around, though that was mostly because her current workload was already heavy. Now that the Larkinsons were trying to lure Murphy and Sons into their camp, Vivian Sai's input would play an important role in the upcoming talks. No one in the Larkinson clan knew more about shipbuilding and shipyards than someone who grew up in this industry. I did not come up with the plan myself, but someone in my department initially proposed it. Vivian answered his question. I helped with studying the viability of this move and fleshing it out. As long as we can solve our logistical problems, it is possible to turn the diligent ovenbird into a shipyard. Do you recommend it, though? Ves pointedly asked. Vivian frowned. That is not an easy question to answer, sir. Since you possess a strong engineering background, I don't have to detail all of the technical disparities that make the diligent ovenbird worse. However, the huge demand in starships means that even if our shipyard is less efficient, we can still earn a handsome profit, just not as much as our competitors. Competition didn't matter too much at this point. Sure, the bigger and more advanced shipyards could easily earn 10 times if not 100 times more than the diligent ovenbird, but the Larkinson clan would take what it could get at this point. You still haven't answered my question. Ves said. Do you think we should do it or not? I can think of several reasons why we should. Not only will we be able to build starships more conveniently and at a faster pace, but we can also build up our influence in our trade consortium and other circles. Starships are strategic resources and they can help us gain a lot of favors if we use them well. Vivian Sai was keenly involved in the supply problem, so she knew how important it was for the Larkinson clan to gain leverage over potential trading partners. I don't deny that we can obtain these benefits, but leaving the diligent ovenbird behind in Davut will deprive our fleet of a highly useful asset. We originally commissioned this vessel in order To repair and maintain our key starships. Given the dangers in the Red Ocean, none of us can guarantee that our capital ships and our growing collection of sub-capital ships will remain unscathed over the years. What if the spirit of Bentheim got struck? What if the vivacious wall has lost her propulsion and her FTL drives? What if a dozen combat carriers weathered an astral storm and lost all power? Ves frowned. These occurrences could very well happen once the fleet resumed its expedition. The Krakatoa Middle Zone might not be the most dangerous region in the Red Ocean, but it was not a tranquil place either. You make a good point. Can the spirit of Bentheim and our other logistical vessels make up for the absence of the diligent Ovenbird? Absolutely not, sir, Vivian answered in a decisive tone. Sure, you can perform a lot of minor or even major repairs if you employ a lot of ingenuity, but it is like trying to carry a stone uphill. You have to overcome way too many unfavorable factors, from the lack of drydock environment to the absence of large-scale shipbuilding machinery. The only other way to fix our starships is to keep them together long enough to reach safe harbor, but those are much less prevalent in the Red Ocean. Keeping the diligent Ovenbird in our fleet will massively boost our independence and make us less reliant on external service providers. As soon as Vivian mentioned independence, Ves already made up his mind. The sovereignty and independence of our expeditionary fleet must never be reduced. He said, not only to Vivian but also the other clansmen in the shuttle. It was foolish to think about turning the diligent Ovenbird into a profit and influence-generating machine when doing so will compromise the security and survival of our core fleet. We will keep her as is and not consider this matter any further. Shipbuilding isn't our focus anyway. Our core business activities should always revolve around mechs. That was the end of this little discussion. The shuttle soon entered the commercial district and was on approach to the modest compound where Murphy and Sons entertained its guests. As Ves curiously took a peek of his surroundings, he could see that the structures and level of prosperity was considerably worse than in the financial district. This was where all of the more regular businesses and people frequented. Only a minority of people and organizations in the Red Ocean were rich and powerful. The vast majority were closer to normal entities and were therefore content with staying in a less extravagant district where the price levels were much more reasonable. When the shuttle landed on the ground, a number of guards and important figures stepped out. Ves, Calabast, Shedderin and Vivian both formed the core visiting group this time. Lucky came along as well. The cat had flown into Calabast's arms and basked in her embrace like a pampered baby. Meow Tilda, a couple of attendants from the Murphy family received the Larkinsons and led them into the main mansion. Soon enough, the visitors entered a large and stately-looking meeting hall where half a dozen members of the Murphy family rose up from their couches and greeted the new arrivals. Patriarch Larkinson, thank you for coming to us today. We have a busy schedule so we cannot spare much time for our discussion. Ves shook hands with a woman who was almost 4 times older than him. His first impression of Jelly Murphy, the CEO and chairwoman of the shipbuilding company, was of a leader who was trying her best to endure the pressure. Ever since Murphy and Sons packed up its bags and migrated to the Red Ocean, the company encountered one difficulty after another. Nothing went right and Jelly Murphy bore the guilt and burden for leading her family-owned company into such dire states. Nonetheless, Ves did not detect any measure of defeat or resignation from the old woman. Instead, he detected a lot of steel in her spine. This suggested that she was still confident in navigating her company out of its current crisis. Her attitude in the face of these circumstances reminded Ves of himself. That meant that it might be trickier to deal with these Murphys than he thought. He also shook hands with the other important members of the Murphy family. Karina Murphy, Chief Shipwright and Head of Ship Research and Design. Malaya Murphy, Chief Shipbuilder and Head of Ship Production. Karina and Malaya were the left and right arms of Jelly Murphy. The 60-year-old women also happened to be Jelly Murphy's daughters. Of the remaining 3 executives, 2 of them also happened to be women. The only man was Gizzard Murphy, a relatively boring-looking man who was head of marketing. Seeing as how there are so many women on top, why haven't you renamed your company into Murphy and Daughters yet? Ves blurted out. The Murphys all chuckled. It's tradition. Who knows whether our company will be led by our grandsons instead of our granddaughters? Ah, well, at least Ves confirmed that these Murphy women didn't possess any hexer tendencies. It was just a coincidence that the number 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 positions were all occupied by females at this period in the company's timeline. Once the initial meet and greet had passed, everyone sat down on the comfortable couches and began to talk about the possibility of extending Murphy and Sons an invitation to join the Larkinson clan's trade consortium. Neither Ves nor Jelly Murphy spoke at this time. Minister Shedderin and Dissel Murphy, the younger sister of the CEO, conducted the initial talks. They shared diplomatic platitudes and cautiously brought up various points of cooperation. Nonetheless, the Murphys didn't have the time to dance around all day. Jelly Murphy eventually raised her hand to take charge of the talks in person. "We will not hide the extent of our difficulties from you," Jelly said as her face grew stern. "We are deep in the red and owe a debt to the tune of tens of thousands of MTA credits. We have drained much of our liquid funds in order to get this far, but our cash is running out. If we cannot meet our upcoming interest payment, we will be in serious trouble." Ves and several other Larkinsons blinked. Calabast had already figured out a few details about the extent of the shipbuilding company's difficulties, but none of them expected that its leader would just come out and reveal this problem. Admitting this painted Murphy and Sons in a more desperate light, thereby weakening its bargaining position. Why would Jelly Murphy say such a remark? She should have been smart and experienced enough to know the effect of her words. Her statement suddenly made sense when she made her next revelation. "We have recently been in contact with multiple parties. Unlike the ones we have dealt with before, our newer conversation parties have offered more generous terms of cooperation." "Oh, that is nice to hear." The Larkinson clan had inadvertently entered a bidding war. Chapter 3635 Negotiation Tool. After Jelly Murphy made her explosive revelation, she generously gave her guests the time to process the implications. The Larkinsons in the meeting chamber were completely caught off guard. They thought that they held the upper hand and that the Murphy family had little choice but to join a new and improved trade consortium if they wanted to retain their control over their own company. The reality appeared to be quite different. Either the intelligence on Murphy and Sons was outdated, or the shrewd Murphys had deliberately kept the Larkinsons in the dark up until this point. No matter what, the previous plans formed by Shedderin had to be thrown out of the window. The involvement of other competitors completely changed the negotiation landscape. The Larkinsons were so stumped that they had practically lost all of the initiative. Ves threw a pointed glance at Calabast. The woman noticed his stare but didn't do anything aside from vigorously rubbing Lucky's head. "Meow meow," the cat squinted as his head motioned from side to side from the intense massage. Ves took that to mean that Calabast was basically saying that she and her agents hadn't been able to catch this development. He grunted under his breath. It would have been incredibly handy to know about this news in advance. It appeared that he needed to have a good talk with Calabast about the effectiveness of the Black Cats as an intelligence-gathering agency. Seeing that the talks between the Larkinsons and Murphys had entered into a completely different dimension due to Jelly Murphy's statement, Minister Shedderin quickly took over from Ves and tried to inquire more details. "We were under the impression that you were only considering our trade consortium. May we ask who else has expressed an interest in forming a cooperative agreement with your company?" It would not be convenient for us to tell you that," Dissel Murphy smoothly replied. "Not all of our discussions with these parties have led to substantial results. We are still exploring our options, hence why we have decided to set this day aside for meetings. Your delegation isn't the only one that we will be entertaining for today. Another one is due to arrive within an hour, hence why we cannot talk for long." "I see. Then let us dispense with the pleasantries and discuss in greater detail on how we can be of service to each other." The foreign minister of the Larkinson clan and the head of relations of Murphy and Sons talked more substantially with each other. Right now, the Larkinsons needed to understand the actual situation of Murphy and Sons, while the Murphys were more interested in how much they could get out of this potential cooperation. The talks sometimes veered into technical topics. Chief Shipwright Karina Murphy and Chief Shipbuilder Malaya Murphy corresponded directly with Vivian Tsai when that happened. "When we disassembled our shipyard, we first discarded a large amount of mass that was not as vital to its operation. We discarded a large proportion of bulky hull and structural plating as they can easily be replaced in another location. That also meant that the shipyard components loaded onto our ships are all relatively sophisticated and vital. When the raiders struck our vessels, the loss of some of them left our shipyard in dire straits. While we have accounted for the cost of rebuilding all of the structural components that we initially left behind, we did not expect a raid to inflict so many losses. While we are lucky enough to retain the vast majority of our trained and experienced worker base, we lost a considerable amount of specialized equipment that cannot easily be replaced. Which of your shipyard systems are impaired or inoperable? Vivian asked. With our fabrication capabilities, we can readily supply many replacement parts. From what Ves was able to gather from these talks, Murphy and Sons needed to procure replacement parts worth around 20,000 MTA credits to get back into operation. Under ordinary circumstances, it shouldn't be difficult for a shipbuilding company of its size to borrow this sum, but the company already possessed existing debt obligations. While it was still possible to borrow a bit of money, the terms were too onerous. This was why Murphy and Sons sought alternatives. Some of the other parties that we have made contact with have expressed a willingness to cover our acute financial or material needs. Murphy mentioned. We have not heard comparable offers from your clan. Cheddar and Pernus maintained an impassive expression. This is because our correspondence up until this meeting solely centered around your shipbuilding company's possible entry into our future trade consortium. You did not reveal the extent of your problems and ask for our assistance. We were under the impression that your Murphy family wished to retain complete control over Murphy and Sons. Aid is never given freely. It always comes with strings attached. We Larkinsons have always prized our independence, so we would never presume to encroach on your bottom line by tying you down with even further debt. This was a high-minded argument, but it did not hide the Larkinson clan's lack of enthusiasm in trying to outbid other possible competitors. Ves had already sent a silent signal to Shedderin that he did not want to entertain the Murphy family's attempt to solicit a bribe. Bidding war or not, the Larkinson clan should not be trifled with. Ves also didn't think it was wise to go even deeper into debt, especially when he had just secured an expensive piece of land. Once the Murphys understood that the Larkinsons weren't willing to play ball, the talks noticeably grew cooler. The smiles grew fewer while the conversation grew more stilted. Ves watched Jelly Murphy closely and judged that the old and wily CEO had become a lot less enthusiastic about joining his proposed trade consortium. Yet despite not extracting the concessions that she wished, Jelly Murphy did not make any moves to end this round of talks. The Larkinson clan was still in contention, but it had likely dropped to the bottom of the list. The awkward discussion finally concluded at the end of the hour. Everyone stood up and shook each other's hands once again while they promised to look over the details they shared. When the Larkinsons boarded the shuttle yet again, Ves first turned to Calabast, who had never spoken any substantial words during the meeting. Well, what, Ves? She responded while she continued to pamper Lucky. Look, I won't go over the fact that you missed such a big development. This isn't our territory and everything happened on short notice. What I want is your impression of the Murphys. What do you think about their attitudes and what kind of scheme do you think they are hatching? It's not that complicated, actually. The spymaster said. Jelly Murphy is a tough one to read, but her daughters and other relatives are not as adept at hiding their tells. I've managed to glean lots of clues by observing their body language. From what I can tell, I don't think they are being truthful when they claim that they only recently received numerous attractive offers. They must have been in talks with other parties for at least a week, given the way most of the Murphys acted as if they had already attended numerous meetings like this. We are latecomers. Ves frowned deeper. The Murphy family was not as desperate and sincere as he thought. It turned out that his initial impression was too good to be true. Minister Shedderin shared his own views. I agree with Madame Calabast. The Murphy family's plot is quite clear now that we have gathered enough clues. Although Murphy and Sons have expressed some genuine interest in becoming a part of our trade consortium, their main goal in opening talks with us is to use our clan as a way to drive up the bidding war among other, more attractive parties. Unfortunately, our refusal to match the bids of other interested parties has partially spoiled this particular scheme. That explains why their attitudes had noticeably dipped. Ves sighed and pressed his fingers against his forehead. He hated this nonsense. Couldn't the Murphys be more straightforward and stay away from the Larkinson clan if they weren't that interested in joining his trade consortium? So what are our chances? Is it still worth holding talks with Murphy and Sons? I would advise you not to act too hastily, sir. This is only a single face-to-face meeting where our counterparts have employed a specific scheme against us. We cannot completely trust our initial judgment of the Murphys. As long as they are willing to continue negotiation, there is always a chance that we can somehow come to an agreement. I am not as confident as before, however. Silence ensued as the Larkinsons tried to wrap their minds around the current challenge. Lucky. Ves addressed his cat. I told you to keep an eye out for any details. Did you catch anything that is useful for me to know? The gem cat rolled in Calabast's embrace so that he could throw a lazy glance at Ves. Meow. Is that so? Meow meow. Understood. What did Lucky say? He told me that the meeting room we are in contained a few well-hidden bugs. Before you ask, they don't belong to the MTA. The mechers use different and much more advanced gear. Did you detect anything of the sort, Calabast? She shook her head. No, I do carry detection gear on my person, but they are built to be as discreet as possible. It doesn't surprise me at all that neither myself nor the Murphys are able to detect those bugs. What do you think this signifies? Others are still harboring a considerable interest in acquiring Murphy and Sons. The effectiveness of their spying equipment can be used as a rough indicator of how large and powerful they are. I'm afraid that Murphy and Sons will not easily be able to shake off its status as prey. Ves shrugged at this speculation. Well, it's none of our business as long as we don't have much of a chance of acquiring the company ourselves. I don't like getting screwed, and the Murphys have been doing exactly that to us. One of the most essential conditions for me to trust potential business partners is to see whether they display sufficient goodwill to us. The Murphy family's stance leaves much to be desired. I advise you not to burn our bridges prematurely. Minister Shedderin emphatically advised. Let me continue to lead our talks with Murphy and Sons. We might not be willing to offer what they want, but we can provide other conditions that may lead to a breakthrough. The old man was right. Though Ves personally felt irked, there were a lot of interests at stake. He needed to be patient for the good of his clan and his greater aspirations. He just felt pissed that the Murphys thought to play with him. His emotions urged him to take another course of action. Perhaps it was better for him to step back from this matter and allow his people to do the heavy lifting. Okay, go do what you want, but the formation of our trade consortium must proceed on schedule. If the Murphys keep stringing us along, then we don't need to waste any further time with them. Let them work with other partners if they are so eager for a bailout. When the shuttle returned to the Larkinson clan's temporary base of operations, the talks continued. While Murphy and Sons played a few tricks, there was little doubt that it was in a hurry. Its looming financial obligations meant that the shipbuilding company could not take its time to fire up the bidding war. The Murphys eventually decided to bring the auction to a conclusion by inviting every party back to their rented compound in order to make their final cases. Chapter 3636. Fellow bidders. Aside from the Larkinson clan, Murphy and Sons also invited 2 other parties. While the shipbuilding company undoubtedly held talks with a couple of more interested organizations, the Murphys evidently did not like their bids. The final consideration came down to 3 different choices. As the same Larkinson delegation arrived at the Murphy family's rented compound yet again, Ves noticed the presence of several other shuttles in the same landing zone. Calabast helpfully provided him with information. Those red shuttles belong to Redfield Security, a relatively large and well-funded mercenary company that originated from the galactic heartland of the old galaxy. Unlike many other entrants to the Red Ocean, Redfield Security has not suffered significant damage so far. Their assets and combat potential is fully intact. How strong is Redfield Security? Ves asked. It is difficult to give you a precise answer, but from what we have gathered, Redfield Security is capable of fielding at least a mech legion in space and 2 mech regiments on land. Redfield was able to deploy more mechs in space than the Larkinson clan, but could not match up against the entire Golden Skull Alliance. Of course, this shallow comparison left out numerous variables such as the strengths and qualities of the mechs in use and the number and attributes of expert mechs. Since Redfield Security originated from the galactic heartland, then its mechs were certainly not pushovers. The mercenary company's ability to survive and thrive in the Red Ocean up to now was a testament to its strength. Why would these mercenaries want to partner up with Murphy and Sons? Ves frowned. Why not? Redfield is just as desperate to obtain new starships as us. The mercenary business is dangerous and the chances of suffering losses are always considerable. While it is not that difficult to buy new mechs, it is a lot harder to replace lost starships. If this goes on, Redfield will lose its ability to perform its primary business. That will spell the company's end in its current form. Therefore, it is well worth investing in a troubled shipbuilding company in order to secure priority access to newly built vessels. Partnering with Murphy and Sons will not only allow Redfield to replenish its losses, but also expand its combat fleet, thereby enabling them to take out greater mercenary contracts. Ves nodded in understanding. That makes sense, but Redfield must have deep pockets if it is able to reach the final phase of this bidding war. The dynamic that threatened Redfield's security's long-term applied to many other pioneering organizations as well. The Larkinson clan was no exception, as it was still awfully short of combat carriers. There were still too many mech pilots who needed to share time in order to pilot the same mechs. This was why Ves had forcefully suppressed his indignation at how the Murphy family had treated the Larkinson clan so far. After thinking about this situation a bit more, he realized that it was just business. He would have made the same moves if he was in Jelly Murphy's heels. As the leader in charge, she had an indisputable responsibility to find the best possible solution for Murphy and Sons. If she had to pit competitors against each other in order to drive up the offers she received, then that was clearly the most rational course of action that she could take. It still felt bad, though. Given what's at stake, Redfield will definitely put up a serious fight to win over Murphy and Sons. Minister Sheddarin Purnis spoke. If Redfield cannot secure this deal, then it will have little choice but to surrender at least a portion of its autonomy so that it can take shelter under a larger group. The next meeting certainly wouldn't be pleasant. What about those guys? Ves gestured at the white shuttles that were parked on the other side of the landing zone. Those vehicles belong to ZZR Manufacturing, Calabast stated as she once again cradled Lucky in her arms. As you can guess, it is an industrial company that is mainly involved in the production of heavy industrial goods. While the company isn't that big, its products are in extreme demand. All of the colonies that are popping up in the region all require the use of heavy vehicles and heavy equipment to tame the local environment and build up their settlements. Colony building equipment was almost just as hot as starships in the Red Ocean. The more machines a pioneering organization received, the faster it could build up its settlement into a major colony. Even if the price of raw materials was relatively high, ZZR Manufacturing was probably able to earn an insane profit with its current business operations. ZZR Manufacturing has managed to build a sizable plant on Davut V, which has cemented it as one of the established companies of the local economy. Sheddarin said, ZZR Manufacturing might not possess a lot of military might, but it is able to offer benefits that Redfield cannot match. Foremost among them are access to resources, the ability to repair the broken shipyard and a willingness to supply fabricated ship parts. Ves immediately understood ZZR's calculus. I see. ZZR seeks to form an integrated supply chain with Murphy and Sons. The starship market was considerably more profitable and long-lasting than the colony equipment market. This was because there were a lot more companies that could enter the latter than the former. Any decent industrial firm could set up a manufacturing plant and start with producing ordinary goods such as mining drones, construction machines and prefab structural components. While supply currently exceeded demand, as time went by, the industries of major planets would quickly rise to a level where excessive competition depressed prices. Though the scarcity of raw materials ensured that the price levels would still remain high for times to come, the overall profit margins in this sector would surely drop to a minimal level. Given this foreseeable market development, ZZR Manufacturing was making a clever move by trying to form an alliance with a shipbuilding company. If the two were able to partner up, then ZRR Manufacturing would be able to get involved in the shipbuilding industry, which was much harder to enter. The industrial company's ultimate goal was to diversify its income sources. What a clever business, Ves remarked as he and his fellow Larkinson stepped inside the familiar compound. It's best if the two companies merge with each other, but settling for a long-term alliance is the next best option. If the two of them band together, they can earn more profit than ever while also sharing various industrial goods and resources with each other. It was a highly synergistic business arrangement that sounded so attractive that he bet that this was the Murphy family's most favored choice. Perhaps the only reason why the Murphys were also considering Redfield's security was because they were traumatized by their earlier failure to defend against the raid that put them in trouble. Military force was a lot more important in the Red Ocean. Now that you are familiar with the two other bidders, I believe you should understand our own position a bit better. Sheddarin told Ves. Yeah, the Larkinson clan didn't offer as many benefits. However, joining the trade consortium meant that Murphy and Sons wouldn't be tied down to any single party for the long term. There was no way that Redfield or ZZR were willing to transfer so much money and other concessions to Murphy and Sons without getting a payoff for a considerable amount of time. Making long-term agreements that remained valid for several decades was the norm in the Red Ocean. If the shipbuilding company truly chose to go for the obvious options, then it lost at least some freedom of movement. The offer made by the Larkinsons did not come with this expectation. From the beginning, the clan had always emphasized that there were few strings attached. Anyone who found better opportunities could easily cut these feeble strings and go elsewhere in a matter of months. This effectively allowed Murphy and Sons to retain its freedom. If it stayed in the trade consortium, it would be by choice, not because it was tied down by contractual obligations. This would hopefully be a sufficient benefit to lure the shipbuilding company over to the Larkinsons. After a short wait, the Larkinson delegation entered a familiar meeting chamber. There were more seats this time as well as additional guests. It was clear to see who the other people belonged to. The men and women wearing red uniforms were obviously from the mercenary organization, while the people wearing business suits hailed from the industrial company. None of the competitors showed any friendliness towards the new arrivals. They were well aware that only one of them could leave this place with a prize in hand. The rest would have to leave empty-handed. "Greetings, Larkinsons. You are the last ones to arrive. We shall give you a moment to acquaint yourselves with each other. You can make your final cases in 15 minutes. They might as well talk to each other, then." The Larkinsons had barely started moving before the Redfields already came up to them. Both sides stared at each other for a moment before the leader of mercenaries extended his hand. "Horace Redfield, CEO of Redfield Security." Ves responded with a polite smile as he shook the leader's hands. "Ves Larkinson, patriarch of the Larkinson clan." Now that they came close to each other, Ves gained a more detailed impression of the Redfields. They didn't give out the vibe of craven, opportunistic bastards that characterized typical bottom feeders. These were real professionals. Not only that, they gave out an ex-military vibe that Ves was quite familiar with, seeing as his own mech pilots often possessed military backgrounds as well. "You've been in the business a long time, haven't you?" Ves casually asked as the other Larkinsons and Redfields chatted with each other. "Over 40 years, Horace Redfield gruffly responded. "I took this outfit over from my father and made it great." "That's impressive. It isn't easy to achieve success in the mercenary business. It's a challenge, all right, but we managed to come out on top. The Red Ocean is where I will truly sink my teeth in. Mark my words, Redfield Security will become one of the premier mercenary organizations in Davut." Well, Horace Redfield certainly didn't lack ambition. After the Larkinsons got their fill of the Redfields, they went over to the ZZR delegation. A relatively young woman greeted Ves directly before he could even extend a hand in greeting. "Patriarch Larkinson, let me be straight. Don't waste your time here. Your oddball clan has no chance of convincing the Murphy family. You have no idea how difficult it is to gain entry into the true resource and industrial markets. Your trade coalition is doomed from the beginning, as no resource supplier will ever have a reason to conduct business with a random collection of ants. A hive of ants is much more formidable than you think, Miss Tiana Delcrost," Minister Shedderin said, saving Ves from making a lame reply. The young CEO of ZZR Industries glanced despondently at the old man. "Ants can easily be stepped upon no matter whether they are alone or together. If Murphy and Sons joins your trade coalition, it will only be able to become another ant. With us, the Murphys can rise up the market hierarchy and become a true economic pillar of Davut. That is something that a band of homeless vagabonds such as you can never achieve." Ves grew annoyed. This woman was being way too snooty for her own good. Just because she carried herself like an elite didn't give her the right to demean the Larkinson clan. Tiana Delcross turned back to Ves. "As much as I think your chances of surviving the Red Ocean are low, I am willing to reward you if you step out of what comes next. ZZR Industries is willing to enter into a contract with you to supply your clan with both unprocessed and processed goods. Our company can solve your supply problems in a single day if you are willing to cooperate." That sounded more interesting to Ves. He immediately forgot about all of the insults that Tiana flung in his way. Chapter 3637 More than business. Ves seriously considered Tiana Delcrost's offer. He did not allow his emotions and impulses to dictate his decisions. The stakes were too high for that today. This was why he ignored the barbs and condescension from the CEO of ZZR Industries and seriously thought about the pros and cons of accepting this offer. ZZR offered to solve the Larkinson clan's greatest problem, which was its inability to purchase the raw materials and other goods needed to keep a fleet numbering 10 capital ships and dozens of sub-capital ships in working condition. The entire point of setting up a trade consortium and trying to lure Murphy and Sons to his camp was to solve this problem. Compared to trying to outbid his other two competitors and trying to work something out after that, it was a lot easier and more direct to simply accept ZZR's naked bribe and be done with the entire issue. Was it a big deal to abort his previous plans so that he could take the easy way out? Not really. A prideful person might say different, but a rational person would have no qualms accepting the most beneficial course of action even if it meant that the Larkinsons would have to admit defeat. Though Ves cared about reputation, he cared about practicality more. He only needed to say a single word to cement the deal and resolve the clan's supply problem. He did not speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up, though. A decision like this should not be made in the heat of the moment. He glanced towards the advisors that he brought today. Vivian Tsai clearly opposed the deal for obvious reasons. She was delighted with the possibility of developing a relationship with a genuine shipbuilding company. As long as Murphy and Sons joined the trade consortium, she could slowly begin to realize her new ship classes that were expressly designed to complement the Larkinson fleet. Minister Shedderan subtly shook his head. He clearly had problems with Tiana Delcrost's offer. If this wily old fox detected something amiss, then Ves had to take his judgment seriously. As for Calabast, her expression said it all. She adopted the same expression that she used whenever she thought that Ves was engaged in another form of stupidity. Even Lucky, who was basking in her arms, looked down on Ves. Meow. Their unspoken responses all prompted Ves to judge Tiana Delcrost's offer from a more critical perspective. Of course, the women didn't miss this silent development. She attempted to put a fire under the Larkinson patriarch's feet. Decide quickly, Larkinson. I have little patience for doubters. ZZR Industries will not extend its generosity twice. This is a chance of a lifetime to your clan. We are prepared to provide generous treatment to you as long as you step aside and allow us to secure an alliance with Murphy and Sons. We will even allow you to place a handful of priority orders with our new shipbuilding partner. This way, you will obtain everything that your clan requires in this delicate early period of the conquest of the Red Ocean, allowing your Larkinsons to focus on achieving your true ambitions without any further concern about problems in your rear. He had to admit that Tiana Delcrost certainly put out a good argument. The Larkinson clan never wanted to get embroiled in logistical problems. What Ves really wanted to do is to turn around and face forward again. Goals such as exploring the diversity of the Red Ocean, designing new commercial mechs and growing his clan into a much larger organization were all ways for Ves to further his ambitions. He never asked to get embroiled in tedious and frustrating matters such as convincing potential business partners and begging for material suppliers to work with his clan. These were problems that his staff should have been able to solve in the background so that he could place his full attention on his greater plans. Ves suddenly looked sharply at Delcrost. The woman had done her research and knew exactly which soft spots she needed to hit in order to pull him into her narrative. As someone who was becoming increasingly more accustomed to persuading other people, he could sense he was being played with. Usually, those who did such a thing rarely had good intentions in mind. How long will this agreement hold? He pressed. 30 years, 50 years, don't get too excited. Tiana quickly replied, 10 years should be enough for a start. We can reassess our relationship at that point. If our cooperation has proceeded well enough, there shouldn't be a problem to extend it further. 10 years was enough for Ves. Though it wasn't as long as he liked, anything could change during this period. If everything went well and the Larkinson clan became a lot bigger and stronger after a decade, then it should be much easier to gain the cooperation of other suppliers. However, the begrudging way that Tiana answered his question did not inspire much confidence in Ves. Her attitude towards him and his clan wasn't good, and that triggered alarms in his mind. He narrowed his eyes. I just thought of something. ZZR Industries only owns a single plant on Davut V, correct? Yes, our flagship manufacturing plant is capable of outputting a large amount of products. How much of your plant's capacity are you willing to allocate to our clan? Ves sharply asked. You still need to supply enough colony equipment to your existing clientele in order to maintain friendly relations with them. You also need to allocate production to facilitate the shipbuilding needs of Murphy and Sons in the event you secured a partnership with them. Given these obligations, how much production capacity is left? Can you still supply a sufficient amount of replacement parts and other essential equipment to our fleet? We can specify those details in a contract. We can start drafting the terms tomorrow morning. Ves shook his head. It will be too late by then. Who knows whether you are willing to stick to your end of the bargain? If I make a decision now, I will forfeit the chance to cooperate with Murphy and Sons in exchange for a vague, non-binding promise from your company. Does that sound like a good deal to you? And before you offer to make a binding contract on the spot, I have more problems with this arrangement. What are your concerns? Tiana asked in a neutral tone. She became a lot more guarded now that Ves proved he wasn't a pushover. She began to see him as a more serious challenge. Though her change in attitude was admirable, it was too bad that Ves already picked up numerous clues from her earlier demeanor. Ves crossed his arms. Contracts can never be the sole basis of a good cooperation. A CEO such as yourself should not be ignorant of this rule. There are too many ways that partners can screw each other over if they are unwilling to work together. I can think of dozens of ways that ZZR Industries can abide by the letter of a contract but not its spirit. You can supply substandard components. You can delay your shipments. You can claim your other obligations cannot be put aside. You can fail to procure the raw materials that we urgently need. We wouldn't do that, says who? You. I want to believe, Miss Delcrost, but I have not sensed an inkling of sincerity and goodwill from you. The sole reason why you are making this offer to us is to get rid of a competitor. That may be sufficient for you, but it falls short of our standards. Our clan doesn't want to settle for just business. We value relationships as well. If there is no sincerity in any long-term partnership from your company, then why would our clan take anything about your offer seriously? His response did not meet Tiana's expectations. Her expression grew more severe as she took a step forward. Is this your decision, Patriarch Larkinson? Will you truly throw my peace offering aside because of your trust issues? Despite what you may think, ZZR Industries has always conducted honest business. Look into our record if you want. Ves dismissively shrugged. I don't need to look up sanitized records when I can clearly observe the disdain and lack of respect from you and your lackeys. Not once did you show any indication that you regard us as equals or at least valued customers. If that kind posture characterizes our cooperation going forward, then I would rather have nothing to do with your company. I mean, if you truly want to obtain our agreement, then the least you can do is to show actual earnesty towards us. The fact that you were too stuck up to do that shows that you don't value our cooperation at all. I think we are done here. I wish you good luck on your upcoming attempt to win over the Murphys. You'll need it seeing as how you clearly have trouble respecting your business partners. He spoke his words loud enough for the other people in the room to hear his condemnation of Tiana Delcrost. The Redfield sniggered while the Murphys listened quietly without giving their true thoughts away. You can keep your luck, Patriarch Larkinson, Tiana said with undisguised acid. You will need it more considering how little your clan can actually come up with. Fanciful dreams and ambitions will not get you anywhere in the Red Ocean. Plenty of pioneers have come while possessing an abundance of them, but look where that got them. Many have already died without achieving anything. Others had no choice but to get absorbed by larger groups. Given the similarities between them and you, your clan is heading in the exact same direction. Her counterattack was good, but the damage to her own position was undeniable. The two groups eventually separated from each other. A few minutes later, the Murphy family stopped stalling. Their leader stepped forward. Jelly Murphy gazed at each of the delegations as they took their seats. Redfields, ZZRs, Larkinsons, Murphy and Sons appreciates what each of you can offer. Each of you have been informed that we cannot bring our shipbuilding operation in the Red Ocean online without external aid. Since our creditors will be expecting us to pay our next installment in time, we cannot take the time to weigh our options over weeks or months. This is why I shall allow you to plead your case one last time so that we can make progress as soon as possible. Although Jelly Murphy continually exposed the frailty of Murphy and Sons, it played in her favor this time. The more desperate she sounded, the more she compelled the bidders to drive up their offers in order to help solve the shipbuilding company's problems. In any case, the bidders were competing against each other rather than Murphy and Sons. Any attempt at bargaining from the Redfields and so on would only lower the attractiveness of their offer, thereby giving their competitors a handsome advantage. Ves understood this quite well. His clan needed to show a lot of sincerity in order to remain competitive, but the problem was that his means were relatively limited. As he thought about how far he needed to go, Jelly Murphy brought up an important issue. Each of you will only have one opportunity to make your case. We have not yet decided on the speaking order. This was an important matter. Those who spoke first risked getting supplanted by the subsequent speakers. The one who spoke last enjoyed a significant boost. This was not only because the last speech would be the freshest on the minds of the Murphys, but also because the speaker could retort the arguments put forth by the previous ones. Seeing that none of the bidders wanted to surrender the option of speaking last, the Murphy leader proceeded in her own way. In order to remain fair, we shall determine it by drawing lots. Gizzard Murphy stepped forward. He held a small bowl that contained 3 identical gray balls. This was a simple, low-tech means of determining the speaking order. Ves already knew without pulling out his scanner that these dense metal balls were made of advanced materials that could block virtually any form of scanning. Fair enough. Chapter 3638 Security or Prosperity. As Horace Redfield, Tiana Delcrost and Ves stepped forward, the latter briefly turned around so that he faced his own delegation. Ves pointedly stared towards his cat. As shipbuilders, the Murphys should easily be able to make a ball that frustrated any attempt at trying to peer what was inside. It was too bad that Murphy & Sons was originally a second-class shipbuilding company from the galactic rim. The company's grasp on technology was far from excellent. This was why Ves specifically insisted that Lucky had to be present in the meetings with Murphy & Sons. His cat was one of the best and most covert spying tools at his disposal. Meow. Lucky rolled his eyes at Ves before flicking his tail upwards and to the left. Ves nonchalantly turned forward again and sped his pace a bit. Before Tiana's delicate hand could grab onto the ball that was situated to the left and forward side of the bowl, his own arm rudely knocked it aside and claimed it for himself. The woman glared at him, not that it mattered. He would never let go even if she tried to pry his fingers from the ball he was gripping. He even took the time to give her a toothy grin. Please open your balls. There was a small button on the object. When pressed, the balls automatically parted in half, revealing the numbers marked on the insides. The number 3 was clearly painted on Ves's ball. The order is set. Redfield Security shall go first. ZZR Manufacturing shall speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel next. The Larkinson clan shall have the honor of going last. Ves smirked even as the others briefly sent odd glances in his direction. It didn't matter if the Murphys and the others suspected foul play. In fact, he guessed that there was a distinct reason why the Murphys decided to draw lots by using such a specific method. If the shipbuilders really wanted to determine an order, then they could have just used a virtual dice-rolling program on a comm. Why should they go out of their way to design and fabricate balls made of expensive sensor-blocking materials and technology? The only answer that made sense was that the Murphys wanted to test the responses of the bidders. Being able to detect and claim the winning ball was a sign of competence. It was also a sign that the Larkinsons were willing to cross certain lines in order to attain their goals. Whether this was good or bad in the eyes of the Murphy family, Ves wasn't sure. Jelly Murphy and her fellow family members all looked as if they were judges in a talent contest. Everything was under their control and their decisions today could change the futures of several organizations. Now that the speaking order became clear, Horace Redfield stepped towards the center. Even though he had lost out the most this time, the mercenary leader still swaggered forward with an abundance of confidence. As a mech officer who experienced plenty of combat, he faced plenty of adversity and difficulties throughout his career. A single setback wasn't enough to affect his optimism. So long as he still had a fighting chance, there was always a way to achieve victory. The 80-year-old retired mech pilot stood with an impeccably straight back as he faced the leaders of the Murphy family. "How many of you will remain alive in 10 years? He asked. That threw everyone off guard a bit. His opening statement was anything but normal. "I am being serious. Think about it. How many members of the Murphy family will still be there after a decade? Don't think that there is no way for your lives to be at risk so long as you hole up in the Davut system. None of the major alien races of the Red Ocean are easy to deal with. Each of them require a lot of effort from the Big Two's warfleet in order to push back. What if one of their errant warships sneaks past the front lines and launches a devastating assault on this star system? The Nuncers and Quelmers don't care about our rules. They will bring their warships right on top of Davut V and Davut 7 and proceed to use their warship-grade weapons to wreak devastation. An attack like this was unthinkable in the Milky Way, but it had already happened numerous times in the Red Ocean. Even if the ships that launched suicidal attacks on human settlements rarely got away with their actions, that didn't provide much consolation to the people who invested their lives and assets in the places that got hit. While it is true that Redfield Security cannot match against the alien warships, that may change once we grow stronger. In the meantime, out of all of us here, only my troops can offer the greatest degree of protection to your people and assets. You have already suffered losses due to neglecting security in the past. I urge you not to make the same mistake twice. The red ocean is still a shark tank. If you continue to focus on expanding your business operations while showing little concern about the need to protect your prosperity, you will only fatten yourself up. As long as even a single organization breaks the rules that you use as your shield, you will have no other recourse but to offer yourselves up as prey. Horace Redfield's speech precisely targeted the weakest part of Murphy & Sons. As a pure commercial enterprise, the company never invested too much in its own security operations. This was not a big deal if it remained in a stable, well-run state where the government could be trusted upon to defend its industries. However, the CEO of Redfield Security gave the Murphys a clear reminder that they should no longer maintain the same delusions they once held in the old galaxy. The basis of human supremacy has always rested on our civilization's superiority in waging war. The same goes for individual human states. Do you think the Terran Confederation and the Rubarth Empire are both respected for their advanced technology and their impressive cultures? Force of arms is the #1 guarantee for survival. As long as you have weapons and soldiers, you will always be more secure than those without either of them. Make the right decision. Let us become your shield and we shall put our lives on the line to keep Murphy & Sons intact. Redfield Security is willing to commit to an alliance for 100 years or more. That way, you will never have to concern yourself about securing your lives and property again. His message was simple and clear, but his words truly struck a chord with the Murphy family. Their previous suffering made them a lot more sensitive to guarantees of safety. Redfield Security played into that by promising that the Murphys would never have to experience these traumas and difficulties again. Horace Redfield continued to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for a couple of minutes more. He promised to transfer 20,000 MTA credits to Murphy & Sons as a gift as soon as they made their contract official. Jelly Murphy and a couple of other family members looked especially keen when they heard this last concession. They could do a lot with that money. The fact that it came with no expectations of paying the sum back was an enormous boon. Once Horace Redfield retreated and returned to his seat, the time had come for the second speaker to make her case. Tiana Delcrost still maintained her confidence, but she had softened her arrogant demeanor. She bowed in front of the panel of Murphys. Mr. Horace Redfield here has made a compelling case, but no matter how much he dresses up his own people, it does not change the fact that they are mercenaries. If you want to obtain protection, there is no need to sign a long-term agreement with ruffians. Think about what will happen after that. Your shipyard and your people will all be surrounded by armed mechs and guards. This is fine if they answer to you, but a latent danger if they answer to someone else. If there comes a day where you ever make a decision that goes against the interests of Redfield Security, will you truly remain safe? This was an insidious insinuation. Horace Redfield stood up in order to make an objection, but no sound escaped from his mouth. It turned out that the Murphys had configured the meeting chamber to dampen anyone else's voice except for the designated speaker. Tiana Delcrost smirked at the irate mercenary leader. Dogs should know their place, not try to supplant their masters. One mercenary company is the same as another mercenary company. Davut isn't short of muscle heads who fight for fortune. If you want to bolster your defenses, then you can pick from one of many available outfits that are looking for employment in this star system. There is no good reason to value the protection that Redfield can offer over that of any other mercenary company. Ves almost winced when Tiana undermined the position of the Redfields. She directly attacked Horace Redfield's attempt to paint his mercenary company in a better light. By pulling the Redfields down to the level of other mercenaries, much of the argument for partnering up with them went up in smoke. I also understand the other choice that you are contemplating, Tiana said as she gestured towards the Larkinson delegation. Joining a trade consortium and forming tentative cooperations with its members may sound attractive if you want to maintain your independence and freedom of movement, but how much help can this rabble truly provide? No one in this trade consortium is large and powerful enough to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to the major companies operating in Davut on an equal level. There are no guarantees whether a trade consortium with no history and no reputation will be able to open any new doors either. Be realistic. Don't let yourselves be mesmerized by the wild and overblown promises that they can never deliver upon. Ves frowned. Though her attack against the Larkinsons was a bit less sharp, it weakened one of the arguments he intended to rely upon to make his case. Now that Tiana addressed her competitors, it was time for her to show why her offer was different. Compared to the other organizations that have attended this meeting, ZZR Industries is the only one that is already rooted in the local economy and supply structure. We have already forged strong ties with several suppliers that can provide enough raw materials to sustain our industrial production and more. We can immediately introduce you to them once we partner with each other, thereby circumventing any blocks and difficulties that have prevented you from approaching them beforehand. We are also ready to provide you with enough money needed to procure the goods needed to repair your shipyard. This was a much more practical solution. Tiana's offer provided the Murphys with the most direct solution to its immediate problems. ZZR Industries did not just offer money, but also direct access to material suppliers which the other bidders simply couldn't match. Other concerns such as security were much less acute at the moment. The chances of enemy aliens attacking Davut in the coming weeks was fairly low, so there was little reason for Murphy and Sons to prioritize security right away. Each of you are engaged in a business, so it should be clear to you all that joining forces with an industrial company like ours can be incredibly lucrative. Tiana stated, ZZR Industries will always treat Murphy and Sons as its highest customer. We will do our best to produce the ship parts that meet your people's exact demands, and we will even seek to implement specific upgrades so that we can produce stronger and more complex technological components that you demand. This is different from an ordinary relationship with a parts supplier. Without a long-term partnership, a manufacturer will invest so many funds to upgrade its production capabilities just to meet your individual needs. We are different. As long as we become your exclusive supplier, we shall always attune our production to your own shipbuilding activities. This was a highly practical and lucrative concession from ZZR Industries. Murphy's shipbuilding crews would have a much easier time constructing their ships if they could readily obtain high-quality ship parts that precisely met their requirements. Chapter 3639 Great respect. When Tiana Delcrost finally finished her speech and returned to her seat in a triumphant gait, Ves and Horace Redfield both looked troubled. Despite going second, Tiana Delcrost certainly put up a strong showing. She simultaneously poked holes in the arguments of her competitors while also playing into Murphy and Sons' greatest needs. ZZR Industries therefore provided the greatest assurances in solving the shipbuilding company's most acute problems. As long as it received enough help to stave off its creditors and bring its imported shipyard to an operational state, then Murphy and Sons would no longer be so close to bankruptcy. Its situation would be massively improved and could immediately start producing starships with the help of the suppliers that ZZR promised to introduce. Even if Tiana Delcrost offered no further significant aid, it wouldn't matter too much at that point. Murphy and Sons would be back in business and could begin to solve its own problems. However, Tiana went a step further and addressed future considerations as well, with her commitment to tailor her industrial plant's production to the specialized needs of Murphy's shipyard operations. As a mech designer who occasionally supervised the production operations of the Spirit of Bentime, Ves understood how attractive this offer sounded. While mech production was quite different from ship production, Ves still possessed a shallow impression on how ships were typically built. While shipyards were capable of producing large and technically advanced ship parts in-house, it was much more convenient if they could outsource these activities to more specialized manufacturers. If ZZR Industries took over this role entirely, then Murphy and Sons would have to waste less effort on making parts and have a lot more time and personnel to spare for assembling the massive hulls. Opportunities like this didn't come easy. The way that Jelly Murphy directed a notable amount of interest towards Tiana Delcrost indicated that she was already leaning towards the industrial company. Ves took a deep breath before he stood up. He looked at Vivian, Shedderin, Calabast and Lucky one last time before he strode forward. Though his Patriarch uniform wasn't designed and tailored by a famed designer house or anything, it was nonetheless sufficient to enhance the confidence and stature that he had developed after successfully leading his clan through numerous crises. At first glance, his demeanor formed a cross between that of Horace Redfield and Tiana Delcrost. He possessed the confident swagger that came from leading an organization with strong martial strength. At the same time, he also possessed the slickness that characterized individuals that had persuaded many people in the past and was confident that he could do it again. As he faced the panel of Murphy dignitaries, he directed most of his attention to Jelly Murphy. He knew that the outcome of this bidding war largely depended on whether he could persuade the CEO of Murphy and Sons. Her grip on the company and the Murphy family was strong, and her daughters all deferred to their mother in important matters. It was too bad that the intelligence collected by Calabast indicated that Jelly Murphy was a rather shrewd and conservative leader. Aside from her risky decision to relocate her shipbuilding company to the Red Ocean for whatever reasons, the general trend of her decisions tended to be risk-averse. That made life a lot more difficult for Ves. It also explained why Jelly Murphy currently showed a lot of favor towards the offer from ZZR Industries. In order to overcome this bias, Ves had to perform above and beyond in order to succeed. My peers have each laid out attractive arguments why you should cooperate with them. No matter whether you prioritize security or prosperity, both of them offer a path forward for your shipbuilding company. Yet, do you really wish to go in this direction? His opening might not be strong, but he was just starting at the moment. Think deeper about what Redfield Security and ZZR Industries actually want from you. They do not merely want to join hands with you. They also want to pull you to their sides. This means that once you sign a contract with them, you will form an open alliance with another entity that can easily drag you into its own problems. Have you ever considered whether you are willing to allow another party to dictate your friends and enemies? The Murphys began to look a bit more troubled when Ves brought up this sensitive issue. It was one he worried about a lot in his free time. While I do not presume to know the reasons why Murphy and Sons decided to pack up its bags and leave for this dwarf galaxy, part of my guess is that you seek to become your own master. That is understandable. My clan and I share the same goal. Starting anew in a region of space where there are no existing states provides us with a new start, one where we can establish ourselves without binding ourselves to whims of tyrants, governors or overbearing allies. Ves briefly swept his gaze towards the Redfields and the ZZRs. If you have kept up with the regional news, then you should be aware that consolidation is the current trend at the moment. Larger groups seek to absorb smaller groups. Smaller groups are banding together to seek safety in numbers. Developing long-term partnerships with supposedly equal partners sounds like a good way to combine forces while maintaining sufficient independence, but is that truly the case? Let me tell you that the problem of one alliance partner quickly becomes the problem of every alliance partner. The alliance my clan is a part of has experienced several of such cases. Much to the detriment of his other two alliance partners, but Ves didn't mention that specific detail. What our clan can offer to Murphy and Sons is a form of cooperation that conveys the greatest respect to you. We won't seek to bind you in shackles. We won't expect you to back us up whenever we get into trouble. We won't demand you to dance to our tune. As long as you become a member of our soon-to-be-founded trade consortium, we will treat you as a business partner, nothing more, nothing less. Ves took a deep breath. His clan couldn't provide everything, and it was better to voice them now so that he could control the narrative. While we are willing to extend favorable treatment to Murphy and Sons, our clan will not give you a free handout. Instead, we will give you the opportunity to solve your problems on your own terms. We have confidence that a shipbuilding company such as yours can easily collect payment or amass loans from the many members in our trade consortium. I think that many of them are willing to extend generous terms to you in order to secure a promise to produce a starship in a timely manner. The Murphys actually looked interested in this offer. While it wasn't as convenient as receiving 20,000 MTA credits right away, there was no stigma attached to this alternative course of action. Their pride and honor as shipbuilders made it difficult for them to accept the fact that they had sunk low enough that they needed to rely on other people to render aid. Perhaps it might be a greater burden for the Murphys to borrow money and accept a lot of prepayments for the delivery of future products, but it was also a more honest and guilt-free way of paying their debts. In contrast, the supposedly free money that the Redfields and ZZRs were willing to give would always hang over the Murphy family's head like an invisible axe. Unless the Murphys were truly shameless and cared nothing about its business reputation, they would surely torment themselves in their attempt to repay the huge amount of generosity they received in their hour of need. Instead of making the Murphys deal with quandary, Ves provided them with an alternative that neatly avoided this invisible trap. Ves smiled when he saw that his argument took effect. Don't fall for the polite facades of Redfield Security and ZZR Industries. Deep underneath, they are burning with greed and ambition. While these elements are common in everyone in the Red Ocean, the difference between our Larkinson clan and them is that we are the only ones who are showing actual sincerity and goodwill towards you. We genuinely wish that Murphy and Sons becomes successful again, because that will benefit anyone who is a part of our trade consortium. The others might not have the same ideas as you. The greater the trouble you are in, the more leverage they have over you. The balance of power between your alliance might get more and more skewed if you are not careful. Although it sounded a bit preposterous, the scenario presented by Ves sounded realistic enough to make the Murphys suspicious towards the Redfields and the ZZRs. This also tied in with what Ves had previously said about lacking sincerity. How could Murphy and Sons truly feel secure about partnering up with a duplicitous company that has a greater interest in taking over the foundation of the Murphy family? Ves began to close his case. You do not have to harbor these concerns if you maintain your independence. Our trade consortium is not a political or military alliance, so your obligations to its members are not great. If you regret joining it, then you can just leave. We won't try to keep you because we can't. The rules are clearly and unambiguously composed to make companies like you feel as free as possible. If you accept our offer, then you will retain the greatest degree of autonomy to make your own choices. Make the right choice and do not trade away your freedom for short-term gains. Ves felt quite good about his performance when he rejoined his own delegation. While he could have added more weight to his speech by employing more passion or pulling off one of his many glow tricks, he judged that the Murphys would not take well to them. It was better to make his case the old-fashioned way. The Murphys privately deliberated among themselves behind a privacy screen. This went on for several minutes, making everyone else nervous. Ves couldn't see or hear the members of Murphy family as they argued with each other, but he could vaguely sense their emotional fluctuations from this distance. Excitement, caution, fear, hope and several other emotions kept fluctuating between the Murphys. Each of them responded differently to the three bids. One of them remained remarkably stable, however. Jelly Murphy was akin to a rock as she maintained tight control over her own emotions. Once the Murphys finished their discussion, the privacy screen dropped, allowing the leader of Murphy and Sons to reveal their decision. Mr. Horace Redfield, I thank you for your effort. Your mercenary company is truly strong and professional, but we do not particularly require your protection. The Davut system is highly guarded and is already defended by those who have far greater stakes in the local economy. The Redfield CEO knew that he had no more chances today. He stood up and bowed gracefully towards the Murphys. We understand. We hope we can maintain friendly relations with each other. You can always call upon our services if you ever need more guards. We shall remember that, Jelly Murphy said before she turned to the Larkinsons. Patriarch Ves Larkinson, you have indeed shown great sincerity in your offer towards us. It is true that I do not want to see Murphy and Sons falling into the hands of others. Yet we can do that without entering into a new and uncertain collective such as the one you are proposing. Murphy and Sons has dealt with more than enough uncertainties in the last number of years. Our personnel are stressed and our tolerance for risks has reached a limit. Certainty is the last thing that you can offer to us, so I am afraid I will have to decline your invitation. The verdict was clear. Neither Redfield Security nor the Larkinson clan had managed to win the Murphys over. That meant that there was only one party left. Tiana Delcrost smiled as if she was the cat that got the canary. Murphy and Sons could not afford to go alone at this junction, so there was no other choice but to get in bed with the only contender that was left. Miss Tiana Delcrost, Jelly Murphy said towards the much younger woman. While your proposal is not perfect, it is simple, direct and certain enough to meet our needs. Congratulations. If the contract between us reflects the concessions that you have made, then our company is immediately ready to work with yours on a long-term basis. The CEO of ZZR Industries happily rose to her feet. We are grateful that you have valued our offer the most. My company is ready to render aid to Murphy and Sons even before we finalized our contract. We should start rectifying your company's problems right away. The sooner your shipyard becomes operational, the sooner we can work towards common prosperity. As the two women chatted amiably with each other, the Larkinsons looked pretty devastated. Minister Shedderin placed his hand on a glum-looking vase. You presented your case well, sir. You did nothing wrong. Our clan merely isn't able to offer the benefits that Jelly Murphy values more. Calabas nodded. You tried your best, Vase. That old woman is simply too afraid of ruining her legacy and the future of her heirs. You could never beat the certainty and guarantees that ZZR Industries is able to provide. Their words hardly made Vase feel better. He felt this failure was a personal defeat on his part. If he tried harder to appeal to Jelly Murphy's personal sensibilities, perhaps he might have been able to tip the scales in his favor. During this time, Tiana Delcrost and Jelly Murphy finished their initial exchange of pleasantries. While the Murphys began to wrap up this session, the CEO of ZZR Industries couldn't help but wander over to the Larkinson clan with a smug expression. Nice try, Patriarch Larkinson, but you never stood a chance against us. You jumped up third-raters are far too poor and simple to be of use to the Murphys. Now get out and return to your shabby fleet. Vagabonds like you will only dirty the air purity of this settlement. Ves looked up at Tiana and only saw pure arrogance and condescension towards his people. While he tried his best to stay calm, he could already feel his control slipping away. He was tired of getting talked down by this insufferable CEO. Why should he continue to suppress his emotions and let Tiana get away with insulting the Larkinson clan? It wasn't worth it for him to maintain his restraint anymore. Clearly, his approach hadn't worked this time. Perhaps it was time to go for another tack. Besides, there was still Plan B. Enough. Ves boomed as he abruptly stood up. You need a lesson in manners, girl. Everyone else abruptly stopped and stared at Ves as he completely lost his composure. Chapter 3640. A second pitch. Tiana Delcrost was not an average woman. She carried herself as an elite and did not hide her contempt and disdain towards the Larkinson clan, who she regarded as inferior in every way. The Larkinsons started out as an offshoot of a third-class clan. While Ves had led his clan on an amazing upwards trajectory, there was no doubt that he started out from a much lower starting point than most of the people he interacted with today. While Ves explicitly absorbed the Pernis family so that he could put a more sophisticated facade on his clan, his own speech, body language and other behavioral patterns were clearly not up to standard. People like Gloriana and Calabast were much more adept at interacting with people at this level. Though he was aware of his own deficiencies, Ves never thought about undergoing rigorous training. He was comfortable in his own skin and did not want to turn his outside persona into a false image of himself. Eccentricity and non-conforming behavior was part of his personality. Even if he exaggerated it a bit sometimes, his conduct still reflected pieces of his true self. In this meeting today, Ves tempered this side of himself. Prior research into the Murphy family showed that Jelly Murphy and her people had little patience for nonsense. They conducted themselves in a conservative manner and had no tolerance for flamboyance. This was why Ves suppressed his wilder emotions and only put up a polite facade. Perhaps that had been a mistake. Tiana Delcrost was able to play this game much better. Not only that, ZZR Industries was able to offer a solid package of benefits that was much more solid than the vague promises that the Larkinson clan could offer. Maybe Ves should have stayed true to his true self. When Tiana's sneers and insults towards his clan finally caused him to trigger, he no longer held himself back. This woman had been talking down on him far too many times. However, even as he let his wilder side out, he did not completely lose his attention on his goal. He discreetly transmitted a message through his implant even as he thought about how he could spin this uncontrolled moment to his advantage. His eyes may be focused on a scandalized-looking Tiana, but his true audience was the Murphys. Sure, what he was planning to do might not conform to rules, but Ves was already accustomed to breaking them whenever it suited him. At this point, there was no downside to acting out. Instead, his extreme behavior along with the plan B that he had prepared as eventuality might allow him to reverse this situation. Patriarch Larkinson, behave yourself, Tiana responded as soon as she recovered from his initial outburst. I knew you were a dog. You uncivilized vagabond should have stayed on the edge of the galactic rim where you belong. If you think your stupid little clan, shut up. Ves boomed as he took another powerful step forward while also channeling a bit of Zyger through his mind. Though Ves wanted to smack Tiana on her face quite badly, he was still cognizant enough to know that was an enormously bad idea. This was why he resorted to one of his older tricks, which he was able to execute much more effortlessly than in the past. As soon as Ves began to exude the aggressive glow of a feline apex predator, no one in the meeting chamber was able to disregard his presence. The sheer ferocity and magnitude of his borrowed glow was so formidable that someone completely unaccustomed to the phenomenon would definitely not remain calm. As a result, Tiana continually backpedaled as if Ves continually smacked her in the face. He had done all of this without physically touching the CEO. This was a shocking sight. The symbolism was unmistakable. Ves had woken up and exhibited complete dominance towards an arrogant woman who thought she was a dragon only to reveal her true colors as a gecko. The Larkinson delegation standing nearby endured the glow a lot better. As members of the Larkinson clan, they couldn't count the number of times they came in the vicinity of living mechs. I have continually treated you and others with respect, yet all you do is open your mouth and denigrate people for no good reason. You accuse us Larkinsons of being uncivilized, but I think your childishness and your lack of restraint is an even greater sign of incompetence. Everything you have told us so far shows that no matter what titles you hold, you are still a child pretending to be an adult. The adults are speaking at the moment. Ves ruthlessly cut her off. I cannot possibly fathom why you think it is okay to talk carelessly and allow yourself to make more enemies. A good businesswoman would never land herself and the company she represents in a bad light. The fact that you think it is okay to call us losers in front of the Murphys is disturbing and shows that you are completely messed up as a business partner." He turned and faced the Murphy delegation even as he gestured towards Tiana. "Take a good look at the executive that ZZR Industries has accepted as its CEO. They say that the character of the leader often mirrors the hierarchy of a company and vice versa. How many spoiled and arrogant brats like Tiana are part of ZZR's leadership? With someone like her in charge, how many executives and managers possess any integrity? Do you think that this company will show any sincerity and honesty towards Murphy and Sons once you are bound to it? I very much doubt it. If I were you, I would watch my back lest this stain of a company stab you in the back." His aggressive posture and his fiery words had an effect on his audience. The Redfields looked a lot more intrigued at the moment. The mercenaries didn't have a stake in this meeting anymore, so they effectively turned into bystanders. The Murphys on the other hand exhibited mixed reactions. They looked as if they rarely if ever dealt with outbursts of this kind. They were both fascinated and appalled. Jelly Murphy was absolutely livid, however. She was the organizer of this meeting and had expected it to proceed in a manner that befitted her expectations. Ves's severe breach in decorum reflected badly on her as a host. This was why she looked as if she was close to calling security to put an end to this disruption. Her reaction to his outburst fell within his expectations. Jelly Murphy was over 120 years old and had passed the stage where she was more open and flexible to unexpected developments. As a mother and a long-standing leader of a shipbuilding company, Jelly Murphy's greatest goal was to ensure her children remained alive and well enough to inherit her legacy without any issues. Her ambition and her drive for greatness had long been extinguished. This meant that whatever Ves wanted to say would probably fall on deaf ears as far as Jelly Murphy was concerned. It was fortunate that Ves had no intentions of trying to persuade the old woman this time. He had encountered his fair share of stubborn and intractable women and knew that his chances of getting them to change his mind was too low. If Ves wanted to get through the thick skulls of the Murphys, then he needed to direct his words towards the younger generation of the family. He explicitly met the eyes of the number 2 and number 3 executives of Murphy and Sons. Out of everyone in the shipbuilding company, Chief Ship Designer Karina Murphy and Chief Shipbuilder Malaya Murphy were the actual heads of the company's business operations. While they did not concern themselves as much on high-level decisions as their mother Jelly, Karina and Malaya definitely played vital roles in the key activities that sustained the shipbuilding company. The pair of sisters were also the future of Murphy and Sons. Ves was banking on that as he tried to appeal to them directly. "Madam Karina, Madam Malaya, your company is at an important juncture at the moment. I believe you realize that as well, or else your family wouldn't have held this meeting. You have listened to the pitches of a soldier and a businesswoman today. Each of them have presented different trajectories for your company, but mine is different. Do you know why? Because I'm a creator, just like you. We both share something in common for that reason." Ves transitioned from channeling his anger towards channeling his passion. He consciously tried to pull himself in the same group as Murphy's ship designer and shipbuilder. Neither of the two other leaders understand what it is like to be in your shoes. He continued, "We dedicate our lives to become better at designing and making products. No matter whether we are in the business of selling mechs or ships, we all hope that we can reach critical acclaim in our respective industries. It is not enough to settle for selling generic starships. If you truly want to excel in your field, you need to go further and become better at your respective jobs." Patriarch Larkinson, Jelly Murphy spoke in a rebuking tone. "I must ask you and your fellow Larkinsons to leave. You have already had your chance. You will not get another. Please make your way out this instant. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the heart of your shipbuilding company. Karina, Malaya, forgive me for addressing you directly, but think about your own futures. Cooperating with ZZR Industries, an industrial company that has only ever focused on efficiency, profits and standardization will not do your shipbuilding company any good. Partnering up with this company will only make Murphy and Sons resemble it more, especially with a self-absorbed leader like Tiana Delcrost in charge. And you profess to be different?" Karina Murphy asked in a skeptical tone. "I'm a mech designer," he said. "You must have studied my record and my work. My products are not only innovative, but also sell well as a result. I can help you follow a similar path. As a fellow creator, I can make sure that my clan and I will facilitate your more creative ventures. You must have developed more unusual ship designs over the course of your career. How many of them were you forced to shelve because your mother Jelly and the rest of the top management do not want to take any risks? The difficult expressions on Karina and Malaya Murphy's faces already revealed the answer. For once in your life, take charge and overrule your mother's overcautious decision. Ves pleaded towards the two middle-aged women. Cooperating with ZZR Industries might offer more financial security, but it will likely stifle whatever creative ambitions that you hold. You won't have to do that if you cooperate with our clan. You can make Murphy and Sons stand out from the competition by designing and making ships that are more brilliant, innovative and excellent than usual. His passionate speech was getting to the two female executives. He had succeeded in rousing their creative impulses, which had long laid dormant since the company relocated to the Red Ocean. Sheer folly, Jelly Murphy sneered. I have not heard anything concrete from you, Patriarch Larkinson. Your claims are as empty as your trade consortium. There is no possible way for you to augment the creativity of our shipwrights. You're wrong. Let me prove it to you, madam. Ves spread his arms and issued a roar. Do it, Joshua. Show these Murphys what true craftsmanship is like. Far outside of the rented compound, the Everchanger finally came into action. The masterwork expert Mech originally wasn't supposed to be here, but Ves had called it over moments before. In truth, he had already kept the Mech and its Mech pilot on standby, not as a security precaution, but to play the pivotal roles in Plan B. Joshua began to perform two different actions. First, he commanded the Everchanger to change its design spirit to Vulcan. Though he was relatively new to this entity, he had no trouble embracing the crafting-orienting entity's glow. Second, he worked together with the Everchanger to activate the resonating ability associated with iridescent mercury. As soon as they did so, the Everchanger's glow massively increased in range. Numerous streets and many different structures filled with people became disrupted as Vulcan's glow enveloped tens of thousands of people. The people in Murphy's rented compound were no different. Both Karina and Malaya Murphy widened their eyes as Vulcan's vastly amplified glow specifically tried to attune with their minds. What is this? Chapter 3641 Controversial Incident. On that day, a unique incident took place on Davut 7. In a radius of several kilometers around an expert mech that the authorities only reluctantly permitted to operate on the surface, the Everchanger turned itself into a vessel for Vulcan's mighty prestige. The green mech currently emanated a powerful bronze corona as its stupendously amplified glow stretched across dozens of city blocks. Tens of thousands of residents, workers, visitors and professionals all paused what they were doing as the Everchanger's ridiculously wide glow encompassed them all without any restraint. In truth, Venerable Joshua had the option of limiting the angle and range of his expert mech's glow so that it only affected the site of the meeting. However, Ves ordered him to go full blast, so that was exactly what he did. The response from the local authorities was not in his consideration. That was the responsibility of the Patriarch and the rest of the clan. While Vulcan's glow had an effect on many different people, it exerted its greatest effect on those with artistic or engineering backgrounds. The mech designers, visual artists, fashion designers, weaponsmiths and other people who created works for a living all entered into a creative overdrive. They all came up with brand new ideas or viewed their existing ones in a new light. Although Vulcan's amplified glow wasn't as effective as getting hit on the head with the hammer of brilliance, it was still a completely life-changing experience to the people who never encountered it before, let alone any other glow. Ves grinned as he saw how deeply the chief ship designer and the chief shipbuilder had become affected by the Everchanger's actions. Before this point, he actually doubted whether this harebrained scheme could actually work. This was why Ves felt it was important to prep Karina Murphy and Malaya Murphy beforehand by addressing them in person. By bringing up certain keywords such as creation, innovation and design, he guided their thoughts in a space where they became primed to embrace Vulcan's glow. Right now, it looked as if his efforts had paid out. Whereas Jelly Murphy looked irked as she exerted her firm will that she had honed for many decades as the head of Murphy and Sons, her daughters were not as resistant. In fact, even if they possessed the mental fortitude to disregard Vulcan's influence, they didn't want to get rid of it at all. Even though the effect was already starting to temper now that they harvested the most immediate benefits the glow, they still felt creatively inspired the longer they remained in this condition. Sir, Joshua transmitted to Ves's implant. The local security forces have drummed up their mechs. They're on their way and they're already demanding me to cease my operation. I'll have to stop what I'm doing. It's okay. Ves transmitted back. You've done your job. Don't resist, but don't let the authorities take you away. Wait for my people to handle this matter. You've done no harm today. In fact, it's quite the opposite. You have helped many people in the commercial district. He quickly sent a few messages to his clan to urge them to handle the aftermath of his radical plan. Meanwhile, the Everchanger finally retracted its powerful, wide-ranging glow. A void seemed to have appeared in the commercial district as many different people returned to normality. What happened? It's an alien attack. We almost got mind wiped by the space lizards. This isn't an attack. This is a gift. Why did it stop? I just had the greatest idea. The Everchanger's stunt only lasted for a relatively short amount of time, but the impact it had on all of those people was enormous. Many people became lost. Others were afraid. A portion of them had benefited from Vulcan's influence and wanted more. Regardless of their reactions, it was undeniable that this remarkable exposure had changed their lives. Whether it was for the better was still questionable. The governing powers who reigned over Davut 7 received conflicting reports and were reluctant to make any reckless decisions. It was no joke to engage in hostilities against an apparently powerful expert mech in a populated area. While confusion continued to spread outside, Ves continually disregarded Jelly Murphy's mounting apoplexy and only directed his attention to the two key figures that he had tried to woo with his risky stunt. This is an outrage, Madame Jelly Murphy shrieked as she did not take the earlier disruption well. Miss Tiana Delcrost was completely correct about you and your clan. You are nothing but ruffians and vagabonds with delusions of greatness. I want each of you to disappear from my sight and never show up in my vicinity again. You can completely forget about ordering any ship from my company for the rest of your clan's existence. Even if my shipyard is starved of orders, I will not even sell you a single shuttle. Mother, stop for a moment, Karina Murphy finally said as she raised her hand against the CEO of Murphy & Sons. This time, Jelly Murphy directed her outrage towards her oldest daughter. Karina, you cannot possibly believe in this man, do you? He has tried to manipulate you into abandoning our best chance at restoring our shipyard. Do not fall for his tricks. Mother, listen to Karina. Malaya Murphy backed up her sister rather than her mother in this instance. We have always held doubts about ZZR Industries, but we didn't voice them because you were in charge. If you acknowledge that I am in charge, then why are you working against me? You are showing disunity in front of outsiders. We don't care about that right now, Mother. As much as you think that Patriarch Larkinson has spoken out of order, everything he said was right. Karina said. Malaya nodded. Back when we were younger, Murphy & Sons wasn't like this. We had more freedom to experiment and develop new ship classes. We received more leeway to explore different designs and we didn't have to abide by so many restrictions. Their mother remained unmoved. We could afford to give you this leeway because our company was doing well at the time. Sales were high and we weren't subjected to onerous demands. Times are different now, and we need to adapt to our current situation. We need to ensure our survival first. We can talk about innovation another day when our crisis has passed and everything returns to stability. That talk will never happen, Mother. We've been under your direction for our entire lives. You'll take the safe option over the better option. I'm thinking about your futures. What if we don't want to embrace your vision? Karina Murphy pushed back. Have you ever thought about that? I was always chafing under your strict rules, and it is only now that I have mustered the courage to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel out. ZZR Industries may be helpful, but if it is run by a woman who looks down on Rimlanders such as ourselves, how can we trust this pit of snakes? That is irrelevant, Jelly hissed. We are different from the likes of the Larkinsons. We are shipbuilders. You're not a shipbuilder. Malaya retorted. My sister and I are the ones in charge of development and construction. I don't want to do this, but I think it is best that you reverse your earlier decision. Why would I possibly do that? Karina Murphy glanced at Ves. The Larkinsons have shown us a different way forward. We didn't go through all of the effort of entering the Red Ocean just to return to our old routines. We want to work in a different company. A greater company. A company where we can stand out and become famous in the shipbuilding sector. A company that is known for constructing the best and most interesting starships. Neither side took a step back in this. The Murphy family clearly couldn't come to a consensus at this time. Jelly Murphy was beyond angry at this. It was already bad enough that one of the guests she invited had completely acted out of script. Having her own daughters, Talk back to her in front of others was even worse. She glared towards Ves and the rest of the outsiders in the meeting chamber. All of you, out. This has gone on long enough. The old woman waved her hand, causing a powerful privacy screen to appear that completely isolated the Murphy family's conversation. Meanwhile, uniformed guards stepped forward and, gently, urged the Redfields, the ZZRs and the Larkinsons to make their way out and leave via their shuttles as soon as possible. Ves shrugged and did not resist. He and the rest of his delegation calmly left the compound and steadily boarded the shuttle. Once they were inside and secure, the vehicle smoothly lifted off and flew back towards the Larkinson clan's temporary base. He half expected the local authorities to halt his journey, but nothing of the sort had happened. What's the update on Joshua and the Everchanger? Ves asked as he reached out to Lucky and pulled him onto his lap. Meow. The cat grumpily responded as he looked towards Calabast. Minister Shedderin had been in constant contact with the clan. It took a moment for him to answer. The situation is delicate at the moment. Right now, the authorities do not dare to make a heavy-handed response. Not only are they afraid of escalation, they do not want to ruin the safe and stable image of Davut either. Only a handful of law enforcement mechs have come out in the open to surround the Everchanger. Ves slowly nodded. He had already figured out that the locals wouldn't want to make any hasty responses. That said, it was never a good idea to mess with the local powers. How do you think this will end? Seeing as we did not hurt anyone and do not pose an immediate threat, the authorities should seek to de-escalate the situation and seek to create as little negative publicity as possible. They might even attempt to put a positive spin on this incident. Also, they can convince everyone that no attack of any sort has occurred, right? Ves smirked. Correct. Minister Shedderin smiled back. From what my people and I have gleaned from their response, the people in charge will not seek to exert too much pressure on us. That would break the narrative that the Everchanger did nothing wrong. I cannot say whether they will seek to punish us in other, less visible ways. We may encounter considerably more obstruction when applying for permits and such. Depending on the severity of these actions, our future business dealings in this star system might become impaired. That's the risk we took when we enacted Plan B. You didn't have to make such a big show of it, sir. I may not know too much about mechs, but I can guess that the Everchanger didn't have to affect so many people in the commercial district at once. You deliberately commanded Venerable Joshua to expand his expert mechs glow to encompass the greatest possible area. I did, Ves admitted. Shedderin looked upset. Your decision has strained our relations with the authorities. You have jeopardized our plans to form a trade association and build a headquarters in the financial district. The benefits may very well outweigh our gains this time, especially if your attempt to divide the Murphy family has failed. Was it worth it to take so many risks just to promote your creation association, Patriarch? The old man was right to sound upset, but Ves did not regret his decision all that much. Gaining the support of Murphy and Sons has always been my main purpose. Promoting my creation association was a convenient side goal. There are so many people here that Vulcan's glow must have generated an enormous amount of publicity while also attracting the interest of at least 1,000 accomplished professionals. I think I'll head back to my personal workshop to fabricate a batch of totems. We'll certainly need it to meet the demand of customers who want to relive that earlier moment. As far as Ves was concerned, he had managed to hit 2 birds with a single stone today. Sparking another controversy was a small price to pay for progress. Chapter 3642 Ruffled Feathers. The subsequent day turned into a tense period of time for the Larkinson clan. While the authorities allowed the Everchanger to be shipped back to orbit so that it could safely return to the expeditionary fleet, they were not particularly amused with the Larkinsons. A lot of uncomfortable discussions took place. Minister Shedderin had to exert the limits of his diplomatic skills in order to soothe the ruffled feathers of the officials who were responsible for keeping Kotor City and Davut 7 free from violence. At the same time, the foreign minister and his staff also had to minimize the impact towards the clan. Neither side wanted trouble. While there were elements that advocated for a bigger response, most wanted to avoid escalating the matter at all cost. The fact that the Larkinson clan was accompanied by the Simile Halifax served as an excellent deterrent against any greater punishment. Even though the MTA had told Ves that it would not shield him from anything he and his clansmen started on their own, other people didn't necessarily know about this particular nuance. As far as outsiders were concerned, any organization that was escorted by an actual MTA vessel should never be trifled with. At the very least, it should be the mechers dishing out the punishment, not locals like themselves. It was all one big bluff that fortunately worked out. The downside was that while the Larkinson clan largely escaped official retaliation, the subjective attitudes of certain officials towards the troublemakers had certainly dipped. The results are better than we expected, Minister Shedderin reported to Ves via projection. As the leader of the Larkinson clan and one of the chief people responsible for disrupting the commercial district, Ves had little choice but to hurry back to the expeditionary fleet along with Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger. So how have the local authorities decided to handle this matter? Ves asked as he leaned back on his chair. They have largely acted according to my expectations. They sought to pursue the course of action that minimizes as much damage as possible while trying to salvage as much good out of the incident. The official narrative that they have publicized is that the Everchanger, accidentally, activated a benign feature that only exerts a positive effect. They have referenced our mech company's established products as examples to reinforce this message. Ves chuckled. So these fellows are actually promoting my products on my behalf. Essentially, Shedderin sardonically answered. He was growing quite tired of his patriarch's antics. That matters little as our products are currently impossible to obtain in the local market. The only manufacturer that is producing our mechs so far is the Pelisa branch of Zakrin Bilica, which is located in a different zone. The cost and effort required to export mechs from Megare to Krakatoa is not viable at the moment. The risks of shipping products over longer distances are too high. That will hopefully change in a year. In any case, I've looked at the public reaction to the glow. Do you know how many mech designers, artists and other creators have contacted our clan? The projection nodded. We had to activate waitlines to deal with the number of inquiries. Hopefully the rush will subside after a week. That goes for the negative impact as well. Those who reacted negatively to this incident will likely forget about it and move on once their memories have begun to fade. The long-term impact of our actions should not be too severe. That was good to hear. The two talked a bit further about the aftermath. Overall, the Larkinson clan had managed to get away with a stunt that could have led to much more severe consequences. Right now, I am urging calm, sir. We should not antagonize the governing entities any further. If we continue to disturb the peace, we may lose possession of the plot of land that we have bought in the financial district at a high price. Relax, I'm not in the habit of throwing away more than 4,000 MTA credits. I still intend to base ourselves in Krakatoa for the next few years, so retaining access to Davut is still a vital priority. Do your best to ease people's concerns and repair any relationships with important officials. I will do my best. That is all I can promise at this time. My attempts will likely deliver considerably better results if you can raise our department's discretionary spending. You're asking for money so you can bribe people. Minister Shedderin did not deign to form a proper reply. His projection merely smiled at Ves. Of course, why do I even need to ask? How much? 1,000 MTA credits. What? That's as much as 8 Honbach hand-stitched two-toned lavender and white Puelmer leather Jarna handbags. The old man wisely stepped aside the topic of handbags and focused on the money. It's better to solve all of the hard feelings right away rather than wait for them to dissipate over a longer period of time. I am aware that you take a dim view of bribery, but it is a fact of life as well as the cost of doing business. The particular venture that you engaged in was particularly costly, so you must pay the appropriate price to handle the aftermath properly. Ves still winced. Can't you do with a little less money? Not everyone has expensive tastes like my wife. Shouldn't it be enough to spend half of what you asked to get all of those officials off our back? It's possible, but there is a chance that it isn't enough. Rather than take any risks, we should maximize our certainty and pay above what is expected to make these sorts of problems go away. Geez, you sound like Jelly Murphy. I am merely of the opinion that we have taken enough gambles for this visit. Though Ves didn't like it, he approved of Shedderin's proposal. The clan had to draw out another 1,000 MTA merits from its cash reserves to allow the foreign ministry to act with speed, much to the chagrin of other parts of the clan. With that issue taken care of, Ves busied himself by returning to his previous priorities. Has Murphy and Sons gotten back to us yet, Benny? We haven't received a word so far. His assistant replied, we don't know what's going on with the shipbuilding company. We've tried to contact them in order to obtain clarification, but their secretaries have hung up on us. They're not talking to others either. Since Gavin Newman didn't know anything else, Ves hung up and called Calabast instead. What is the current internal state of Murphy and Sons? Calabast's projection smirked. You're certainly in a hurry. Just answer my question. Let me begin by telling you that we have not been able to penetrate the Murphy compound. Given your earlier actions, I thought it was best not to cross any lines. Our means of deciphering what is taking place inside is therefore limited. We can only make spurious guesses by tracking the movement patterns of notable members of the Murphy family. How have you managed to do that? By looking at their movements through the windows. I am currently located in a floating hotel that possesses a decent view of the compound. I see. So what is your guess? Jelly Murphy has always been in charge of the shipbuilding company and the family that is running it. Her status is roughly similar to yours in the Larkinson clan. I think you can imagine how difficult it is for the Murphys to go against the leader that they had unquestionably obeyed all of these decades. It doesn't help that the culture among the Murphys is hierarchical and conservative. Rebelling against authority is usually not done. Usually, Calabast nodded. You managed to break open a fault line in the Murphy family. Just because Jelly Murphy has managed to suppress dissent for so long doesn't mean that all of the accumulated grievances have disappeared. They had always been simmering in the background. Now that you have shocked the chief ship designer and chief shipbuilder into exposing their true feelings and desires, they have managed to amass a small but growing following within the family. They're winning the argument. Ves looked hopeful. Let's not make any premature conclusions. The situation can still swing back into Jelly Murphy's favor. She is the unquestionably head of the family and the company, after all. Her authority and prestige are much greater. The more Calabast provided her thoughts, the more Ves grew uncertain. If his extraordinary plea failed to make the Murphys change their course, then much of what he had done was ultimately in vain. Though he was still able to harvest other benefits, they simply weren't as critical as gaining the friendship and cooperation of the shipbuilding company. Please continue to keep an eye on the Murphys. If you think that there is any sign that they will reject us once again, please let me know. Will do. For what it's worth, ZZR Industries hasn't made any moves either. The Murphy family has become so paralyzed that it is currently unable to go forward with its earlier agreement with Tiana Delcrost's company. That was good news. Ves felt a lot better after hearing that. Achieving this outcome was another smack on Tiana's arrogant face. By the way, that Delcrost woman truly went too far during the meeting. I'm curious why she thinks it is okay for her to act in this fashion. Have you looked into her history? You don't have to worry too much about her. Calabast replied. Tiana Delcrost is an heir who took up the position of CEO far too soon. She will learn how to behave in time, but that is years away. So there's nothing more behind her or anything. Our research into her background has revealed nothing of the sort. Okay. They discussed a few other topics before they ended the call. Ves furrowed his brows. The Murphys were deliberating, which meant that he had definitely won over at least some of them. Yet Jelly Murphy was still putting up a fight, which meant that changing the direction of Murphy and Sons would likely be an uphill struggle. It would be great if Jelly Murphy slips on a staircase and falls head first onto the floor. He idly said, meow. Lucky rolled his eyes as he rested on a pillow. Yeah, I know. Important people like her wear anti-grav clothing that automatically prevents that from happening. Even if she didn't, her shield generator would go in effect. Still, there are other ways for people to meet with an accident. Meow. His cat responded in a suspicious manner. You know, eating the wrong food or getting scratched by a four-legged creature. Meow meow meow. Okay, it's a bad idea. He was just dreaming. Assassinating Jelly Murphy would never work. Not only would it be more than obvious that Ves and his clan were behind it, the Larkinsons would also run afoul of the MTA. There was no way the Mechers could miss something so obvious when they were already keeping the Larkinson clan under observation. Ves felt he needed a bit more certainty. Just like how Sheddarin asked for higher than usual funding. Perhaps Ves needed to make another move in order to drag the Murphys into a more favorable direction. What can I do that doesn't piss people off? Not much. Ves had exhausted the patience of many people. The last thing he should do was ruffle their feathers again. Maybe, instead of making another risky move on Davut, I should try and host an event in my fleet. I can get away with a lot more in my own territory. This was a great idea. Davut may be under the jurisdiction of others, but his own starships pretty much belong to him. He could do whatever he wanted without needing to answer to a higher authority. Chapter 3643. A new event. After causing a commotion on the surface of Davut 7, there was no way that Ves dared to overstep his boundaries again. Just because his clan managed to avoid the most severe repercussions through a combination of bluffing and bribery didn't mean that he could treat other people's territory as his playground. This was why holding an event in his own fleet was such a great idea. I can do anything I want in my own sovereign territory. That wasn't quite true. Spacefaring laws were complex at best, but there were a few general rules that everyone understood. The Larkinson fleet wasn't actually allowed to act unscrupulously while it was parked in space claimed by other powers. After all, if the Larkinson clan tried to conduct a live practice session where mechs employed true-range weapons, their shots might actually hit a nearby trade ship or actually penetrate all the way through the atmosphere of Davut 7 and strike a populated structure. Nonetheless, it was no problem at all for the Larkinsons to hold a public event in one of its own starships. Was it illegal to throw a party on one's own ship? No. In fact, party boats were incredibly popular in every star system. Dozens of them attracted lots of visitors every day. Though they were mostly frequented by passers-by who couldn't be bothered to make landfall, locals from the surface occasionally ventured upwards as well. Given that hosting visitors on starships was not only legal, but also common, Ves immediately developed a brilliant new scheme. He called his personal assistant to his office right away. "What do you require, boss?" Gavin asked as he adopted a guarded look. Having worked for Ves for numerous years, he could tell when his superior was up to something crazy or radical again. This was not what he wanted to deal with. The Larkinson clan had only recently dealt with the aftermath of the Patriarch's latest stunt, and now this madman wanted to pull off another scheme. At least Ves should have given his clan the courtesy of waiting a few weeks before he got up to mischief again. "I know what you're thinking, Benny boy," Ves calmly said as he steepled his fingers like a stereotypical evil mastermind. "We've landed ourselves in hot water, so you think we should lay low?" "That is correct, boss. It would reflect poorly on us if we engage in another controversy so soon. We not only risk expulsion from the Davut system, but also make it seem as if we are too unstable to serve as good business partners. That will not only ruin our chances of attracting Murphy and Sons, but also scare away other potential parties that have already expressed an interest in joining our trade consortium." Gavin made an excellent point. Though the Larkinson clan already developed an abnormal image, every organization exhibited a degree of weirdness. People in the Red Ocean were accustomed to encountering people who grew up in vastly different parts of the galaxy with their own unique cultures and subcultures. However, while a bit of eccentricity was harmless, reckless and stupid behavior was not. No one wanted to be friends with someone who exhibited poor judgment. This was especially the case in the Red Ocean, where mistakes could not only lead to bankruptcy, but also death and annihilation. Ves casually waved his hand. "Relax, I haven't lost my mind. I know what is at stake. While I can understand the desire to lay low, we can't afford to do nothing at this stage. Calabast has informed me that the Murphy family is currently split on the issue of whether their shipbuilding company should become a part of our trade consortium. I'm afraid that Jelly Murphy and her collection of hardliners are too entrenched in their hierarchy to let the dissidents have their way. We need to give the faction led by Karina Murphy and Malaya Murphy a helping hand." "And how do you plan to do that, boss?" Gavin skeptically asked. "Our clan's freedom of movement on Davut 7 has drastically shrunk. We can't do anything over there anymore." Ves grinned and leaned back against his chair. "Ah, but that's the thing, Benny. We're not doing something on the surface this time. Instead, I plan to hold a public event aboard one of our ships. We'll open our doors and invite outsiders to attend a special occasion." His assistant looked shocked. He never expected that Ves would push for such a move. However, the more Gavin thought about it, the more it made sense in his mind. It was indeed a good method to be proactive without testing the tolerance of the Davut authorities any further. As long as the Larkinsons did not do anything outrageous such as hosting death matches or performing lethal experiments on test subjects, the controversy shouldn't be significant. The question now was what the Patriarch actually wanted to do. This was where Gavin began to feel dread again. What sort of event do you have in mind?" "It's nothing too fancy. The key is to organize this on short notice. While I have multiple goals in mind, the key purpose that we're trying to achieve is to give the dissidents in the Murphy family a good push so that they can finally achieve a breakthrough. We need to make this happen before it is too late. At most, we have 2 days to start this entire event. Any longer and the Murphys may have settled their internal turmoil. 2 days? That's too short. Depending on the scale of this public event, we may need weeks to market the occasion. We also need to handle the logistics of transporting visitors to and from our fleet. Then we need to prepare for the event itself. Since we are inviting outsiders to our fleet for the first time, we have to make sure we present ourselves in the best possible light. Ves sighed. I know that, but we don't have another choice. Ideally, we should be able to start today or tomorrow, but that gives the public too little time to book their tickets and shuttle over to our fleet. 2 days is just enough for the most interested people to arrange passage. Besides, you don't have to worry too much about the marketing aspect. The people from the commercial district of Kotor City are all abuzz about what they just experienced. The local news portals are still talking about the Everchanger's glow, so interest in our clan has reached a peak. As long as we publish a statement where our guests can receive the opportunity to experience it again, I'm sure we'll be able to attract enough visitors. This scheme might actually work. The foundation was there. The Larkinson clan just needed to work overtime to set the stage. Gavin grew serious. He pulled out a data pad and made a short list. I can get our people to organize one right away, but before they can do so, they need to have a better idea of what sort of an event you intend to hold. It should be an event that centers around craftsmanship in some way. Ves said, after all, that is what I am relying on to win over the more proactive elements within the Murphy family. I need to give them more ammunition, and the best way to do that is to teach or demonstrate the value of good craftsmanship. I'll probably need to hold a speech in order to get this across. So you want to hold a trade fair? No, Ves shook his head. Trade fair is the wrong descriptor. We'll have to invite a lot of other companies and craftsmen to exhibit their works, and that is impossible to accomplish on short notice. It will just be about our work and my creative approach. Then, an exhibition. That's close, but not enough. I don't intend to sell a new product at this time. Even if we can show off our upcoming Monster Slayer or our newly released Ferocious Piranha Mark I version B Mod I, we don't have any copies on hand to sell them in Davut. I suppose we can show them off regardless in order to generate market interest in them, but they will not be the main focus. What is truly important is the message that I will be attempting to convey. A press conference? No, I'll be holding a lecture of sorts. I want the people who visit our fleet in person and those who tune into the remote broadcast to know that they will be receiving a profound philosophical discussion on craftsmanship. A symposium, then. Close enough, Ves said. Let's go with that, then. We need to offer more to the public if we want to make it worthwhile for them to pay a visit to our fleet. Gavin warned, I'm sure that there are a lot of people who want to come here just to experience the Everchanger's glow, but there will be many more who don't think it is worth the effort. Ves paused and thought for a moment. That's a simple enough problem to solve. We'll just have to present more attractions. How about exhibiting our masterwork expert mechs? The Quint, the Amaranto, the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger are all impressive machines. I seriously doubt there are more than a couple of other expert mechs that are also masterworks in Davut. Even then, none of them were made by journeymen. Ves may have gotten accustomed to their presence, but he did not forget the enormous attraction they held towards other mech insiders. A large number of mech pilots and mech designers would definitely want to book a ticket to the Larkinson fleet once they learned they could study the masterwork expert mechs up close. Is that wise, boss? We will be exposing our greatest assets to potential rivals and enemies. They're already exposed for the most part. Ves dismissively waved his hand. They've already appeared in public numerous times for mech designers to figure out their general properties. Turning them into live exhibits is not a big deal. We just have to make sure to erect interference fields around them. Naturally, we also have to prohibit people from bringing in high-powered scanners or engage in any obvious spying behavior. That can work, I guess. Interest in attending this event will be high once we publicize this matter. Perhaps we'll generate too much interest. We'll just charge money if that's the case. Ves smirked. He briefly thought about how much money he paid to enter Chansey Bay's Masterwork Gallery. People were absolutely willing to pay a pretty price to view Masterwork mechs. That's not all. We need to hold this event in a large enough venue. Might I suggest the Vivacious Wall? There are enough open spaces and exhibition halls in Dawn City. Ves nodded. That is what I have in mind as well. The Vivacious Wall was always designed to attract tourists. That will make our lives much easier as we don't need to make as many preparations. They settled the basic details of the upcoming symposium. Ves didn't need to specify anything further. There were other people in the clan that could fill in the rest. There were plenty of clansmen who once attended these kinds of occasions themselves, so they should have a good idea of what needed to be done. Of course, the event that Ves wanted to organize on short notice wasn't a traditional symposium. Only Larkinsons would be speaking this time. Ves understood that he couldn't be the only speaker at this event. If he truly wanted to enlighten his audience about the marvels of craftsmanship, he should pull in a couple of other speakers. Should he ask his wife to hold a lecture? His body shuddered. He dreaded the idea, but given the importance of this event, she had to take the stage as well. After all, she possessed just as many masterwork certificates as him. It would be unreasonable to keep her away. By the way, have you come up with a name for your new initiative? Gavin asked. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he fell into thought. Calling it the Craftsmanship Symposium was too simple. He thought about his other goals. Part of the reason why he wanted to organize it was because he wanted to generate interest in the Creation Association. Let's call it the Vulcan Symposium. Chapter 3644 The Vulcan Symposium. The clan moved extremely quickly once Ves unveiled his new plan. Although most Larkinsons were floored by his requests, they had no choice but to play along and prepare the vivacious wall to receive a lot of visitors. Fortunately, preparing the ship for a symposium was well within their means. There were plenty of clansmen who possessed plenty of experience in attending and organizing such events. These people quickly gathered together and hammered out a more complete outline for the symposium. Many other clansmen contributed to the event as well. They performed vital actions such as shipping necessary goods, setting up the exhibition areas and heightening the security measures aboard the ship. Thousands of Larkinsons moved back and forth. Everyone who could help with the symposium had to drop their leave or regular duties in order to ensure that the Larkinson clan's first public event on its starship concluded in a successful manner. The prestige and reputation of the Larkinsons was at stake this time. If they somehow botched this up, then not only would Ves fail to reach his primary goals, his clan would also receive a lot of ridicule. That was not conducive to forming a trade consortium. 2 days came and went in a blur. The Larkinsons truly went all out in order to clean up a portion of the vivacious wall and make it ready to receive visitors of all kinds. The lack of time severely hampered their ability to hold a grand event. Dawn City remained much the same, if not for the fact that the Larkinson clan could utilize the spirit of Bentime to produce a lot of props and structural components. The symposium site wouldn't have looked remarkable enough. As it was, the architects and planners of the Larkinson clan did a decent job in transforming the public parts of Dawn City into a themed event site. Since the symposium was named after Vulcan, Ves ordered his subordinates to apply a unified bronze and red theme on all of the props. As the first batch of guests stepped aboard the vivacious wall, they underwent a different experience from usual as they were led into spaces where the Larkinson clan had put its best side forward. Banners displaying both the golden cat and a stylized blacksmith hammer hung from structures or floating poles. Since the Larkinson clan went through so much trouble to organize this event, it had to take advantage of this situation by impressing the public with its capabilities. Wow, is this what the glows of the Larkinson clan are like? These mechs are truly more than what they appear. It's not just their glows that are impressive. The quality of their construction is also remarkably high. Even their mass-produced mechs are consistently good. A lot of mech designers couldn't hold back their curiosity and paid a visit to the vivacious wall. They consisted of both independent and working for different influences, and mostly consisted of low-ranking mech designers. While a number of journeymen and seniors had decided to attend the Vulcan Symposium as well, their numbers were much lower. Mech designers at this stage were a lot prouder of their own work. The only reasons why they bothered to attend at all was to get a good look at the unique masterwork mechs of the Larkinson clan and see if they could gain inspiration from what they observed. Still, the Larkinsons were quite happy to attract these mech designers. The more mech designers acclaimed the mechs developed for the clan, the greater LMC's future sales potential. As time went by, the amount of traffic continued to increase. Hundreds of shuttles and passenger transports steadily approached the expeditionary fleet. Before any vehicle was allowed to approach, they first had to stop outside of the security perimeter and await their turn to be transferred aboard a passenger vessel operated by the Larkinsons themselves. There was no way that the clan would allow any foreign vessel to land directly in the vivacious wall's hangar bay. The security checks were quite stringent, much to people's surprise. The Larkinson guards were stern in their duties and preemptively filtered out any potential troublemakers before they were allowed to go any further. The Larkinsons were especially afraid of bringing sleeper agents and crown terrorists. The Crown Uprising was still ongoing even though it wasn't a major concern in the Red Ocean. It was hard for Crown terrorists to pass through the Beander Gate. Even then, people and organizations were much more on guard in the new frontier. Few people who managed to enter the dwarf galaxy were incompetent. Pioneers and their followers were generally of a higher caliber than usual. This was why the Larkinson clan were more on guard against saboteurs and sleepers from other rivals. Organizations like ZZR Industries might try to disrupt the symposium. For these reasons and more, the Black Cats undertook a lot of responsibilities. They not only vetted every single visitor beforehand, but also assisted with the security checks. One of the more unusual methods they employed was using small totems of the golden cat to assess the intentions of the visitors. A black uniformed inspector approached an ordinary-looking mech designer and held out a small statuette of the golden cat. "Please stand still while I press this object to your forehead." The mech designer threw a dubious look at the statuette. "What is this?" "You can think of it as a special scanner." "A scanner? Are you kidding? I know how scanners work. This little toy is anything but." "Be that as it may, you may only pass through if you cooperate. If you object to our methods, then you are free to turn back where you came from. You'll receive a full refund of your ticket, minus an administrative charge." The Black Cat inspector explained in a bored tone. "Once I place this on your forehead, you might sense an unusual feeling in your brain. Don't be concerned, it will only last an instant." You're not irradiating my head, are you?" "Our procedure is completely safe. It is based on the same glows that are used by tens of millions of mechs that have been in use for years by our customers. Now will you consent to our inspection?" Very well." The actual inspection lasted a lot shorter than the questioning. The Black Cat officer lifted his arm, pressed the statuette on the visitor's forehead and quickly drew it back again. The clansman frowned for a moment. "My apologies, sir. You have failed to pass our special inspection. While this is not conclusive proof that there is something amiss, we will not take any chances. According to the terms of your ticket, we have the right to cancel your ticket and refuse your entry onto our ship for any reason. There is no recourse for you to reverse this decision." "What? You're kicking me out? We will not allow you to proceed any further. You can't do this. I paid substantial money for this ticket. I'm an amateur reviewer with 54,000 followers. You better let me go in or else I'll write a 1-star review." The man's tirade did not change anything. As long as the golden cat didn't like someone, then it was better not to invite them onto the vivacious wall. Fortunately, the majority of visitors did not harbor any ill will towards the Larkinson clan. They were genuinely interested in what the symposium had to offer. As the guests were being received, Ves looked down on Dawn City from above. He was in the process of preparing for the main event where he would hold an important lecture. "How many tickets did we manage to sell?" "Roughly 34,252 tickets. Gavin answered. "It's less than ideal. We could have easily attracted over 100,000 visitors if we delayed the start of this symposium by a week and held this event over multiple days. Our pricing has also scared away a lot of potential customers. It's too high. Why would you charge 0.1 MTA credits for an attendance ticket when we are only charging a fraction of that price for a virtual ticket? We still managed to collect a handsome profit without overly compromising the security of our fleet, Benny. We are not ready to receive so many visitors. The current numbers are within a range that we can control. Besides, this price is incredibly cheap considering that people will be able to get close to our masterwork mechs. You can't experience them properly by remote." Even though the Larkinsons had to refund a lot of tickets over the course of the day, this was actually an incredibly lucrative event. Together with the sale of millions of virtual tickets, the clan already covered the cost to buy land in the financial district of Kotor City. Ves became so pleased by this initial success that he even thought about holding exhibitions and symposia again. If he could turn this into a regular tour, then his clan could easily rake thousands of MTA credits per month. This was more money than selling millions of cheap third-class mechs in the old galaxy. He shook his head. This was a stupid idea. The novelty of his symposia would quickly fade after a few times. It was also dangerous to exhibit the Larkinson clan's most powerful expert mechs to so many people. Even if the clan's additional security measures kept potential hostiles away, there were still plenty of other people who might one day act against the Larkinson clan. One time was enough. "Has any member of the Murphy family decided to attend?" Ves asked. "Let me check the database." Gavin quickly accessed his comm. "No, Murphy has decided to attend in person, but we did sell dozens of virtual tickets to the Murphys. I expected as much. Due to the Murphy family's internal turmoil, none of them were allowed to go out. Even if the chief ship designer and chief shipbuilder wanted to visit the vivacious wall in person, they could not afford to leave Jelly Murphy's side too long. Have we managed to attract any other notable guests? Master mech designers, perhaps. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you again. While we have managed to lure over mech designers who are known to work under different masters, none of their superiors have deigned to attend your symposium. Ves actually felt a bit of relief when he heard that. His symposium would gain a lot of legitimacy if it managed to draw in master mech designers. On the other hand, these powerful mech designers were much sharper and more observant than usual. He was afraid they might figure out details that he preferred to keep hidden. It doesn't matter. These masters need to keep up their reputation, I guess. It is beneath them to attend a symposium held by a journeyman. I'm sure you will do the same if you become a master yourself. Damn right. The two talked a bit more. So far, everything was going well enough. Down below, the guests were introduced to various mechs of the Larkinson clan. All of these strangers who never came in touch with glows or living mechs in their lives began to learn about the wonders of Ves's distinctive products. Numerous guests who initially weren't that impressed with the works of a journeyman steadily revised their opinions after they experienced more. Mech models such as the Bright Warrior, the Transcendent Punisher, the Ferocious Piranha and also the newly developed Rigid Spine each possessed their own points of brilliance. Of course, the Larkinson clan didn't exhibit everything. The Stingripper Light Harasser mech of the Flagrant Vandals was nowhere to be seen. The mechs weren't even a part of the security patrols. This was not just because the Larkinson clan lacked the raw materials to mass-produce the new light mech, but also because it was a new asset that worked best when no one learned about its properties. Chapter 3645 Mechs on exhibition. As the hours went by, the symposium started to get into full swing. Dawn City became more populated as more and more outsiders arrived to attend this curious event. While a lot of people came to experience Vulcan's glow or hear what the Larkinson Patriarch had to say about craftsmanship, most of them became seduced by the many interesting mechs utilized by the Larkinsons. Projections of sweeping battles played overhead. Identical mechs stood in perfect rows. Larkinson mech pilots and mech designers all stood close to the exhibits in order to explain their mechs and answer simple questions. Almost any mech in use by the Larkinson clan generated a lot of interest. This is the Bright Warrior in all of its 4 configurations. Rena Orion explained. This exclusive mech design may not have been designed for the Red Ocean, but it is still a capable mech in our hands. Through the use of special methods, this mech is able to perform better when it is piloted by our clansmen. What makes this mech stronger than others? A guest asked. Good question. I cannot reveal all of its secrets to you as the Bright Warrior model still plays a vital role in the defense of our fleet. However, I can tell you that it is a highly versatile mech that steadily adapts to its mech pilots and grows stronger over time. These are features that are highly common to all of our living mechs. You may be able to own them or pilot them yourselves one day. While our living mech corporation currently isn't ready to release any of its products to the Davut market, this will change in the future. The group that had come to study the Bright Warrior mechs weren't particularly impressed by what they saw. Since they weren't capable to observing the invisible and out-of-sight properties of these living mechs, they couldn't distinguish how these years-old machines were better than freshly made ones. On the surface, the design of the Bright Warrior model was rather basic by the standards of the Red Ocean. The materials that made up the machines were fairly weak while the tech level of the components were not that great either. The only exception was the Luminaire crystal rifle wielded by the rifleman mech configuration of the Bright Warrior. The weapon not only looked splendid, but also exuded a greater sense of lethality than other armaments. Even so, the more knowledgeable guests quickly figured out that the Bright Warrior was just an ordinary rim-level mech model that the Larkinsons had brought over from their previous hometown. Rena Orion didn't have to rely on her heavy augmentations to figure out that the visitors looked down on the Bright Warrior. The technical design indeed fell behind, but that didn't mean the mech line was hopeless. She smiled. Our Bright Warrior mechs are still relatively young and have a lot of growth ahead of them before they become formidable. We do have a number of examples that have experienced much greater growth than other Bright Warriors. Many of them aren't on display here, but our clan patriarch has graciously allowed you to witness the greatest offshoot of this mech model. Please come this way. The group followed the young assistant mech designer and entered another hall where there was a lot more traffic. Before they even entered the specially built hall, they all felt it. The glow of the mech inside was similar to that of the bright warrior, but it was much stronger and different than what they experienced before. This sensation, it's deeper. It's more powerful as well. There's more complexity and depth. Many people used different descriptions. All of them failed to describe the wealth of sensations in their mind. As they slowly strode forward, they entered a dark, shine-like interior where a single highly modified bright warrior mech stood in place. The mech, which was currently in its Space Knight configuration in order to look more imposing, was a golden marvel of metal and life. If the visitors were previously skeptical that living mechs were even a thing, they held much less doubts this time. This mech is a masterwork. Indeed, Rena Orion said as she respectfully bowed before one of the living relics of the Larkinson clan. Meet the Quint. It not only started off as a masterwork mech, but also received numerous special upgrades over the course of its usage. 2 of our expert pilots managed to break through while piloting this mech. This has made it even stronger and more alive. The mech designers among the group were incredibly impressed by the Quint. It was not only stronger and more exquisite than the ordinary bright warriors, but also possessed a presence that made it seem as if they were in the presence of a living legend rather than a lifeless machine. While many different visitors gawked at the Quint, others were discovering unexpected facets about the other mechs of the Larkinson clan. The Chiron training mech was one of them. The Larkinsons had decided to exhibit the mech model to the public for the first time since its existence. The mech didn't look that impressive at first. It was clearly a third-class mech that didn't perform nearly as well as an ordinary modern third-class combat mech. However, these faults were much less severe once people realized that the Chiron was a training mech. A young uniformed mech cadet proudly stood in front of the Sagittarius, the first production copy of the Chiron and also her personally assigned machine. She enthusiastically sang the praises of the mech model that had accelerated her growth so much. Even though she had outgrown the Chiron at this stage in her training, she still piloted her machine as frequently as possible. The Chiron here has many advantages compared to other training mechs, she claimed. I am only allowed to tell you about 2 of them. First, it can change its physical form to adapt to its mech pilots. The changes it can make include changing the length of its limbs and altering the shape of its torso. By trying to match the physique of its pilots as closely as possible, more junior cadets can more easily learn the ins and outs of basic mech piloting. This was a useful feature that was not uncommon to see in training mechs. Not all training mechs were designed to be adjustable. There were certain instructors and academies that believed that mech pilots needed to learn how to adapt to their mechs instead of the other way around. Those who adhered to this doctrine looked down on mechs like the Chiron that bent over backwards in order to make the piloting experience as easy as possible. If Ves Larkinson noticed these glances, she did not acknowledge them. The Chiron was best mech model in the Larkinson clan and no one could change her opinion. Another way the Chiron can do what other training mechs cannot match is its ability to accelerate the learning of its pilots. That is a vague statement, miss. How exactly does the Chiron accomplish this feat? It's a living mech. I'm sure you've heard other Larkinsons throw this phrase around, but it truly matters, more so for a training mech. From the moment a cadet like myself begins to pilot the Chiron, the living machine becomes a part of the training journey. The mech cadet gains a personal companion and tutor who not only grows stronger and smarter the more you use it, but is also able to provide the best and most appropriate tips that are always relevant to your current progress. Not even the best instructors can do better since they don't exactly know how their pupils are doing inside the cockpit. Although there were plenty of skeptics among the crowd, others already developed a desire to obtain these mechs for themselves. Can we try it out? A mech pilot asked. Laney laughed. I'm sorry, sir, but these mechs are only here for sightseeing. I would love to show you in person how they are by far the best training mechs in this galaxy, but that is not what this symposium thing is about. I'm allowed to show you bits and pieces of my training footage, though. You can judge the effectiveness of the Chiron by yourselves. She waved her hand, causing a large overhead projection to display edited clips of her best training performances. The footage showed Laney piloting mechs in reality and in simulation. The former were more tame, but the Sagittarius piloted by Laney fought with surprising skill and aggression. Laney understood the limits of the Chiron model so well that she was able to pilot the third-class training mech close to its full potential. Even when she sparred against a bright warrior piloted by an instructor, she did not allow herself to get crushed. She managed to stave off the bright warrior through a combination of great familiarity, polished skills and excellent combat judgment. The mech pilots among the crowd became increasingly more impressed at Lainey. Sure, as second-class pilots, they looked down on mech cadets that started their training with third-class mechs. Yet there are elements about mech piloting that were universal among the different classes. Focused aggression, smart decision-making, good intuition, the ability to exploit openings. Lainey scored high on all of these aspects, so much so that she actually outperformed many second-class mech cadets. The differences became more obvious when the footage also showed her piloting different mechs. These sessions mostly took place in a virtual environment. Mech cadets were only allowed to pilot real combat mechs in their last academy years, so they mostly had to rely on simulation battles to pilot different machines than their training mechs. In the instances where Lainey was no longer constrained by the weak performance parameters of her Sagittarius, she turned into a beast of a mech pilot. She happened to perform extremely well when piloting swordsman mechs such as the Bright Warrior in the appropriate configuration. When she piloted these mechs, she was able to fight her way out through many different scenarios, some of which would have even given seasoned second-class mech pilots a good challenge. There was nothing about her performance that suggested that she was an immature pilot in the making. Even if she was fairly close to graduation, she showed none the roughness and mistakes that other mech cadets of her age would make. If this is what a Chiron can do, then it is truly a revolutionary pedagogic tool. A mech pilot who also happened to be a mech instructor commented, "I can't see whether this kid gained all of her skills from her training mech, but there should definitely be truth to this matter. I've tried my best to pass on the same qualities in my own classes, but few if any of my cadets came close to her level." His words and the words of other mech pilots added a lot of credibility to the Chiron model. They had fallen in love with the training mech. If they had the opportunity to pilot it during their academy days, then they might have made a lot of achievements at this stage. "Where can we buy a Chiron? It's not for sale, haha." Lainey chuckled. "Before you ask, it's not because we're selfish. The truth is that the Chiron is specifically developed for our clansmen. It's not as nearly as effective when outsiders pilot it. Believe me, we've tried." "How?" Someone frowned. "Because we're special," Lainey straightforwardly answered. "Seriously, what do you expect me to say? I didn't design this mech. All I know is that the Chiron is able to work this way because of special technologies. You'd have to ask a mech designer if you want to find out what that means, but I'm pretty sure they are under orders not to clarify anything. If you truly want to get to the bottom of our exclusive mechs, then you are welcome to join our clan. That is the only way you get to pilot these babies." The young woman smirked as she attempted to do her part in strengthening the clan. Chapter 3646 Feat Special Technologies. Chapter 3646 Feat Special Technologies. So far, the Vulcan Symposium did not match anyone's expectations. The guests who attended the hastily organized event were surprised by what they saw. Fortunately for the Larkinsons, the visitors generally responded with delight rather than disappointment. For an organization which originally came from the Galactic Rim, the clan exhibited plenty of curiosities that could interest people from every part of human space. While it was hard for the clansmen to explain the greater benefits of living mechs, it was incredibly easy for anyone to experience their characteristic glows. A lot of professionals saw great uses in the properties of certain mechs. The duty-oriented glow of the Solemn Guardian, the disorientation-oriented glow of the ferocious Piranha IB-1 and the death-oriented glow of the Valkyrie Redeemer were especially intriguing to third parties. "Is this Marauder mech for sale?" a female mech commander asked. "I'm afraid not." Juliet Stamaros shook her head. The Valkyrie Redeemer and its numerous variants are exclusively designed for certain elements of the Larkinson clan in an old galaxy state called the Hexadric Hegemony. Since it was originally designed to fight in wars, the Valkyrie line is protected by special technologies that hinders anyone else from piloting it. This prevents our enemies and the enemies of the hegemony from using the Valkyrie mechs against its own forces. Most of the guests were already familiar with the phrase, special technologies. The clansmen assigned to explain the exhibits had all been instructed to say these words whenever they needed to address the many mysterious methods of the Larkinson clan. Clearly, the Larkinsons weren't willing to elaborate. Even if they wanted to, their understanding of glows and living mechs were woefully shallow. Only Ves was able to provide the curious guests with a proper explanation, and he was nowhere to be seen at the moment. A portion of the women among the crowd looked deflated when they heard the Valkyrie models weren't for sale. Will a version of the Valkyries ever be put on the mech market? I cannot say for certain. Juliet shrugged. The Valkyrie Redeemer was originally commissioned by the Hexadric Hegemony. It is up to the state to decide what to do with it. There may be a chance that this may change. The hegemony is currently losing the war back in the old galaxy. If it is dissolved, the rights may return to our clan, as I can hardly imagine the Hexers ever contemplating defeat. If they did, they would have added a clause that allows them to transfer their rights to a successor state or organization. Do not take my word on that, though. I am not a lawyer and I have never read this contract. It was all a bit complicated and it heavily depended on whether the Hexers exiled to the Red Ocean could remain united. If multiple dynasties fell out and tried to claim that their colonies were the true successors of the Hexadric hegemony, then that would lead to a lot of complications. Juliet inwardly shook her head. She no longer pledged her loyalty to the hegemony. Now that she dedicated her life to the Larkinson clan, she saw numerous advantages to selling a commercialized edition of the Valkyrie line. Personally, she would love it if more people came in touch with the superior mother. She thought it was a waste if the Hexers largely claimed her for themselves. She had lost faith in her former state when she heard that the powerful dynasties were evacuating from it while doing little to save the rest of the population. Juliet never realized that the hegemony was so rotten. It was only when she gained an outsider's perspective that she recognized how dysfunctional it was. The state could have been so much better if the Hexers didn't demonize boys so much. Elsewhere on the vivacious wall, thousands of visitors flocked inside the large structure where one of the highlights of the Vulcan Symposium could be found. The lighting in the specially renovated hall was dim, which caused the projected footage to stand out from the darkness. As the visitors proceeded through the hall, they experienced the life trajectory of the mech that they wanted to witness. Few visitors who wanted to observe one of the Larkinson clan's famed masterwork expert mechs knew that its beginning was much more humble. The Shield of Samar started out as an ordinary third-class mech. Someone asked as they watched the projection of the mech during its initial debut. Back then, the Larkinsons were still third-raters and the Aurora Titan was one of Ves's best works. The Shield of Samar enjoyed an auspicious start as its test pilot broke through during the Aurora Titan's public announcement. A lot of mech pilots grew envious when they saw how easily Janzi Larkinson managed to become an expert candidate. She was under no threat at all. A mech pilot complained, "The rest of us have to throw ourselves in constant battle while this woman lucked out during a choreographed show of all things." Other mech pilots were more nonchalant. Everyone has their own opportunities. Maybe this pilot is talented enough that she would have broken through regardless of the occasion. She's an expert pilot now, so she clearly has what it takes to become a demigod. Could it have been her mech? Someone else wondered. I mean, just look at how many expert pilots and expert candidates the Larkinson clan produced in just a couple of years. If these living mechs can really help pilots progress, then maybe we should try and get them ourselves. Don't be silly. The Larkinsons employ tens of thousands of mech pilots according to the public figures. Having 6 or 7 expert pilots is not out of proportion. Besides, there are tens of millions of LMC mechs in use in the old galaxy, and the statistics have never shown a distinct increase in breakthroughs. There were a lot of mech fanatics that were obsessed about this topic. They pooled their efforts together to track and register breakthroughs. They subsequently added their data to large public databases where anyone could gain a fair estimate on which mechs produced the most expert candidates and expert pilots. The tour continued. They learned about the battles the Shield of Samar participated in and also saw how the Shield of Samar was upgraded over time. The latest revision was the most drastic of all. Only the mech designers among the crowd understood how difficult it was to overhaul an existing mech and turn it into a new masterwork. This is impossible. The mech designers involved are still journeymen, and young to boot. I bet it's mostly the credit of that MTA master mech designer who got involved for some reason. Don't belittle the work of the journeyman. The MTA has never awarded masterwork certificates that the recipients haven't earned, and as far I know that Master never participated in any fabrication runs. These young mech designers have earned their acclaim. Not everyone believed in the official records, though a lot of people thought these skeptics were fools. It was never a good idea to criticize one of the current overlords of human space. Besides, the MTA possessed a stellar reputation. The mechers were always honest and accurate in their inspections and never distorted their records. After a fairly long tour through the hall, they finally approached the mech that they had all paid to observe. They had gradually felt the powerful expert mech's awesome presence before they even came close enough to observe its resplendent details. It's so big, it's so heavy as well. I feel safe in its presence. While the Amaranto that was situated in another part of the vivacious wall also fascinated a lot of people, the Shield of Samar made a significantly greater impact on most people. This was because its powerful resonance presence did not just announce itself to them, but faintly enveloped them in its protective embrace. This was a rare experience that few individuals ever got to enjoy. The fact that the sensation came from a third-order living mech piloted by a woman with strong principles about the value of human life made it even better. That said, the expert pilot responsible for this phenomenon was anything but happy at the moment. Venerable Janzi was in a grumpy mood as she sat in her cockpit. She had been here for hours without doing anything except keeping the Shield of Samar in place. The reason why it was necessary for her to be involved was because the masterwork expert mech wouldn't be as impressive if it didn't generate any true resonance. "I'm not a circus exhibit, Ves," she cursed. "Patience, partner. This is for the good of all of us. Let these people gawk at us. They will only come away with a much better impression of our clan." Yes, I know. I'm sure Ves will be delighted with all of the revenue generated by the tickets he managed to sell. I think that is the real reason why he was so eager to hold this symposium, whatever that means. Despite her words, there was still a part of her that liked all of the attention that she was getting. Obtaining respect and recognition from people was a far cry from the rejection that she usually received when she tried to convince her fellow Larkinsons that Ves was not a good leader. The Shield of Samar also enjoyed the attention. Although it was almost human-like in its intelligence and awareness, it was still a relatively young entity. Being at the center of attention would flatter any person, let alone a mech that wasn't quite mature. Another popular exhibit in the symposium had nothing to do with mechs at all. Though few people knew about it, the Larkinson clan also engaged in numerous biotechnology activities. Though the Larkinson Biotech Institute hadn't developed any products that were ready to be displayed this time, it did offer a number of curiosities that attracted plenty of attention. The large piles of preserved flesh taken from the Titania impressed a lot of people. Astral beasts were exotic and rare in the old galaxy, so the thought of encountering an enormous specimen that was 5 kilometers long was quite impressive. Of course, the visitors didn't come here just to gawk at the alien flesh. Get your astral beast barbecue right here. This is the opportunity of a lifetime, so get it now before it's gone. Come and take a bite out of this skewer made out of 6,000-year-old astral beast meat. Is it safe to eat? The salesman grinned. Our clan has been eating this meat every Sunday. Our scientists did something to it to make it edible for humans. If you're feeling adventurous, then go ahead. The taste of astral beast meat was odd to say the least. It was tough, stringy, chewy and did not possess the usual flavors associated with traditional meat. Nonetheless, it was edible. As long as the cooks added enough spices, the meat became palatable. Aside from that, the biotech section of the public area also displayed more profound assets. None impacted the guests more than the aspects of Lufa. 2 of the 4 living statues were made available for the symposium. For a small fee of 5 MTA millicredits, everyone was allowed to spend 5 minutes within the active range of the aspect of tranquility and the aspect of healing. A lot of people came away impressed and wanted to go again. Unfortunately, the Larkinsons only gave them the opportunity to experience the 2 statues for a single time each. Why can't we go again? For safety reasons. How do they work? Special technologies. That's all I can say. How can we experience these glows again? I've lost so much stress today. You can purchase the Tranquility Treatment editions which our mech company has released a while ago. They're not for sale in the Red Ocean, but that might change in the future. Stay tuned and pay attention to our announcements. Given the amount of stress that people in the Red Ocean had to endure every day, the value of mechs with these particular glows were much more valuable in this market. Chapter 3647 Gloriana on stage. Ves smiled as he observed the bustling crowd. He didn't need to read the status reports to know that the symposium was going well so far. The guests were largely happy and few expressed any obvious contempt. The clan was also earning additional income by providing additional services such as selling astral beast meat and giving them a chance to experience the glows of a couple of aspects of Lufa. He even thought about making the aspect of rationality available as well for a much greater fee, but he deemed it too much of a risk. Who knew what people might get up to when they were stripped of all emotions and only retained their cold, hard logic? Naturally, he did not spend a moment of thought on presenting the aspect of transcendence. Exploding heads was not a good way to earn a good review for his symposium. He checked the time. Thousands of guests were making their way past the exhibits so that they could enter one of Dawn City's main attractions, the Theater of Joy. While it was not as large as Twilight City's Mech Arena, the Theater of Joy could comfortably seat thousands of guests. It could fit hundreds of thousands more individuals through the use of floating seats. Right now, those floating seats were necessary in order to accommodate the growing number of outsiders who came for the main event. It's almost time. He originally wanted to invite more speakers to address the audience, but there were precious few people in the clan who were qualified to lecture about craftsmanship. Aside from Ves and Gloriana, Kedis came close, but she was obviously not suited for these occasions. He even thought about inviting Professor Benedict to hold a lecture. Having a senior mech designer speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel at his event would cause others to take it much more seriously. The Cross Clan's head designer didn't stand out as an excellent craftsman, though. He didn't excel in creating masterwork mechs, and he was much more interested in the research and design aspects of his profession. In the end, Ves had little choice but to present two speakers today. He would go last as his lecture was the most important. This was his best opportunity to appeal to the members of the Murphy family that were tuning into the broadcast today. In comparison, Gloriana's speech was much less important. Ves just wanted her to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in order to add a bit more meat to his symposium. He also gave her the chance to appear on stage because he knew she would nag and complain at him if he denied her this opportunity. After all, if her husband was qualified to lecture about craftsmanship, then why would she be any different? They possessed the exact same number of masterwork certificates. Soon enough, Gloriana arrived in the backstage area of the Theater of Joy. She carried Aurelia in one arm and hung her overpriced Quelmer leather Honbach handbag on her other arm. "Where have you been?" "I've been entertaining a couple of ladies and taking care of our daughter." "What have you been doing?" You must have spent all this time overlooking your domain while feeling satisfied that you managed to convince so many people to pay money to attend this hasty event." "At least I managed to earn back the money you spent on that stupid handbag and more." "It's not a stupid purchase, Ves. You should have seen how those important women reacted to my strategic asset. They became a lot warmer towards me once I showed that I exist at the same level as them. That is worth more than the 120 MTA credits that I paid for this bag." Ves rolled his eyes. "Whatever you say, it's almost time for you to hold your lecture. Please make sure you stay within your time limit. The people over there have short attention spans and aren't interested in revisiting their school days." 15 minutes and no more, okay. That elicited an ugly reaction from his wife. "I can hardly say anything of substance in so little time. How dare you call this event a symposium when you want to keep our lectures short? Do you think so little of your audience? We are trying to fulfill multiple goals today. In another circumstance, I might agree with you, but this time is special. We need to rally and motivate the more receptive members of the Murphy family, and we won't be able to do that by boring them all to sleep by speaking for 3 hours straight. Can't you at least extend my speaking time by another 15 minutes? I can fit a lot more substance in my lecture that way." "Absolutely not." Ves had to threaten to cut off Gloriana's speech transmission in order to get her to accept the time limit. "Fine then. Here, take care of Aurelia and my handbag for me. I will go out and speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel. Whatever common sense about product development I can fit in 15 minutes. They'll need it in order to digest whatever nonsense you plan to say after my turn." Ves eagerly received their daughter but was much less enthused about holding his wife's favorite article. "Moo, guawagwa wwwuuuu," Aurelia happily gurgled as she tried to reach out towards the handbag. "Really, dear?" Ves questioned. "Bawabua ba, what has your mother been teaching you? You have poor taste, do you know that? He. While Ves tried to persuade Aurelia that Gloriana's handbag was not a toy, his wife underwent a few final preparations to ready herself for her first public performance since entering the Red Ocean. Despite her contempt about how much the Larkinsons rushed this symposium, she still valued the opportunity to make a name for herself. She had witnessed her husband earning a lot of fame over the years and deriving plenty of benefits from it. Why couldn't she become famous as well? Her contributions mattered just as much. After a makeup bot touched up her appearance, she went over her truncated speech one last time before she was ready to make her appearance. "Good luck, madam." Gloriana nodded to the people around her before she lifted off her feet and floated through the entrance that brought her to the main stage of the Theater of Joy. The majority of guests had already taken their seats by this time. While more were still pouring in, she was pretty happy with the attendance level. She was aware that a lot more people were tuning into the remote broadcast. This boosted her confidence as she reached the center of the stage. She raised her finger, causing a projection of a familiar mech to appear above her head. The Quint. She twirled her finger. The Little Angel. The Amaranto. The Shield of Samar. The Everchanger. She paused, allowing everyone in the audience to process her opening. Before I begin, let me say that I understand your skepticism. I am a young mother and a journeyman. I am at least 50 years younger than other mech designers that have managed to produce masterwork mechs in their lifetime. I believe that many fellow colleagues in the mech industry are wondering how I have been able to succeed not just once, but 5 times in only the span of a few years. There may even be people among you who think they know this field so well that they question the legitimacy of my achievements. Her lips curled into a smirk. You are free to doubt my accomplishments, but if you insist on questioning the insights on craftsmanship that I am willing to share to you today, then you better be qualified to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about this topic. I will only take you seriously if you are a master mech designer or have made more masterworks than myself. Have I made myself clear? Very well, then, let's begin. She waved her hand, causing the impressive array of projections to fade away. She did not need them any longer to command the attention of the audience. Those who are familiar with my work and specialty should know that my Class 1 design philosophy is registered as perfect vessel. What this exactly means is outside of the scope of my lecture, but I am willing to share a few lessons that I have learned over the course of making 5 masterwork mechs. She raised her arms, ruffling the wavy sleeves of her blue and black dress that was decorated with hexagonal patterns. Take my dress, for example. It has been designed and tailored to fit my body to a fantastic degree. The tailors who made it not only accounted for my physical dimensions, but also studied other relevant aspects. My motion, my gait, my sitting posture, my habit of holding my daughter in my arms, all of this and more dictate the most ideal properties of my dress. This is the bespoke experience that is quite common in higher-end product design. Gloriana slowly lowered her arms. The benefits of using a product that is tailored to you and you alone are well known and acknowledged. With the technology and expertise that humanity wields to this day, it is possible for anyone who hasn't fallen in abject poverty to acquire a decent collection of bespoke products. Yet, why do people in the mech community not try as hard to provide custom-fitted mechs to their individual mech pilots? This was indeed a good question, and plenty of people already had answers ready. Is it economics? She asked. I can accept that answer, but it is not entirely valid. While it is currently not realistic to design complete custom mechs for every single mech pilot in human society, we can still incorporate a lot more customization without imposing too many burdens. Mechs can be designed to be easy to adapt during the production. They can also be altered after they have been made. Yet why does this not happen at a wide enough scale? Gloriana paused for a few seconds before supplying another possible answer. Is it lack of manpower? All of this customization work is fairly intricate, I admit. Only mech designers can fully account for all of the variables and generate the most appropriate solutions. Still, if there is one thing our industry doesn't lack, it is an abundance of mech designers. Instead of forcing the majority of unsuccessful mech designers into other engineering trajectories, why do we not make better use of their skills? This is a sad state of affairs. She dramatically sighed and shook her head. It is absolutely worth it to design a mech that is customized for single mech pilots. Whatever downsides or compromises you must accept to obtain them is nothing compared to the victories you'll be able to achieve in battle. If you do not believe me, then let me show you my most recently completed work. It may not be a masterwork, but it is highly reflective of my current level of work. A mech descended from a hidden entrance on the ceiling of the Theater of Joy. As the machine slowly descended, many of the people in the audience became impressed by its sculpted form and its masculine glow. The men among them felt particularly attracted by the custom mech and what it represented. Even the less technically versed individuals were able to recognize that this was not a normal mech. Meet the Bee-Man, Gloriana announced. It's not the name I would have chosen for this custom mech, but it is a mech that completely complements my client. This mech encapsulated my vision for mechs the best. A splendid hybrid mech like this wouldn't exist if custom mechs provided no added value. Wouldn't the mech community be a lot more dull if that was the case? A lot of heads started nodding. I am glad to see supporters among you. Custom mechs may not be appropriate in every case, but they should be much more widespread than they are today. Currently, The vast majority of mechs are mass-produced in manufacturing complexes where efficiency is the name of the game. Too many of these places are antithetical to what I stand for. The workers making the mechs are not allowed to deviate from their work. Craftsmanship is entirely absent. How can humans take pride in our mechs if we treat them as commodities instead of individual works? If we want to take mechs to the next level, we cannot reduce the intrinsic value of mechs any further. They deserve better treatment if we wish to continue to rely on them to fight our battles. Chapter 3648. More than a cog. Ves listened from the side as Gloriana briefly tried to convert as many people to her design philosophy as possible. Oh sure, she started to address craftsmanship more in the latter half of her lecture, but he still found her story to be a bit too self-centered. It was as if his wife was more interested in building up her image than actually expounding about craftsmanship. Oh well. She at least kept her story interesting. The time pressure helped a lot. With only 15 minutes of speaking time, she had to toss away a lot of elements that weren't as interesting. Ves even agreed on a lot of her points. This was not a coincidence as he and his wife frequently held discussions about their work. On top of that, they also shared their thoughts more directly with each other whenever they utilized a design network. Because of this, they contaminated each other's design philosophies and partially converged towards each other. Both of them still stood their ground when it came to their core ideas. The core of their design philosophies remained unchanged, and it would take a much greater external shock for them to change. Soon enough, Gloriana reached the end of her speech. She graciously wrapped up her moment and briefly reiterated her key points before floating away. The bee-man stayed so that the audience could continue to admire the custom mech. I want a mech like this as well. Why don't mech designers make them this way? What is that thing? Is that a belt? Why is it so big? Ves shook his head as he observed the reactions from the crowd. The bee-man may be a fine example of what custom mech design was capable of, but it was also the most farcical mech in the Larkinson clan. Can someone remind Vincent Rickelin that he's supposed to make his way out by now? After a few reminders, the bee-man finally left the stage. It's your turn now, Ves, Gloriana said as she approached and took back her two treasures. Both Aurelia and her Honbach handbag were back where they belonged. She grinned and smooched her daughter's tiny head before gazing lovingly at her Puelmer leather article. Ves ignored this little spectacle and moved to the main stage. Though he could have acted more pretentiously and floated his way forward, that was not his style. He preferred to walk most of the time since that was how he had always moved. The solidity of the surfaces underneath grounded him and made him more connected to his immediate environment. He needed that reassurance as he was about to hold a brief but extremely important speech. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Vulcan Symposium. He began. Most of you have initially heard of my clan and I when we sparked an incident in the commercial district of Kotor City a few days ago. Who among you have personally experienced the special field that stimulated your creative desires? Over half of the people who attended the symposium raised their arms. This result completely fell within his expectations. It was hard to blame these individuals from seeking out this magical moment again. Ves smiled. What did you think about it now that you can look back on it? You over there, tell us your thoughts. A spotlight shone that centered around a random person who raised her hand. The woman genuinely looked befuddled. I got a lot of new ideas about my work. What is your profession? Ves asked. I am an architect. The woman replied as she gained a bit of courage. I lead my own small bureau. It's called Hartzland Architecture. I've been involved in designing the architecture of numerous structures in the commercial district and the art district. Now that you went through this experience, how do you view your previous work from a creative perspective? They are fine buildings that are fit for purpose. My works are solid, defensible and affordable, which is exactly what many of my customers in the Red Ocean need. The architect emphasized. A product must do the job it is supposed to fulfill. Ves agreed. It is never acceptable to deliver a product that can't perform its basic functions. However, is it enough to settle for the minimum? Is it right for us to stop expending any further effort in improving our work once we have satisfied the requirements for a job? I have developed a lot of new ideas after the incident. It is difficult to apply most of them to my past projects without going over budget, but there are still enough inventive solutions that I could have used to make my buildings sturdier and more pleasing on the eye. Ves smiled as the spotlight faded from the woman. That, my dear listeners, is the essence of craftsmanship. To me, this word goes beyond products made by hand. While I am certain that an architect like her has never installed a single bolt in the buildings she designed, the iterative process of coming up with new ideas and finding ways to apply them under the constraints she was working with is part of the craftsman's mindset. He tapped the side of head with his finger. Before we can even begin to make a mech or other work that is good enough to become a masterwork, we must approach our work with the right attitude. I dare say that not a single person who has ever created any masterwork did so with the thought of doing the bare minimum to earn a passing grade. Yet that is exactly how so many workers and designers approach their own jobs. He said with evident disappointment in his tone. My wife has already addressed this deficiency from the perspective of customization. However, even if you are stuck with making standardized products, there is still a lot of room to add your personal touches to your work. Many people wondered how this was possible. Factory owners all aim to achieve maximum consistency in the output of their facilities. Variations are seen as flaws and experimentation as taboo on the work floor. While there are a lot of cases when customers only want an affordable product that works, I believe that is not all what people want. Which mech pilot truly wants to settle for an average mech over one that workers have tried their best to improve? Ves began to pace from side to side. Not every attempt to improve a work will succeed. More often than not, these little experiments will lead to worse outcomes. This is why craftsmen must use their resources wisely. Good thinking and good design can go a long way into improving a real product. It is these elements that are key to elevating the quality of a mech. Anyone can do it as long as they have mastered the basics of their crafts. He pointed his thumb towards himself. Look at me for example. Just like the previous speaker, I hold 5 genuine masterwork certificates. Succeeding even once was considered to be impossible for journeyman. Yet my fellow colleagues and I have repeated this feat multiple times. I think it is safe to say that we have definitely proved that you don't need to become a senior or a master to make a masterwork mech. Ves then thrust his finger towards his audience. That does not necessarily mean that you can be successful. There is still a good reason why journeymen cannot make products at this quality level. However, you can get a lot closer if you adopt the right attitude to your profession and your work. No matter whether you make mechs or ships for a living, as long as you have room to explore your craft, you can always do better no matter what other people think is right or possible. He smiled again. There are 2 good reasons why many more craftsmen and other workers should adopt this approach. First, you'll be able to generate more profits. With enough innovation and effort, you can find a better formula and stand out from your rivals. High-quality products are always more desirable, so you can sell them at higher prices or at greater sales volumes. Any business that takes craftsmanship seriously will also be able to stand the test of time. Its products will remain popular for a longer amount of time, and its excellence in pursuing improvements also allows the company to adjust to market changes. A company that never takes any effort to stand out will usually be the last ones to adapt. Those of you who have studied biology should know what happens to species that are bad at adaptation. Though it wasn't obvious to most people, Ves implicitly addressed his words to the Murphy family members who were probably paying close attention at the moment. Yet profits are secondary to a true craftsman. While all of us would like to be compensated fairly for our work, money is only a means to an end for individuals like us. I believe that every human desires to attain this goal even if reality tries its best to keep it out of reach. Do you know what it is? He coyly asked. He didn't keep them in the dark for long. It is the desire to become unique. I don't think there are many children who dream of becoming another faceless cog in a machine. There are an uncountable amount of people out there that largely live forgettable lives. Their coming and passing goes unnoticed by the vast majority of people. Does this sound desirable to you all? I think not. I believe that each of you has a fire in your hearts that seeks to stand out, achieve something memorable and leave a lasting legacy behind. This fire is called passion. Ves briefly thought back on his greatest works. His masterworks were largely products of passion that never failed to stoke his excitement. Passion fuels the engine of creativity. He claimed, passion is the driving force behind our ability to express our creativity. If you are not passionate about your work, it will be 1,000 times harder for you to make a masterwork. He swept his gaze across the crowd. How many of you have looked into your hearts and seen whether there is still a flame inside? Has the years of harsh living and constant challenges in your work managed to douse your flames of passion? I hope that hasn't happened yet. As for those that still retain their fire, cherish it. Do not think that it is easy to keep it alive. You must make a constant effort to express your creativity in your hobby or your work in order to retain an active imagination and a willingness to seek improvement. Ves thought of all of the times where he encountered problems in his work and spent many hours and days on solving them. He recalled the times when he finally came up with good solutions and the immense amount of satisfaction he derived from those successes. As one creator to another, I know how hard it is to do all of this. Keeping your passion alive while also making active improvements in your creative work is far from easy. That is why there are many more cogs in existence. However, the reward for standing out and transcending the machine is worth it. To become unique and to be known as a creator of a fantastic and celebrated work provides so much satisfaction that you will feel as if you have finally completed the main objective of your life. He suddenly smirked. All of this sounds nice, but how will you actually be able to reach this point? Let me tell you that it is not as unattainable as you think. Even if hard work and constant effort can go a long way, there are certain forms of help that can help you along your way. Receiving the instruction of a teacher or seeking inspiration through travel can help. Yet what if there is another, more convenient way for you to improve your work? Several seconds passed by, as the crowd quickly sensed that Ves was about to unveil his main point. Over the course of my career, I have developed a method or a system, if you will, that significantly improves my ability to iterate on my designs and my ability to elevate the mechs I make. It's quite complicated and I would never be able to explain to you how it works, but fortunately for all of you, I have developed it to the point where you can easily make use of it without any fuss. Ves slowly unholstered the hammer hanging from the side of his tool belt and dramatically raised it above his head. The relic already began to exude an enchanting bronze corona. Let me introduce you to the Vulcan system. Chapter 3649. Unclear system. The soft glow of the hammer of brilliance did not reach that far. Yet it gave the audience sitting in the theater of joy enough of a taste to stimulate their creativity. The words that Ves had spoken beforehand had already primed his listeners by adopting the right mindset. After speaking so much about the need to create something different and the desire to stand out from other makers, a lot of people easily allowed themselves to be affected by Vulcan's glow. The influence was slight, there was no substitute to actually getting hit by the hammer, but those who experienced the Everchanger's glow once before immediately recognized that familiar energy field. As for those who experienced this glow for the first time, they marveled at how certain thoughts and impulses became more active. It was easier for them to think about creating new works. Those who watched the symposium by remote hardly felt anything. The glow didn't translate so well through transmissions, but there was just enough of a blip for the millions of viewers to become a bit more curious. Look at those people in the crowd. They're all excited. Are the Larkinsons brainwashing these people? I should have bought a live ticket. After half a minute, Ves lowered his hammer while Vulcan stopped channeling power through it. The effort required to exude such a glow at a wider range was quite strenuous, especially when the design spirit had to do so through a smaller medium. That, he said, is one of several applications of the Vulcan system. Many people looked impressed. They completely fell into his narrative. As Ves gazed at the thousands of faces, he only spotted a few thousands who were not that taken in. They were either mentally resilient individuals such as senior mech designers or did not possess a creative bone in their bodies. It didn't matter. He never expected to catch everyone. He just needed to affect the right people. He hoped that the Murphy family members also resonated with his words. Now what is the Vulcan system, you might ask? He smiled towards his enchanted audience. Well, I cannot easily explain it to you, but I shall try my best to give you an idea. Those of you who have been touring the exhibits aboard our capital ship must have grown familiar with my creations. Each of my mechs are characterized by two essential qualities. First, they are alive. Second, they possess glows. The Vulcan system is an offshoot that I have developed in order to augment my own work and that of others. It is a crystallization of the excellence in craftsmanship and my ceaseless attempts to realize higher quality mechs. He could tell that his words weren't entirely clear. He was speaking a lot of words, but they didn't necessarily convey a lot of pertinent information. That was deliberate on his part. He did not want to remove the mystique surrounding the Vulcan system. The only way to make it seem legitimate while at the same time denying as much information as possible was to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel. A lot of nonsense. The Vulcan system may be derived from the special technologies that we have developed, but we have developed it into an entirely new framework. He continued, by adopting a mindset that matches the principles and ideals that I have mentioned, you are already applying it in your own way. There is no need for you to borrow the tools that I have developed to make success more attainable, but it can certainly help in certain cases. Ves turned around and waves his arm in a dramatic motion. Above his head, hundreds of projections came to life. Each of them displayed stock footage of workers, artisans, craftsmen and mech designers and other creators at work. The Vulcan system is a philosophy that advocates for the need for humans to go beyond the minimum and dedicate their lives towards developing better and more valued products. Many of you who still possess a passion for creation can utilize the system to give you an extra push. It might mean the difference between living a forgettable life to becoming a celebrated creator. The projections faded as Ves turned to face the crowd again. So there you have it. Whether you are open to my arguments or not, I hope that each of you gain a better impression of craftsmanship. The reason why my system is named after a mythological figure is because Vulcan is a model of what each of us try to become. Each of you has a fire in your heart. This burning passion is like the fire of Vulcan's forge. If you feed it well, then you can make marvels of technology and craftsmanship the likes of which humanity has never seen. The time had come to wrap this presentation up. He clapped his hands and smiled. Don't believe in Vulcan. Believe in yourself. If you need a little assistance, then you can approach us after this symposium. In order to spread this new movement, I have recently founded a new organization called the Creation Association. There, you may find more resources and guidance that can help you on your way to become a more successful artisan. You may also find opportunities to buy totems from us that can help you apply the Vulcan system in a more direct way. Supply is limited, so act with haste if you want to secure a tool that can stoke your inner fire. The main event of the Vulcan Symposium came to an end at this time. Ves slowly turned around and exited the stage. Meanwhile, the crowd began to clap. The people's reactions were tentative at first, but soon they all gave Ves a standing ovation. Even though many of them still didn't have a good idea what the so-called Vulcan system was supposed to be, they couldn't very well expose their ignorance at this time. Nobody wanted to look stupid. The audience already began to discuss the state of craftsmanship in human society and the Vulcan system. Ves had successfully reinvigorated their interest and desire into moving beyond standardized production. A number of people even began to look up the Creation Association. They learned that they could visit a repurposed structure in Dawn City to inquire more about it. Hundreds of people eagerly left the Theater of Joy in order to explore what this new organization had to offer. When Ves returned to the backstage, Gloriana awaited his return with a skeptical look. The Vulcan system, really? She asked as she rocked Aurelia in her arms. Why can't you talk about your god more straightforwardly? Gods don't exist, Ves insisted. I'm not starting a religion here. I just want to direct more business to the Creation Association, but I can't do that unless I market my products properly. Besides, the main point of my message is that people like them and us don't need to pray to any higher powers in order to achieve success. We managed to create numerous masterwork mechs by relying on our own capabilities. After all, while the addition of Vulcan can make our lives easier, he can only amplify what we already possess. I know that. I don't need to rely on anyone's help to become a brilliant mech designer. Gloriana claimed before she turned to her daughter. Isn't that right, Aurelia? What do you think about Mama's craftsmanship? Ma, Guabubu, did you hear that, Ves? Our daughter agrees with me. She beamed. I'm pretty sure that Aurelia wants you to put her down so she can crawl around and chase after Clixie's tail. Ves. Never mind. Whatever you do, don't spend too much time on that Creation Association of yours. We are mech designers first. We still need to complete the Minerva project and several other design projects in the coming weeks. I know, honey. I don't intend to expand the Creation Association too much at this point. I don't have the time to fabricate totems all day. It is also better if my new organization acquires a more exclusive and mysterious reputation. For this reason, I plan to make a modest batch and spread out the totems and see how they fare. After talking to Gloriana, Ves said goodbye to his wife and daughter and departed from the Theater of Joy. The symposium program had ended, so most of the visitors headed towards the exits. A small proportion of visitors who expressed interest in the Creation Association were led down a different route. Once they entered an assembly hall, they came into touch with numerous representatives of the new organization. Each of the new representatives wore robes colored with bronze, black and red. Each of their uniforms were marked with the new symbol of the Creation Association, which depicted an upright bronze hammer situated underneath the stylized depiction of a life-bearing planet. Ves had woven multiple different meanings in this logo. While he didn't have any expectations of growing big right away, he hoped the Creation Association would become a widespread influence in the far future. After all, his spiritual incarnation needed a lot of spiritual feedback in order to progress and to improve his craftsmanship-related abilities. A graceful-looking woman dressed in a more elaborate set of robes approached his side. "Bright Martyr, you've come. I am pleased to meet you again. I thank you for the opportunity to spread your gospel." Ves awkwardly coughed. "It's not a gospel, it's a system. Please keep your terminology straight. As you say, Patriarch. How are you adjusting to your new job?" "I have finally found my calling," Samendra Avakan said. "After leaving the Life Research Association, I must admit that I have found myself adrift in your clan. My original message has not found much purchase with our clansmen due to their lack of familiarity with biotechnology. The Ilvanans have given me a new home, but they can proselytize beliefs with my aid. I am infinitely grateful that you have given me a responsibility where my talents are much more suited." Though the former priestess sounded pleased, Ves still wasn't sure whether he made the right choice. There weren't many people in the clan who could lead the Creation Association. Its director not only needed to manage its internal affairs, but also had to be good at maintaining external relations. Since the Creation Association was basically a scam modeled after a cult, why not put a former cult leader in charge? This was the logic which he relied upon to appoint Samendra Avakan as its director. She had the experience, the mindset and the skills to lead the Creation Association in a certain way. As the woman's glowing reptilian eyes stared devotedly at him, Ves was reminded of another reason why he put her in charge. He trusted her. Just like Gloriana, the Ilvanans and the penitent sisters, Samendra Avakan was a religious nutcase. Though there were many downsides to people who could be described with this label, they also had their good points. They were extremely loyal towards their objects of worship. Though Ves initially thought about putting a purnacer with leadership experience in charge of the Creation Association, he could not guarantee whether this person would discharge his duties faithfully. With someone who embraced the Ilvanan belief that Ves was the bright martyr who was no less important than the great prophet, he did not have as much worries. All of her other excesses were relatively manageable in comparison. So long as she genuinely put his interests first, Ves would have no worries that the Creation Association would go down the wrong path. "You know your current responsibilities, right?" Director Samendra Avakan nodded. "We must carefully investigate and select a limited number of associates to test our new totems. We should continue to cultivate our relations with them and make sure our totems are being used as intended." "Correct. It is important for our Creation Association to grow steadily and build up a good reputation. If we move too quickly or make any outrageous moves, we'll undoubtedly invite a lot of backlash. According to my own research, that has been the downfall of many cults, scams. If we want our new association to survive in the long term, then we need to make sure we don't pose a threat to other people's interests." "I understand." Chapter 3650. The initial goal: make sure to spread the totems across a variety of different professions. Ves instructed. "I don't want them all to end up in the hands of Vulcan. The greater the variety, the better. The recipients don't need to be the best in their fields, but they should not to be shabby or incompetent. Don't pick anyone who is too accomplished and successful, though." "Why not, Bright Martyr?" the new director questioned. "Would it not be better for us if we establish connections with accomplished creators?" "Ordinarily, you're right, but the problem is that the Vulcan system is not a bottomless well. It is akin to a finite resource that is not too strong and cannot be replenished quickly." Ves replied. "I've tracked the usage of the totems that I gave to Zakran Bilitsa and the House of Barak respectively. According to the data, the effectiveness of our totems vary depending on the strength and competence of the recipients." "What do you mean, sir?" "Take someone who is relatively weak such as Chief Fabricator Denner of Zakran Bilitsa. When he made use of the medium totem we gave him, it was relatively easy to put him into an inspired state. The disparity between him and Vulcan is quite great, so the latter doesn't have to spend a lot of resources and effort to do his job. What if the supplicant is stronger? In that case, Vulcan has to fight an uphill battle." Ves replied. "More than a week after we left the Pelisa system, Master Artisan Sever Khoriton Barak attempted to use the mini totem we bestowed to his house. As far as I know, the effect was rather marginal. Though Master Sever definitely received a creative boost, it wasn't as drastic as I expected." "I see. Why is this the case?" "It's quite simple. It relates to the nature of a glow. It's an aura that is passively exuded by a powerful entity. The reason why they are so effective and so difficult to block is because we are compelled to react to powerful presences. The greater the power disparity, the more effective they become. That is why people like expert pilots and master mech designers aren't affected by them. They don't necessarily need to look up to entities like Vulcan. Master Severe is already highly successful in his field, so his confidence in himself is massive. People who are close to becoming gods revere them the least. Director Avicon stated. Right. Anyway, another reason why Vulcan has trouble inspiring Master Severe is because the artisan's thoughts and methods are too damn profound. Vulcan is still young and he doesn't possess a lot of professional knowledge. While the difference isn't as wide as a journeyman trying to advise a star designer, it is a lot to ask for Vulcan to help Master Severe synthesize new ideas. Samandra looked enlightened. You wish to educate Vulcan, then? That is one of my goals. Ves nodded. The reason why it is important for him to get in touch with professionals who work in different fields is because he needs to build up his repository of knowledge. We need to build up his strength and wisdom so that he can become effective at inspiring more capable figures such as Master Severe. This will be a long process. In order to ensure that Vulcan receives the best lessons, you must select our new associates carefully. Do you understand what is at stake? I do, sir. Remember, this is your real job. The Creation Association is just a vehicle to us. If it becomes a liability one day, then we should not hesitate to discard it. That said, I don't want our efforts to go to waste, so make sure to act prudently. Once Ves became assured that Director Avicon knew what to do, he spent a bit more time observing the people that had come to inquire about the Creation Association. Each of them were receptive towards his earlier lecture, but that did not mean they were willing to do what was necessary to acquire their own totems. Even if they wanted to, the Creation Association had to conduct a lot of research in order to find out whether they were suitable associates. Not everyone would be able to get their wish because there were only a limited number of slots at this point. If too many totems were being used, then Vulcan would have to exert himself so many times that he would quickly become weary and drained of energy. Vulcan needs to grow stronger. He could already feel his incarnation become excited by the prospect of getting in touch with a lot more people. The spiritual feedback provided by the people of Zakran Bilitsa and the House of Barak had already given him a taste of what other design spirits took for granted. A day passed by as the Larkinson fleet returned to normal. A lot of clansmen worked to clean up the vivacious wall and restore her interior to its original state. The clan also tracked the discussion that ensued after the Vulcan Symposium had passed. Even though not a lot of people paid attention to this event, those that did still had plenty to discuss about. Ves had boldly presented an alternative model to how humanity produced most of its products. He also reinvigorated the creative desires of enough people that some of them already started to shift their careers. As for the Creation Association, Director Avicon did not have to worry about lacking choice. There were enough test subjects that the totems would definitely find new homes. Seeing that everything was going well, Ves no longer paid attention to these matters. He turned his attention back to the initial reason why he held the Vulcan Symposium. If his indirect appeal didn't succeed in changing the Murphy family's mind, then his effort would be a failure in his eyes. Have we received any word from the Murphys, Benny? None. You already asked this question 15 times. I will inform you as soon as we obtain new information, but for now the Murphys are still behind closed doors. The Black Cats were tracking the movements of the Murphys day and night. According to their judgment, the family was still split, but the opposition had gained more momentum after the Vulcan Symposium had concluded. This indicated that the event successfully boosted the younger faction of the Murphy family. The problem was that Ves didn't know whether it was enough to make a difference. Even if he managed to make an uphill battle more even, the chance of failure was still significant. Ves was tempted to increase his odds further by performing additional actions, but he thought that would be excessive. He had to wait a couple more hours before he received a notice from one of the Murphy family members. Who is it? Ves eagerly asked. After so many hours of waiting, the other party had finally made a move. Is it Karina or Malaya Murphy? Gavin reluctantly shook his head. I'm afraid not. The woman who reached out to us is neither of the two. It's the mother that is on the line. Quote. What? CEO Jelly Murphy wishes to have a private talk with you, boss. She hasn't told us the reason for her outreach, but I highly suggest you answer her call. Just be careful what you say. These old leaders are not only sharp, but also possess strong sensibilities. I know. This isn't my first rodeo. Since this was an important call, Ves made sure to make himself as presentable as possible. He cleaned up his desk and made sure that nothing looked messy. The only discordant element left was Lucky. Ves picked him up and straightened his posture so that he sat straight on his desk. Meow. Try not to cause any distractions, okay? Once everything was in order, he stood up and accepted the call. The projection of the leader of Murphy and Sons and the Murphy family directly appeared in front. Patriarch Larkinson. The old woman greeted. Madam Murphy. Ves briefly bowed. To what do I owe you the pleasure? HMPH. You know quite well what you have done. It was not enough to encourage my daughters to defy my orders. Your symposium poured fuel to the fire, causing multiple valued family members and employees to advocate for changes in our strategy. As the culprit responsible for stirring up this decision, what do you have to say for yourself, Patriarch Larkinson? Oh, Jelly Murphy did not sound happy. Not only did she harbor the same resentment as before, she showed considerable animosity towards him for meddling in her family's affairs. Ves had multiple ways to approach this situation. He could try to compromise and soften his tone. He could stick to his guns and present an unyielding posture. He could dump even more fuel to the fire by openly plotting for her downfall. As he stared in Jelly Murphy's projected eyes, Ves made a judgment call. I am not your enemy. I do not want to see Murphy and Sons falter. It's the opposite in fact. I want to see it rise to greater heights. While I am sure you have your own ideas on how to grow your company, the Red Ocean is a galaxy of opportunity. Getting cowed by danger and adopting a conservative approach will not get you far in the long run. I think there are plenty of people in your company that don't want to return to building generic starships when there are much more interesting possibilities within reach. Be that as it may, it is not your place to lead them into opposing my policies. I have sympathy for their desires, but the survival of our family and company is more important than any ambitions they might hold. There will always be time for exploration and experimentation after we have established a solid foothold in Davut. That will take a long time, I think. Are your relatives just as patient? No, Jelly admitted as her expression grew tired. I hope that my daughters and her fellow supporters would see sense. After watching your symposium, they became even more taken by your message. My recalcitrant family members do not wish to wait. They want to take action as soon as possible. Will you continue to stand in their way? This was the key question. Ves already developed an idea of what happened in the Murphy family, but he still awaited Jelly Murphy's answer. I can, but I would prefer not to choose between our survival or the happiness of my daughters. Make no mistake, though, I will always prioritize the former over the latter. I am confident I can still make the dissenters happy even if I defy their wishes. It will only take more time and effort to restore my relations with them. If there is a better alternative, then I am open to other possibilities. Ves inwardly smiled. Jelly Murphy still acted tough, but she was already close to surrendering. Right now, she was looking for a bribe or a concession that would paint her defeat in a more favorable light. He was happy to oblige, but within limits. It would do little good to pamper Murphy and Sons. I am willing to improve our original offer to you by increasing the voting rings of Murphy and Sons. He offered. How much? 15%. Ves succinctly answered. We're both busy people, so I am not prepared to give you more. In order to keep everything in proportion, our clan will reduce our original voting rights to 20%. This means we will almost carry the same weight in the trade consortium. This was a fair offer considering that the addition of a shipbuilding company would massively increase the popularity of the trade consortium. This is not enough. Jelly Murphy disappointedly shook her head. You must provide us with additional benefits. I think that can be arranged. Ves grinned. Chapter 3651 Rekindled Fires. This is a historic day for all of us. Kelsey Dornbos spoke in front of a construction site. Before, we were like scattered sand. Each of us struggled to survive and operate in the Red Ocean. Those difficulties will end now that we have pooled our strength and resources together. With the Larkinson clan along with Murphy and Sons as our core, we shall form a new gathering where every member shall cooperate when needed but never feel obligated to do more. Hundreds of leaders and representatives sent by 30 different organizations attended the ceremony at this time. This was a momentous occasion for all of them. After so much time of trying to solve their challenges alone, they could finally share some of their burdens with other peers. Ves originally wanted to make this announcement, but he was currently persona non grata on Davut 7. He had no choice but to attend by remote. His physical projection currently sat in the front seat. At least Minister Shedderin and Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson had no problems showing up in person. They would do a fine job hobnobbing with the dignitaries sent by the Larkinson clan's new trade buddies. Chairwoman Kelsey Dornbos is performing adequately at the moment, Minister Shedderin quietly commented to Ves. What made you choose her over the candidates that I have recommended? Kelsey and I go back a long way, which you probably already know. Ves whispered back, I am aware that she might not be the most competent person to wrangle all of these consortium members, but I can always count on her to remain loyal to me. So long as she doesn't screw up, she will always hold my confidence. Chief Minister Raymond had less qualms about Kelsey. I've worked with her in the past when she managed the LMC on the Patriarch's behalf. She's a steady if conservative leader. She knows her limits and abides by them. She may not be as effective in dynamic situations, she will not allow our new trade consortium to decline under her watch. We shall see whether she has what it takes to keep its members happy. Shedderin remarked. Meanwhile, Kelsey continued her speech. The Open Consortium of Krakatoa is the first collective of its kind. Its name includes the word, open, because that is what characterizes this new initiative the most. Our consortium is open, and we mean it. As long as we have space for members, other pioneering organizations may easily enter as long as they agree to our rules and pass our extensive vetting procedures. This sounded as if any random pioneering organization could join the Open Consortium, which wasn't entirely true. Everyone was aware that a brand new consortium needed to set everything up and get its bearings straight. Once the consortium established a decent foundation, it would be ready to expand, but that might take months or years. Kelsey smiled. Leaving the consortium is also easy. Unlike other groups, we do not insist on keeping members who are unwilling to work together anymore. You do not need to provide any reason to apply to withdraw from the Open Consortium. We shall always stay true to our name and make your departure as frictionless as possible. The only reason that the exit procedure can take months is because a significant amount of time is needed to smoothly wrap up any agreements, transactions, contracts and other entanglements. As soon as we have completed the final bureaucratic procedure, you may leave with our blessing. This was by far the greatest attraction of the Open Consortium of Krakatoa. No one wanted to be bound by contracts that spanned for decades if they could help it. Many pioneers who arrived in the Red Ocean were arrogant people. Each of them harbored great ambitions about rising to the top in their respective fields. The chances that they could succeed were drastically lower if they had to give up their independence and become a vassal to a more powerful influence. No matter what kind of arrangement they made with their patrons, the nature of a relationship between a superior and a vassal meant that the weaker party always ended up surrendering more than initially agreed upon. It was far too easy for the side that held all of the power to make increasingly more excessive demands. Of course, not every alliance exhibited this phenomenon, yet abuses were frequent enough in the Red Ocean that there was a justifiable fear towards getting taken advantage of. Why settle for 50% when you could easily take 100%? That was the thought process behind many, voluntary, mergers and acquisitions. The Open Consortium of Krakatoa offered those who were most worried about this issue a way out of this trap. They finally saw an opportunity to solve their supply problems without exposing themselves to getting exploited. There was just one little complication, though. Once Kelsey neared the end of her speech, she unveiled a large, silver tome that was clearly modeled after the Larkinson Mandate. Though it wasn't very original, Ves nonetheless felt it was the right tool for the job. It didn't take much effort from him to craft it with high-quality exotics that his clan extracted from the Titania. He had also infused its pages with ground pea stone particles to strengthen its performance as a totem. In order to finalize our agreement and prove our commitment to cooperate in good faith with our fellow members, I invite each of you to sign your names in the open book. Our patriarch has already made the first move. She opened the large tome to display the page where Ves had used an autopen to sign his name. Everyone stood up and formed a line in order to sign their own names in turn. Chairwoman Kelsey, Minister Shedderin and Chief Minister Raymond both added their names to the open book. After that, the Murphys got their turn since their shipbuilding company permanently possessed 15% of the voting rights of the Open Consortium. CEO Jelly Murphy did not look particularly enthused about signing her name at the tome. Even though the contracts had already been signed, Taking part in this symbolic ritual just made her surrender all the more painful. When she came close enough to feel the glow emanating from the open book, she became even more hesitant about this move. Was she truly doing what was best for her family? Ahem. Ves's projection softly coughed. There are many people waiting for their turn. The old woman glared in his direction before she held the autopen and allowed it to flourish a name on a page. Well played, Larkinsons. The game we played just happened to be more popular than yours, madam. Ves smiled back. Once Jelly Murphy got out of the way, her two daughters approached the open book with considerably greater enthusiasm than their mother. Even its glow didn't deter them from completing their part in this ceremony. Karina Murphy turned to Ves. I have lived over 6 decades and I am already a mother. I thought my more adventurous days were already over, but you made me feel young again. I was quite taken with your speech the other day. I rediscovered the fire in my heart. I know how precious it is now. Without your reminder, my flames would have gone out. Thank you for helping me keep my dreams alive. Ves responded with a genuine smile this time. It is my pleasure. As one engineer to another, I understand your plight. I felt it was my duty to unshackle you. Our clan employs a ship designer as well, and she has come up with a large amount of unorthodox designs over the years. Admittedly, most of them don't work out, but there are still a few that are actually interesting. We have already corresponded with each other. Karina revealed. I would be glad to cooperate with Miss Sai in realizing her inventive ship designs. I see my younger self in her. Though her qualifications and experience are lacking, her exuberant imagination and her fearlessness is exactly what I need to revive my own passion. This sounded promising. The more the Murphys cooperated with the Larkinsons, the greater the likelihood that Murphy and Sons would stick with the open consortium for the long haul. I fully support your cooperative ventures. We may belong to 2 separate organizations, but we still share a number of goals. Our new open consortium partially exists to encourage internal cooperation. We all need more friends in this difficult region. After Ves finished exchanging with Karina Murphy, her sister Malaya approached him with a question. Do you believe that starships can be turned into masterworks? His projection blinked. That's a bit of an abrupt question. It's possible. There are star designers who have successfully managed the feat. They're mech designers. None of them have ever started working with spacefaring vessels. Their heart is probably not truly in it. Malaya contemptuously answered. Besides, none of their masterwork starships are over a kilometer long. Quote. Your ambition is to be the first shipbuilder to construct a masterwork capital ship. Hee. The middle-aged woman chuckled. You don't need to tell me how difficult it is to attain this dream. To be honest, I only kept this goal in mind when I just started out my career. Once I became more familiar with the crushing reality of building good ships, I quickly tempered my ambitions. What about now? Ves asked. You have motivated me to chase after it again. I'm old enough to realize that the odds are far too great that I will never be able to fulfill this goal in my lifetime, but, at least I tried. Even if you fall short of your goal, you would have moved much further from your starting point than if you stuck to your path as an ordinary shipbuilder. Malaya firmly nodded. I agree. I am curious to see how far this new journey will take me. If I ever falter, I hope that the next generations of Murphys can pick up where I left off. As long as we keep working towards the same goal, we'll succeed sooner or later. I truly hope that you or your descendants will succeed. It will be a marathon, though. My engine will keep me on the move as long as its fire still keeps burning. Other dignitaries came up to sign their names in the open book. They did so with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Much of the hesitation came from their reactions to the open book. The special nature of this totem made this symbolic act a lot more meaningful than they expected. This was because Ves graced it with the presence of the Solemn Guardian. Out of all of his design spirits, the Solemn Guardian was the most fitting entity for this particular role. Ves had designed the open book in a way that caused everyone who signed their names in it to form a new spiritual connection to the Solemn Guardian. The bond didn't do all that much. The Solemn Guardian exerted a faint influence over it that would hopefully make the signee more honest about working with the open consortium. The connection also allowed the Solemn Guardian to exert mental restraint whenever the signee thought about betraying or clearly acting against the interests of the open consortium and its members. Though anyone with sufficient will and determination was able to brush past this modest restraint, the Solemn Guardian would at least know that something was amiss as it happened. This would give the Larkinsons and the other members of the open consortium advanced warning about any potential problems. This bond was not permanent. Those who left the open consortium by following the proper procedures would find that they would no longer be tied to the solemn guardian in any way. As for those who did not play by the rules, the open consortium actually included a fair amount of punishment clauses in its articles.